31.5 minutes. Curse come back for game 3, and they're into the semifinals. Yeah, the Q from Doublelift does it. Zion Spartan now the only member alive. Counter Logic Gaming.
There goes the
Gonna
Nexus.
make it 2-0.
If we lose this game today, then we're going to have to go play in relegation again.
The match we play now against Coast is the last saving grace to actually say the season was remotely a success.
In the best of 3, where the first game matters a lot, if we take it, we can pretty much take the whole thing.
We're playing against Cloud9. I think they're the best team in the LCS right now, and if we were able to beat them, I think we could easily take it all home.
A triple kill coming in for Top, 5-0-2 on the game.
Today's a big day because we got to face our rivals.
Beautiful play from Dexter and Doublelift, and they're going to keep going.
We really want this, and if we lose, I think we're going to be really disappointed.
But this game, this match right here, it's CLG versus TSM. It's a classic.
Welcome to day 2 of the North American League Championship Series Spring Playoffs. We're coming to you live from my studio here in Los Angeles, California. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and with me is Joshua Jet Leesman. This crowd is pumped.
This is one of the rowdiest crowds I've seen, all split for the NALCS, and what better time, semifinals of the LCS.
Yeah, well, our big news heading in today is that CLG and Team Curse have both earned their first LCS playoff series victories.
Yesterday, CLG had a dominant 2-0, and then Curse rebounded from a first-game loss to take that series 2-1.
Yeah, on the other end of the playoff spectrum, Dig and Coast will battle to secure their place in the North American LCS.
Yeah, it's not just the semifinals we have today. There's going to be that 5th, 6th place match as well.
Yeah, so let's take a look at our updated playoff bracket. The 3rd seed CLG advanced after their 2-0 sweep of the quarterfinals and will play today in our first semi-final best of 3 battle. The classic Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, and then the 5th seed Curse moves up after their emotional victory against Dignitas to take on the number 1 seed Cloud9 in our 2nd semifinal matchup.
Yeah, meanwhile, 4th seed Dignitas and 6th seed Coast will meet in an important showdown that will decide which team takes 5th place and which team is sent to the Summer Promotion Tournament. We are only 1 day into our playoffs, and already Twitter has been blowing up with LCS big plays. Let's take a look at a few of your favorite moments, starting with Shifter making a big CLG deletion. Or as FD says, quite succinctly, Shifter one-shot the guy. From CLG versus Coast, here's your number 3.
Coast almost gonna try anyway. Stun goes in towards Dexter. Big burst! Wow! Shifter one-shot the guy!
He did that a couple times to Dexter as well. Well said. And our next tweet comes from @BWatt. He says, 2 inhibitor split push executed by I'm a Cutie Pie and Cruiser. Then both escape alive, seal the game. Go Dig! From Dignitas vs Curse, here's your number 2.
Will Cutie Pie stay? It's going to be a bad fight. He'll die if he stays for it, most likely. He's going to try to make his escape now. A little bit low on health. Dashes away, gets rid of the slow, but Quas, I don't think he's going to be stopped.
Yeah. Cutie Pie's trying to run over to Jax for some support, but Cruiser...
Summoner heal comes out, the dodge, they get the inhibitor actually. Quas, now she forced to defend against Cruiser. Cutie Pie gets away.
Nobody thought they were going to get away. Both inhibs and their lives, massive play. Our next big play was so big it nearly broke Twitter. This one came from @WilliamCook. He says, what a play by Kiwi Kid. Saving Skara, then that team fight. Insane. Let's roll your number 1.
Quas comes around the backside, but teleports. Skara gets a lantern though. Kiwi Kid with the save. Dodges a part of the solar bomb, but Bunny People goes back in anyway. Takes a bunch of damage. Down goes support. I will dominate now, stuck in the back lines. Played up, is going to go down.
Definitely deserving of big play.
Crazy to think they actually lost that game. That series could have went either way. Such a good game yesterday.
Hopefully we have more series like that today. For you guys at home, remember to hop on Twitter and tell us your favorite moments throughout the day by tweeting @LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCSBigPlays. And as always, we want to know which team you think will take each of our matchups today. Head over to lolesports.com, click on schedule, and lock in your predictions.
You can also get details for how you can join us here in the studio to watch these teams battle it out with the best from the North American Challenger Series in our Summer Promotion Tournament. Just click the tickets link for all the hows and the wheres.
Yeah, and while you're there, you can study up on the All-Stars Challenge in Paris and even vote to shape the event. Today is the last day that you can help pick 2 former pros to join the teams in a single hexakill game, including a certain North American caster to my right. Yeah, scumbag Jats indeed. Then, join the conversation over on Twitter. The crowd's calling it. Today we're asking you guys at home, who is the backbone of your favorite North American LCS team and why?
Yeah, be sure to write us at LLD Sports and use the hashtag LCS. We'll be reading the cream of the crop later in the broadcast.
Yeah, but for now, let's send it across the studio to the guys at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Quickshot. That's the one. What's up, guys? I'm David Frick-Turley alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and our great guest analyst, St. Vicious DeMarco. Brandon St. Vicious DeMarco. I don't know why I just replaced your first name with that one.
Just like making it long, man.
I just
throwing it all over the place.
All these words go on here. Anyway, it's glad to have you back, son.
Thanks, Dad.
All right.
Awkward.
So the first question to ask you guys, we've seen a champion really show up in the playoffs now with Jax being super popular. Saint, what's your take on the champion?
He's just a monster. He's so scary. People are running all sorts of different room pages on him, like attack speed, full AD, lifesteal. The 2v1 helped him out a lot because maybe somebody's like, oh, I'm just going to pick this lane matchup like Renekton and shut down that Jax. No, that's not going to happen. He's just going to freeze the lane and farm it out. And also I think heal helps him out a lot because it makes it to where people can't make such aggressive plays, and it just gives Jax time to farm up and become that split push monster.
This makes sense.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of little things that have really come together to help Jax out. The 3 top lane tanks got little bits of nerfs over time. There's split pushing is a really big part of the game now, and then the early game is so mixed up that he does kind of get to bypass the extra couple minutes. So all these things really come together, especially with those attack speed runes.
Okay, so let's go from then champion matchups to playoff matchups. There's a really big one coming up. CLG vs TSM, it's especially close. Kobe. Kobe, what's your thoughts on the matchup?
So TSM actually have not adapted to the previous patches very quickly. So I think this depends a lot on how much work they've been able to put in over the last week. I think that they're concentrating very hard on those level 1s, on the lane swaps. So we'll have to see. Have they been able to come up with a good plan for fighting CLG? Because CLG are jumping on that train very quickly.
Sam, how about you?
It's so funny. Everybody always highlights the bot lane when it comes to CLG. Like, oh my god, is like Doublelift going to carry the game? But I think in this series, it's going to be more important for the rest of their team to just show up and do good in the laning phase. I think CLG has a much better grasp of the mid and late game right now, and they just look overall stronger in the newer patches. So I'm going with CLG.
All right, so you're saying CLG wins the match? Kobe, how about you?
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to go with CLG in this one too, Freak.
All right. Both the CLGs for these guys. We're going to see if it pans out on the Rift. Guys, you're not going to have to wait long to see if that's actually the case, because when we come back, it's our first semifinal series, Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming. As we leave, we're going to ask you guys to consider the trials of the Poro.
You get my back, huh?
Welcome back to day 2 of the 2014 Spring Playoffs. We're starting it off with our first semi-final series, Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming. And this matchup holds a special place for both of these teams, for many viewers as well, because TSM versus CLG is the oldest rivalry in competitive League of Legends.
Yeah, and Doublelift even said their win over TSM in Week 10 was one of the most important wins in his career. So you can imagine what this series is going to mean for Doublelift and CLG.
Yeah, well, up until a couple of weeks ago, Team Solo Mid was the team to beat. But by the end of the split, it really felt like they were limping across that finish line.
Yeah, TSM ended the split with 2 losses. They were destroyed by Cloud9, and then even more disconcerting was their defeat to 8th place XGG. But even when they were winning games late in the season, they didn't look like the juggernaut powerhouse that went on an 11-game winning streak mid-season, defeating every team in the league consecutively. They've laid a lot of the blame for their decline on the 4.4 patch. So we're really going to see how they perform on the 4.5 patch right now, which could also be unfavorable for them. So one thing you can say about them is TSM's not coming into this riding wave momentum, and that could mess with their psychology.
Yeah, meanwhile, CLG continues to look strong. They advanced out of the quarterfinals with a commanding 2-0 performance against Coast. Now, this is a matchup that we get excited about. The fans definitely get excited about it, and even the players get a little extra fired up for it.
CLG is actually a bigger threat now. I think we've gotten a little weaker as a team.
It's probably like the most hyped up match because whoever makes it to the grand finals, yeah, it's gonna be big.
Against CLG, it's been a really, really long rivalry of like trash talking. I mean, they're definitely good enough now to, you know, back up their talk.
TSM will probably be the defining series that will tell if we're a top 2 team or not.
This whole like hyped up Rush Hour 2 versus Xpecial and Turtle, who are also really good. It's nerve-wracking, but it's exciting.
Honestly, they're a good team right now. They're looking really strong. They've been on the upswing, and we're on the downswing.
We can't really prepare for TSM at all because we don't get to scrim them, and we don't get to see any of their games except from Super Week. I assume that they changed a lot because this patch hit them pretty hard.
It actually threw us off really, really hard, especially having Reginald for 2 weeks. We're back with Bjergsen, who has, you know, the mechanical genius middle who wins all his matchups hard.
And the best of 3 against CLG, I think it's just super important that we don't lose the first game.
We're going to beat them again because we beat them last split and summer split 2-0. So we're hoping to repeat that again and just move on to the finals.
CLG out of contention for the World Championship.
Even if we're down 1 game, we are not a team that should be scared.
We've just taken second to TSM for a really long time, and I'm looking to finally break that curse, you know, because I want to win for once.
Really strong words from both teams. And I think up until recently, you would have felt this was going to be a TSM victory. But now, it's anybody's game.
Yeah, but the one thing we do have to keep in mind is every time these teams have faced when it really matters in the past couple of years, TSM has been the ones to come out on top, even though CLG has momentum coming into this one.
Well, we'll have to see what's going to come out better. History or momentum.
Yeah.
Well, let's check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it is TSM. Dyrus in the top lane, the odd one in the jungle, Bjergsen in the mid lane with Wild Turtle and Xpecial as AD carry and support.
And on the red side, it's CLG with Nyan in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Link in the mid lane, Doublelift and AD carry, and Aframu on support.
Well, that leads us very nicely into our featured matchup, a battle in the bot lane with Wild Turtle and Xpecial versus Doublelift and Aframu.
And Aframu, let's start with him. He's been a flashy support this year, getting a lot of love for his LCS big plays, especially when he's on Thresh, while Xpecial brings a calmer and more strategic game. He may be less flashy, but he certainly gets the job done for his team. And when asked who the best support was, both of these players said that they voted for each other in the All-Stars voting.
Yeah, it's very nice to actually hear that support. You know, they respect each other. Now, that support's only half of the equation because you need to talk about the AD carries as well.
Yeah, it's a duo lane down there, and Doublelift has been a big playmaker for CLG, and this year he's become much more of a team player with their decisive map movements and focus on objectives. You can see it in his kills trending from split to split. 2013 spring, he had 152. He had 138 in summer. And this spring, he's actually only had 121. It's because they've changed their play style. But then you look at TSM and you see Wild Turtle, who has been a little bit untamed lately. He's had some miscommunications with Xpecial, and it's led to a few deaths. So that might be something CLG look to take advantage of if they want to win the bottom lane and the game.
Well, we'll need to see if they can. Maybe some pressure on the odd one to get in there and disrupt Rush Hour, as it were. We're about to jump into Champ Select. It is 4.5. We've seen CLG yesterday. They seem to have embraced 4.5.
Yeah.
3 heals.
3 heals, exhausts. If they actually didn't even bring exhaust.
Not in the first game. Second, I'm not too sure. But I mean, TSM now, first time we're seeing them 4.5. I don't really know what to read into it. I don't know if Bjergsen is going to adapt.
This is the craziest game, and I'm really fascinated coming into this Champ Select because normally TSM is a very predictable team in Champ Select. They're the ones that play their own game and just hope the other teams adapt to them. But they've been dark for these last 2 weeks since Super Week. They will have something prepared. I just don't know what it is.
Well, we are about to find out. Picks and Bans is on your screens. Team SoloMid blue side in this best of 3 series. Taking their time on this first ban, locking it in, and they're taking Thresh away from Aframu.
I do feel like the Soraka pick is so crucial. I mean, TSM was one of the first teams to feel the pain of mid lane Soraka in their defeat to Cloud9 in Super Week. That was on the 4.4 patch, before heal had been buffed, before it cleansed healing debuffs, you know, before it was this crazy summoner spell. Yeah, and of course COD is the one who bans it away, so they don't even want to let TSM have a shot at it.
So we've seen Soraka banned out on the red side all the games that it has been banned this weekend.
I think that's going to continue.
Maybe temporarily replacing the likes of that Kassadin being a red side ban, so to speak.
I think so.
Rounding out the rest of TSM's bans, LeBlanc and Lee Sin, they're taking that one away from Dexter. Dexter still undefeated on Lee Sin the entire spring split.
And I really do feel like that Syndra ban, it comes a little out of left field for me, but that is a huge target at Bjergsen. Since there's a LeBlanc ban already, there's the Syndra ban on the other side, there's no Soraka. Maybe COG is going to take something like a Lulu and then try and trap Bjergsen with Zed, because if you look at the rest of his champion pool, he can't play Gragas because of the rework and him being disabled this week for Super Week. That's very bold moves by COG in the bat phase.
Can't forget Lulu is still up and available if maybe they want to go that route. TSM locking in that Kha'Zix as a first lock-in. Now Nocturne's still up, Zinzal's still up, and in the current meta of those sort of Feral Flare junglers, we'll need to see what Dexter decides to go for.
Yeah, there is so many possibilities here. Of course, Doublelift gets the Lucian again. He's really fallen in love with him as an AD carry pick. Ever since he said he realized how mechanically complex Lucian can be by playing against a lot of good LCS Lucians, and then he decided to pick it up himself. But this Lulu pick really puts Bjergsen in a difficult spot. I've really been wondering how Bjergsen's going to play on this patch, because all of his success has been with the Assassins. And we got to see Xpeke playing Zed into Exhaust. Nidalee is the only pick left really for Bjergsen, because it's not Assassin, it's something he plays well.
Well, it has been locked in. Nidalee has been played 3 times this split with 3 victories sitting in Bjergsen's back pocket. Just briefly want to touch on that Lucian as well. Currently undefeated in playoffs. He's 5-0 across all of the quarterfinal games. 2 of those victories in Doublelift's hands himself. So right now, Team SoloMid locking their Morgana a lot of long-range skill shots. They're going to be able to poke down if they ever get close enough to CLG's towers.
Once you pick Nidalee, you're almost opting into a fairly heavy poke composition. The one thing that TSM has to make sure they don't fall into the trap of is actually what Dignitas did in Game 3 against Curse yesterday, where they have the Nidalee, then they have a bunch of other guys who want to be hard engagers, and that means they still can't kite back. If they want to emulate something with that Nidalee pick, they want to do something more along the lines of what Fnatic did in the European LCS Finals. I think I came up from a word for it in Twitter. It's like a guerrilla warfare composition where you fight the other team where they least expect it, and so they can't fight back. But CLG is taking a bunch of hard initiation right now.
Yeah, long range abilities there with that Twisted Fate and the Nocturne locked in. Before we touch on the composition that CLG's locked in, this is also the 5th support that we're seeing especially. He's only run 4 champions spring split this far.
So they have to have changed something during the 2 weeks off. But really, the Twisted Fate pick, I need to touch on how smart this was by CLG. They did the Lulu pick yesterday in support role as well. Apramu is one of the only remaining support Lulus in the LCS, but the reason it's smart is they could have used him mid lane if Bjergsen would have picked an Assassin. But when Bjergsen picks Nidalee, who doesn't have lane pressure, it allows Link to play Twisted Fate, which is so good for CLG.
Very smart play from CLG while all of that's been going on. Graves locked in again. Graves has had some tweaks in 4.5, a little bit of a boost to his damage. We've seen it yesterday, and now Wild Turtle's pulling it out here in the semi-finals along with that Dr. Mundo. So a strong front line on the side of Team SoloMid.
A very tanky, hard-to-kill team composition. Dyrus is going to be playing just like Quas did yesterday on Mundo, with the teleport and heal in the top lane. You add that with Nidalee and the Black Shield, TSM is going to be very difficult to bring down. When you look at CLG right here, TF doesn't necessarily bring too much damage from the mid lane, And that means Dexter's going to have to build a lot of damage on Nocturne if they want to start slicing through. Well, very interesting team comps coming out here, Quickshot.
Assuming he gets the time to stack up that Feral Flare, there's the theory to get some damage on it. We'll need to see
it up fast yesterday.
Very effectively, especially when challenging off against Nintendo decks. Now, we do see the last pickup most likely going to be something from the Entonso. We see the Dr. Mundo on the side of Dyrus. This is the 10th time, 11th time, no, 9th time rather, that Dyrus will be running Mundo. Let's get the numbers out there. And throughout the split, Nian's played 15 games of Shyvana.
By far his most played. And Shyvana is actually quite good against Mundo. This is the first time Dyrus has played Mundo in a while, even though he's played it 9 times so far in this split. All right, so that's got to be the team compositions right here. Lots of heals on both sides. I think there's going to be a lot of map movement by CLG. That's always what they excel in. They're going with Nocturne and Twisted Fate. So they're going to be looking to catch TSM in rotations. They're not going to look to get isolated into laning phases and extending sieges. They want to win this game with rotations like they've beaten TSM in the past.
We'll need to keep our eyes on how CLG handle the opening few minutes of the game. Yesterday, they clearly showed decisive movements against Coast, grabbing multiple objectives and really pushing Coast onto the back foot early on. We'll need to see how TSM does. They didn't do very well in 4.4. We're now in 4.5.
Yeah, and it does look like they've made a few pretty big adaptations. The Mundo coming in, not even bringing Flash. They've switched their AD carry choices. They've even switched their support choices. They've done a lot of change. The question will be, is it too much?
Well, the game is about to get underway. Let's check what your predictions are at home. According to LOLesports.com, 70% of you think that TSM will take the win. But remember, you can also vote over at Twitter.
Yeah, so you can hit us up at LOLesports and use the hashtag CLGwin or TSMwin. Then you can see who will come out on top, and we'll roll those graphics throughout the game.
Well, we'll need to see. We're a little nervous about TSM's chances. I think coming into this one, you have to feel CLG a little bit in the edge.
This is kind of a toss-up. Honestly, it's because you have the history of TSM and knowing how good they all are individually, but then you have the recent success and just the eye test of how good CLG has looked lately. But once again, as they even said in the preview video, the only look that CLG has gotten of TSM was during Super Week. They haven't been able to scrim against him. They haven't been able to figure out what they've been doing, and they just have to go into this one trying to prepare for what they think TSM prepared.
Well, we are loading up into the Rift, ladies and gentlemen. This is the semi-final of Team Solo Mid taking on Counter Logic Gaming, a best of 3. And TSM immediately moving out the gate as a 4-man unit. A couple of players moving top and bottom. We'll see how this early game plays out, if we're going to see any of those lane swaps and the tower pushing shenanigans.
That will be very, very critical here. You do so much of your matchup planning and the hype between Double Lift and Afremu versus Wild Turtle and X Special. And then you end up seeing lane swaps. CLG has excelled in the lane swap game, and TSM has not been able to come out victorious in that. So you have to think, if CLG was trying to make something happen, they would want that lane swap.
Well, we do see Niantonso hanging out with the rest of his team behind him. If you cast your minds back all the way to week 8, the odd one followed up to a little bit of an engage between Nian and Dyrus and ended up getting first blooded thanks to a little bit of lane shenanigans. But it doesn't look like neither team is going for any of those invades as of yet. It might be later, though.
CLG has gotten a lot of first bloods from level 1s, and that was even before the trinket changes happened, because they would pick up on team tendencies and then exploit them in these games. But there is no team tendency for TSM right now. These guys are generally going in blind. There are some wards placed by TSM to prevent against a CLG invade on their blue side, but CLG is completely out of scout range right now. At this point, these are just guessing games by these guys.
Well, neither team has managed to guess their opponent's hand. They're going to go for a blind invade. It does look like Team Solo Mid should get their hands on the red buff. CLG not opting to do the same.
This is actually potentially very beneficial for TSM right now, because Dexter doesn't know where the lane came from. When he sees the AD carrying support arrive in the top lane, we'll have to see if he makes the call to go straight down towards Odd One's red buff, because that's what he should do. And that's exactly what he's doing. He's got the bottom lane on his side to protect himself.
So Dexter moving into that jungle. It's actually Team Solo Mid that initiate that lane swap. Traditionally, it's the red side you see throwing the AD carry and support in the top lane. We'll see how this works out for them. Dyrus just going to be jungling along with the Odd One. They're pitching a tent in CLG's jungle and taking away all the camps that they can.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to let Dyrus get a lot of that experience in the double golem so he can hit level 2 and then level up his E so he hits the turrets much faster, because they're going to need increased pushing power if they want to keep pace with this TSM team. I'm actually surprised Dexter didn't take at least one of those small minions for the extra experience. They're worth a lot now because he needs to get to the lane so quickly and match this TSM push up top.
Well, he does manage to get in range, throws out that Duskbringer onto the minion wave. The rest of CLG hammering away. Tower's down to about half. TSM looking like they should be able to at least even out this tower kill. Both towers same HP, but it's opposite direction. We don't usually see traffic going along these lanes.
It definitely feels like TSM is actually playing CLG's game right now. When the game unfolds like this, typically CLG will out-rotate and do a better job throughout the game. The early on move here, where both teams just send 4 to a lane, is actually becoming the norm. You can see 4 level 2 guys pushing down the turrets. It's going to be all about what they do next in this game.
Well, we'll see who calls chicken first to back away. It looks like Team Solo Mid have initiated the recalls first. They might be able to make it in time to prevent some of that damage on the inhibitor turret, but it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-2 tower trade thus far.
One thing that is going to be really important to keep track of now is what happens to the jungle camps. Because if you notice during the counter-jungling phase, where the junglers were in each other's jungle, they left a lot of the small minions up, and it's going to end up setting both junglers a little bit far behind. Odd1 actually opts to get the timer on the red buff, whereas Dexter does not.
Well, we'll see if Odd1 can make use of that once it does respawn later in the game. Next, they're going to get his hands on the double golems. Once the dust has settled, a minor CS advantage for double lift on Lucian, and not really much to speak of between Dyrus and Nian. And we do see double ruby crystals been picked up by Dyrus, and yesterday Quas did the same thing. He would go Giant Belt, double rubies.
It's just because the ruby crystal can eventually build into exactly what he wants. If he's going Spirit Visage or Banshee's Veil or really anything, the health crystal builds into so many different components that he will be able to take use of it. And he goes back with an odd gold amount, can't afford a Giant's Belt, may as well just pick up more health. Mundo scales so well with it.
So this is the first time we're catching a glimpse of that mid lane. Bjergsen or Nidalee. Fairly standard pick in the mid lane these days, but Twisted Fate had somewhat of a resurgence. We've seen him in the Challenger Series.
Yep.
I think we've seen him over in OGN as well.
We've seen him a couple times.
So he's showing his face.
Yeah, Faker's Twisted Fate was good, so was Dade's as well. But the big thing about the change to Twisted Fate is he can now hold his card for 6 seconds after he locks it in, but has to select it faster. And the big thing that allows it to come out in this game is Link has no early lane pressure on him. Normally, Twisted Fate is actually a weak early laner, and he gets past that with Nidalee. It's trying to match the ridiculousness of Nidalee Spears with the ridiculousness of TF Global.
Well, we'll see whose ridiculousness is more ridiculous
once
we get to the mid game, especially in Dyrus. Looking like they might be in a tad bit of trouble. There's a few members of CLG nearby. They decide to back away. Not going for that.
Well, check this out. This is not very old CLG style, but it is TSM style. What just happened is Doublelift was roaming around while Wild Turtle was getting solo lane farm. So if we track then the relative power of the AD carries, Turtle is taking some laps around Doublelift. He's 2 levels above him right now, and Doublelift is now just going to solo farm. So TSM actually with a slight rotational edge there.
We'll see how it comes to pass. You did see that flash of the graphic. A little more people voting for CLG as far as Twitter's concerned.
Yeah.
Numbers down from 70-13 to about 57-43. So we'll keep our eyes on that as the game progresses.
Well, that's a massive wave. Doublelift's going to love that one.
Able to grab himself a whole bunch of CS. That should probably even up the CS numbers with Wild Turtle, as long as he lands all of those hits under the tower. And TSM, first showing, opening 5 minutes. They've traded, even if not a touch ahead of CLG, a little more than Coast was able to do yesterday, I feel.
This is actually really impressive. Doublelift hasn't missed a single one from this wave yet. I wonder if he can actually get all of them. I was gonna... See this? Oh, he missed one. But seriously, this is why these guys are such a crazy matchup, because you see a wave that large hitting the turret, it's actually very difficult to get nearly every single one like Doublelift did, and he catches himself up in CS. Even though CLG looked like they had a bit of a disadvantage, he was able to make it down there in time to make it so it's just a complete trade, and that completely evens out the gold.
For the record, I think that's your fault. You had to call it out, you had to point it out. 10 seconds later.
There's so many of them there.
So even CS across the board, we did see Niantanso grab himself a tiny advantage against Dyrus. We're expecting that to continue to grow. Shyvana versus Mundo. Team Solo mid. You touched on the fact that Odd1 got some jungle clears. He's going for the blue.
I also think that they're going to dive Dr. Mundo. One thing that had Dr. Mundo fall out of the meta a little bit is so many people would dive him at level 5 or 6 and just punish him right now. Because Dexter was looking for the gank and because Link was also looking for the port, it left the blue completely exposed, and they're still not in position to necessarily kill Dyrus. We'll see how Dexter and Yen try to go in. Dexter, Dyrus now level 5. Here's the TF ult. Everybody piling in.
Yeah, full vision. 3 members on one. Dyrus does has he. I don't think he's getting away. Gold card locks him up. Just flawlessly executed from CLG.
Yep. Dyrus didn't even bother using his heal because he knew he was dead. So he actually saved it for later. It'll help him a little bit in the future, but it does mean that CLG gets the turret edge with that kill.
So very smart play from CLG. Link barely level 7. We do see a bit of a reply. Odd1 and Bjergsen got that mid tower down to below half, but Yen teleports in 2 defenders.
Turrets are the main name of the game right now for both of these guys. CLG has traditionally done better in this game, and that's the game that TSM is playing right now when they have to pick the heal teleport Mundo and the exhaust on the Nidalee. They're looking for the defensive kite game, but they won't be able to play that if they fall too far behind in objectives.
1,500 gold right now. They are a kill down and a tower down. We'll need to see how TSM attempts to regain control. Decent spear, but there's not the greatest amount of ability power.
He's not powered up quite yet on Nidalee. We'll have to see when that happens because CLG doesn't necessarily have the best defensive capabilities on their squishy targets that will be vulnerable to spears. So it's actually on CLG to make that a non-factor. Across the team compositions, CLG has substantially better wave clear. So TSM is actually trying to get the game out of the lanes and into the jungle where they can fight them.
See if they can make that work. Wriggle's Lantern secured for Dexter. Less than a minute later, immediately going for that dragon. It doesn't look like TSM can contest this.
That red steal was not worth it for the Odd1. They got the blue, which maybe chipped CLG off, but they would want to get both of them. And Dexter makes the best of what would be a bad situation, getting both of his buffs stolen away from him because he got to kill a turret and a dragon for his team, whereas Odd1 just stole 2 buffs.
This is something that St. Vicious was touching on yesterday. When you've got that Wriggles trying to push for the dragons whenever you can, Dexter with an early objective advantage. So CLG creeping ahead. That gold graph is now up to about 2,000.
Yeah.
And as you touched on, the movements around the map in favor of Council Logic Gaming.
A lot of it has to do with objective control. One thing that is a little bit worrying for Doublelift right now is actually how many spears that have hit him in the early game. I remember the last time that Bjergsen played Nidalee against CLG. Even though TSM did win, after the game, he said how impressed he was by Doublelift's mechanics because he only hit him with about 1 spear the entire game. Doublelift was dodging them amazingly. He's already been hit by more spears than that. They're not killing him yet because Bjergsen hasn't powered up. But if he doesn't start dodging those and paying closer attention to Bjergsen's moves, it will cost CLG later.
See how that works out. Lanes just continue to be pushed. It's actually Link that's made the first sort of a move to this bottom lane. No towers to slow him down. TSM, once again, setting their sights on this mid tower. This is the second real push they've had. That's good damage.
Yeah, this is the wave clear of CLG trying to hold this turret off. Good spear dodge right there, but the turret is very low. Link isn't going to be allowed to roam down like that unless they actually have, I'd say, 2 people defending this turret because TSM wants to stack this mid lane up until they get the turret back. With this, they can salvage a lot of their map control, and Bjergsen is on fire with those spears thus far.
Very good targeting. Those homing spears finding their marks. You can't mistake the fact that the Dark Bindings from Special also helped in the last trade. They're going to get this tower down, and Doublelift's going forward. That's the culling being used. Destiny comes in. Here comes Dexter. That's a great knockup from Aframu. First kill secured in the fight. Now Special is going to get dropped. That's a double kill for Dexter. Dyrus arrives late, but they're not going to do much. Maybe hold the tower.
What a nice turn by CLG. They're knowing that TSM was going to try and finish the turret, and then relying on their global pressure. They keep going in tower dive.
Yeah, Dyrus is going to get dropped. He's feared, flung to the side. Dexter has given up his life for the trade, though. It's a 1-for-1, and CLG peels back to the tower. They should get the one, and they do.
So the bad thing about that is Dexter gave up a full gold bounty to the Odd1, but the good thing about that is they're even farther up on objectives now, and they should be able to run away from this one. Very aggressive shot calling by CLG there. They could have just taken the turret and not tried to chase the kills, but they were maybe trying to send a message to Dyrus saying that they can kill him. About this fight again though, once the turret went down, this is just TSM not being used to fighting against Nocturne TF. It's so hard to predict how quickly they can collapse down upon you. The fact that Dexter did get the double kill off of that one is huge for them. Look, he already has his Bilgewater as he's continued to stack up that Wriggles Lantern.
Been a long time since we've seen a frequent number of games with Twisted Fate, and Link showing that
he was a
definitely knows how to make it work.
I remember when he was playing Twisted Fate back in the 2013 season. He was one of, if not the best Twisted Fate in NA. He drew many TF bans because of his proficiency with that champion.
Odd one, and Bjergsen stealing another blue buff. That's 2 in a row that they've managed to do a massive spear onto the backside of Link. He's got the support of the rest of his team, though.
That's also the danger here. Twisted Fate's not the champion who has any magic resist in his build path, and also COG as a team doesn't have any way of sustaining. They have to be so decisive with their map movements because anytime they stick around somewhere, they have no way of combating the poke damage. That's why these turret pushes have been so successful and so critical to their success.
Niantonso, great escape. Manages to dash over the wall, get out of range of that Dark Binding, but Odd1 has found him. This is 2v1. Odd1 leaps, flashes over the wall, red buff is ticking. Collateral damage not going to be enough for the kill, but now Odd1, he's bitten off more than he can chew. A flash away from that javelin toss means Bjergsen doesn't grab a kill. The fear, the spear, and that's a dead Dexter. Now Bjergsen and Odd1 continue the chase. Bjergsen tosses out the javelin. Nien's got the burnout. He's out of the way. That's a kill for TSM. Double lift is pushing the bottom.
And that's one of the things that is so brutal about playing against an Italy. You take one spear, she will chase you down as well and continue to hammer you down with them. That was CLG getting a turret, and it cost them a kill. Overall, gold-wise, they're still ahead, but you can't take turrets forever.
Counter Logic Gaming are playing the objective game exquisitely. They have 2 towers more than TSM. Dragon will be respawning in a minute and a half, and we'll need to see if TSM can position to challenge. The previous one was snuck away under their noses. Never really had any chance of getting their hands on it. And Xpecial playing Morgana. Not a bad start to his Morgana. We do see Destiny's been used. There's the paranoia. They're jumping onto the Odd one. He does get gold carded up, and that's going to be a dead Kha'Zix.
But both big ultimates burned by CLG there. And the question is, if that Spear landed, Dexter would have been taken to a really small number. The question is, what can TSM do within that window? This game is now going to be all about windows as far as Twisted Fate and Nocturne ultimates are concerned. The Nocturne ultimate is on a 180-second cooldown, so that's 3 minutes. Whereas the Twisted Fate ult is on, because of some of the cooldown reduction, about 140 seconds. So every time COG does that, TSM has 2 or 3 minutes of relative safety, because COG's not going to be able to make any moves while those ultimates are on cooldown, and it's then TSM's chance to try and make something happen.
We'll need to see how TSM make it work. Dragon will be up shortly. Remember, no paranoia, no Destiny for that fight. Dyrus getting pushed in a little bit by Niantonso. He's about 12 CS down. Not the largest of margins, considering the matchup. That's a good spear toss there from Bjergsen.
Yeah, Bjergsen is actually in a situation where he has to carry this game. TSM doesn't like putting themselves in this situation, but it tends to happen over and over again. It's mainly because COG is so objective focused, they have so many squishy key members, and they have no sustain that the Nidalee Spears will be the deciding factor in this match. As a Dragon gets forced, teleport coming in though, big fight.
We'll see what Niantonso can do. Wild Turtle's been zoned away, 2 members of CLG running him down. Xpecial in the meantime has been caught out. TSM losing hit points all across the board. The first victim is Aframu, and Bjergsen forced to pounce over the wall. That's a good javelin toss onto Dexter.
It's still going to be a 4v5 here, and Bjergsen is trying to harass him down with the spear. CLG can't stay and take this Dragon despite getting the 1 kill.
While they manage to get in there, we'll see how TSM respond. Double lift is picking a fight with Bjergsen, coming out to hit. That's a lot of damage. It's a good slow from Dyrus. Can the javelin dashed away. Link's the one that eats it, and those spears are hurting. With only Athene's, Sork Shoes, and an Amp Tone, Bjergsen's already melting through CLG.
This game is very close to being out of the hands of TSM, but spears like that really illustrate how powerful Nidalee is against this CLG team composition. If we just watch this fight one more time though, this was one of the windows where CLG didn't have their Nocturne and Twisted Fate ultimates, so it was very close to being a disaster for TSM. Look how close they were to getting obliterated in that fight. Odd one very low, Bjergsen has to jump over wall, but then because the spears were landing, they were able to get out of that with only 1 death and no Dragon lost. They're going to repeat this performance. At this point, CLG has to either force the Dragon hard or get an initiation with the Twisted Fate ultimate, which is now up.
And of course, staggering those ultimates with that Summoner Teleport, CLG making really good use of their global presence. They've extended that gold lead. TSM, they're still sticking around this Dragon. You can see both teams have got a sense they want to go for it.
TSM wants to go to that bottom wave to get some experience, but they just can't leave it at the moment. CLG would love to start this Dragon or just go for an initiation. As soon as TSM peeks their head out a little bit too far, they would go. Thank goodness Dexter blocked that.
Yeah, Spell Shield going to mitigate that damage. Good reactions from Aframu as well, throwing the shield down in case his Action time was slow. There's a ward in the pit.
This isn't actually what TSM wants to do.
Oh, there's the paranoia. All of a sudden, Dexter's jumped in. Destiny comes down from Link. TSM have already lost their front line. Dyrus is down. Dragon secured by Dexter. And the spears, yes, they're hitting Aframu, but Nintonso is running through your team. Odd1 is on full retreat as Nien is getting bursted down low. Bjergsen, can he get a javelin? That's the question. Heal comes down, and we do see Nintonso backing away. 1 kill in favor of CLG, along with the Dragon. Spear runs wide, and CLG just ran TSM down.
That was CLG tactics being superior to TSM right there. TSM had the poke advantage, but they forced themselves onto the objective and did not allow Bjergsen time to whittle CLG down with spears. Therefore, CLG gets 1 more kill and the Dragon.
Oh,
but look out, Link.
Blue buff steal. Link's
That's a
going
bait.
in. Manages to get away, I think, reading the situation. A couple seconds later, if TSM can get this, it'll be another blue buff going their way. They've put a lot of emphasis on denying that objective to Link, and he finally gets his hand.
Wow. What a dangerous yet critical blue buff take there for Link. 3-0-3, but an incredibly squishy Twisted Fate build right there. Also, expect to see a lot more Morellonomicon on this patch, especially on a team that has 3 Summoner heals and a Nidalee. Because, yes, the Summoner heal does cleanse the healing debuff, but it doesn't actually heal for the full amount until you get the next one in. So as long as Link's putting persistent damage down, he will keep people healed debuffed in fights.
Dyrus and Bjergsen setting up.
Oh, Link is dead if he doesn't get out of here immediately.
We do see Odd1 coming from the background.
He's dead.
There's no wards. We'll see how long it takes. Odd1 moving in. He's leapt forward. Link, can he pull the gold card? That's the question. Gold card's up. Stuns Odd1. Spear does not connect. That's a move forward. Odd1's looking for Taste of Fear, and he manages to get the kill. You called it. A little longer, but they got it.
He almost made me a lie right there because Link pulled off some slick moves with that one. But now, we might be in for a bit of a race. There's double Blade of the Ruin King on CLG pushing down the mid lane, and TSM has 5 over on the other side. Let's see how much CLG gets or if TSM backs out.
2 items or an additional champion. Who's going to win? Tower is about to fall from TSM in this mid lane. CLG making their way with a minion wave onto Inhibitor.
Just have Morgana back. They might lose their Inhibitor turret just because they overstayed. Not worth.
Oh, TSM have backed off. The rest of CLG going to secure the turret. And even though Xpecial gets a Dark Binding, CLG aren't backing. They want to put some damage on that Inhibitor. Finally moving away.
Notice how Link popped his Twisted Fate ultimate to see if CLG could overstay, and he actually might be going in for a bit of a fight. This is a dangerous tango he's doing right here with Wild Turtle. It's all about the outplay.
Oh, Wild Turtle continues to push the wave up, starts to recoil. He's about to find Link. Once again,
he's just stalling for the rest of his team. He wants Nocturne to come in. No Nocturne ultimate, though. They're slowly collapsing on him. Now it's about what TSM can do while Wild Turtle keeps CLG on the chase.
Gold card has been primed. Link is going to get in range. That's good vision denial from Wild Turtle. He's going to continue chasing up. The rest of TSM are moving into the jungle of CLG. That's a dash forward. Wild Turtle's gone in. He gets popped.
But he delayed fairly well. TSM gets a red buff out of it. Not necessarily worth it. Another kill goes down to Link. He gets his Zhonya's. So overall, another nice rotation by CLG. This Twisted Fate pick is working out very well for Link.
Very smart play by Council Logic Gaming. And TSM now find themselves 5 kills down, 2 towers down, an exposed Inhibitor. They're 6,000 gold down. It's a difficult position to be in. And it's quite risky, I imagine, if you think their only real reliable wave clear is that Graves-Morgana combination. So if Wild Turtle gets a little out of place, could get hit by Cold Card, could be in trouble when defending towers.
I would love to see the who will win at this point. Let's take another look at this fancy dance for Link. Thank goodness he got that stun off for Wild Turtle, because Wild Turtle was ready to blow him up at that point. But then it was just the long chase down through the minions for Link and Dexter to finish this one off. I really want to see that hashtag who will win at this point between CLG and TSM, because, oh man, CLG has a big edge right now in the gold. But it's still difficult for them to close this one out just because of the strength of Bjergsen's Nidalee.
We'll need to see how CLG's dancing shoes look. Can they avoid those spears? Can they avoid the damage from Bjergsen? It's 1-0-2. Got himself a Void Staff as his next big item. Still working towards a big, needlessly large rod-based ability power item. And it's TSM on the siege. Nintonso does have teleport. He's in the top lane. Paranoia's up for
Initiation would come almost immediately.
And it does look like it's being challenged. That's a teleport onto the back line. Paranoia goes in. That's a great little Messiah bait into the mid lane. Nintonso jumps in. A burning dragon. First victim to fall is Wild Turtle, and CLG continue the chase. Dexter's low on the background. Gold card locks up Xpecial. He's not going to get away from this one as Link is going to carry on chasing. That's a double kill for double lift. Niantonso with the burnout moving. There's no tower to fall back to. Now Bjergsen has to land godlike spear.
It is because of the decisiveness from CLG that this is working. The instant TSM tries to set up a siege, CLG goes in with the teleport and Twisted Fate and Nocturne ultimates. It gives them 2 kills, an inhibitor, and a stranglehold on this game.
CLG already had map control thanks to their great presence and early game, and now with super minions pouring down the middle of the map. Dexter is hard pushing that side lane. This is a great position for CLG, really in utter control.
Yeah, they absolutely have been impressive here. They've taken their small advantage and continued to force again and again, and they have 50-50. They have avoided the Nidalee Spear siege from this guerrilla warfare that TSM is trying to mount. Dragon up at 15, though.
That's a big swing in the public opinion poll. Remember, at the start of the day, it was 70-30 as far as the website was concerned. We had, what was it, 57-43 in our first check, and 20 minutes later, CLG are pulling further and further ahead. TSM have had moments that look good, but truly, they've been playing catch-up. Oh, that's a big spear onto Africa.
CLG wants to go in immediately for this one, though. They just have to be careful not to get too overzealous. Could be up to a smite, and just a bunch of damage right away onto TSM. Nian over the wall!
There's Nian. He's managed to find every single member of Team Solomid. The first victim of the fight is Special. They're going to continue the chase. That's a flash forward from Dexter, super aggressive. Throws out the Dustbringer and double lift, actually on the front line. Single kill secured for CLG. They should be able to secure this dragon as well. TSM not looking to contest.
At this point, CLG is really just overpowering TSM. It was just the culling from Double Lift that crushed down TSM as they were trying to retreat. This is looking so impressive for CLG, and it's not entirely unexpected they would come out in game 1 like this, just because TSM decided to play CLG's game. Maybe it was required because that's the way TSM is looking at this patch. They feel like the only way they can play is with lane swaps. Odd one, look out.
Yeah, he's in trouble. That's a gold card. Gets turned into a munchkin. Wild Growth knocked up, and 1, 2, 3. Kill secured by Link. A little unfortunate, I feel.
And most importantly, control of the Baron area. That's where CLG is going to be looking next. It's textbook execution, trying to meet all of their win conditions right here. Control the jungle, get the Baron, and then potentially go in with some ults for the win.
The amount of vision that CLG has on the minimap right now, they've turned this into a Christmas tree of light. Wards absolutely everywhere. TSM nowhere near this Baron. Uncontested, completely secured. And unfortunately, there was Odd One that had to get dropped for CLG to grab yet another big objective. Decisive control here from Council Lodge Gaming in the semifinals.
And they're also getting magic resistance on their tank line, which should theoretically block a lot of the spears from Bjergsen as they're chasing down in the team fight, and would neutralize him and give CLG an even more decisive victory. An 11,000 gold lead right now for CLG. Aphromoo said this will be the defining series to see if they are a top 2 team in North America. It is a best of 3 though, and I honestly think TSM might have to be talking about game 2 right now.
Completely agree with you there. CLG's, I think the decisive initiations really stand out for me. The rotations have been good, but you come to expect that. With the Twisted Fate and the Nocturne, the moment TSM present a target, CLG have pounced.
It's the play calling for CLG and their ability to instantly follow through and then also pull back together. They're doing all of this as a team, and that requires so much trust amongst one another to trust calls going in, especially on a high-pressure stage like this, because that's when everyone defaults on their own tendencies. We've seen Double Lift to be the worst defender of this at times, where on the high-pressure stage, he still wants to be the carry. He'll stick around too long. He'll try and make a fancy play. That's not necessary. CLG owns the map control. They get to pick their fights because of Twisted Fate and Nocturne in this team composition, and they're doing it perfectly 26 minutes into this game.
And the 2 members of the team with those global ultimates are pushing the bottom lane. The rest of CLG grouped up along the top. You have to feel if TSM jumps on CLG, that global pressure, they've jumped onto Darius. This is going to be difficult. Gold card is primed. They stun him up. This is good damage. Darius continues to run away. They couldn't burn through the sadism, but very importantly, top lane tower has been exposed. CLG use their ultimates. They grab another tower.
TSM trying to go in though, 5v3. They know CLG cannot support this.
Odd One jumps in instantly, manages to back away, throws that stealth down. Now Niantonso with the Rangers Zone, and he's slowed down members of Team Solomid. Wild Turtle's been soloed out. He's been dropped. CLG with another kill. They turn onto another inhibitor. CLG playing this one perfectly, getting the top and middle inhibitors. There's a member of TSM down. Crucially, the wave clear member. We'll see how CLG play.
They already took the bottom one right there. CLG forced TSM into a bad situation. They pulled them one way, they pushed them the other, and they got everything.
Council Logic Gaming set their sights on the Nexus turret. They still have not backed off. Baron Buff will be wearing off in a minute and a half. They've got the regen, they've got the stats. Council Logic Gaming dropped the first Nexus turret. TSM, they're not even trying to defend this one. It's a clear victory. Council Logic Gaming pick up game 1 in the best of 3 of the North American Spring Playoffs.
Wow. That is a statement game 1 right there from CLG. 13 kills to 3, beating TSM in 28 minutes. They were focused coming into that one. They just starved TSM out of their lanes, out of experience, and most importantly, out of gold. No one on TSM got the right answer, so they can never be powerful in team fights. TSM looks stunned right now.
TSM never got a chance to siege. If I think back to the entire game, they were in the mid lane, pushing an inner turret, and instantly got collapsed upon by that Nocturne and Twisted Fate. From the get-go, CLG had a plan and they executed flawlessly.
Even during the Dragon fights, where TSM would have had vision control with the Nidalee traps, with the Dark Binding catches, none of that mattered because CLG got to the priority targets they wanted. They really baited that Nidalee pick, it seems, with the Twisted Fate. Their entire pick and ban strategy, getting the Lulu early, making him think that Nidalee, because Nidalee is pretty good against Lulu. It's one of the things that can stay out of range and still get damage through. Then they just lock in the TF, and every time there was a team fight, Nocturne and Link were right on top of Bjergsen, pushing him back.
Yeah, the targeting from CLG was phenomenal that game. Decisive victory. TSM now 1 game away from being knocked out of the playoffs. Looking at a 3rd, 4th match tomorrow. And CLG riding the momentum. We touched on this yesterday. They looked good yesterday. They look very good now. If your team solo mid, how do you bounce back?
Yeah, TSM has never been the team that adapts very quickly, and the game has changed a lot recently. CLG has been ahead of the curve a little bit, much like Cloud9, I feel like. We saw with this pick and ban phase from TSM that they have done a lot of new things. First support Morgana we see from X Special. The Dyrus bringing back the heal teleport, taking that one from Quas, but it really wasn't enough. They weren't ready for what CLG brought to the table.
Well, we'll have to see if they can prep themselves for the next matchup. And while you're still reeling from that last game, head over to Twitter and share your favorite moments. Send us your highlights at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS Big Plays. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down CLG's convincing victory.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. What's up, guys? So a big win by CLG, of course, to start that game off. 28 minutes in. That was an incredibly well-played game overall.
I would say, I would go as far as to say that was the best use of globals I've seen since Season 2.
Yeah, Nocturne, TF, like great pickups overall. Kobe, how'd you feel about them?
Yeah, it seems like TSM, they made some adaptations from last week, but they're the adaptations that people already had implemented on this new patch last week. So TSM are kind of like a week behind, and CLG have stepped it up. You saw towards the mid game, they completely pulled ahead. They used their wave manipulation. They used like Giant Wave's bottom to pressure things like Dragon. And they used red buff trading for things like Dragon. It seems like Odd One's view of the jungle is not on that macro level that Dexter's is, because with the implementation of Wriggles, as Saint keeps saying, like Dragon has kind of been unlocked much earlier. Same thing with Baron. You have to start thinking about those things much earlier than before, and Dexter was very quick to trade those away. He's like, okay, fine, you're going to commit to some resource up top, I'll just go ahead and get Dragon.
Yeah, this seemed to happen multiple times. Like a buff would get taken, but CLG would get a turret or get a dragon or get something else. It's like Chronologic Gaming had like this bigger picture of how the game was played, right?
Yeah, they just played around the wriggles really well. Every time that TSM would go for an objective that TSM thought was really valuable, like a blue buff or a red buff, CLG's like, okay, like I kind of like the global gold from a dragon or a tower a lot better. And that game, I think, was really decided in Champions. Like CLG knew exactly what TSM were going to pick. And it red flagged right when they banned that Syndra. They're like, oh, well, what is Bjergsen going to pick that's within the meta? Like, we already have Lulu. What else does he play inside the meta? And they knew they were going to pick Nidalee. And guess what? TF lane's fine against Nidalee. And they got that really nice global pressure they wanted.
And the global pressure just kept snowballing into kills. They kept picking things off. And, of course, we talk about pick engage versus Nidalee, but 2 guys teleport on top of you. It's really easy to grab fights.
Yeah, especially with the way that the game is changing right now. The abilities that allow you to cover large distances have increased in importance dramatically. And so I really like bringing in the TF early. It was the early top dive, I think, that really showed this first. When TSM were able to commit up top, get that kill, and they didn't even lose Dragon. They didn't even lose mid. They were able to recover their positioning after gaining that advantage.
Yep.
Yeah, this kind of stuff happened over and over again, actually. We have a replay, actually, about 11 minutes into the game, where CLG just gets to pick a fight. They've got Nocturne engaged with Lulu support on the back of that one. If we can get that replay up, it's just like these guys are just so good at just picking out fights, just killing people off.
All right, you want to talk about it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll talk about it. Yeah, this is like Bjergsen kept hitting really good spears here and pressuring them, and they felt like, oh yeah, we're just going to get the turret on the next wave. Like, this is so free for us. But you got to remember, TF is bot lane, and he can get to mid extremely fast. Nocturne can get a really nice engage with Lulu. And look at TF's positioning in this. He gets behind the team. There's nowhere to run on this. Shyvana's not even there. Mundo shows up late for the party. There's not even going to be a fight. It just run them straight over. And you can't run poke comps into these super hard engaged global comps that have really good follow-up CC.
Yeah, and then just dive past the turret afterwards.
Yep. And that's just the power of heals, power of Lulu, power of Shyvana. They just have a really amazingly put together team comp. I love their team comp in this game.
Yeah, it really allows them to capitalize on what's important in the meta right now. Like, human psychology is a huge part of this. Every single time TSM want an objective, CLG use that against them. We just saw right there, you want this turret, everybody knows you want this turret, so they use that against them, and they get the engage with the large globals that they do have.
Mm-hmm. So now you guys are talking about during the game that kind of everyone on CLG played pretty much perfectly. No major mistakes in any of the players. Like Dexter specifically, I want to talk about him because his Nocturne was on point. We've seen that guy kind of come back as of this patch. Wriggle's Lantern jungle, I know you talked about how well he controlled dragons and whatnot. It seems, right, he's adapted to the patch well. He's playing this game so properly right now. Full damage Nocturne.
Yeah, he just played it exceptionally well. He knew what the power of the Wriggles could do, what the power of the Feral player could do, and he converted that into changing his team's playstyle around. Like, oh yeah, like usually you see teams, they go for the buffs. TSM was still playing like an older patch. Like, yeah, like getting blue buff from a TF, that's pretty huge, right? Mm-hmm. And no, like they don't care about that. They know that Nocturne pushes extremely hard. They know he can take Dragon fast. They know he can take Baron fast. And they adapted their playstyle to that. It feels like CLG is just ahead of the curve.
Yeah, so then actually we're going to see another replay then. More of Dexter, actually. It's more Nocturne. We have a gigantic sort of cataclysmic team fight in the mid-game, 20-something minutes in if we can get that one up there. And it's kind of more of the same. It's Nocturne goes in, Lulu follows up, and Dexter just has so much damage that he drives the team through. Kobe, if you want to do this one.
All right. So let's see here. This was the double teleport in. Shyvana and Twisted Fate coming to join the party. As you said, Dexter gets right in there, and he has the confidence. This is one of the biggest things I like about CLG. They're playing this style with supreme confidence, not building tank on Nocturne, going that full damage, having Lulu, even as a support, be enough defense for them to have the confidence to go straight into the middle of the team. And TSM are constantly on the back foot because in the face of all this CLG confidence, they're taking the damage first, and they're forced to retreat.
Yeah, so that works exceptionally well. And Link is another player I want to talk about here because he brought up Twisted Fate. We're seeing him a little bit now in 4.5, not like the top-tier mid laner, but we're seeing him occasionally. And Link, I know Jat talked about it during the game, but like Link picked all the engages super well, landed incredibly efficiently, had a kind of an interesting build with the Morel and Omicron on top of that one. The entire game, though, Link was seemingly perfect.
Yeah, I really liked his build. After the Lichbane nerf, people are like, oh, like TF's going to be garbage. Like, who wants to play that guy? And then they had that very small change to him where like, oh, you can actually have the card out for more than a second. I think the Morellos is a really nice pickup. They're playing into Mundo. They're playing in Italy. A lot of mass heals. That's actually a build that I didn't expect out of him, but I thought it worked out really good. And then he just went Hourglass on top of that. So he wasn't really like that hard damage spike TF that everybody's used to. He's like, hey guys, I'm like messing up that heal that they're using on him. I'm CC training people. I have a lot of cooldown reduction, so he can just get off that card and just keep stunning people. While the high DPS people, like that Nocturne with the Blade of the Ruined King,
right?
Yeah, you can just meld people together. I really love that team comp. It's good.
Yeah, talk about confidence. Link had definitely amazing confidence, and he, like Twisted Fate, is a hard champion to pull those plays off. If you make a misstep with someone squishy like TF, who doesn't have a lot of defense, then you're going to look pretty bad, and it's definitely going to show Link did not make those mistakes. He was choosing the engages very well.
He had a couple of nice side steps that game, too.
Yeah.
Not in Italy Spears. A couple of them
still died,
in the
but
face,
it was really good.
Yeah, it looked good when he died.
And also, the game of cat and mouse with Turtle, when Graves had red buff, was also very impressive.
Yep, and you know what's funny is he ended up getting the red buff off of Turtle, and in that last team fight, they ended up cleaning up everybody because he had the red buff to just chain slow everybody. So good job, Turtle, keeping the team together.
Well, of course, that worked out very well for Chronologic Gaming. We're going to take a quick break, but keep your browser where it is. When we come back, CLG is 1 game away from clinching their spot in the finals when they face off against TSM in Game 2. Stay tuned.
Double lift's going forward. That's the culling being used. Destiny comes in. Here comes Dexter. That's a great knockup from Afromu. First kill secured in the fight. Now Expression is going to get dropped. That's a double kill for Dexter.
Play of the year, it's kind of a weird one. When Link one-shot Boy when we were pushing mid playing versus them, he did the double distortion where he just dashed straight into him and he just instantly killed him.
They're trying to pop Banshee so Link can go in.
Well, that's going to be a distortion. Oh, Boy goes down instantly. Everything that Link had went onto him.
I thought it was just like, oh, and you instantly won your team the game. Run, you know? But I thought it was pretty good.
Hey guys, welcome back to day 2 of the North American LCS Spring Playoffs and our second game between Counterlogic Gaming and Team Solo Mid. So that game, in general, so well played by CLG. Let's pull out two people who were amazing individually. First off, the jungler Dexter, Wriggle's Lantern Nocturne, Blade of the Ruined King second, crushed that game.
Yeah, he's like not scared of the new jungle at all, and he's not scared to play the old jungle either. He's like, oh, well, I'll play Kha'Zix too. So if I were Odd1, I'd be a little bit intimidated. Dexter's shown that he can pull out anything, and you're not going to ban him out. So how are you going to control him? You just have to meet aggression with aggression, and he played Kha'Zix, which is, I guess, probably one of Odd1's comfort picks, and didn't work out for him. So I'm not really sure what Odd1's going to play here.
And Kobe, your thoughts on
Yeah,
Dexter?
it felt like CLG forced TSM to play the type of game that they wanted. Like, flexibility is king here, so you get a lot of things to choose from, but then you force your opponents to play what you've chosen. And Dexter just was able to do that flawlessly. I mean, Wriggles into Blade of the Ruined King is kind of like the standard build for junglers now, we're talking about on solo queue. But he made it work in competitive play.
Now let's talk about the next big all-star for CLG. Link also did awesome. Twisted Fate in this game, great performance as well. Kobe, if you want to start off on him.
Yeah, we had a couple worries about Link coming into this one. Maybe he would choke in high-pressure situations, but he did not choke that game. He was Twisted Fate, he made aggressive moves, and he played it very well. So pretty much all my doubts have been cleared away for Link.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I think the fact that they played that the series yesterday, I think that helped out a lot with them. They had the touch-and-go game. The second one was like, oh, we're behind a little bit, and then ended up coming out ahead. I think the fact that they played that series helped out CLG a lot. I think they're a very momentum-based team, and here it is today.
Well, speaking of momentum, though, TSM, are looking at like their first time not being top 2 in North America since basically forever here. They're down the first game in this one, and the guy who's been kind of the rock now for TSM, Dyrus, he's the guy that seems to be the standby, had a very sort of low-impact performance this game.
Well, I think CLG just had his number. They're like, oh, you're going to play this champion that can't really flash or get away from things, or yeah, there's no getting away from that TF porting behind you, and you're just getting boxed in from all sides. So they targeted Dyrus really hard. They didn't want to have him get going and get to be that huge tank and just have like Nidalee spearing people behind him. So I like that they targeted Dyrus there.
Yeah, Dyrus isn't really a guy who's going to bring out new things very quickly, and they basically pressured the weak points of Mundo that we used to point out, even in just 2-man tower diving Mundo before level 6. But they had all these globals, they were playing 3 people, and really punish him for that pick, even with the new heal.
Yeah, and honestly, so CLG making all these good moves early on, picking the adaptations of 4.5, picking on people overall. The odd one on TSM seems to have gone to his comfort. And I mean, Kha'Zix is still good, but we didn't see much impact from that player.
I mean, I wouldn't say that he had a terrible game. Like, he didn't really do anything that was that bad that game, but he's just getting... jungling is all about efficiency, and Dexter is just peak efficiency right now. It's like, I'm getting Dragon for my team, I'm getting Global Gold, I'm building items that all outscale yours. You saw when Dexter got in that fight with that Blade of the Ruined King and the Feral Flare, people just died. They're like, oh my god, the damage. Kha'Zix just isn't going to have that same impact when you're going against somebody with that much farm. So I want to see what Odd1 can do with the Feral Flare. Like, I want to see if he pulls it out.
Kobe?
Yeah, I think the odd one, he played okay. Like, he did not play poorly. He was on Kha'Zix. His scope was controlling the blue buffs and controlling the red buff. So they were able to control the buffs, but as he said, the macro view of the jungle really wasn't there for him. He hasn't quite gotten to the peak level.
All right, well, guys, thank you very much. We're actually going to get ourselves into the game now. Let's send it across the studio to Quickshot and Jat for the call.
Thank you very much, Freak. We are about to jump into Game 2 of this series. 1 game away, and TSM may not finish in the top 2 in a North American anything in a long time.
Which is unheard of, because mid-season, TSM was looking completely unstoppable. And things change, the game changes, you have to adapt. CLG has gotten better. There's been a lot of growth in the top NALCS games throughout the split, and now they have to come back and win 2 games in a row to get back into this one. I think one of the craziest things about this is, if we think way back to when we see best of 3s and best of 5s more often, TSM was always really good at adapting mid-series, banning out what worked against them, and then just continuing to kind of just mold their style a little bit, tweak it, and then be able to beat their opposition.
We'll see if they can make it work. I do feel picks and bans is very important for this team. They first picked Kha'Zix. Saint was saying that Odd1 didn't do anything terrible, but he didn't do anything particularly great on the other side of the coin either. We'll need to see if we can have a bigger impact in this matchup. We are into picks and bans. Game 2 underway. See the Syndra once again taken away from Bjergsen. They don't want to give that to him. And this time around, Team Solomid decide to ban the Kazakhs for themselves. Remember, yesterday Dexter did run that champion.
You can definitely see the TSM has a lot of respect for Dexter's Kazakhs. But honestly, there are so many strong junglers at this juncture. There's only so much you can ban away from them. I feel like their third man is also going to have to be Soraka unless they are willing to play against that Link Soraka that we saw yesterday.
So jungle and mid/support bans. Afromoose pulled out that Lulu. We see Council Logic Gaming have rounded out their bans. So Syndra, Evelyn, and LeBlanc. You've touched on the Soraka. The Jax is still up as well.
Yeah.
CLG first picked Jax yesterday as well. We'll see if they're going to do it today.
Easy right there for CLG. That's exactly their strategy. They don't need to necessarily adapt again because they haven't been losing. They've just been dominating every single one of their games so far in the playoffs.
Nien was so excited with that lock-in, he couldn't even sit in his seat. Was rolling back and forth. That was as close to an insta-lock as you can get. We do see Wild Turtle. He's locked in Lucian. His most played AD carry. Played 11 times the split. He's got 8 wins with it. And double duty because it denies it from double lift.
Who has been maining Lucian. Now, I do feel like Lucian is more of a luxury than a necessity as far as these AD carries are concerned, but double lift has been so damn proficient with it, it should at least take him down a small peg in efficiency.
6-0 in playoffs thus far is that Lucian. I want to highlight the Thresh as well, and the reason for that, Xpecial has played 3 champions and extreme amount the split. 9 games on Thresh, 9 games on Annie, 8 games on Leona. Every time he's veered from those 3, he's accrued losses. He's 0-2 with Karma, he's 0-1 with Morgana. So Xpecial's gone back to a comfort champion. We'll see if it has a more positive impact.
And these are these small tweaks that TSM is trying to make in between games to slightly counter their opposition right now. But a Nami actually comes in from CLG, wow.
So we've seen a few Namis in Europe.
Yeah.
Has picked up some play. Nif in particular is probably my most impressive Nami that we've seen over the course of playoffs. CLG still have the option to go for the globals if they want to. Have Nocturne, have Twisted Fate, have Jax, and have a tidal wave behind them. Maybe. That's the way they want to go.
I don't think they're going to pick Twisted Fate until they know Bjergsen's assassins are off the board. It might be a little bit too dangerous for them, but the Nocturne has definitely been extremely effective for them. The Nami will give them a little bit of team move speed and a little bit of extra peel. Aphromoo actually trending towards squishy supports if he can't get Thresh. His Karma has been very strong, his Lulu's been good, and this Nami is no different.
Let's see what AD carry Council Logic Gaming want to lock in. Vayne Nami is a pretty powerful combo we've seen a few times. Team Solomid taking their time on their next 2 bans. This could be a Feral Flare jungler for the odd one.
Yep.
If it does get locked in, it does look like he's going at root, and Dyrus sticking to his guns. He's got the Madman of Swan once again.
He is very committed to that heal teleport Dr. Mundo, but that's not going to go anywhere as far as shutting down Jax. And there is the Vayne right now. Ooh, classic CLG, it seems.
Yeah, a lot of, well, there's a lot of everything, I feel, on CLG's
very
side.
versatile comp.
Orianna was also banned out in both games against Coast yesterday. Coast removed Orianna from the table. They didn't want Link being on that champion. It is also one of his most played. He's super comfortable on Orianna.
His laning mechanics on Orianna are insanely good. And it's also good against any types of assassins that TSM will want to bring in here. Bjergsen waiting until the very last pick to try and get his counter, and he's going to go with Karma in the mid lane. Now, I had this discussion with a few people about why Lulu is strong in the mid lane and what else could fit that thing of AP scaling shields, a lot of team utility, but still some damage. And the only one that was close was the Karma.
The question is, in the semifinals when you've got no room for error, is this going to work? Council Logic Gaming have got a very strong dive-in combo. Jax, Nocturne, Orianna throw themselves at you. TSM, maybe peel and protect?
It's extremely similar to the team composition we saw Curse running in Game 3 yesterday against Dignitas, with the Mundo and the Xin Zhao that fly in, and then the mid laner to speed them up, support them, and supplement their damage. That's what Karma is going to be trying to do. But wow, Bjergsen on Karma, not what you expected to see.
No, not the slightest. And as the teams are loading on the Rift, I want you guys to head over to Twitter and vote for who you think will win, especially with his unique picks.
Yes, tweet your choice using hashtag CLGWin or TSMWin to @LOL Esports, and we will be periodically checking in to see where the vote stands.
It was 50-50 the last time.
Yeah.
It's gone all the way from 70-30 at the beginning of the day from our website vote. Keeping track, and I think, once again, lots of pressure on Bjergsen's shoulders.
Yeah, especially with this Karma pick. This has got to be the first Karma mid we've seen in North American LCS. We've seen a lot of it as support. It definitely doesn't have... So here's the things that Karma excels at in laning phase. Early on laning, she is an absolute bully and incredibly difficult to gank. The fact that she can mantra her Qs or any of her other spells right off the bat is absurdly powerful. But as you scale into late game, she doesn't have the ability to hit the backline with anything. So she completely relies on the rest of the team to do that, which puts a lot of pressure on Odd One and Dyrus.
We'll need to see if they can pick up their game, because Odd One and Dyrus were not the strongest in game 1. We are on the Rift. Council Logic Gaming in the blue trunks taking on Team Solo Mid in the red trunks. This is do or die for the fan favorites of TSM. Lose here and they don't place in the top 2. Unheard of and unthinkable considering the acquisition of Bjergsen earlier in the split.
Yeah, this is just absolutely crazy that we have TSM of all teams pulling out the surprise pick. TSM is never the team to pull out the surprise pick because they're always so confident about their own individual ability to win matchups, and they make slight adjustments to beat other teams. I almost feel like they were beaten so handily in game 1 that they had to do something drastic. And that's why we see Karma.
We'll see if it works. So much pressure on their side. And there's the vote. All of a sudden, Council Logic Gaming are clawing themselves into the lead. And truthfully, you cannot fault anyone for voting that way, based off game 1.
No, CLG holds the momentum here. They also hold blue side. Doublelift also wields Vayne right now. As legendary as his Vayne has been, he's the only North American AD carry to play Vayne this year. He's 5-2 on it as well, drawing multiple bans. And it's a role reversal as far as these two teams go. CLG are the ones that are keeping their strategies similar and going with their comfort picks as the other team tries to catch up and adapt to them. It's always been different in these matchups.
One thing I'm noticing, Council Logic Gaming setting themselves up exactly the same way they did against Coast in game 2 yesterday, using Aframu as the bait.
But this time they walked through the ward.
And yesterday, Coast were the ones invading, and they were the ones that gave up the flashes, and CLG going for an invade. Previous game, they went for their own blue. This time round, they want to get in TSM's faces. Maybe the choice of jungle or the composition has something to do with it. Maybe it's just trying a different strat.
Well, the opportunity for counterplay exists right here. Dyrus immediately trying to get the red steal. It is a bold move by TSM. They're the ones taking a lot of risk in this game, trying to get 3 of 4 buffs away from Dexter. With the way things are trending right now, Dyrus should be able to clean this one out and then escape unscathed. But man, what a risky strategy there by Dyrus.
Very smart, probably very well read.
Get the red.
You highlighted the fact that Council Logic Gaming walked across that TSM ward, and that vision probably gave them the information they needed to get away. So TSM, small advantage in the early game. They're going to slow down Dexter's jungle just a tad.
Yeah, Dexter actually not even going for any fanciness right now. This is so fascinating because once again, TSM is focusing on blue buffs and red buffs, but CLG is focusing on turret pushes. Dexter didn't even look at his own red buff. He immediately went down to this bottom lane, and look how far ahead CLG is with the turret pushing right now. They've killed the bottom lane turret before TSM has even started on the top lane one.
TSM still sticking in the jungle. Odd One and Dyrus taking away the wolf camp before they finally look to be making a move. Now, it's a very big minion wave on that top turret. We'll see how quickly they can take it down. Once Xin Zhao and Mundo get to the tower, it will go quickly.
This is either a 3-for-2 turret trade or a 2-for-1 turret trade. There is no way, in my opinion, that TSM gets out of this one even, just because of how far behind they were at the beginning. They're a full turret behind in pushing power.
TSM, are they going to recall? Dyrus first one to... There's a couple of recall animations there. It looks like only Wild Turtle probably going to stick around. And as you've talked about, 2-for-1. Tower hasn't even dropped yet.
Yeah, they're just going to try and deny as many minions, make the best of a bad situation, because they were completely outpushed in this because of their wanting to get the jungle buffs. We will now get to see later when this pays off. Once they get this turret, the gold lead's only going to be 1 turret worth of gold. So, if he gets it. Yeah, there we go. So you can see a 500 gold difference right now. Dexter may fall behind in experience because when he goes back to his jungle, a lot of it is going to be missing. That would be the only gain that TSM can get out of this maneuver. Overall, though, I feel like CLG outplayed them.
Slight delay on those paranoia ganks from Dexter. You have to question, is TSM still sticking to buff control? It feels like that's a couple patches ago as far as the jungle meta is concerned, when it was so game-changing. Right now, Dexter going to be working himself towards that Wriggles Lantern.
Is he going to find... Ooh, that would have been bad. Dexter getting out of there with a few seconds to spare.
Slow start. Once those towers have fallen, we'll keep an eye on Dexter and his levels. He actually does have a tiny advantage over the Odd One. Has already hit the level 4. Odd One's finally moved his way into his own jungle and clearly camps out. Lane swaps. Oh, Turtle's in trouble.
Oh, he might have to burn something. Nice move there.
Does get condemned into the wall. They go for the tower. Dive gets knocked up in the air. First blood is not yet. We do see the summoner heal. Tower aggro gets flicked. And Nintonso gets out alive. That was a little risky, but CLG made it work.
Big move right there. Because Nien flashed while the turret was still reacquiring targets, that's how he lost aggro right there. So a slick timing move by Nien and a well-executed dive. It seemed like Turtle had slickly escaped, but TSM was a little bit better at the execution.
Counter Logic Gaming managed to grab themselves the early tower lead. They grabbed themselves first blood, and with this next minion wave, if they stick around, is the potential of grabbing the top outer turret, but there's some defense now. Odd One forced to leave his own jungle, and Nintonso's got a big wave of minions to farm, so very strong start to game 2 here by CLG.
CLG has just been so smooth at managing these creep waves and playing the rotation game. It's all they have been focusing on for the past 2 months, really since Dexter got here, and they've just gotten better and better at it as the season progresses, and it seems like TSM is just a few steps behind them right now.
Definitely feels like the game meta has shifted towards the playstyle that CLG has been attempting to perfect. And in all of the games that we've seen this weekend, I really feel like their opening few minutes have just been next to flawless.
They planned them so well. And then they adapt to what the other team does right there. The move that Dyrus pulled would have caught most teams completely off guard and set the enemy jungler incredibly far behind. But CLG actually turned it into their advantage as Dexter went immediately 1 buff to a turret push. That's not something that TSM predicted.
As far as the experience and the levels are concerned, the Odd One about halfway through level 4, getting closer to that level 5, and it's actually Dexter that's hit level 5 first.
Yeah.
So even though his jungle was severely invaded and controlled, he's done a very good job of getting himself the levels, getting closer to that paranoia. And if he has the same sorts of aggressive engages from the previous game, combo that with a shockwave,
yeah,
TSM are in trouble.
They're going to have pretty good dive buddies with Jax and Nocturne, and we have to keep track of Nien's Jax as well. He insta-locked it. It's a new champion he's kind of added to his pool for the playoffs, and it's working fantastically for him. Remember, Saint and Kobe were talking in the pregame about his ability to get split push farm and how critical that is. But now Link comes up. Wild Turtle, remember, has no flash.
No condemned, grabs the lantern. Shockwave is flashed by. That was close. That was close.
Well, X Special burned his flash right there. That was a really slick escape by TSM to avoid that shockwave from Link. Either way, they burn a lot from that one. Let's see if Bjergsen can take down Dexter. Here's that Karma. Surprise from Dexter, burning a flash. Nice move.
Good damage from Bjergsen. Only got that Chalice built up, so not the greatest amount of ability power. Forcing Dexter to blow that summoner spell so if they can catch him out of position again, or if he overcommits, maybe TSM can get a point on the board. Bjergsen's playing very aggressive against CLG this game.
Yeah, Bjergsen is trying to be that lane Karma. This is where Karma is absolutely at her strongest. He will win lane. A player as good as Bjergsen will execute everything he needs to do on Karma to beat up on people. But it's just the lane advantage. The rest of the team needs to be stronger for when Karma can transition.
14 CS advantage in favor of Bjergsen in that mid lane as we move to the top. Poor minion gets hooked, gets dropped down. Another roam from Nintonso, so there's not many towers to push in that bottom lane, so he's just trying to take advantage as well.
Yeah, I really do just have to point out how great that escape was by TSM. When X Special had Turtle going on the Thresh Lantern a few seconds ago, he flashed as he saw the shockwave and actually saved both of them from getting hit by the shockwave. It would have been a kill onto Wild Turtle, 100%.
So very well played, and that's what we talked about in our pregame, just how X Special has the ability. That was one of the flashier moves he's pulled off.
Yeah.
TSM, another aggressive invade. Really making it very
They're
clear.
They're getting the buff steals.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It is their control, it is their prerogative, but is that enough? It did not work for them in game 1. They are down in turrets here in game 2, but this time they have a stronger mid lane presence. So if CLG tries to make a counter push anywhere off the buff invades, they can't necessarily do that because Karma is keeping such great control of the middle lane.
And all things considered, CLG have less towers at this point in the game than they did previously.
Yep.
So TSM have slowed down Counter Logic Gaming's pushes. And the Entonso just freezing this lane up, farming himself.
That's the thing about slowing down a team with Jax, though. With Shyvana, he wanted to shove up and push as much as possible. But with Jax, he doesn't have to worry about late game scaling falling short. He's Jax, and he has an Orianna to back him up.
We'll see if he can get to that point. Yesterday, it felt like once Jax hit a split push power, Trinity Force and Blade, it was like, well, game's pretty much done. We'll have to see if Nintonso can get to that same point. Extended laning phase just broke past the 10-minute mark. 1,000 gold separates these teams. And no one's made any sort of move for Dragon yet. We do have 2 Wriggles-based junglers, so we'll need to see who opts towards that objective earlier.
We need to keep our Feral Flare watch on both of these guys. There is 13 towards the Feral Flare for Dexter. And as far as the odd one goes, he's going to be buying his Feral Flare any second. And he has, I'll get you that 1 sec. Oh, actually, Dragon coming out.
So Dragon has been started and secured by CLG. Just as we highlighted, just as we talk about Dragon, that was almost snuck away, I think.
It absolutely was right there. They saw TSM had backed away. They realized that since TSM had just picked up the double blue buffs, a lot of times they would want to shop after that one. And it was just another rotational edge picked up by CLG. Now can they get to the mid lane in time? This is a force by TSM, and immediately CLG goes in once again.
So there's Dexter going forward. Wild Turtle Force is condemned into the wall. Now TSM seem to be peeling. The bubble doesn't connect with anyone, and Odd One dashes in, knocks them away. Wild Turtle stunned up. The shockwave pulls him back in. Another kill on the board for Counter Logic. Game is Special is way out of position. 2 kills secured for CLG thus far, and Dyrus, Wild Turtle, and Bjergsen trying to find somebody, trying to find a target. Nobody goes down on the side of CLG.
One thing about this TSM team composition is their finishing power is very low. Yes, Bjergsen can get a lot of people pushed back and can peel well, but he has no backline pressure. There is no assassination threat. So when everyone on CLG got low, they flashed out of the fight. They got shielded by Orianna. They got healed by Nami. Let's watch this initiation one more time. The Tidal Wave has such long range. It actually knocked Turtle out of the Lantern with that quick knockup, which took him out of the fight a little bit. When the bubble missed, it kind of meant game on. But notice, CLG's in a turret, so TSM can't dive on them, and they have no finishing power. A great monitored Q hit onto CLG, but there's no one there to follow up to get into the backline of CLG and to destroy them. So it's just 2 more kills for the CLG team.
Counter Logic Gaming defend their tower, grab themselves kills, and extend their gold lead to 3,000 gold right now. Double Lift farming himself up, sitting a little bit behind Wild Turtle. That'll be evened up shortly. 3 assists on the board. And almost got that Blade of the Ruined King. You're going to have a split pusher in Jax and a split pusher in Vayne. That's a scary position to be in if your team solo mid, with nobody that can deal with one of them, let alone both.
Double Lift was one of the first AD carries to identify that Vayne, despite being quite good in the late game, wasn't all about just reaching late game. It was about being a duelist threat that no one could handle. Especially against a Dr. Mundo, who generally likes to stack health. The Blade of the Ruined King with Vayne's Silver Bolts can wreck Dyrus if he tries to become a split push threat. And CLG is kind of just having plans for all of the ways that TSM could win the game, trying to stop them before they become a thing.
CLG grab themselves a tower on the top lane uncontested. You see TSM grouping towards this bottom tower, but it's somewhat half-hearted. Odd One hanging around in that tri-bush. Not even going to get onto the tower. TSM yet to touch a tower since that early trade. I lied, because Bjergsen's on the mid lane.
Yeah, he's pushing in Link quite heavily. And it'll yet to be seen whether this Karma can really come out big, because he's winning the lane, which is what he is supposed to do on Karma. The question is, how can he impact the rest of the game? One of the things I thought about when I thought about this matchup coming up is Bjergsen is the star of TSM, whereas Link is a great mid laner, but he's not expected to do crazy things. CLG wins as a team. So if Link can neutralize Bjergsen, CLG generally wins. And that's what he's been able to do so far this series.
Bjergsen's still looking for an opportunity. He hasn't done a whole lot outside of beating Link with CS. And when you consider TSM are 4,000 gold down, that window of opportunity, that window of power that Karma has over Orianna is dwindling, if not gone already.
It's going to be a very tough road back here for TSM. They have to be really struggling with themselves right now. You can see Dyrus is just in farm mode. He doesn't necessarily know what to do. No one on this team has huge playmaking ability. Bjergsen can't solo someone like he could if he was playing Zed or LeBlanc or make those crazy plays. He needs to be with the team. He needs to fight extended team fights. He needs to kite people back. You need a lot more practice than 2 weeks of scrims to be able to pull off a strategy like that in the semifinals against a team as practiced as CLG. Maybe Bjergsen can pull it off, but it hasn't looked great so far.
That's definitely not the case. Nyantonso playing very aggressive. He was alone in TSM's jungle. It seems like CLG have set their sights on this mid-outer turret. Just as quickly as they grouped up, they begin to dissipate, but teleport a couple of seconds away there for Nyantonso. They do have paranoia for Dexter. In the end, jumps on Dyrus. A little bit of a trade.
Be a little bit careful.
Going back and forth.
He doesn't have his attack speed passive built up yet, so Dyrus can get a little aggressive.
Oh, missed the homework. Threw the briefcase out. Ran a little wide. So Nyantonso gets away. Team Solo mid just going to be content to play this slow game. They were punished the first time they made a play in the mid lane, and now they seem to be out of sorts. Bubble catches onto Wild Turtle, and you see Dexter just waiting. Not sure if he was spotted, but I think that he was. So not going to go for any sort of engages and just continuing to play the map. Counterlogic Gaming taking small advantages here and there and everywhere.
Absolutely. I mean, Dexter is 1 stack away from transforming his Feral Flare. Odd One is actually 10 away from stacking his Feral Flare, which isn't necessarily the fault of Odd One for being behind, it's just the way the matchup plays. Xin Zhao is a much slower jungle farmer than Nocturne is, and it's more about his early game ganks. And since Odd One's been all about blue buff control, he spent a lot more time running around the map as opposed to farming. Whereas Dexter is, once again, keeping the farm up, and he's going to be much stronger very soon.
Dexter, his initiations in the previous game really impressed me. The timing, and this game already, the one big fight we've had was just CLG resting on a hair trigger and not hesitating. Now that early CS advantage Bjergsen had built up has now melted away. It's less than 5, and Link's doing very good.
CLG, I feel like, has just made a pretty big mistake, though. They have double lift in the top lane while the Dragon is spawned, so they don't have the teleport threat to come in, whereas Dyrus does. And this would have to be a steal attempt, but it would be nearly suicide. He tried to steal with his Q. Nice objective control by TSM. They needed that so badly.
I think he tried to hope for the best. That was the least steely steal we've seen. So TSM grab a Dragon and close some of that gold gap, but it's not enough. There's still 2 towers down. CS-wise across the board, thanks to Odd One being behind, CLG just doing a pretty good job. They're controlling the tempo of the map.
What just happened right there was actually pretty substantial. Link was in range for those minions in mid lane, or at least Dexter could have frozen it, but Dexter completely took them because they know how strong Dexter wants to be when he goes into team fights. One of the rare occurrences where you see a team actually give the jungle to the farm to the jungle when they have the option of giving it to the mid laner. They might look for a dive shortly.
All of a sudden, teleport is available for Nien, and it looks like CLG have grouped up. Dexter just waiting in the wings. He's got the paranoia to join at a moment's notice. And it feels like Counterlogic Gaming are building up. They're looking for a window to jump onto Team Solo mid. Dyrus does have teleport as well.
And to be fair, TSM is just trying to turtle at this point. Since they've lost map control, they can't even go for their buff steals. They're just hoping that CLG overcommits somewhere. This is one chance.
Oh, we'll see if they can get Dyrus. Dyrus is being melted. Summoner heal has been blown. Sadism is up. He continues to heal through everything. No more crowd control. Means Dyrus gets away. He's going to regen a good chunk of the damage dealt. So, attempt by CLG being thwarted. Odd One not going to get in range. Doesn't get the knock-up. And CLG back away.
Yeah, but they still pushed the rest of TSM back across the board. When they pushed Dyrus back, he drew help, and TSM couldn't rotate elsewhere because the lane pressure is map-wide right now for CLG. It allows Dexter to go back into the jungle and get more of those Feral Flare stacks building up.
So Odd One maxed out that Audacious Charge, got the big slow. Nien's jumped onto Bjergsen, stunned him up, and we do see Bjergsen has rooted Nien behind the tower. Tower gets dropped, and that's actually a flash from Nien that maybe wasn't necessary. Tower went down.
Just being safe at the time. He also has the largest killing spree on CLG. Doesn't want to give that back to Bjergsen. Once again, kind of illustrates how Karma can be very strong if you have finishers on your team, of which TSM doesn't necessarily have it.
Bjergsen once again throwing out those inner flames, mentoring them up. Still working towards some more ability power. We'll see how effective Bjergsen becomes once there are multiple members diving him. His root, of course, on a single target. So we can opt to get one, either Jax or Nocturne. The rest of TSM will need to ensure their targeting is superior to the previous game.
That was the 19th stack on the Wriggles for Odd One. He's almost at the Feral Flare, whereas Dexter is already transformed it. He's got 4 fresh stacks on his Feral Flare, so he's got 9 camps ahead of Odd One in jungler item power, which will have an impact later on in the game, especially as Dexter builds up more lifesteal. If he dives in and gets a lot of shields and heals on top of him, he'll turn himself into a bit of a drain tank, where he just heals more than the other team can damage him.
Pretty significant advantage when you consider the focus Team Solo Mid has placed on those jungle buffs. Stealing them away, of course,
Didn't
meaning
necessarily help.
not optimal farming, not optimal stacking. And CLG, they also seem pretty content to play this slower game. I mean, they've got map control, they've got more towers, and you feel like every time CLG concertedly focuses a tower, they actually secure it.
Yes. They've taken 4 to 1. TSM's only turret was at the very start, the one that was given to them in a negative trade. That just goes to show you how weak their lane presence has been. Bjergsen's about 1 breath away from taking that mid turret, but it would still mean all of TSM group up in the mid lane, which they're a little hesitant to do. Because if we think back to game 1 of this series, oh dear.
Oh, manages to catch out the Odd One. That's instant ultimate.
Yeah, and if we think back to game 1 of this series, when TSM played their hand and showed their intentions to CLG, CLG immediately punished them. So right now, TSM is trying to play as neutral or as unassuming as possible and just hope that CLG doesn't know what to do next. It's not necessarily working out for them.
You don't even need to go all that way back. Mid lane push, 5-6 minutes ago, TSM were punished. They were grouped up, and all of that AoE from CLG just worked in their favor. So Doublelift has overtaken Wild Turtle and farm, got a minor advantage. When you consider he was down for a small period of time, nobody's moved up there to even really challenge him. It feels like Doublelift just keeps pushing that wave into the tower, and Wild Turtle in the tower clean it up, and then Doublelift just rinses and repeats.
Nice ward by X Special right there. Perfectly timed. CLG has immense 2-man Baron threat with Dexter and Yen, and they just went for it at the moment that X Special thought they would, and that ward completely saved a Baron for TSM.
2 Blades of the Ruined King along with that Feral Flare. TSM is on overdrive now as far as Vision's concerned. They need to always have control of that pit. Cannot allow Jax and Nocturne to grab themselves that uncontested Baron. We'll see how CLG continues to play. They tried, didn't work this time, but there are many more attempts where they can.
They're thinking about a flank right here. Even though they do not have Vayne in position, they know Wild Turtle isn't there either. They might think about a 4v4. This is where TSM shows that they're going into the mid lane. It would be a tidal wave from the side and a Nocturne and the Jax from the other if TSM groups up in mid.
We do see Dyrus getting so close to 2 members of Council Logic Gaming, moving through the river, backed away. Doublelift has already left that top lane, begun to move closer to the rest of his team. If Wild Turtle sticks around in the top lane, they're going to go in. That's a paranoia. We do see the tidal wave going down. There's a few members of CLG knocked back, but that was a very good counter-strike. They've hooked onto Nian. Team Solo Mid grabbed the first kill as CLG overcommit. That was a great hook from X Special. It's not over yet as Team Solo Mid continue to chase down. Bjergsen's going to try poke out CLG as best as he can. They've jumped in. The Odd One gets shockwave back. That's another hook. Doublelift held in place. They haven't dropped him out just yet as finally Wild Turtle arrives. Better later than never, they always say. Culling is available. Summon a heal. Not actually used. That was just a heal there from onto X Special rather. Team Solo Mid back away. That was scary. That was 4v4 and a little bit scary.
Very close fight. I mean, the team fight extended power of Bjergsen's Karma. If the team does dive into him, he's very good at keeping people alive. CLG, without hesitation, though, because of the lifesteal they hold, tries to go onto this Dragon. It's very tough for TSM to stop this one, but they're going to try.
They're going to go in there, not stolen away. Dexter manages to secure the double bubble, throws up TSM. Dexter caught in place. He gets cold. Wild Turtle finally in the fight, gets on the board. 1-1, but the Dragon went to CLG. Net gain, Council Logic Gaming.
And now we're seeing, though, why TSM has been holding back in this game. They do not have initiation tools, but they have exceptional healing abilities. CLG tried to dive in with Dexter and then Yen, and they actually got punished for it initially. It was only due to the extended nature of that fight that they could get a Dragon. When you trade back a turret, that was actually a very positive exchange for Team Solo Mid.
And they've held onto that same gold difference for over 12 minutes, where it was terrifyingly large, in the early game. Now, 4,000 becomes less and less significant as teams are itemizing and getting leveled up. You have to question, had Wild Turtle been there earlier, how different could that have gone? Of course, that is the benefit of hindsight. You're able to ask those questions.
Doublelift going a bit strange with his build. Infinity Edge after Blade of the Ruined King. He's definitely hyper aware of the late game. in this one. He's going to be going for a full 4 offensive items, and he's just going for it right now.
Considering the slower pace of the game, you can't fault him, I suppose.
Yeah.
TSM haven't really tried to grab the reins back, dealing with this bucking bronco of Counter Logic Gaming. And CLG still in a pretty commanding position. TSM got the first tower that they've secured since the opening 3 minutes of the game, and making no further moves to aggress into CLG's territory.
Yeah. At this point, TSM's kind of playing the support the giant Mundo game right now. And it's going to be about whether Doublelift can get strong enough to kill through it. The power of Bjergsen's shields, added with the spammability of X Special shields, actually, once he finishes his Face of the Mountain, with the Thresh just being there, is rather substantial.
I do have one concern, though. That is a frontline Dr. Mundo against 3 Blades of the Rune King.
Yeah.
You know,
that could ruin you.
That is a scary time, and Counter Logic Gaming now in the lead as far as the Twitter poll is concerned. Hashtag CLG win, hashtag TSM win, if you still want to vote. TSM not out of it yet. They're still fighting.
Absolutely not. And their backs are against the wall, but they're fighting right now. They went so much different than their regular style here with that Karma in the mid lane. As they say, supportive mid laner here. It is somewhat similar to the Lulu, but it's definitely a bold move.
I'd like to point out that Feral Flare was completed by the Odd One.
That's huge.
Mere moments ago.
Yeah.
He's got 0 stacks on it yet in comparison to the 11 from Dexter, but he can finally begin scaling. He's finally got that additional damage and that on-hit life gain.
Mm-hmm. And aside from the shockwave from Link, a lot of COG's damage is very focused and single target. So the more people on TSM that can take up individually, the more difficult it's going to be for CLG to chase them down and wrap them up in team fights. That red buff, ooh.
Very brave.
That's not to chase.
Bjergsen was moving past those double golems. Did not manage to get in range. It'll be difficult getting through that tidal wave, but Wild Turtle playing a bit aggressively. He seems to be on the same page as X Special a little bit more this series than we've seen from him in Super Week. And right now,
yep,
Team Solo Mid afraid of a Baron move.
The game has gotten so tense here. COG has a lot of Baron threat because Nocturne and Vayne or Nocturne and Jax could easily 2-man it. They could kill it extremely quickly. Yet, that makes the game very dicey because it would be people getting low. It would be a potential steal. In fact, Darius. Oh no!
That was interesting.
He put the ward too close to the wall, so he couldn't jump over it right there.
Dyrus does have his summoners, does know Nintonsa's low on mana. That's a flash hook. They've caught Link! Link's gonna get rooted down. He is deleted as Team Solo Mid
Dexter goes in.
to peel. Dexter goes in with paranoia. He scared them away. Doublelift, you are a lone man. You need your team. Condemns Wild Turtle against the wall. It's not gonna matter. That's a great flash before the inner flame. It's not over yet. Nintonsa's got no mana. Dyrus has summoned a heal. Does he need it? Yes, he does. Team Solo Mid get 3 kills on their back in the game.
And this means they can Baron as well. It's going to completely neutralize the game right there. Everything just broke for CLG. TSM's hold worked for the most part. 28 minutes in, the one person who can make the catch and make the play for TSM was X Special, and he did that. Such a clutch performer this game. That just meant that the rest of CLG was overcommitted. They tried to go in, but they were split up. They managed to find a hole over the wall. Bjergsen gets another kill, and TSM pulled themselves even in this game.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say I feel that was the first positional mistake Counter Logic Gaming have made. They were split up, they were a little bit out of position, and TSM didn't hesitate. They found some picks and they ran them down. I'm not 100% sure, but you have to admit they were sort of spread out around that Baron area.
They absolutely were. Well, you could see for 15 minutes, CLG had 4 turrets down, and they weren't able to make a positive move. They had a lot of split pushing by Doublelift, a lot of split pushing by Nyen, who has not been able to outscale Dyrus, as we saw there. And they did try that one initiation in the mid lane, which was repelled. They couldn't find the initiation on a TSM. Now TSM's got that Baron and a big tanky Dyrus on Mundo.
There is no paranoia available, so if Dexter needs to join the fight, he's got to be on the front line. There's good wave clear from CLG, and they've just melted those minions. So TSM using Dyrus to face tank it just a little.
Yeah, they're already landed a little bit of poke on a CLG, and this is something they did not allow themselves to get caught into in game 1. Every time TSM would siege, they'd initiate immediately, but They do not have the same level of initiation they had in the last game. TSM has even better peel, plus that Baron buff to dissuade them from initiating. This turret is gone.
Look at that damage from Bjergsen. Mantra in a flame, just melting through. He's got his death cap completed. Got another Void Staff, Blasting Wand rather, in his back pocket. And TSM grabbed the 3rd tower of the game.
And they get to take a dragon off this one. If we think way back, remember that small dragon that TSM was able to sneak when they were down 5,000 or 6,000 gold? That was really important as far as the overall flow of the game goes, because it just allowed them to hold longer. It kept their gold close enough that they could stay in this one. Now they have the items that they've really been waiting to go and get. This has turned into a fantastic game, Quickshot.
We need to see how Council Logic reply. CLG have got 2 incredibly powerful split pushes. So my biggest concern for Team Solo Mid is how do they handle the potential of a 4-1 or a 1-3-1 map play, and we'll need to see if TSM can force engages, maybe even push CLG back. I suppose if you keep CLG on their towers, they're never going to be allowed to split push. But it is a tough ask for TSM, who didn't look all that great at the map play in game 1 of the series.
No, they've slowly kind of found their bearings in this game against CLG, and they're got to be feeling a lot more confident right now. CLG, while they have very good strategies in their games that they win, and they win a lot of very quick games, CLG actually went from the summer split of 2013 being the slowest team in North America to being the fastest team in North America here. But when games go long, they don't necessarily know what to do.
Oh, Nien's in trouble. Can he get away? Counter strikes up. He's going to get slowed. He's eaten the briefcase, and Team Solo Mid have found a crucial pick onto CLG.
And that's exactly where Nien doesn't need to be right now. He doesn't need to be out that far when TSM is roaming his 5 without map vision, and there's no Vayne near you right now. TSM gonna power through, gonna maybe get this inhibitor.
Double lift is started to recall. He's going to be here late. The bubble does not connect with anybody. Team Solo Mid get an inhibitor. That's a dash in. They've caught onto Dexter. He hasn't been knocked up into the air though. That looks like a paranoia has been used. Vision being denied. Inhibitor will be secured, and Dexter opts to not go in. Team Solo Mid have got super minions.
Going in could have just been the end of the game right there, but look how tanky Dyrus is right now. They're going to try and get this turret too, because they know how low the rest of CLG is. 2 inhibitors could be the game.
CLG hasn't even looked for an initiation. Tidal Wave is available. It does get thrown down. Dyrus turns into a surfer, but it's too late. As super minions are through both of the lanes. That's a knockup now from Odd1. Dyrus gets pulled back. If Dyrus is the only victim, this will be a win for TSM. That's a great play. X-Special flashes forward. The culling gets thrown down, and Dexter eats most of the hits. He's the first victim in CLG as Nien has respawned. He's back in the fight. He's taken Mundo down. This is turning messy. Bjergsen's got a double kill. Link forced away. That's a triple kill for Bjergsen. That's a quadra kill for Bjergsen. He's looking for the penta. Can he get it? That's the question. Bjergsen leaves one more hit. That's a pentakill! Bjergsen grabs 5. He puts TSM into a deciding game. Team Solo Mid have beaten Council Logic Gaming.
Not only does Bjergsen pull out Karma with their backs against the wall, he closes the game out with a pentakill. Are you kidding me? That's why he's the MVP of the North American LCS.
Fantastic team fight from Team Solo Mid. Baron has worn off in less than 4 minutes. TSM went from being on the brink of elimination to taking Nexus turrets down and backing away.
So the game's actually not quite over. But oh man, TSM took pretty much every advantage right there. They could not finish because of the Dexter respawn. Got to take another look at that fight, because there's now a 6-0 for Bjergsen after all of that one. Again, it was just TSM never letting CLG find the right type of fight. What moves by TSM as a whole to come back in this game with their backs against the wall?
And we talked about Karma. We talked how is Karma going to work, and talk us through this.
Well, right here, there's no Jax even at the start of the fight, so TSM has this huge edge coming in. They only get the shockwave on a Dyrus, and then something interesting happens in this fight. CLG actually tunnels onto Dyrus. Nien and Doublelift, because they get him a little low, overcommit, which is exactly what Karma wants. Karma wants the team to come to her, and then she can finish things off. Nien dive in, Doublelift gets a little low. That one Mantra Q just obliterates the squishies on CLG. Low cooldown gets that one. He starts the W tether on Aphromoo. And then I'm curious about this one, because I think they were trying to give him the pentakill. Now, he had a dodge on anyway. That would have been fine. He gets the pentakill legitimately. It has to be legitimate.
It has to be legitimate in the semifinals when your back's against the wall. The European import grabbing the pentakill. Now, Team Solo Mid, they are sieging up this bottom half of the map. Onto the turret. Superman is nowhere near the base yet, so CLG have got some time. Timer waves up.
Initiation, but that Mantra Q just shut down CLG's backline.
Such a desperate play. TSM are tightly knit. That's a very big group. The Randy and Zoman throws out. Nintonsu is down. The front line of CLG has been melted. Double lift the next target. He is dropped. Team Solar Mid now have the numbers, now have the members. There are no towers standing for CLG, and they're going to turn their focus to the Nexus.
And they can just face tank up this last Nexus turret, even if the minions haven't arrived. What a comeback win by TSM. Only took them 35 minutes, but that is also a statement game by them.
Only 35, that was one of the most dramatic 35 minutes. Special. That's a stern, serious look. Very serious look indeed. Congratulations to TSM. They've evened out the series. We are going to a deciding game.
TSM was extremely close to being knocked out of contention for the Spring Split Championship. But oh man, that means we're going to game 3. We got to see a Karma pentakill from Bjergsen. That's surprising. We got to see a comeback victory from TSM against a team in CLG who had been so good at capitalizing on advantages and grabbing victory quickly. That hurts to not be able to close out that one.
7-0-6 on that mid lane Karma. Yeah. We touched on how important is it going to be. We were highlighting, Lulu. Is it a playmaking champion? Is it something Bjergsen can make work? And the answer is yes, resoundingly.
It's such a strange question because you didn't expect it to work this way, and it honestly didn't early on into the game. He wasn't the playmaking assassin. He did make plays in team fights, but that was because Xpecial stepped up. He landed flays when it exactly mattered. He landed hooks. He was the sole initiator on Thresh, and then Bjergsen could work. He could weave his way in and out those complex team fights and work the Karma in. But that's still such a bold move by him. That's not his style of champion, but he gets a pentakill.
Xpecial, that's his 10th game on Thresh this split.
Yeah.
He managed 9 victories, and you can contrast that performance to the Morgana play. Arguably, of course, it is a different style of champion, yes, but the 2 game-changing moments, the hook onto Thresh, onto Lynx, Orianna from the death sentence, and a double flay. I mean, that is a super decisive move. All props to Xpecial and TSM to push us to the game 3.
Yeah, I cannot wait.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Well, we're going to send this over to Freak, Kobe, and St. Vicious to break down TSM's win. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. And guys, that game, so Counterlogic Gaming, to start it out, they have what looks like a better late game team. They've got Orianna for the team fight. They've got Vayne. They've got Jax. Those are the king and queen of late game.
Yes. Now, I do want to draw a little parallel between them and Coast because they're running a split push comp, which Coast always were running. And if you're running a team like this, if you make a little mistake in the mid game, then it crumbles in a dramatic fashion. And we just saw how TSM were able to take that one mistake from CLG and push it so hard. They got a Baron off of that mid game pick, and it completely snowballed in their favor.
Yeah, it's like really huge mistake by CLG to even ever put themselves in a position where they could get caught out. All they had to do was just keep split pushing and never team fight. Then you saw the moment that somebody, well, of course, Link got caught, but the moment they team fought, they just got ran over, and TSM just plowed their comp. And a lot of that is also because of itemization, too. Like, people were, I guess they were getting cocky and building, like, Zerkers on Nocturne.
Yeah, talking about confidence, it was maybe a little overconfidence from CLG this time around. Those boots, Berserker Greaves for Nocturne, maybe a little bit much.
Yeah, just really, really nice play, getting that Thresh hook and catching Link out. And I almost feel like it's just CLG making a mistake rather than TSM playing good that game. I felt like if CLG had played that game 100% and played their comp how it's supposed to be played to the end and just kept split pushing, it'd have been CLG's game.
So CLG definitely gave him the window, but you have to compliment Xpecial for coming up with the hook, and also for TSM, once they did get the opening, they ran away with it, and you can't really take that away from them.
Yeah, the moment they got that Baron, they just took it over. It's like, oh, there's your top inhib, and there's your middle, and there's a pentakill, and bye-bye.
And we got to see the reason that they are taking these tanks, like Dyrus with the Mundo, in the late game. He's ridiculous. You know, with percentage health scaling so well, and with all the heals in the game, defensive stats are really effective right now. So he became an unkillable tank, and CLG used a lot of stuff to try and take him down. It actually costs them the end of the game.
Yeah, actually, let's actually take a look at a replay then. This is the big team that turns it around for TSM right in front of Baron. If you can get that up on your screen. You guys are talking about CLG being greedy here, Saint. Talk to me about this pick.
Okay, CLG being greedy. Yeah, it's just Link being where he shouldn't be. There's no reason for him to be here. They had their Vayne split pushing it out. They have Jack split pushing it out. What is Link going to be like? What is he doing waiting in this brush? Is he going to catch somebody and pick somebody off? There's just no reason for him to be there.
He was trying to clear the pink ward. Dangerous one to go for.
Worth. Didn't even get the pink ward.
It's a zero-man tidal wave, too.
Yeah, after Link got picked off, there was a fight in bottom going on at the same time where Jax was fighting out Mundo, and I think the Jax hasn't been back to buy in a while, so the Mundo just ended up just outclassing him and pushing him out. And after this, they just get Baron, and you saw they just snowballed it from there.
Yeah, so CLG, like, it was weird because, you know, kind of like Gaming Corp's making mistakes. TSM bided their time for like 10 minutes there, right? They're just like, okay, we're fighting Vayne, we're fighting Jax. Like, do you think it was, obviously it worked out for them, but do you think it was smart that they're like waiting around for these champions to scale up? Are they just looking for an opening knowing they're behind, or were TSM too afraid to make a move?
Well, defending pink wards is one of the most common ways to get those turnarounds in the end game. So TSM did a good job with that one. Like I said, they capitalized on the hook. And also, Nien, not only did he not go back and buy, but also the hop over the wall didn't work out for him.
Yeah.
So the kind of fortunate timing where TSM's mistakes happened at the exact same time is what gave TSM the ability to Baron right after, and why it snowballed against CLG so hard.
Yeah, it was like the perfect series of events for them.
Yeah.
It's like everything happened that could have possibly happened. Like, oh, right, nice. Like it's almost, it's like luck plus skill combined made great play.
So then let's actually talk about some of the individual plays right here, because I know you guys were talking about it as well. The difference in junglers, Dexter once again significantly out-farming against the Odd One there. He had like plus 10 stacks for the mid game before any team fights broke out. Do you think Odd One's not still reacting quite right to 4.5 and he's getting out-farmed?
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to go for counter ganks or ganks that wouldn't realistically happen. And he got really behind on his Feral Flare. And you saw it, they lost a lot of dragons because of it. And their objective control just wasn't as good because of that. Like, yeah, they got some blues, they got some buffs. I'd rather have that dragon gold at the end of the day. Like, blue on Ori is nice, but rather have the dragon gold.
Yeah, honestly, CLG seemed to do a really good job of controlling objectives and dragons more than they normally do. But the other standout player I want to talk about is Bjergsen. For obvious reasons, we actually have a replay of his amazing pentakill there as they went to almost close the game out on this one. Kobe, if you want to talk to us about this.
Yeah, let's watch this one through and see what exactly CLG do use on Dyrus. So they're trying to defend without the turret. Starting off with Nami Wave, not too bad. Dyrus is the only one that does get hit by it, I guess, since he's on the front line there. Odd One gets one person with his ulti. Shockwave only hits Dyrus, and he still has his ult left up. So that's where TSM can turn it around, because Dyrus basically has another life there with his ulti to go back in. And Nien's able to take him out in the end, but as they said, Karma loves when the team comes into him, and this is where Bjergsen's able to shine. He was able to wait until CLG used all of their engage and most of their CC, and then he gets to make moves. To be fair, Bjergsen's doing a great job hitting all of these Qs. He hit every single one. And
Yeah, he was really on point.
that's how you get the pentakills.
I liked how they played their team comp too. It's just like, hey Mundo, go run around and soak up their abilities for a while and look like you're about to die, and here's like some shields, and we're gonna engage now. And that Karma did so much damage. I didn't expect any of that. I don't think CLG did either.
And I really like, this is really the difference between having those tank stats in this meta where there's all these heals, there's all these shields that are going on, versus a split push team comp that doesn't get the split push. Like, everybody's building offensively, and in the team fight, they didn't have anyone who was able to soak anything up.
Yeah, they just didn't build right for team fight, it looked like.
Yeah, and as soon as TSM kind of grouped together, they made it all happen. So that's interesting to me to look at the Karma coming out there, because she was actually super popular as a top laner in Europe. Like, Diamond brought her out in the jungle. Yeah, so I was playing him. There were a couple other top laners. I'm forgetting the names right now. But, like, then she came back this season support. Now she's back as a mid laner as well. Like, I know we're seeing a lot of support mids, like, who deal damage and whatnot, you know, and all the shielding. But, like, I don't know. It's weird. Like, Bjergsen's, like, I guess, the guy to bring Karma mid. Bringing it out from Europe, bringing himself over. And then, you know, she's making this giant impact. Like, this is now a champion to worry about.
There was some guy in solo queue that kept playing it for a long time. I think he might have, like, picked it up off him. I'm going to have to ask him on that.
There's definitely a chance for that one. Okay, so coming into game 3, I mean, obviously incredibly close match in this one. TSM making the comeback happen. What are your thoughts on changes that I guess now CLG has to do to clinch this game 3? It seemed like they're winning game 1, winning most of game 2. What's wrong now?
I think they just need to stick to their guns. They picked this split push team comp, and then you saw they had that one fight where Nocturne and Jax randomly engaged mid, and then they ended up losing 2 people, but they got Dragon. And
Yeah.
it looked like they had the right idea with how they wanted to play their team comp, and then they just forgot it mid-game. So kind of weird decision-making.
I think the onus is still on TSM, actually, to make changes. Even though they won this game, there's still things that they have to clean up. And I want to call back to yesterday, actually, Curse were able to make adaptations midway through the set, where they cleaned up their early lane swaps and were able to actually match the speed of turret taking. TSM actually has to do that towards the mid-game, because they're fine with the early two-taking turrets. It's the mid-game movements around the map after those turrets are down that they do need to clean up a little bit.
All right, well, we'll see if they can make those adaptations, guys. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we'll see who advances to the finals and a shot at the Spring Split title. It's Game 3 between Team Solo Mid and Counter Logic Gaming right after this.
Flashes forward, the culling gets thrown down and Dexter eats most of the hits. He's the first victim in CLG as Niet has respawned. He's back in the fight. He's taken Mundo down. This is turning messy. Bjergsen's got a double kill. Link forced away. That's a triple kill for Bjergsen. That's a quadra kill for Bjergsen. He's looking for the Penta. Can he get it? That's the question. Bjergsen leads one more hit. That's a Penta kill!
Welcome back to the North American LCS in Game 3 between Team Solo Mid and Counter Logic Gaming. With a big momentum swing there, TSM have brought it to Game 3. You guys said they had to keep the changes going, though, and get in even better shape than to come into Game 3.
I think the ban pick phase might change a little bit. I'm pretty sure that CLG is going to target that Karma instead of the Syndra. So I think the team comp's going to be changed around a little bit, but I feel like CLG knows what they want to play. They just have to stick to their guns and play it how it needs to be played.
Okay, well, you mentioned the Karma ban instead of the Syndra. Bjergsen is the first guy I want to talk about here. Pentakill in the last game. Clutch performance here for TSM. What's he got to keep doing?
What's he got to keep doing? He's got to keep getting those pentakills, I guess.
Yeah, that helped. Get a couple more pentas.
No big deal
turn
there.
the game around. I mean, people say Bjergsen was pretty much an all-assassin guy, and assassins got a huge nerf with the increased exhaust reduction in damage. But he can play other things here. It just takes longer for him to get the penta now. He's got to do more sustained damage. Seems to be adapting to the team fights fine. I think the mid game, he might need to do switch something up.
All right, well, next guy we're going to talk about, though, is Dyrus here in the top lane. Former mid laner for a brief time during the last split. But basically, right, still the rock for the team. Mooned the second time in a row now, had a bit of a better performance and held up really well against Nian.
Well, a lot of it is also they didn't really target him as much this game. They let him ramp up, and if you saw the first game, they're like, oh, Mundo, like, we're just going to kill him a whole bunch of times, and he's never going to be able to do anything. But in this game, they gave him that breathing room, they let him farm up, and he just became unkillable with all those shields.
Yeah, it seemed to be really good. So let's talk about CLG then. If you guys said actually, as long as they kind of actually play their plan properly, they should be fine. We'll talk about Link a little bit, though, because he did not have nearly the same kind of performance here on Orianna.
You want to get it?
Yeah, I mean, he was more of a support jungler there, even though it was actually Bjergsen running the Karma in mid lane. Going 0-0-10. I still like the Orianna pick. I don't feel like the pick was a problem. It's really strong in the current meta right now. I don't feel like it was a big deal.
Yeah, I like the pick. I think it worked out pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, just didn't work out in team fights?
Yeah, I don't feel like it was that bad.
All right, well, let's talk about Nian then. The top laner here was on Jax. I know at one point you mentioned he got really greedy, didn't go back to buy items for a while. He's sitting on like 2,000 to 2,500 gold when he did die in that like side lane push. What's got to happen for Nian here?
He looked like anxious to play that game. The moment he locked in that Jax, like, oh my god, they actually gave it to me. This is my chance to shine. And he started doing some really, really aggressive plays, and he got really greedy. Like, when Link got caught out, I think Nian was sitting on 2,000 gold and just trying to fight Mundo to the death. And, yeah, he died for it. So be a little bit less greedy. I mean, I like the aggressiveness, but more calculation.
All right, so we're going to get ourselves into Game 3 in a second, but I got to ask you guys first. Kobe, I'll start with you. Prediction for Game 3.
Ooh, I
started with CLG.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to stick with CLG. But man, this one should be the closest of all three games. TSM actually have a pretty good chance now.
Same.
I think it'll definitely be close, but if CLG just plays their comp right, I think they out-strategize.
The thing is, when I say it's gonna be pretty close here, CLG do tend to choke sort of in high-pressure situations. Yeah. So that's the only thing I'm worried about here. Will there be that third game choke for CLG? I still have confidence, though. I'm still picking CLG. Stop booing.
I know, the crowd's just like, how dare you say that?
Like, CLG junglers, we've been saying CLG the whole time we're up here.
It's okay. The crowd, you guys have plenty of TSM chance to make us understand that you guys are still in the audience. I appreciate it. We're going to throw it back over to Quickshot and Jat, though, for the play-by-play of Game 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Kobe sitting on the fence a little bit. I think we can go for that. But Game 3, pick some bans. Saint mentioned maybe Karma being a focus ban.
I
don't know.
Really wonder about that. Like, it came in huge at the end of the game, but how impactful was it to the overall strategy? Bjergsen definitely showed his propensity for playing it. And sometimes you do want to just get rid of those surprise picks so they can't win a series for you. I really wonder if they have a ban to spare, though, since they are on the red side this time. They are going to have to ban away the Soraka. They probably want to deny Jax. There's a lot of stuff they already have to control in the ban.
Syndra's been the ban that has thrown us off somewhat, and we'll need to see if it does get prioritized once more for CLG. Jax, so far 3-2 on the week as far as games are concerned. And Lucian, still undefeated. It's my fun stat of the weekend. 7-0 on Lucian. We'll see who gets his hands on that 80 carry in this final deciding game between Team Solo Mid and Counter Logic Gaming.
Well, I mean, if we're basing it off of pick trends, they're not going to first pick Illusion, and it's always been taken in the second rotation by the red side. So I would guess that COG is going to be getting him this time. Unless their ban strategy is to leave up a bunch of the OP champions, which doesn't seem to be the case with the first 2 bans.
So Lulu taken off the table by Team Solo Mid. This is something they have adapted to. They banned it away in game 2.
Lucian ban. There we go.
So
trend broken.
His 100% win ratio is kept intact. The rest of the bans coming through, as you've talked on already. CLG taken away that Soraka. They also have banned Jax. The question is, what will be their 3rd ban? TSM actually banned Thresh in game 1 of the series to deny that from Aframu. I wonder if it's a consideration. Maybe Lee Sin, something else they've banned. There's so many potentials for TSM. They've got 5 seconds left to lock it in.
There are so many champions up. Kha'Zix ends up being the call. Banned about 1/3 of the time in the LCS, but even more against these 2 teams because Dexter is so good at it. TSM doesn't want to have to use their first pick on it this time, but even more so, they don't want to give it to Dexter.
Yeah, so we'll have to see what Dexter and the rest of CLG decide to lock in. Really slow pick ban phase. Both of these teams, you can feel the weight of this game and how important a spot in the final, in the championship game is.
Really interesting that that's a Thresh ban, since COG probably could have gotten it on the backside. Unless TSM was willing to first pick it. TSM does first pick it fairly frequently. We didn't really know what TSM was going to be approaching the pick ban phase with, because they've had to adapt so much, and that's why this is so fascinating. We got to see the Karma last game. Now we get to see the first pick Nocturne, which is something that the Odd One played a ton of late Season 2. It is a champion he's familiar with, but just not recently.
Forcing CLG onto a new jungler, or jungle champion for this series.
Yep.
Dexter run that Nocturne in both of the previous games. They'll at least give some of the initiation power maybe back over to TSM. They haven't had the strongest of go-in style champions.
He was stressing right there. Still is. They're wondering what to do. I think they were really banking on being able to get the Nocturne.
Those are not the faces of very happy men right now. I do want to touch on this Lee Sin. It has been locked in. 100% win ratio for Dexter coming into this. He was 4-4 on the split. The reason I want to highlight that, when they played Team Solo Mid in week 11, week 10, Darius was playing Shyvana, and Dexter instantly deleted and cancelled his Dragon's Rages over and over and over. Every time a Descent came in from that Shyvana, Dexter was really on point with getting him out of the team and protecting CLG.
Thing is, I don't see any reason that Darius doesn't just play Mundo again. He spammed with the first 2 games. He got punished a bit in game 1. But if he gets to late game against a jungle Lee Sin, that kick on Mundo ain't going to do much. It's just going to slow him down a little bit, and he'll come right back at you with cleavers.
Do notice that Darius currently has flash teleport on his summoners. The only reason I highlight that, he's been heal teleport both of his previous games. So maybe an indication that something else is coming. So again, we are still burning down the clock. Remember, the winner of this game advances to the North American LCS Spring Playoffs Championship game and is looking for a slot at All-Stars.
Really?
Leona and Renekton.
So TSM has decided to do something completely different, or just do something old, in a sense. Just because Renekton, Leona, Nocturne is very much the win at 25 minutes TSM composition of days gone by, where they dominate the laning phase, they set up bot lane ganks with Nocturne, and they just try and execute and maintain control. That's the Renekton pick tells me.
And we'll see if they can pull that off. We'll also see how important the opening minutes of this game will be. The towers have been traded and swapped, and if TSM are looking for that lane dominance that you've highlighted, maybe they want head-to-head matchups. Maybe they don't want to give up towers early on. Also, as a note, 5-5. Darius is undefeated on Renekton this split this year.
If they're picking Renekton, they want to force Renekton into a 1v1 lane. They want Darius to be able to shine. Yen is really worried about this pick ban phase. Good lord.
I don't think I've ever seen
him that stressed.
I've never seen Dexter that stressed. And consider that Dexter was on the world stage at the Season 3 World Championships in the groups, and I've never seen that look on Nian or Dexter's
Aframu, though. Aframu always brings out Alistar in the face of Leona so he can headbutt her out of combos, and they try to set that up. They usually do that with Vayne, though. This time they're doing it with Caitlyn. This is very low overall damage output by CLG. They're going to have to rotate exquisitely if they want to win this one.
We'll need to see how Link decides to play that mid lane. Going to need some form of damage to back it up. TSM side, Every single champion on Team Solo Mid's composition is screaming early damage.
Yes,
early
absolutely.
damage is screaming early lane dominance, and we'll see who works it out.
So Corky gets in for Wild Turtle. Big pick there. It's just so many of TSM's classic champions is exactly what they went back to in this game 3. They took a complete move back to comfort, but because of the red side pick and ban meta that just developed within this series, the fact that they ended up banning Illusion, they put CLG off kilter as well. CLG is playing something entirely different as well. These are common champions for CLG. It's what they're used to, but this would be a patch 4.2 or a patch 4.3 early 2014 season stuff that these guys are going at it. And at that time in the year, TSM was miles better than Counter Logic Gaming.
Well, we'll have to see if that same trend continues. These comps somewhat reminiscent of the games you've seen this weekend. Yesterday when Curse was dealing with the poke that was coming out of Dignitas, it took 3 games for them to find their initiations. Team Solomon doesn't have that time. They need to be on point right now.
They look like they've picked a very comfortable composition. It's really going to depend heavily on if TSM can get this early game control and understand where CLG has been going. CLG came out on top in both games 1 and 2 as far as early game map movements, and with this team composition, TSM has to jump on them early.
We'll have to see if they make it work. Players are loading into the game. We want to know, once again, just remind you all to tweet at us who you think will win. Remember, the compositions and the look on Nian Tonso's face. That was stretched. Nian's face.
Yeah, Nian's face. Or Nian Tonso, who's changed his name. Cast your vote by tweeting at LOL Esports, the hashtag TSM or CLG win. And it's been going back and forth.
It's trended in CLG's favor. It has trended up in CLG's favor. I think for Nian, he really needs to settle his nerves. He's on that trundle. He needs to be a tanky frontline because truthfully, if anybody gets past him, there's not a lot of damage sitting on CLG's roster.
The whole team is a little bit low. I wonder how CLG is going to manufacture kills. That's really what they're going to have to do. They don't necessarily have the ability to force them. They don't have absurd team fighting ability. They just have to be very sneaky about the way they get things done. Dexter has to be completely on point with Lee. Everything has to work in synergy.
We are into the deciding game of Team Solo Mid versus Counter Logic Gaming. TSM on the blue side for this one. Heavy initiation comp coming up against Counter Logic's control comp, I think I'm going to call it. Deciding spot in this championship game. A winner of this advances and has a chance to claim the title as the best team in North America for this split so far.
And they're going to end up playing the winner of Cloud9 versus Curse. Cloud9, of course, the heavy favorites in the matchup, which comes up right after this. So we have League of Legends all day long. But what a way to start it off here.
Hoping for more best of 3s to go all the way. We had one of them yesterday. This is the same strategy that CLG pulled out in game 1, using Nian as that sort of lure, sitting in the river and waiting for anyone to come by. There's a fair amount of CC, but it doesn't look like TSM are going to fall for it. Previously, TSM were the ones that invaded red, and ladies and gentlemen, the TSM fans are out in force. I feel they were silenced in game 2, and they are back for game 3.
After that Bjergsen pentakill, everyone came out of the woodwork for TSM. 84-16. Early game, I wonder if CLG is going to be pulling off invades. Do have the teleport, obviously, if they want to try and correct the lanes, but it actually seems like TSM is in position to set up a 2v2 laning phase.
CLG not really moved from their early positionings, and we'll see how that laning phase works out. This is duos that we've not seen a whole heck of a lot of this year. Corky Leona against Caitlyn and Alistair, and this is old school combos. I mean, this is season 3, season 2 stuff even.
Well, Aframu loves playing Alistair against Leona. He just hopes people play Leona, because Alistair is probably his favorite champion as far as playing support. It's going to be very interesting. This is awesome how we get the straight-up lane matchups in the deciding game. So much of this is just telling you TSM, 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 because this is the type of game where they went on the 11-game winning streak, and this is how they have been dominating teams. Game 1 was won because TSM played CLG's game. Game 2 was extremely close because TSM pulled out something new and kind of reset the deck. Now it's game 3. It's CLG playing TSM's game.
Let's see who comes out superior. Darius taking a lot of damage early on, actually. He's going up against Nian with that cloth armor and a whole bunch of potions. So sustain somewhat sitting in Nien's favor. We'll see how Darius continues to handle that lane out.
Yeah, this is going to be Bjergsen trying to bully Link early on, and then afterwards it's going to be all about the long-range spears and Link staying out of engagement range of the LeBlanc. Bjergsen's had a very dominating year on LeBlanc, being able to pretty much destroy anyone.
On the same token, he's also had some games where he hasn't necessarily swung the entire outcome in recent weeks. We did see in the previous game, though, Bjergsen was, I think, significantly ahead of Link in terms of CS with the Karma pick. And we'll see if he can get that sort of dominance again. He's got a small lead. And here's the interesting lane that we talked about. Afro into X Special.
Caitlyn is one of Doublelift's favorite AD carries because of the ability to just keep someone at bay. Can't talk about that, though. Dexter going in for Dyrus.
See how this works out. Dyrus does have Flash. He's going to slice once, does have Dice, does manage to get away. Sonic Wave connects. That's instant Flash from Dyrus. He's going to put distance between him and Nien. But Flash burn, successful gank by CLG.
Yeah, Dexter's going to walk into the odd one. That's going to be a lot of damage.
Spell shield is up. That is a lot. Dexter is going to continue moving safeguards away. That's a good amount of damage from the odd one on Nocturne.
It is, but the lane is still frozen here for Nien if he keeps it here, and that should give him a bit of an experience edge on Dyrus. Dexter decides to shove it up a little bit. He's trying to keep pace with the odd one as well. Oryx
Special does manage to jump in the way. Finally stuns up Afram, who held onto that shield of Daybreak for a very long time. But at the end of the day, trade in favor of CLG again.
Yeah, before that gank happened in the top lane, we're talking about why Doublelift likes Caitlyn so much. She has a very quick attack animation, and when you're extremely good at Caitlyn, you can just stay completely out of range of someone with inferior range. Like Corki, 550, Doublelift will be very good at just getting those one auto attacks and always walking backwards extremely quickly. He's very tough to kill, especially late game. And with the Alistar, anytime they try and engage on him, it's just that added level of peel to isolate targets.
Wild Turtle, very low on hit points, does not have that potion to keep himself sustained. Aframu's keeping Doublelift nice and healed thanks to heals that he's throwing out. One thing we didn't touch on, 2 ignites on the side of TSM. We'll get to that in a second. They port Link out. That is a root, but doesn't manage to connect with the Javelin. 2 ignites on TSM versus none on CLG.
But Flash and Heal burned in the mid lane, and the ignites on TSM are just indicative of them trying to reset this playstyle to being earlier on. They're not playing the heal game. They're still playing their old win early, destroy the lanes style, and they're going to hope to power through the healing of CLG with multiple ignites.
So with that being said, Counter Logic Gaming have had the first early wins in terms of the top lane and the bottom lane, forcing Wild Turtle back. Link struggling somewhat in the mid lane, and CS is sitting pretty even. Nien was a little bit down from Dyrus, but that's been evened up. And Dexter, he's sniffing this bottom, but I feel this might be forced. I don't really see Wild Turtle Special being caught out.
Exactly. I feel like the only way Wild Turtle Special go in is if they're getting a gank from the odd one. It's probably just a misread there by Dexter. He was hoping to counter gank, and Alistar would have been very good at supporting that gank, but it ends up just being Lee Sin standing in a brush for a small period of time.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. Dexter's going to back away and still trading this top lane.
Yeah, and Dexter is actually going for a very aggressive early game. As you can see, he's done 2 longswords before even completing his Spirit Stone, so he's most likely going for that Lizard Elder, but he's went for the damage first.
Hasn't necessarily paid off just yet.
Hasn't been able to find ganks.
Great to see Dexter changing his jungling style, though, as the series has gone on. From that Feral Flare, now spending a lot of time in lanes. We haven't seen him make this sort of concerted effort at interrupting lanes. You can see he's moving to the top as well. Once again, coming up behind Dyrus.
But level 6, going to be tough to tango.
Dominus is up, instantly thrown. That's a chomp. That's slice for 1. That's actually stopped. Turns it back around. That's very aggressive by Dyrus. Dexter nowhere near landing that Sonic Wave, but Dyrus totally in control, reading the situation well.
Yeah, and now he gets that empowered Q on the full wave, and it's like that gank never even happened, except both CLG members are low. Plus, there's a Nocturne waiting in the wings. This is going to hurt Dexter's jungle substantially.
So level 5 Nocturne does not have Paranoia, about 3/4 of a way from getting to his ultimate, but very well turned around by Dyrus.
He's in complete control. TSM has to be so happy that they could isolate Dyrus in a laning scenario against Nien, especially with Renekton. That is where Dyrus is comfortable, and it's where he shines. He is just manhandling this top lane.
Not even afraid to go in. That's the subjugate. Once again, Dyrus just trying to put some distance between him. Dexter is very low. There's no dominance. That's a flash forward from Nien just to get the chomp. They're going to continue
there's no
to chase.
ultimate on Dyrus.
Sonic Wave is there. Now Dyrus is looking for a cooldown. 4 seconds before the slice and dice. Dexter flashes away from the stun. First blood secured, and Dexter outplays an overconfident Dyrus.
absolutely what happened there, Quickshot. The overconfidence of Dyrus comes back to haunt him, and they give it back. He gives away his lead in the top lane, trying to bite off more than he could chew.
Particularly like the flash timing from Dexter.
Yeah, that empowered W may have taken him out, so he had to flash away.
Good read on the situation. Good counter, actually, from CLG. So Dyrus forced to use that teleport to get back to lane. Well, not forced. He decided to. Going to continue pushing out the wave. Still has a CS advantage, but Nian coming back with that Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, big time battle in the top lane. The bottom lane has been a little bit more subdued. It's because the Alistar actually negates a lot of aggression early unless you try and go in for ganks, in which case he has fairly good gank support. You really don't see much Alistar against most picks because he's poked out fairly easily. He's all in or just mainly useless early on in the laning phase. You pick him for the team fighting. And CLG is at least with that edge in the bottom lane.
We do see CLG. They're getting that extended laning phase, and when you've got champions like CLG's, the Trundle, the Nidalee, the Alistar you mentioned, the later the game goes, the happier they're really going to be.
This is an interesting timing maneuver right here by CLG. They expect Odd1 to be over at his blue buff right now, so they're just rushing down the dragon. A nice move there, just having the timers. So CLG is playing the standard laning phase. It's actually going entirely how you would expect if you're ranking the strength of these teams. Nian is losing to Dyrus in the 1v1, which is expected. Doublelift and Aphromoo, they think they're the best bottom lane in North America. They're winning by 20 in pretty much a straight-up 2v2. And then mid lane, Bjergsen with the Blanc, a slight edge, and is able to roam. They're really trying to punish Nian here in the top lane.
We'll see if they can make it stick. Dominus is available for Dyrus, has been thrown down. Nian's been silent. Subjugate is out. He's healing, and he's down. Another fantastic dive from a LeBlanc, this time Bjergsen and Dyrus.
Aside from not being at the turret, nothing Nian could have done there. Dyrus was so tanky with that ultimate, just eating up the turret while Bjergsen was free to spam spells on him. Dexter going to have to soak up the experience while Nian is gone.
So we've seen Shifter doing that yesterday. It didn't really help Coast out. We'll see if Bjergsen can make it stick more. He's got the makings of a Deathfire Grasp. The only reason I point that out, it's somewhat different to the LeBlanc builds we've been seeing in recent weeks.
Yeah, but it's one of Bjergsen's specialties, is just finding the single target and crushing him out. You may have seen the death cap by a lot of others, but this is the Bjergsen special as far as the way he plays LeBlanc. Another thing that is very important to note is because of the standard lanes, Odd1 has had much more time to farm stacks onto his Wriggles Lantern. His Wriggles is at 16 stacks. He needs 25 for Feral Flare. He is going to get a very early transform on that, and he has a bunch of experience, already level 8, with double buffs.
And that's a role reversal from the previous game where it was Dexter that got that early. They caught Doublelift. Aphromoo was in the mid lane. Yep. Instant flash from Doublelift.
Damage potential of that Corky Leona lane is too immense for Doublelift to not burn flash right away.
Solar Flare, rather, is available for X-Special, knowing that Doublelift doesn't have that flash, and that is such good damage from a Tiamat Renekton.
This is going to be a problem for CLG. Nian needs to find a way, and CLG as a whole needs to find a way to manipulate this game and make it about roaming. The longer Dyrus is isolated against Nian, the more punishing he is going to become.
Oh, look at that damage. Nian's in trouble. Dominus is only a few seconds away from being available.
Doesn't even have flash.
Dyrus may consider this. Look at Odd1's positioning. Dexter is going to respond, so this could quickly become a 2-on-2. Dyrus, the question
is a bait at this point, though, with Dexter there. They were hoping to bait a tower dive, and Dyrus, he's gotten caught going over aggressive once and recovered. Will he do it again?
We do see Dexter, Odd1 rather, still hanging around. Every time I see Nocturne going up, oh, that's a great pulverize. Aphromoo interrupting the Zenith Blade. My word, man, your reaction times.
He is the Alistar player for a reason, but look at that damage to the mid lane while the gank approaches top. Here's Lee set for the maybe save. He's gone.
Oh, Nian is dead. That was just perfect. Dexter, you really don't want to stick around for that one. He's going to try soak up the XP, but 1-2, wham bam, thank you ma'am, and Nian's gone.
That was brutal for Nian right there. Dyrus, even with the slight Renekton nerfs early, 200 less health on his Dominus, doesn't matter because this matchup isn't even close. It's about the damage, actually, for Dyrus right now. Double Thorns with the Tiamat, not letting Nian breathe.
So, Dyrus is just going to continue denying CS and experience. Nian actually forced to teleport to that top lane. So, Summoner Spell used. Trying the best he can, but every time Dominus and Paranoia is up, TSM can just rinse and repeat. That's 2 ganks on Nian's Trundle. And we talked in the picks and bans how important it was going to be for Nian to be able to be a strong front line to allow Link to find the spears. And it's going to be a long time before that happens.
And it's a TSM special to have Odd One pick a lane and gank it over and over and over again. Oftentimes it was bot lane in the past when they would run Nocturne compositions, but they may as well go where their strength is right now and keep going at Dyrus' Renekton. Meanwhile, he just gets to keep farming and stack up that Feral Flare.
Getting closer and closer for the item to evolve. Team Solo Mid now for the first time all series with a lead out of the laning phase. First tower secured in favor of Team Solo Mid. Public opinion is with them, momentum is with them. That's a second tower less than a few seconds later. And this is a massive swing in control.
TSM is a team with exceptional solo laners, and they got to solo lane 1v1, and they made CLG pay. Exactly what they wanted tactically coming into the series. It's incredible that they were able to force CLG into this position.
CLG now going to try to find a way to respond. Remember, they did grab the first dragon. The reason I bring that up, it's a minute and a half before it respawns. Council Logic Gaming maybe going to consider looking for it. We'll need to see, well, they decide to move in. That bottom end has actually been pretty passive.
Oh boy.
Oh, that's a good steal on the big golem. Insta-flash from Nien.
The solo lane control is gone, and Dexter's not strong enough to be able to babysit both of these lanes. CLG is quickly losing control of this game, and you think even to the very start of this, strategically, what has happened really within this series to go from CLG having complete control and dictating the pace to TSM to it being completely the other way. This is the TSM style. They are getting exactly what they want, and CLG is getting nothing right now.
Well, we'll have to see how it works out, especially on Wild Turtle. Combo up together to get that pink ward down. So the pink eye in the bush has been removed. The CLG still looking to farm themselves up. The only moves we've really seen has been from Dexter in the top lane, and it hasn't worked out. It's one of those situations where it's so difficult if you try to gank a losing lane, especially one that can turn it back around, as Dyrus has already done this game.
Here's the trickiest thing. He's went Sightstone Lee Sin. And since they already have a monster of Renekton in the top lane, a 2v1 gank might not even grant a kill. He basically has to go bottom lane, or Wild Turtle and X-Special are content just farming because they know that their solo lanes will carry them to a victory. Lee Sin can't necessarily gank LeBlanc. She's just going to jump away. Dexter's maybe out of moves here.
We'll need to see what he decides to do. Making his way towards the river. He just placed a ward in that bush. It was instantly pinged out by TSM, so I think they're aware of it.
They might try to find Dexter in the jungle now. Nice nibbly trap.
We're going to, until Vision was revealed. So Bjergsen grabs himself on a trap, immediately backs away. TSM, less focus on stealing buffs from CLG this game. You contrast that to the opening 15 minutes of games 1 and 2. And exactly as you've highlighted many times already, Jet, TSM just wanting those head-to-head matchups, wanting to let their composition and their champion counter picks really do the work for them.
This is extremely dangerous right now. The rest of TSM could collapse down onto CLG if they get caught during that dragon. They want to poke with Nidalee Spears before doing anything drastic. This game could very easily get out of hand for CLG if they lost a dragon fight.
Teleports available on both top laners, not needed as they've moved their way down to the bottom half of the map. Dexter still moving into position. It looks like they've given it up.
Honestly, they have to concede this. There is too much strength on TSM right now. Dyrus is level 12 to a level 10 Yen in the top lane. Even though both top laners have came down, both top laners aren't really there because Yen isn't a full person right now when compared to Dyrus. This is just too much for TSM. Too much for CLG to deal with.
TSM, it feels like they're trying to bait CLG to start the dragon because TSM have made no movements for it. They also don't want to get poked down by Nidalee Spears. Keep that in mind. Instead, they've stuck both Dyrus and Bjergsen in the mid lane. No one from CLG is here to defend this. We do see Link, he's taking a long walk around. If the minions hold true, this could be another tower for TSM. I think it's going to be.
Yeah, that's even better than the dragon. They were using the dragon as a way of drawing CLG away from the mid lane, and then because they are so much stronger as a unit, they moved through the CLG jungle, preventing the rotation past the blue buff, and giving them free time on that turret.
Just like that, the strategic control and decision-making you now feel is in TSM's hands. Games 1 and 2, it was all about CLG and their movements and their plays. And now, how does CLG bounce back? How do they do what TSM did in the previous game to bring it back into this match?
It's going to be incredibly difficult at this point. We heard Kobe talking on the analyst desk before this game that CLG sometimes chokes in these big moments, and it seems to be happening again. If you just look at their just lackadaisical play right here in this game, they haven't made rotations early on in the game. They have lost control, and now they're just back into old habits. playing TSM's game is not the way you beat TSM. And now they just go and get the Dragon.
CLG are too far away for this. By the time they even get within distance, it will be secured. So Team Solo Mid grab themselves a 4,000 gold lead, their first Dragon of the game. Map movements are in favor of TSM and they're doing well.
Even just thinking about the camera shots during Champion Select, Nien had his head in his hands. His mind was shattered before this game even began. Something happened here strategically for these guys, or during game 2, that has put them a little bit on tilt, and TSM is taking full advantage.
And Team Solo Mid have made it all the way down. Most of the turrets in the top half of the map. The question is, at what point does Odd1 give some love to this bottom lane? He's down by those bottom golems. Team Solo Mid seem to continue to be content to farm this one up, grow the lead a little bit further, and Dexter and Link now are the first ones to make their move down. Not sure if this is going to be a tower dive or not. Ward goes down, and that's immediately Wild Turtle out of position.
There is a teleport available on Renection if this dive begins, and there's also a Nocturne with an ultimate up. Turret getting low, but CLG not committing.
Attack speed buff from Nidalee, allowing Double Lift to do work on that tower. Down to below a couple hundred hit points. A warm breath of air should knock it over in this next wave, and it does seem to be the decision here from CLG. They're moving onto the tower. Paranoia is up.
TSM might just go.
And that was a little half-hearted. They do manage to catch Double Lift out. Now Odd1 knocked up into the air. Pulverize is not available. Instantly headbutts Dyrus away. Is it enough though? That's the question. That's a Valkyrie forward from Wild Turtle as Aframu is going to sacrifice himself for the team, giving up his life as a support should. But at the end of the day, TSM hold on to the tower and they get another kill. They should also get the bottom tower as well.
Yeah, that was a nice escape by CLG to avoid taking more deaths, but there was still no realistic way they were fighting there. There was actually a canceled teleport. Flash!
Oh! So that went well. Flash deleted. What was the hashtag LCS big play? Bjergsen deleted that guy? Basically the same situation.
That was big. That's the DFG right there from Bjergsen coming in. Dexter nowhere is safe at this moment, and the push should continue now from TSM. They're taking advantage of that 20-minute laning phase.
There's nobody on CLG that can defend this. If Double Lift sticks around, he may get jumped. He has been jumped. Bjergsen bursts him down. Summoner heal has been used. Now Bjergsen gets knocked up, and tower hit plus the javelin means he goes down. All of a sudden, TSM, have they bitten off more than they can chew? The answer does look to be yes. Xpecial has given up his life, and Dyrus is just going man mode, pushing CLG away. Nien Sonso is finally coming into his own. Dyrus stuns up Nien. We do see Wild Turtle still untouched. Nien still alive. Safeguard shield keeps him up. Now Wild Turtle is the next target. Can the slow come in? That's the question. Headshot proc. That's him down. Link grabs himself another kill, and 3 for 0. Odd1 forced to flash over the wall. Link is trying to run down Dyrus. This is going to be scary. Oh, the damage! He gets it! That is a scary crocodile. Link is out.
Link overcommitting right at the end of that fight. TSM does overcommit that fight, though. You can see there is some nice kiting potential for the CLG team if the dive is too big. That is very critical for CLG getting at least something back. Getting a kill onto Bjergsen, getting a kill onto Turtle, all very important things. Still, though, a 5,000 gold edge.
Oh, chain doesn't connect, and that means Bjergsen needs to back off. So CLG make the best of a bad situation. They lost their tower. They did give up a few kills. Talk us through this.
We have to see this one more time. Double Lift got so low that it kind of baited TSM in, but the stun with the Nidalee Spear, Van Bjergsen was down. He's the biggest threat right here. And then, with Bjergsen down and no mana on TSM, I think is the critical thing. Odd1 and Wild Turtle were both out. It means Corki can't be a persistent threat, whereas Double Lift still can be from the back with his Caitlyn. Then it's just a matter of trying to chase down with pillars and returning fire throughout. Dexter finally comes in at the very end, saves Nien from that auto attack kill. Unfortunately, that Q falls wide. They can only get Turtle. Odd1 had this flash the entire time. He was hoping to split CLG's focus, which he did. And obviously we saw the overcommit at the end from Link, hopping into a big run.
So Team Solo Mid, a momentary weakness, I think. I'm using that word very loosely, of course, because CLG also committed, also chased, which allowed TSM to grab themselves a few kills on the way out. Gold lead is continuing to grow. You have to highlight that. We're up to 5,500 sitting in TSM's favor. The only tower that has fallen on their half of the map has been in that bottom lane thanks to that previous team fight. So CLG still sniffing for objectives.
Yeah.
That's confident.
And there was a kill in the mid lane while Dyrus was laughing all about that one. We'll get that replay up as soon as this action calms down in the top lane. It is just crazy that it's 5 turrets to 1.
1v3.
For such an objective control team.
That paranoia comes in. Double Lift is being forced out. He's feared. He's held in place. Dyrus gets the kill credit. 3 members of TSM trying to surround members of CLG. Dexter's taking them on a wild ride. It's another kill for Dyrus. 4-1.
And the push in the mid lane is just continuing. TSM is taking everything from CLG and leaving them with nothing. It is a complete role reversal from game 1. In game 1, TSM was just showing their mid lane pushes, showing their hand. Now it is CLG, and TSM is punishing them for it.
Team Solo Mid will secure the first inhibitor of the game at 23 minutes and 18 seconds. After the solo kill on Link, after CLG overcommits in the top lane, maybe feeling the pinch, feeling the pressure. Here's that replay. Yeah. That's just a straight outplay.
This is just a red buff on Wild Turtle, surprising the crap out of Link at this point in the mid lane. That's 2 times now Link has just gotten too close to the enemy. Once with Renekton, again with Wild Turtle. Him and Yen both struggling mightily in this matchup.
And you can't deny the fact that Corki is an AD carry that we haven't seen a lot of in recent weeks, and you somewhat forget the burst that he has.
Yeah,
so Team Solo Mid, 81% to 19%. The way they are playing, it's very difficult to see how CLG are going to pull this one back. They need to turtle, and they need to pull off a monumental defense. TSM,
they got to get away from this.
There's
an ultimate up on X Special. He lands it on double lift.
He manages to go in. Another great knock-up from Aframu. TSM seems to continue to want to chase, though. Paranoia is not available for the odd one. Keep that in mind. Ace in the hole gets channel, but they're just focusing X Special. None of the carries have taken any damage. Wow. Yeah, X Special's low, but the carries are still there. Dyrus is the crocodile you want to see.
It's a desperation fight for CLG. They see someone low, they're trying to get as much as they can.
It's not going to work out. Niantanso does throw out that subjugate. Here comes Bjergsen from the side. Tries to burst somebody down. Nobody has died yet. This is the longest engage of the game so far. Dexter's the first victim. Nian follows suit. Dyrus is putting on those blue sage shoes, and the giant crocodile's looking for the cow. The paranoia finally comes available, and Double Lift is being chased by the odd one. Manages to get the Duskbringer and the Fear. Double Lift going down. Does manage to use the something heal. Keeps himself up for a few more seconds. It's not enough. There are super minions on the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Solo Mid are going to the championship game. Team Solo Mid are pushing down the base.
The teleport comes in from Dyrus, and faster than all 3 of the games, TSM closes out CLG.
Counter Logic Gaming put up a hell of a fight in games 1 and 2, but they got dominated in game 3. Team Solo Mid have done it. They are in the championship game. They will be playing tomorrow, and that was a great turnaround series.
Considering how badly they lost in game 1 and how they were losing in game 2, I cannot say how impressive this game 3 domination was. They had their backs against the wall, and boy, did they respond.
Have to question what was going on in CLG's heads.
What was going on in that camp?
Beginning of the game, Nien looks shell-shocked.
Yeah, look at them now.
Dexter, equally so.
Crushed at this point. The storied history between these teams, how long CLG has been aching to knock TSM off of their pedestal, and it was not the day today. Everything was in CLG's favor, but TSM just pulled it through in the end.
Last time CLG took a series of TSM, which didn't even result in a tournament victory. MLG Anaheim, 2012, if I recall correctly, a long time ago. I do, however, want to say that this is the first time in a long time that you feel that TSM and CLG are much closer to evenly matched.
Yes.
This series could have gone either way.
They are so close to the same level. And you could really see it just based off the 2 games. Honestly, if you're breaking it down game by game, CLG won game 1 pretty much as hard as TSM won game 3.
Yeah.
And that game 2 could have went either way.
It really could have.
Yeah.
And the positional mistakes, the positional errors of CLG where they got caught up by that Baron in game 2, that was the opening that allowed TSM to get in there, that allowed them to pick up the 2-1 victory in the semifinals.
Yeah, and in the final game, a lot of it came down to the MVPs of TSM. They're solo laners so often. Bjergsen, a lot of his roams top did help Dyrus get going. They defaulted back to the Renekton. They found a way to get the laning phase to exist for them and kind of bypass the things that were making them weak on this patch.
6-6 on Renekton as far as Dyrus is concerned. Yeah. Bjergsen, 5 wins out of 6 games on LeBlanc. Xpecial going back to a comfort pick. I mean, even Wild Turtle going back to Corki. He's old school ADC player. It's something you're familiar with. And it caught CLG off guard.
Yeah, and that stuff gets them into the finals. Now they're going to end up facing the winner of our next semifinals. We can see this bracket right here. Cloud9 versus Team Curse is coming up next to face TSM in a final showdown, which will take place tomorrow.
And of course, because Council Logic Gaming did secure the loss here, they will be taking part in the third, fourth place decider, which will be against either Cloud9 or Team Curse. That'll be first thing tomorrow morning. So great series here in the semifinal. Great victory by Team Solo Mid. And deserved victory, I feel. They really crushed and killed in Game 3.
And it's not over for them. They want to be the spring split champions like they were in 2013. They have to get it back for themselves. This is just a small step. They didn't get the #1 seed, which meant they had to be the ones to knock out CLG on their eventual path to the finals.
There were a lot of people that were anticipating a CLG in the final. I myself felt they had a very good chance. I actually thought in this series, if it went to those mid to late games, CLG had the edge, but unfortunately, it never got to mid to late in the finals.
These were all very quick games, which tends to happen when teams are playing at this level.
Well, that was absolutely fantastic. So for a first-hand account of that commanding win, I'm going to send it over to Freak at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Quickshot. I want to welcome Reginald and Bjergsen to the desk. Guys, congratulations on the hard-fought win. I want to start at the beginning of the series, though. You guys had to prepare kind of in darkness. You had to buy into the semifinals. Last time we spoke, you said you guys are having a very hard time playing on 4.4. How did you prepare coming into this playoff series?
Pretty much we had like a very, very big talk with Reggie, which helped us out like a lot. We were improving a lot, and I feel like we were actually in a really good spot, but we didn't do any of those things that we learned in the first 2 games, unfortunately. But I feel like we knew what to do, and we weren't like as confused as we were the other weeks. We just didn't really manage to like do it in the first 2 games.
Reggie, what were the things you had taught this team? What were the things they were dropping as well?
So one of the biggest things when I came back was I was helping them with rotations, and just like how the game should be played out in general. And like the first 2 games that came in, they just like didn't do anything we went over. Like we literally reviewed what we were gonna do for like 4 hours yesterday. And the guys are super tired. Like I went over the concept like 5 times in a row. And then after the first game, I like went up stage. I'm like, all right, guys, you guys didn't follow the plans. Just do it this time, right? The second game, they go in. It was a little shaky. They didn't follow the plan again. I'm like, oh my god. But overall, when you when you practice something, it's not guaranteed. But the higher it increases your chances of doing it better. So we just need to practice it more and just come up with more solid plans.
Now, Reggie, I can help but notice your voice seems a little hoarse. Are you cheering your team on throughout the game?
I think it's the PAX Plague, maybe, with the cheering.
The first game, I was shouting. The second game, like it was so intense. I actually thought that CLG was going to take the game, and then Xpecial came up with the flash hook. If Link flashed it, it would have been a much harder game. But he got caught by the hook, and we snowballed into Baron. Darius also made a huge play bottom, solo killing Jax. And what happened there was, we just snowballed the game and won. But like that game was a very hard match, and we were slowly climbing back in. It looked really grim though. So I was just shouting and going crazy, and I was like so nervous. Like I didn't even want to watch the match at one point.
So, I mean, you talk about this match being so important and nerve-wracking and whatnot. I mean, it's the long-time rivalry, TSM versus Counter Logic Gaming. I know, Reggie, you're now, coaching in the role must be harder for you, but, Bjergsen, you're kind of absorbing this one now, right? And you're the new you're the MVP of TSM, right? You're leading the charge. What's this match mean to you?
Also, because I played against Dexter a lot, and we're good friends, so I kind of have that rivalry too. So I had a rivalry with Dexter, and then we just end up on CLG and TSM. So we kind of have like a friendly rivalry, and then I just join in on the CLG versus TSM bandwagon, pretty much.
You just keep it going. All right, so I want to talk to you then. We'll get ourselves into the games now. Gigantic team fight for you guys. It pretty much sealed the deal there down at Dragon Game 3. If we can get that replay up on your screen. I want you to walk me through how you chose to engage this fight.
Yeah, I think we went a little bit too hard here. Xpecial and Darius should have definitely backed off earlier with Odd One, and we would have just been at the Dragon earlier. So Xpecial takes a little bit too much damage because we went in too hard, but we're just so far ahead at this point. We're at 8k, I didn't even realize we were that far ahead. So we kind of like engage and disengage. Here I actually go for double lift, but Afro has an amazing headbutt that pretty much just like stops my kill on double lift. But then again, we're just so strong and we just pretty much like roll over them. I would say if Afro didn't actually use that headbutt, I would probably have insta-killed double lift, so that was really well played by him.
You actually mentioned that you were you didn't realize you were 8,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
How do you sort of catalog advantages in your head? Like, how do you realize, like, oh, we took a bunch of health, but even in like a 4v5, we're okay?
Like at least I knew we were like at least 5k ahead, so I knew we were a lot stronger. But it's like when your support misses or uses all, and then we don't get the engage on, and then he gets really chunked. It's hard to know exactly like how much of that gold really matters into a team fight if you're pretty much just lacking one member from the beginning of the fight.
So I actually want to press you on a couple other things that happened throughout the series. You picked up mid lane Karma here. I know Karma was a big top laner in Europe last split. I don't know if you pulled it up from seeing those games. Like, what's the deal with Karma mid?
I played Karma a lot in solo queue, even back in EU, but I never really felt like it fit the meta. Now the meta is a lot about, unless you're on like CLG's comp in like game 2 or game 1, it's a lot about kiting back. And if you have like the speed up, you have the slow, you have good poke, you have good siege. I feel like Karma is just an overall good champion. She's a lot like Nidalee, but with kind of a stronger mid early, but less poke, but better like zoning control. And it just depends on the game what we really want to go for. And we feel like Karma gives some more early mid-game pressure, and that's where we really wanted to get ahead in the game.
Well, it's actually good you bring this up then, because our next replay is actually your pentakill in game 2. If you want to pull that replay up, Bjergsen, if you want to do the honors, talk to me about how this all came about for you.
We're pretty far ahead here. Like, we got Baron. I think I just got like a major buy. It's Athene's Deathcap and Void Staff. They get kind of a half-ass engage, so they can't really do too much to us here. And we run back a bit. We're not really sure if we want to fight because they're not going too hard either. They only get Shockwave on Darius. He's a massive tanks. Double Lift goes a bit too far in. So Special just gets a good flash play. I don't know. We just pretty much roll over them. I think I managed to shield Darius. No, I shield Wild Turtle instead. That's a misclick. But look how much damage my Mantra Q does. And we just pretty much just win the team fight from there. I got a good 3-man Q on them, but even then, I think we would have just won the fight.
All right, so I'll just kind of fill in you, and then right here.
Yeah, I wasn't actually sure if I pressed my ult before I queued, so I was kind of worried I wouldn't get the penta, but I did get it.
That's cool. How did it feel like? You're like, oh my god, we came back in game 2, because I know you said you're already winning, but like you're down game 1, you've got to win that one. Is that like when you realize we're back in the series, or was it the earlier fight?
It was just like when we called Link, I just knew we were back in the game. Even getting the penta, I didn't feel as excited as I think I should have, or people expected me to, because I'm like, damn, I think we should have lost that game. That's that's what went through my head. Was like, I got the penta, but I think that we should have lost that game. But
first thought.
Like, at least we capitalized on their mistake, and that's really what mattered.
Yeah, and that went really well. So you guys won game 3. Reggie, I want to direct this next question to you. You guys know that tomorrow you're going to fight the winner of Curse versus Cloud9. That's the next match. Where are you going to watch that from?
We're probably just going to watch it from backstage and just talk about the game and probably rewatch the games a lot tonight and just come up with a good strategy for it. It's definitely going to be a tough match, but you know, we're going to try our best and come in with a good plan. I think we feel a lot more comfortable after beating CLG. It was just one of those things where we haven't played a match in 2 weeks, and going into it, we're worried because of all the new changes. But it looks like we're going to have a good strategy going in for it tomorrow.
Well, that's good. You guys seem to adapt throughout the day. Of course, Reginald, good birthday present there to win the semifinals. Your team is top 2 now. If you can win tomorrow, you'll go into the All-Star Invitational. I guess, Bjergsen, you're going regardless, either in the Challenge or the Invitational, so we'll see you in France. So you guys, incredibly well-played game. The best of 3 went through for you guys. Really awesome stuff. So I guess I'm trying to think of what the next thing to say is. I guess our next match, Cloud9 versus Curse. How do you feel about those 2 teams?
We've been scrimming Curse a lot, and I think that they actually looked a lot stronger in scrims than they did against Dig yesterday. Maybe they had they just have to feel confident, but I feel like they've definitely improved a lot. And I think if Cloud9 don't, if they underestimate them the slightest, I think Curse can easily pull out, not easily, but they can pull out a win if Cloud9 doesn't play their fullest.
Reggie, how about you?
Curse has been looking really strong lately. But the games in Dignitas looked really sloppy. I think that Dignitas should have won that game, but they ended up throwing it at Baron like always. That's kind of mean, but it's true. You know, the games were really close. C9's the type of team where if you lose advantage, they're gonna snowball on you completely. So with that type of play, they're not gonna win. But they were doing really well against instant scrims, and they were playing a lot better than what they showcased. I think if they can just get it together, pick good champions, just come in. They can definitely take the match if they just play well. They're really good if they're on their best, but they have off days as well.
All right, well, guys, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win. We'll see you tomorrow in the finals, the best of 5. That'll be fun no matter who you're facing against. Well, after the break, we're going to get to our next semifinal matchup, Cloud9 versus Curse. But first, TSM is one step closer towards winning the North American LCS and securing their spot at All-Stars Paris. And for many players in the league, this is the chance of a lifetime.
It feels really good to be in the top 3 for All-Stars because that means basically if TSM, CLG, or Cloud9 win playoffs, then I'll go to All-Stars.
I kind of came here not knowing how the fans were going to react because I had to fill some big shoes for Reginald, and I'm happy that people feel like I'm doing a good enough job to even get voted into All-Stars, so I'm super happy about it.
Yeah, it's an honor, because When I was coming into the season, I didn't make Worlds. I was pretty sad. And I was like, okay, like, this might be my last season playing competitively, so I gotta make it count. When I saw, like, oh, people actually think I'm still good, it was a really big confidence boost, and it was really cool to do that. And I want to do it again, and just make my fans happy.
I actually want to go to All-Stars because that's in Paris, and who doesn't want to go to Paris?
France does have a lot of stuff that I would like to see, and it's a pretty cool tourist destination.
It's like a romantic town, isn't it? With like, it's like a town for girls and guys, and it's just like, I'm there with my team, I guess I'll go on a date with one of them or something.
I think it'd be really nice to just kind of see what the hustle and bustle is about in Paris. I kind of want to go see, obviously, the Eiffel Tower and just go to like all the landmarks and stuff.
I love traveling, and I would love to just explore the city if we have time.
I'm excited about the whole idea of Paris. If we end up going to Paris, it just means that we're the best team in NA at that point.
Ultimately, I would prefer to go with my team because they're my team.
We're really excited to have a chance to go to All-Stars. We really want to go.
I think it's really huge, especially going into the summer split, having like played against other regions and talking to other regions, like how they play, see how they play.
You get international experience, and you get to play against the best teams in the world that people watch from other regions.
It's going to be a really great experience and really help us understand where we are on the world level.
I want to go to be able to play against Impact, against all the other infamous top laners from other regions. I want to be able to play versus them and experience how great they are as top laners and to be able to learn from them.
Mainly, I only want to play against the Koreans because they're the best in the world.
SKT is going, so I definitely want to play against them.
They're the strongest team, and I want to see how we fare against them.
Faker is a god. Their entire team is just flawless.
The region I would look most forward to is probably playing against EU, because it's like, it's where I came from.
Being able to play versus anyone, even in Europe, or whether it's Korea or China, then it's just going to be an awesome feeling.
People are voting for me, so I'm just really happy about it, and if they want me to represent NA, then I'll do it.
It means a lot knowing that all these people have voted for me. There's, what, over 100,000 votes for me, that they just want me to represent the region, and it feels really good.
If we're able to win, you know, that's awesome. Like, you know, that's enough for me already.
I just really want to do it, you know, just to show people that I can do it.
My favorite play was actually from the CLG TSM game when CLG won. It was Dexter on Lee Sin, he got the Q onto Wild Turtle, kicked him right in the double lift, and they turned a 2v3 around into a bear.
Bjergsen's very hurt on the outside, but that's the clone. He actually goes down to the hands of Dexter, and TSM is still trying to find where the rest of the team is. A double kill! Beautiful play from Dexter and double lift, and they're gonna keep going. A very low special on Baron.
Without hesitation. With such huge stakes, they hadn't beaten TSM all year, and that play gave them their first win.
Welcome back to the North American Spring Playoffs. That play we just seen was actually a 4 versus 5 fight when it started. It was awesome.
That was from last week too, right?
It was, yeah, 2 weeks ago, I believe. Wow, we want to do a quick check-in with what you've been saying over at Twitter. Earlier today, we asked you, who is the backbone of your favorite North American LCS team and why? And here's what you've written in with. From @LarsNoRegards. In my opinion, Double Lift has stepped up as the backbone of CLG, bringing himself up to speed with the 80 carry meta of Sivir/Lucian. Maybe more Lucian in recent times. What's your take?
Yeah, he plays Lucian so much. I mean, he's always been the star of that team. He's always been solid. Always comes out and shines.
Yeah, wasn't enough to help him this series, unfortunately. Next one, @BeastModeMax. He says, Bjergsen is the carrier of the team, but the odd one is the backbone. The team lives and dies on his success. What do you think?
I'd say Oddwin's definitely a rock in the team, but I wouldn't forget Darius after that last game. He looked really scary.
Contrast Darius game 1 and game 3, and yeah, I completely agree with you. Final one, Dat Trashy Guy. He says, Quas definitely is the backbone of Curse. That Jax play yesterday, putting everyone into his very large backpack. What do you reckon?
I mean, when Quas gets a lead, he knows how to like take control of the game with it. And whether it be Gragas, Mundo, Jax, all good.
He's going to play a bit more aggressive.
Yeah,
he's slow to get out the gate yesterday.
He's not so shy anymore, but yeah, he's coming out.
We'll see how they do against Cloud9. Thank you very much for your great responses and keep them coming. Remember to follow us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS to join in on the conversation. Now, we're going to send it to freaking Kobe to get us into our second semi-final. But on our way, Curse say Cloud9 has an impressive track record in the regular season, in scrims, playing on a train or on a plane. They're dangerous with a plan. They're just a tough team. Saint, my man.
That's so
Cloud9's probably considered the best team in NA. As far as scrims go, they're the team that probably has the best win percentage against us, and I think probably has the best win percentage in scrims across all of NA.
I think every team is a threat to us, regardless of whatever standing is versus them. It can always change in the best of 3. It always changes throughout the season. Teams get better, teams get worse.
So Cloud9, they're all really good individually. They really have no weak spots in terms of mechanics or individual player performances, and they always show up to play.
I think the biggest thing for us today is not messing up our early game rotations. So we just have to be more conscious that every team is not going to do the same type of 2 versus 1.
I still think we're stronger than them, and in the best of 3, where the first game matters a lot, if we take it, we can pretty much take the whole thing.
The first win in a best of 3 match is very important, especially since we start blue side.
It would put so much pressure on Cloud9 if we're able to come out, win the first game.
I think our games versus Curse generally were pretty snowbally, which during playoffs we can just lose a game off level 1. I wouldn't want to lose the first game in a best of 3 against Curse.
If we manage to beat Cloud9 and beat the eventual winner of TSM and CLG, in that case we'd have the best shot of representing us on the international stage. I think that we can definitely do it. If we could get to that spot again and just show up and play, I think it would be pretty amazing.
Well, like the player said, there's a lot of pressure on winning that first game. We'll see who can pull it out. It's our second semifinal matchup, guys. Cloud9 versus Team Curse. Now, Kobe, Cloud9 are the defending Summer Champions title here. They're coming in with a lot of momentum, 13 wins in a row.
Yeah, they ended the spring split, tying their previous record for the longest winning streak. But really, they've been a solid unit all year long, showing that they can not only make quick adaptations to the game, but they also really embraced that change. You could say that they were almost even playing on the 4.5 patch before it even hit, like using supports as solo laners in the case of High Soraka. And they also made correct early game invades and put very, very deep wards into the jungle so they can continue to roll that advantage.
Yeah, they're incredibly good at that. But as we heard St. Vicious say, Curse is a momentum-based team, and they're coming off a big and very emotional win yesterday in the quarterfinals. Quas even tweeted, huge weight off our shoulders, not having to worry about playing relegations again.
Yeah, the team looked like they got past their playoff jitters after their first game against Dignitas yesterday, and they made it through the first round, getting their first playoff series win. Their place is secured for the summer split now. So they really don't have much to lose now and a whole lot to gain. They can play like they have nothing to lose. Therefore, you know, they have a better chance this time around. They've never beat Cloud9, so this would definitely be another huge boost to the team's morale, as well as a high watermark for the entire organization.
Yeah, absolutely. Forever fourth curse. They need to finish above that for like pretty much the first time in playoffs, see if they can do it. Let's check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side is Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High in mid, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemonation on support.
And on the red side, it's Curse. Up top is Quas in the jungle, I Will Dominate, Voyboy mid, Cop AD carry, and Bunny Fufu support.
And in our featured match, we're heading into the jungle for Meteos versus I Will Dominate.
Yeah, I like both of these guys. They're aggressive junglers, and they bring a lot of options to the table for both of their teams. Meteos is a powerhouse. You know, he's taking the MVP honors for his last playoff performance. And what makes this matchup really interesting is that they're both flexible junglers that can play the farm-heavy Pharaoh Flare style or the gank-heavy early game. So it's really the team's choice. What type of team do they want to run? They have so many options for, as far as the game plan that they need to lay out coming into the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to know, because you know we saw TSM, right? Their first match of 4.5. It took them a game and a half to get started and play out properly. And I want to know.
And then they returned to their old style.
Yeah, but at least they played it right. And I want to know if Cloud9 is going to be slow started as well. We haven't seen them yet on 4.5. Now, guys, for an inside story on our next showdown, let's send it down to Jat, who's Rift side.
Thank you, freaking Kobe. And I am with Charlie, Cloud9's analyst, actually. I want to ask you guys, at least earlier today, what have you done to just prepare yourselves for this match?
We had breakfast, which is pretty good. We had eggs and bacon and sausage. And then we came to the studio and we watched the TSM versus CLG game. So I'll talk about some Curse preparations.
So was all your preparation done previously, or was some of it still done this morning for this upcoming Curse game?
We didn't go to bed till we were figured out with everything and everybody agreed with. We spent hours last night talking about games today.
Okay, so with hours spent last night talking about the games today, does your preparation, how does it change and your mindset change from the regular season matches to a playoff matchup like you have today?
Well, the biggest difference is a best of 3. So we can prep as much as we want for the first game, but the second game is almost unable to be predictable because things change depending on win or lose. So they have to react correctly for it.
And I got a final question for you. When you're looking up against this Curse team, what do you have to watch out for?
They play the most random champions. So it's better to pick what you want than try to take away one of their champions or try to pick a counter.
All right, so Cloud9, well prepared. Thank you very much, Charlie. Best of luck going into the game. Freaking Kobe, take it away.
Thank you very much, Jat. We're going to get ourselves now into Champion Select. This is going to be all kinds of interesting. I love the games that get played in a BO3 because you start funneling or kind of tunneling on like certain champions. Like, oh, you know, Jax was a big deal here. Or do we remove the Mundo? Like, is the poke comp too good? And you keep making adaptations game to game.
Yeah, like Charlie said, especially Curse are a team that plays so many different champions. They not only play different champions, they play all different styles. They play pretty much every style in the game. So I'm very excited to see what they think is the best style to go up against Cloud9 in, because that's what they're going to use in the first game. This is where you have that element of surprise. This is where CLG got their good start versus TSM, pulling out those globals. You know, they really got the jump on them and got the momentum for the rest of the series, and then petered out. We'll have to see if Curse can actually make one of those early moves too.
Yeah, I do like what Curse did throughout the regular season, though, because they ran something like 8 different types of team comps throughout the weeks, and it was like, okay, these work for these reasons, these fail for these reasons, and just built this like giant repository of strats to see what's good, what's bad, what it fails against. I like there's so much experience during the regular season for the Curse lineup. We are going through Champ Select, though. The Rise, the Jax band away from Curse, the Kazakhs away from Meteos. I know Saint says that Xin Zhao is actually the best jungler in the game right now. I want to see if this actually pulls through for these teams as well.
I mean, the junglers right now, there are so many junglers that are good. It's very hard to ban out junglers. Kazakhs is definitely at the top, though. The one I'm really looking at here is a blue side ban of Jax. So Cloud9 do not look like they would want to first pick that ever. So Ball's definitely known for being a very strong Renekton and Shyvana player. Would much rather have one of those champions. We could always see a Rumble come out as well. He definitely has that one in his back pocket.
Definite possibility, but it's going to be the Nocturne ban coming through. They're away from Meteos, so one conventional jungler, one Feral Flare jungler. First pick on Dilution goes through, though, for C9. There's a lot of other good things open. You've got the big bullies like Renekton. You've got mid laners like Lulu still around.
Yeah, AD carries aren't usually seen as, first pick power picks.
Yeah.
Because they're very similar. However, Lucian is one of the AD carries in North America that's highly prioritized. Among Doublelift, among Sneaky, and Wild Turtle, the top 3 AD carries really prefer this champion, and he has had a great run in North America.
Yeah, as Quickshot keeps saying, undefeated so far in playoffs, got banned last game. Mundo still coming through for Quas here, really liking this pickup, but Lulu does come through for Kirsten. We'll see if that goes mid or support.
Yeah, Lulu, definitely a flex pick. It's interesting to me that both top laners right now still have Ignite as one of their summoners. Pretty sure that those will be swapped out at some point. Teleport, Heal, and Exhaust pretty much seem like the go-to new 3 power summoner spells to add onto your Flash.
I want to know if Hai actually learned more of the support mid laners. Lulu's taken away, Soraka's been banned. Has he learned the Karma? Does he have the Orianna in his back pocket he can bring out here? Is that going to be the continued style for C9? That was what CLG was largely running. And yes, C9 does play some of those heavy supportive lineups, but do they have the aggressive ones, right? Elise jungle comes through for the first time here today. Morgana support, these are very standard things as of the last patch.
Yeah, this is really interesting because we talked about how TSM, towards the end of the series, they fell back on comfort picks. Meteos has always loved Elise. They're immediately going right back to that champion, not embracing the Pharaoh Flare. When I talked to him before, he was saying, yeah, in scrims, I definitely tried out the Pharaoh Flare. Like they've actually used it several times, and they felt like, yes, we won some games with it, and it scales up really nicely, but if he was on another jungler with a spirit item, they could have won the exact same game, but earlier. So he feels like he can actually end the game much earlier with one of these champions, going spirit items and forgoing all of the pharma.
All right, so early power play jungler here from Meteos, kind of forsaking his old style of farm for 30 minutes and be the biggest factor in their team fight. Cop just keeps clicking Graves and Twitch. He's going to settle in. It looks like on Graves here with Leona support coming in. So Graves making a big resurgence, 4.5 after the buffs, and Bunny Fufu for his 17th straight game on Leona.
Yeah, basically every time Thresh is banned, picks into Leona. And I love Graves with Leona. This is one of the funnest kill lanes that there are out there. As soon as you hit level 6, try and blow up somebody on the map. Whether it's a 2 vs 2 or a 2 vs 1, they're going to try and combo somebody.
Oh, they're going to go for the burst. We'll see what else they can put in here. They still need a jungler here on the Curse lineup. I'm a little surprised to see it get picked last just because they had no reason to rush pick the Leona here. But clearly nothing to be contested. Cloud9 actually going to go pretty offensive there. Trundle going to match up against Mundo top lane and LeBlanc mid again.
Yeah, the Leona into Morgana is still an ongoing debate because there is outplay potential from both of the champions. So it definitely is skill-based.
He's actually an interesting story. Talking with Saint, he said, Bunny Fufu actually likes playing Thresh against Morgana, even though it's typically considered a good for Morgana matchup because while the hook cooldown is so much lower than Black Shield, similarly, Leona's cooldowns are lower than Black Shield's cooldown. So you do one engage and Shield comes out, and you just try again before it comes back up.
Yeah, the difference there is that when Leona uses her Zenith Blade, she's going in, and Thresh does not have to go in when he uses his hook, so he won't have to take damage there. But yeah, I do like Curse's lineup so far. They have so much wave clear. Lulu and Graves. Even if it's a support Lulu, it would have added enough wave clear, but it is going to be mid. So they've got tons of wave clear, tons of mid-game team fight potential. This is a beastly mid-game team fight here from Team Curse. And again, this is something that they had success with in the previous series versus Dignitas. Hard engage with Leona, team fights, that's what they look for. They're trying to track Cloud9 down in the jungle, in the mid-game sometime, and kill them.
Well, we'll see if Curse can do it. Xin Zhao does get picked up there on the jungle for I Will Dominate. And Curse going to make as many rotations as they can, make all the moves, teleport, heal there for Mundo as well. So that's, I guess, standard summoner spells for that champion at this point. Cloud9 playing pretty much their normal stuff. I feel like Hai doesn't play a ton of LeBlanc, but definitely a champion knows.
He definitely likes that champion. He's pretty big on assassins, and they're not going to go with the shield team fighting comp here. Running up against Curse, they are going to be looking more for picks with this. Morgana is a great champion for that. Lemon Nation, I'm pretty sure he had a full Morgana page in his champion or game history just because he loves the champion so much. He's been playing it over and over and over, and the bindings have been on point from him.
Yeah, he's been great. So the game's about to get underway. Let's check out who you guys are predicting to win. And according to LOLesports.com, 83% of you are tipping this in Cloud9's favor. And remember, you guys can also vote on Twitter.
Yeah, send us your pick by tweeting at LOL Esports and use the hashtag C9win or CRSwin. We will be checking on the vote throughout the series.
Yeah, remember to use the actual shorthand for those teams. We had a couple of guys tweet the full word of curse win.
Yeah. Hashtag curse win actually won't give you any vote.
Yeah, it won't make a win anymore.
Those.
But if you type CRS, it will. So keep that in mind, guys. C9's at least easier because it's the general shorthand for these guys. But just so you all know about this one, we're getting ourselves now into Game 1 of the second semifinals. Winner is going to face off against TSM tomorrow for a trip to the All-Star Invitational. Loser will fight CLG in the third place match.
All right, so ward starts for both supports. Pretty common nowadays, getting that extra gold so you can have at least one true ward for the early game. Very important. Elimination will have extra damage for the turret, but Leona can help execute, so also helping out in the shove if there is a 2 versus 1, which it looks like it will be. Curse already have the duo up towards the top side. A little bit of vision there as well while Leona's placing the ward.
Oh, I want to see what these guys do with this one. So Hai's going to wait around. And of course, if he gets caught, he's likely safe. He already actually has a point in distortion. I don't feel like Hai could die unless something catastrophic happens to him.
Yeah.
Worth pointing out, 4 summoner heals on Team Curse. Quas brought one, Void brought one.
30 seconds until minions.
Plenty of healing there in this one. Cloud9 actually only running 2, just their duo lane, but the extra flash for balls and the ignite for Hai for the fight potential.
Yeah, Hai has started Distortion and Lemon has started Binding. Those are the only 2 spells that they have locked in so far. 2 best spells for the early game here.
Yeah.
Lemon will be probably going for a late invade on blue then.
And Curse definitely initiating the 2-on-1 lane swap. With Lemonation and Balls both down here, but Sneaky making his way down as well. It's going to be C9 setting their duo lane to this side of the map. Meteos also helping out, and C9 will invade towards the blue buff.
Okay.
Exact same for Curse.
So both junglers are going to secure themselves. The blue buff starts, and it will probably turn into the 4-0 pushes after this. If everything plays out as normal. Perfectly mirrored map right now, by the way. Even the places where they put their first wards are even. So both of the teams talking about how they don't want to take any unnecessary risks. This is the most low-risk start to the games that teams have been going with.
We'll watch the first couple of moves here. Looks like Meteos and Balls will take the Wolf camp down, then go for the white. I will dominate in Quas. Start up the Wolves, and they'll be taking...
They're a little bit behind.
They are a bit slower, actually. Yeah, the duo lane's getting the slow push going. There's level 2. Cloud9's going to get there first. The second minion wave's now reaching the lanes. Actually, this might be third. I want to see if there's a cannon here. Nope, these are the second waves. Third ones have just spawned.
Right, and so you were talking about, since we're seeing so many of these, you like when they push with the second wave and don't wait for the third wave.
I think it's smarter.
Because a lot of the minions get killed by your opponent's minions in the process of waiting.
Yeah.
Neither team waiting this time around, and they all do the 4-man level 2 shove. This is, first time I saw it was Complexity Black from the Challenger League, actually.
Yeah, I thought they were kind of the first team to show me it, and there might have been other teams who learned the strat as well, but that was a team who put on the first good performance of that sort of situation, of that setup. It worked quite nicely. Curse, there we go, taking out the tier 1 turret there, but they're much slower than Cloud9. You're seeing great wave clear from Lemonation. Actually takes 1 minion with that one. But the push continues now, Cloud9 with a lead on this.
Yeah, I don't think it will cost Curse much. They should be able to catch right back up, especially since the cannon minion timing was the same for both. And it could do most of the tanking. They're actually going to be a few seconds behind, so we'll see if Cloud9 can actually capitalize on the few seconds lead. Moving forward, after the turrets go down, you always want to watch where the big wave is going to go and how each team leaves the wave. Are they going to leave it pushing all the way into the turret so it builds up more slowly, or do they leave it right after the turret?
Well, Kopak's taking a bit of damage from Balls there. He finally takes the turret down, tries to deny as much as possible. Binding won't land. Sneaky about to do the same thing here. Takes the turret down. Wave's basically dead, but there's 1 minion left, which could enable the smallest of freezes here for Quas.
So, I usually give the advantage to the team that's able to build up their wave first. And since both teams left it as a turret, it's going to be very close. But it looked like there was a little bit more down on the Cloud9 team. Because usually, whoever builds up that wave first is able to make the power move. The first choice in the game is everyone shoving with that giant wave and trying to either beat your opponents to that top turret and go for a dive on them, or completely zone them out from the turret, in which case you gain the objective, you zone them out from the creeps, and it's a huge win. But the teams have adapted so well now, that's very rare for one of the teams to get beat to a position like that. They can recognize which wave is bigger and get in place for defense quick enough.
Well, right now, both these guys are in similar spots. You're seeing those waves are around the white camp. As they build forward, you're seeing Quas and Balls doing mirrored stuff right here. The duo lanes going to make their way towards mid. Actually, Void's going to switch and head to this solo lane, whereas Cloud9 seem to have most of their team near the mid right here. So, bit of a different move, but Void's going to get more golden XP this way, and he actually stops the push entirely.
Yeah, so he's not even going to let the push get to the turret, not even going to let Cloud9 push with it. The advantage of going something that's as safe as Lulu, who not only has amazing wave clear but also a speed buff for herself, is that he can extend himself like that. He's also got great ward coverage in the river already, so he is feeling very confident, and we won't see even the small amount of early action that we sometimes do see after these turrets go down.
Yeah, it's going to be the rotation as well. Cloud9's bottom lane making the same move. They've held this one, so we're going to have actually extended 2-on-1 lanes right here. We've got the 2-on-1 Curses duo lane fighting up against High. On the bottom side, Sneaky Elimination will fight Quas. And a little bit of harassment. High showing not very much fear and actually lasting under turret for the most part. I want to see if anyone really does get denied. You compare High versus Voyboy, and actually this Lulu has a significant minion lead.
Yeah, he did a good job. He got there very quickly to head off that minion wave. I have to say, High, when going in to harass a Leona Graves that are standing right next to each other, the only thing he's got to be worried about is the stun from Leona. If she can tag him quick enough when he comes in, then it's a huge amount of burst that he's going to lose in that trade, which would give the other team control of Dragon. Right now, what Curse are trying to get is actually a teleport advantage, because forcing this, they force Cloud9 to choose. Do they want to burn their teleport down and come contest it, or have Trundle, who's a very slow wave pusher, stay up there?
Well, a little bit of harass comes out. There's the TP, but maybe a bit late. Dragon goes down, but even with the front lines, there's a dive, but Cop will survive with this one. Sneaky on the backside of the fight, force a disengage from I Will Dominate. Now Voyboy locked up with the pillar. The great binding finds Bunny Fufu down to 200 health. The Leona flashes the wall. Voyboy leaving as well. Balls is gonna try. There's the distortion in for a High. Does he get the damage? Void falls for first blood. Now Balls in the fight with Dominate. Dominate does not have flash. He gets the knockup though. There comes Cop, and the double kill comes through. High finding two.
And also Mundo had to use his teleport to escape, so he's gone top. Teleport for teleport, both burned. I feel like Cloud9 played that pretty well because the early Dragon does a lot of damage, but if they called for the Trundle teleport a few seconds earlier, then they might not have even given up the Dragon, and they at least has a great chance of stealing a Dragon if they actually go for this a bit earlier. So the actual team fight though, after Dragon's already dead and everyone is exchanging, Lulu's being chased by Dominate, who's not able to get anything, and it left Bunny Fufu on the front lines there. He got locked up. This is one of the classic exit fights that we've seen over and over because of these early Dragons. Everyone flashing over those walls, and that's the teleport I talked about, Quas getting out on the bottom side. 2 members, 4 Dragon, even on the teleports, though.
That's going to mean it's a 1,000 gold lead for Cloud9 overall, though, so the early game has gone the way of the blue team. Something to keep in mind with this one. So we'll see where people move around. So far, it is going to be, of course, I know we talked about this in the early game, but Wriggles, the build for I Will Dominate, Ancient Golem, standard for Meteos there. So far, Wriggles not combined yet, though, 9 minutes in. So got to keep track of when that actually comes online.
Yeah, Saint was actually saying that he kind of likes the swaps like this, even when he's running a Pharaoh Flare, because you get that global gold from the turrets that go down so early that you can get such a quick Wriggles that your clear speed is increased that much. You don't get too far behind on large jungle kills. Dominate, though, able to clear his jungle and then get ward coverage as well.
Yeah, one thing I like as we talk about the way people are playing builds and whatnot is that all the LeBlancs I've seen, are going for Deathfire Grasp. That with you know, there being so many summoner heals, people being very defensive and having shields, someone like LeBlanc needs more damage to get through that, and I haven't seen almost any Athene's LeBlancs.
Yeah, especially since they rely on him for wave clear here as well in this mid game. He needs that AP for his distortion, so early needlessly large rod. I like the pickup for him, going that route, as well as trying to get through the anti-assassin meta. I mean,
exhaust, though.
it's all it is very scary for High to go for that wave clear when there's 4 people in front of him, but he's done a very good job so far as a mid lane LeBlanc holding on. Tied with Lulu.
Yeah, he's caught right back up in minions. The other random build thing I want to point out, unless there's a... Nope, not too much of a battle. I looked at Quas's runes after the last game he played on his Mundo, and he ran health per level seals and % health quints. It's the first time I've actually seen those in competitive, but he opened up every single game, double Ruby Crystal, into a Giant's Belt.
And the per level cooldown reduction on his
Yes.
lifts. So all scaling runes there. He's a completely scaling Mundo. He's not going for any of the early game, which Mundo should not. So very good job by Quas, and you would expect nothing less from one of the main Mundo players that we've got in North America.
And Curse, though, they get their team all the way down to the mid lane. The turret's going to go. Curse find the 3rd turret kill of the game, bringing the gold right back to equal here.
Punishing balls for this freeze with Trundle. As I said, Trundle extremely slow at shoving waves anyway, so he very naturally goes with these slower pushing side lanes. And with a teleport down, there's no way for Cloud9 to answer. As we said, they have very risky wave clear in mid, if any at all. And Curse do a great job of punishing for that. You know, Curse picked up all this crazy wave clear of Lulu and Graves very early, left not that much for Cloud9 to go with.
Well, we'll see then what Cloud9 can do then, because Sneaky's off on this side of the map, shoving just the wave up, but he's not really defending a turret. He's just getting farm and then leaving the lane again. So Cloud9 splitting their farm pretty equally across all the roles, 77, 75, 77. Pretty similar here for Curse. So no one's gotten, at least no one's got like long-term freezes, right? Like no one's been able to sit there and get 100 minions over 11 minutes and just sit there getting everything. It's been a little bit more opportunistic. People leave their waves when there's some gank pressure. Ball's here with only a little bit of ward coverage. He's got to be slightly careful, but so far he's still sitting near one by his Tri-Brush.
Yeah, it's mostly been that Curse have been able to kill minions quicker in order to then make their movements over towards that mid turret, and they did a great job. But look at this, Cloud9 did the exact same thing. When Curse go back to buy, they make their move up mid. It's exposed, they have plenty of damage, they're going to try and answer this turret. They've got a long way to go to get through it though.
You've seen the wave clear just enough here for Curse. This turret's going actually down fairly low. I'm not sure if Cloud9 can stay. Looks like they will.
Get it. No Graves there.
Exactly. Yeah, outnumbered. Cloud9 not allowing Curse to go in. Curse knowing they'd go in and die if they did. Sweeper use kills the ward off. High only level 8 though. It's going to be a 2-minute cooldown, not a 1-minute cooldown of that trinket. Wish they had a little bit more experience. Could sweep twice as many wards right now.
So close. Now, really those 2 kills are pretty much the only difference in this game. Mirrored strategies so far for the first 13 minutes coming out. Another big difference is that Pharaoh Flare. Dominate has been able to get his wriggles, but since they were pushing turrets so often, hasn't been able to stack it up very much. Good teleport in.
Not going in. Bunny People low on health. Here comes Balls and Quas. Their damage goes on to the support of Curse. Going to let him disengage. High. Knocked right to the back line. Sends the clone in. Void Boy in the middle as well. The jump forward. I will dominate. Looking for the kill onto High, but gets cocooned across the wall. Meteos finds the first kill, but it's traded back by Quas. Meteos forced to run still. The ulti from Lemonation. Gonna be a 3-man stun, but he's not got a lot of places to go still. Meteos slowed down. Quas still massively disruptive in this mid game. His ulti's finally timed out, but it's gonna be enough. A double kill. High goes down. 4 kills for Curse.
Mundo, the massive health tank, soaking up a lot in that fight. And look at Quas. That is a sign of a well-played Mundo. He used everything. Teleport, heal, and his ulti, and gets out with only a sliver of life, still able to help with the dragon. So Balls, like as he said, he called out the flanking teleport. It's a good move, but all of the burst and the skill shot CC used on the support of Curse, plus they don't even finish off the kill because of the heal summoner. After High uses all his burst on the support, he's free for Dominate to go aggressive on, and they get him very low. Even though Dominate does go down in the end, there's that Mundo that we talked about. Lemonation tries to stick everybody with his ulti, and he gets 4 people. Second proc stuns 3, which is a really strong ulti from Morgana. However, the whole team not able to put out damage while he's stunning up the rest of Curse. And they do go down. As I said, the mid-game team fight for Curse is beastly. We saw it in action there. That's what we were talking about in Champ Select.
So it's a 600 gold lead for Curse. High. Woo. Gets the ward down immediately. It's like, oh, we got Zamundo. Pieces out.
Good distortion.
Yeah. More like a ditch distortion. He's like, getting the heck out of
Heyo.
there. Yeah.
Mixed reviews on that one. Mixed reviews.
That's all I'm going for. If it's not universally booze, I've succeeded with this one.
Now, they also got the large wave top that Trundle was sort of slow pushing, and Quas has been able to soak that one up. As we talked about before, Quas going with a full scaling Mundo, he will get very strong fairly quickly here. And it is going to be up to Balls to always use his ulti on Dr. Mundo, or I will Dominate after Dominate has used his ulti. We get those extra resistances.
Yeah, and I want to know actually, like, so hold on, this is going to be actually kind of rough for Balls. Will he survive this fight? The Agony's Embrace is on. There's the ulti popped as well.
He only has Cutlass.
And it's going to be the stun coming down from Bunny Fu with the push in. Balls not in a good spot at all, completely locked down. Down to 1/4 health, trying to run away. Pillar comes out, but that trophy might not be Cloud9's. Doesn't quite deck down Quas. Kill picked up for the top laner there of Curse. And every single game, Quas opens up with component items. Always double Ruby Crystal, always a Giant Spell. No rush for the Sunfire Cape, just gets tanky.
Yeah, extremely tanky, and he's able to continually slow Balls. Balls had wards, by the way, up this top line, but Bunny Fufu came with a nice little sneaky gank right behind him and was able to get in position. So it looked like Quas definitely had the upper hand there, but he would not have been able to get that kill without Bunny Fufu. Good roaming gank from the support, able to get Curse back another kill and edge them just over the 24 mark, so he can get the gold lead back.
Yeah, but Cloud9, they actually managed to steal the blue buff away with all that happening, even though it was only 3v3 on the bottom side of the map. Play still was, the play was still made, so it's worth pointing out though in TSM versus CLG in the first couple of games, CLG was a team that got the turrets, got the dragons, and TSM stole the golems, the golems, the red buffs, and it didn't matter. Well, Cloud9 stealing buffs away, but if they don't control major global objectives, it might not be enough. High gets slowed down, has the distortion out.
And it's not hurting Dominate too much. He's doing a good job of clearing the small camps to stack up his Barrel Flare. Almost ready for conversion here. 23 stacks.
Yeah, so he's looking at like an 18-minute combine right there, which is a pretty good clip.
For the 2 versus 1, yeah. Lemonation showing off his Morgana skills there. So many games put in, trying to get the aim down perfect. Let's see what the next move from Cloud9 are, because it seems like they've got more early game pick-oriented style here. They've got good ward coverage in Curse's jungle. So what they would like to do is try and capitalize on that and catch people who are out of position with that Elise, with that LeBlanc, with the Morgana. However, at all this shoving, they haven't been able to get anyone out of position from Curse. It's actually been Curse who have been coming up with the ganks, and Curse that are coming up with the picks.
Yeah, they're absolutely the team making the moves here. It's weird, like Cloud9 seem very, very reactive, very passive in this game, unlike the team that's coming in as the #1 seed. I mean, Cloud9, the clear favorites. They've won split after split. Well, they've won the only split they've been a part of. They're the #1 seed in this one.
It's true. I mean, Curse are a very big underdog coming into this, but we talked about how relaxed they look after they finally beat Dignitas. It gave them so much momentum, took so much weight off of their shoulders, and they're playing much better than they even did in that series. Coming in here, they're looking very strong.
Yeah, I don't see really any major mistakes. Barrel Flare done now, 1828. Going to be higher damage there. I will Dominate. Not getting too greedy with the build. It's going to be Hex Drinker into Merc. Treads nose with a lot of magic damage. Some stuns. Brutes on a Bunny Fufu, but that is a durable LeBlanc. Like, that's the only guy that C9's getting any poke on. Otherwise, Cloud9 are basically treading water in lanes and waiting for dragons till things happen.
Yeah, that Xin Sao is looking pretty good right now. If he's able to move in towards Randuin's, he will be a strong tank right alongside Quas. And tanks are very strong right now. We say it's the anti-assassin meta. Because there's so many heals going on, the tank stats are really, really effective. all these resistances, you get so much health to work with that you're getting back. That a strong tank line scaling is, just as good as a hyper carry almost nowadays.
Yeah, and I'm wondering actually if that's going to eventually change the AD carry picks or even mid laner picks to guys who have more % health damage. Like, what happens when Malzahar becomes a top pick mid laner because he can kill mid? Like, that's not out of the realm of possibility. I mean, we see champions come up out of nowhere all the time. Mid lane Karma got a pentakill today.
Yeah, well, we already see some sort of reaction. I mean, Cloud9 did lock in Trundle, so he can bust one of those tanks. Problem for them is that there are two of them. There will be two of them.
There will absolutely. Quas going to pop the ulti to get away from this one. Dodges the chain. High.
Oh,
for
two.
Both, actually. Cocoon also going to get juked away. And Quas uses the time to buy his team a dragon in the bottom side of the map. Cloud9 will get a turret with the 3, but a mid-game dragon worth more than 650 gold.
And as Saint keeps pointing out with the junglers with Pharaoh Flare, the thing is, when the junglers go and they try and clean up scraps on areas where the team is weak, that's where you're making the wrong move as a Pharaoh Flare. You need to go to an opposite side of the map and take something else. You can clear dragons so fast if the team go top for your red buff or for your top turret. You go and you exchange. You don't try and clean up the remnants of your destroyed top lane. You take something somewhere else.
We'll see what these guys can take right here. Sneaky gonna take the mid lane. Meteos is back on his base. He bought again. Early Aegis pickup for him. And also cooldown boots. I don't see those hyper often on an Elise. Normally you see the rush to Sork shoes, maybe the haunting guys afterwards, but Meteos saying, you know what? We'll out-tank you guys. Let's grab more defensive stats.
You know what it is? It's actually the new Elise scaling into late game because the Cocoon actually stuns for longer.
Yeah.
He can get more Cocoons off now. That scale up to 2-second stun. And they're really looking for those picks. He's playing completely utility Elise. Not only is it the cooldown reduction, also that magic resist aura, which will also add more cooldown reduction when he upgrades it into Locket.
Yeah.
He's trying to provide that CC for his team. Utility Elise. Well, interesting. We'll see how it turns out here, because he does have a decent health pool as well.
Yeah. You know what else I just realized as well? You were talking about Trundle being picked up. Elise and a Deathfire Grasp also have % health damage. Like, Quas will have like 5k health end game, and there's 3% health damage champions right now on Cloud9 who can maybe make a dent in that. Maybe they need Void Staff to make that happen first.
Yeah, if he doesn't have that penetration, it will be harder, but you're right. I do like the trend.
We'll see. So far, Dominate not actually buying much health. It's actually all in shields and regeneration. Also a good point to keep in mind. Void Boy as well with shields. All similar situations. Bunny Fufu also going towards Locket. So shields and reductions right now the case.
And this is a dead even game with a slight vision advantage for Cloud9. Curse might be getting into a little trouble there. Dominate was trying to come for a side gank without vision control. That's pretty dangerous to do, especially against a team like Cloud9, who do ward their jungle very, very often. You can see the 2 defensive pink wards that are very common for this team. And those mid-game team fights very well could break out around those pink wards. As I said in the last series, defending pink wards is one of the main ways that you do get picks towards the mid-game nowadays.
Oh, right now it's going to be a little bit of poke going back and forth. Sneaky not going to get picked off at all here. 216 minions on him, actually. Cloud9 are starting to funnel a bit of their gold towards the AD carry. When Sneaky gets towards 4 items, Last Whisper, Infinity Edge, that will be a much more powerful champion. I think it's likely he goes Phantom Dancer and not Triforce there. It's the better late game build, and it seems like that's where this game is heading. But Zeal does build onto both. We'll see where he goes.
5-man move here from Curse. Now finally committing to a move on the map, getting that Baron cleared out. There's a bottom lane that's pushing against them, though. Curse have to be careful. They made this mistake before against Dig. They commit towards mid when they had side lanes pushing. This time around, though, they've got Cloud9's attention, and they are not going to be out-positioned.
Right now, Curse have the inside track on the Baron area. The bottom lane just has a gigantic mini wave pushing on in. That's totally safe, though. No champions heading that one up, and it's just going to be easy defense for Curse here.
What's hilarious? Everybody's cracking up.
No idea what happened. Doesn't matter. Cloud9 are safe. Pushing up the mid lane. Void Boy puts the Whimsy on. Teleport in from the back line as well. Quas will engage the fight. Here we go. Quas locked down, but gets the ulti, and Cocoon coming across. There comes I Will Dominate. Hits 3. A big burst comes through, does not quite catch Boy, though. Elimination healing himself. Boy, he will almost drop. He does, 1 for 0, but Cloud9 start to melt. 2 for 1 so far. Actually, Cloud9 still staying ahead. Cop puts the damage on. He finds High. Quas falls down. Sneaky forced to run. He does stay alive. Lemonation and Meteos find the cleanup, actually. Cloud9 crushing the battle. Bunny Fufu trying to run away, but C9 actually gonna go 5 for 1 in that fight.
Well then, 24 minutes in, Cloud9 get an ace out of a completely even game. The teleport in the back for Mundo. He takes a lot right now. 4 members focus on him. There's that percent damage focus that you talked about with Elise, getting him down low. He gets popped right back up with Lulu, but they don't have a lot of the follow-up damage after this. And the focus on the Voyboy getting caught up there in the middle really was a turning point. Dominate also going down at the same time. Comp was trying to flash in to make sure somebody on Cloud9 died, but they only got 1 kill. This utility Elise from Meteos, again, I want to point it out because at the mid game, it's extremely strong with the aura that he's providing to the team as well as a cooldown reduction.
And I gotta say, I was very impressed by Sneaky in that fight as well. He is the #2 highest damage dealer to champions in the LCS and the lowest deaths in North America. And you saw him get focused initially by Dr. Mundo, kite back, and then stay in the battle the entire time.
Yeah, Mundo kind of gave up his mission.
He turned back towards High.
Following towards Sneaky there, yeah, and he turned back towards High. Now, Sneaky did pick up the Trinity Force, so he's not going for that later game build you're talking about with the Fan Bancer. Mid-game power, they just want an ace, they want to push it.
Oh boy, with the knockup's gonna stop the distortion there. Quas forced to disengage, pops his ulti for that one. Does have Spirit Visage and a Sunfire, but Cloud9, they own the mid lane right now. They're gonna move in tier 2 turrets, gonna be theirs. Curse will not stop for Dragon. They're gonna have to recall to the base and defend the inhibitor.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9's strengths have been the movements around the map as well as the team fights, and they showed right there. Great job reacting to the teleport in from Mundo. Curse initiated the fight, and they destroyed them. Wow! With this Baron, they do it again.
And it's going to be Bunny Fufu going down as well. The engage from I Will Dominate backfires here. Quas also under fire. Meteos finds a stun on a Voyboy and just goes in for it. Dodges the buckshot. Damage goes through. Quas falls 3-0 plus mid inhibitor for Cloud9.
Just a dominating performance for Cloud9. Again, this time, Curse trying to force the fight. Wow, Cloud9 have Baron buff. And man, the DFG, the Elise, and the Trundle are enough to deal with the Mundo here from Quas. He got that one mid-game team fight where he was a beast around Dragon, and they were able to come out with a pretty big lead, but now Cloud9 have a very dominating lead. And there's the Void Staff that we were looking for.
Yep.
For Meteos. His percentage damage now will be hitting home on Quas.
Finishes the locket too for good measure.
All right, Dominate gets annihilated when he goes in. Maybe he should have got second item, tank item, instead of going with that Hex Drinker. It does provide a nice shield, but that's not nearly enough to help him survive through this one, especially with Sneaky getting so much money in that last fight. The Bloodthirster Trinity Force combo is such a ridiculous mid-game physical damage spike. You need to have some sort of physical resistance. He's got a Warden's Mail, but not a lot of health to back that up. And he can have all the sustain in the world he wants with his W and with his Feral Flare, but he's not getting attacks off, so it doesn't mean anything.
I mean, Last Whisper is also already done for Sneaky. Sneaky is now an item ahead of the tank line at this point, which is exactly what you want. Is okay, I've got Last Whisper before Randwiz is done. That means you've got this great power spike as an AD. If Sneaky stays safe, then Infinity Edge comes in before Thornmail, and that you just stay ahead as the AD carry. You're going to kill things, of course. Meteos and High also posing great threats. Balls added Blade of the Ruin King. All these things adding up to killing the front line. Even Elimination is ready to dive in there. He's got a Zonias.
And he has been, too. He's had some very strong multiple enemy ultis that he's gotten off in these fights. Cloud9 making some adaptations that we were not expecting coming into this one. This is not the direction that we thought they were going to go with, but it's working ridiculously well.
You know what I really like about the, not only the Morgana pick, but the Zhonya's Hourglass as well? Quas, Dominate, Bunny Fufu have in buttons, but not out buttons. They pretty much can't get out of Morgana ulti.
Yeah, they were banking everything on this being like a strong team fight. They look really brawly here. But the way that Cloud9 are dealing with this are with the builds and with that percentage health damage. working so well. Just locking everybody up there. Lemon Nation.
There comes the dive out. Dominant getting a bit of support, and they do get the immediate kill on the support. 1-for-1 so far. Bunny Fufu taking a bunch of pain, sneaking in the back line, does find another. It's double kill for Meteos, but now Cloud9's battle lines pushing forward. Curse on the retreat. Quas down to 1,000 health, gets the heal, does escape. Balls holds tower aggro. That's enough for his team to keep the push going. 4 versus 3. Cocoon is going to miss. The wave clear comes in. Curse gonna stay alive, but they're already losing
Nexus
one.
turret number 2.
It's taking a little bit of damage. Looks like that will just survive, but yes, Curse have already lost one of their Nexus turrets. Of course, that mid and hit was already dead.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 coming out strong once again. Very calm early game. 24 minutes before that first ace that they were able to get mid. And Curse were not expecting that at all. Just jumping into the fight. They were the ones who tried to cut off Cloud9 and force it. See, this time again, they try and force it. Dominate goes in first. They burst down Lemon, and they actually knock him up so that he can't Zanya's late. And they take him down before he's able to even use it. But it doesn't matter. They spent so much time taking him out. Cloud9 were able to focus their damage and force Curse to back off.
It was a good choice by Balls. He realized the chase was done, but waited knowing that he had turret aggro, saying, hi, get out of there, get away from turret range. Okay. And then like once they all left, he pieced out. Like there's so much team fight awareness by all the members of Cloud9. Everyone knows their own role. Balls held turret aggro, and Maitri didn't drop it all fight long, being the big tank for his team. So many smart things going on here. Double cooldown boots, Meteos and Elimination, both tons of CC comes out of those roles.
Yeah, this game really has been all about those team fights. Those would be good to review for most of the teams in the LCS.
Yeah.
Actually, Cloud9 really putting that on display.
So 13-7 now, winning in this game. 10,000 gold lead for these guys. It's gonna be nice. Meteos with the finished lock. I'll talk about that one though. 25 CDR and items. It's gonna bring many more Cocoons into these fights. Now he's level 15. He's back to a 1.5 second stun with that spell. Only gets better from here.
Yeah.
Balls has rank 3 ultimate. That's a big point.
They nerfed Elise's early game and gave him that utility buff later, and Meteos just plays right into it. It's his favorite champion. He's like, okay, you're changing the direction of the champion, and they're so fluid. Cloud9 accept it, and they take it, and they just run with it here. Getting that Void Staff so that he can actually still do damage while providing everything else for the team. All right, this is another flank from Curse, forcing another fight here. Trundle gonna teleport in though.
Dark Binding, Cocoon's gonna land as well. Quas running towards the back lines, down extremely low on health though, has to disengage. Dominate gets a nice ulti across. Here comes the team fight. The front line though, so low from Curse. Balls taking it through. 2 kills to Cloud9 so far. Bunny Fufu forced to retreat. Voyboy also getting chased down. There's gonna be 3 kills. It's gonna be 4 kills. Cloud9 crushed the fight.
Yeah, again, Curse just keep on forcing the fight over and over. 5 men, Cloud9 always reacting to it very, very well. Lemon actually lands a good binding to start it off. Oh, flash pillar there. I thought it was because of a surrender, but it is not. Cloud9 will go on the Nexus turrets.
Here we go, turret number 1. Actually, the final turret, I gotta say, of the Nexus, no one is alive except for Cop. He's just chilling, wearing a beach towel, but this is gonna be game 1, going to Cloud9. Nicely played.
Such a clean game from them.
Yeah.
So calm. The early misstep there around Dragon did cost them. Mundo was able to go where he pleases for the first 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah.
But at 24, bit off more than he could chew, and Curse sort of returned to it, forcing 3 fights in a row, losing all 3 consecutively. And it's a very quick cleanup for the game after that.
Yeah, the game was over before 33 minutes in, so after that first team fight, it ended within 10. You're seeing Cloud9 grouping up, doing a quick huddle, making sure they know what they want to do for the next game right here, saying, okay, you know, we look at the analysis, we see what Curse wants to do. And Quas still had a good game, it just seems like there wasn't the follow-up when he did engage, when he was that tank. The damage didn't show up.
Yeah, they did not have a lot of punch that they were looking for to bring. Interesting adaptation too, because both teams made the Locket of the Iron Solari.
Yeah.
It was an item that we hadn't seen for a long time, and all of a sudden, in playoffs weekend, coming back very, very strong.
Yeah, and it was interesting because, again, we actually did see the teams, actually, they were a little bit different, right? But it was like these, you know, tanky front line,
sort of slightly low damage, especially for Curse, right? Like Mundo is very, very drain tanky, very sustainy. Xin Zhao, same way, has some burst, but he's going to want to hit you a lot. Lulu, again, not the high damage source. Graves is bursty early on, but not the hyper carry type of champion. Where you've got like LeBlanc there trying to one-shot people, Elise building a Void Staff. Right? It felt like there was just more burst, and it actually worked out for Cloud9. Their second rotations came in, then someone died.
Yeah, you would get kind of thrown off expecting what Cloud9 would do with just the champion picks. But the build paths were really the interesting part about this one. And they actually didn't need to get any picks to get their comp rolling because Curse kept engaging on them, and they were able to react so quickly. They were able to get the huge advantage just through Curse's engages.
Yeah, and one thing I'm like still thinking about as well is the fact that, and you talk about build paths, but cooldown reduction boots showing up in 2 members. Now, they're not like a super rare item, but you don't see it often. If you go a game without the item being bought, that makes sense. Super tanky lineups mean longer fights, mean cooldown more important. You get more rotations off.
Also, we do see it a lot on Morgana.
That's true.
So Lemon Nation, he probably is running those runes as well. A lot of Morgana is running that cooldown reduction runes, but I do like your point. Cooldown reduction in the new meta with all the heals and the longer team fights definitely pays dividends.
Can get your spells off. So guys, remember to share your highlights from today by tweeting at LOL Esports and using the hashtag LCS Big Plays. Now let's send it over to Quickshot, Jat, and St. Vicious to break down Cloud9's win.
Thank you very much, Freak. Congratulations to Cloud9. A little bit hairy there, I felt, for the first 20, 25 minutes. Before we talk about some of the specifics in game, Curse got their comfort picks. They got Lulu, they got Dr. Mundo. They came out the gate swinging. I didn't feel like they were getting bullied around like we've seen yesterday.
It definitely felt like they kept a lot of their momentum from the series they had yesterday against Dignitas right into the Cloud9 game. They got the Mundo and Lulu. Once again, that's a combo that really works well for them. And honestly, they were in a position to win the game.
Yeah, it looked like when that Trundle, once he got enough tank stats, though, where they couldn't just spike him out, he was unkillable. Curse's team comp just didn't have anywhere near enough damage to kill him. And
I wanna pick your brain about that Trundle pick, because if you looked at Cloud9's comp, in my mind, there was a lot of pick-type champions. You know, the Elise, LeBlanc, Morgana, land something, blow somebody up. And the Trundle, while it did work out, it took a very long time for Cloud9 to really get rolling. What's your take on Trundle and how it fits it in with Cloud9 after seeing the whole game?
I mean, at the beginning, it looked like it was a really weak pick because he didn't... Like, Trundle needs a lot of items before he can become a relevant champion. And it looked like they were going through the band's pick phase, and they're like, wait, how are we going to kill this Mundo? Like, oh, I'll just ulti him with the Trundle, and we'll just burn him down. And yeah, once Cloud9 got a lead, they just ran Curse over in team fights.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add about that. I think Curse had their comfortable team comp. Cloud9 had an insurance strategy with the Trundle pick. The LeBlanc was to get them at the learning phase and run around the map and kill people, and the Trundle was just there just in case.
Well, we do have a replay. Initially, you felt like Curse was somewhat in control of the game. Let's pull the first replay up onto your screens. 13 minutes in. This is actually the second Dragon fight. The first one went pretty badly for Curse. This one goes a little bit better. Saint, talk us through what went right, what went wrong, and as we roll the clip out.
Yeah, I think like the big mistake from Cloud9's part right here was they blew all of their damage and CC on Bunny Fufu, and they didn't even spike him out and kill him. So what happens is Dominate ends up going on High. High has no abilities up because he just used them on the support, and they just stick on him with his team comp. It's just a bunch of slows, a bunch of really tanky people hard to kill, and they just whittle everybody down. So this is exactly the type of team fight that Curse is looking for. And you see Morgana gets a really good ultimate in here, right in the center of the team, but Graves has the passive for all the magic resist and armor. Lulu has all of her shields, so it doesn't really do enough damage, and they just train him down the entire time while Quas is keeping everybody busy.
Yeah, and this is just the strength point of the Mundo Lulu team composition. They get those extended team fights where they will continue to damage you while you just straight up can't kill them, and this is the point where it really seemed like Curse might have something going.
Yep.
In theory. Yeah. And a little bit later, around 24 minutes on the clock, Curse initiate a massive team fight. It could have won them the game. Unfortunately, execution came into play. So let's pull that second replay up onto your screens. It does come a little bit later in this matchup. And I know when we were watching it, we felt, well, Curse, they went a bit ham, maybe a little too ham. Jat, talk us through what you liked and disliked about this.
This was the story of the game. I thought this was a great teleport because Curse felt like they were stronger in the fight. I just feel like they misplayed the fight and Cloud9 outplayed them. First off, the Mundo ultimate popped way too fast, so he didn't get the maximum effectiveness out of this. And secondly, look where Voyboy puts himself in this fight. Right in the middle of it, right next to Lemon Nation. He gets blown up, and once Voyboy is down, the shields and speed from Mundo are gone as well. And since Quas used his ultimate, he didn't have that. Mundo Lulu is the heart of the Curse teamfight composition, and they mismanaged their cooldowns and allowed Cloud9 to just stick in there and beat them in a sustained fight, which if Curse used their spells properly, I don't think would have happened.
Yep, and Cloud9 just snowballed off this. They took the Baron right after this. I'm like, wait, Trundle actually has some items now. He's really damn hard to kill with that low DPS.
I mean, I think the game was over after this fight, but right up until this fight, Curse was in such a great position to win. This was a full ace, plus the Baron. And what was it, 5 or 10 minutes after that, the game was completely over.
Yeah, it's just such a huge shift in gold. It's just done. You just don't have enough damage on Curse's team comp to win.
So Kobe talked about the itemizations. I know we were talking a little bit about it. I want to put you guys on the spot. Let's look at, for example, Meteos. He went for those Ionian Boots of Lucidity, Ancient Golem into Void Staff, got some pen. We were discussing maybe CDR runes. Didn't turn out to be the case. Double lockets being rushed, on both sides of the teams. What was your take on some of the items? Did you also think it was a little oddball, or it's what you expected?
I thought the Elise build was something I didn't expect, but after you think about it, their whole comp is built around getting these picks. And of course, Elise she has really high base numbers on her abilities, so if you can just rotate those abilities faster, you can do more damage overall. And of course, he fought for his last item, I think, for the end of the game was a Void Staff.
Yeah.
So the pen didn't even really matter that much in the end. And of course, he has Tenacity from the Ancient Golem. So kind of a weird build at the start, but it makes sense in the end.
Minos has actually been experimenting with a lot of different builds on Elise ever since the Elise nerfs happened. He's tried Spectral Wraith, maxing E second, making up for the damage and getting a 2-second stun. This seems to be the one he settled on. It's a big tanky build, which is nice for Cloud9, but then once he gets the Void Staff, he actually cycles more damage than he did before, so it's a slightly slower scaling, better late game Elise build than he previously had.
So let's step back, look at the game as a whole. I felt that Curse put up a much better fight than they did yesterday throughout most of the series. They were in control for a while. Maybe one poorly executed team fight really sort of sealed their deal. Cloud9, on the other hand, they're a little slow out the gate. It is, of course, their first game of the weekend. What's your take? I mean, do you think Cloud9 are now going to warm up, or was this just a matter of having this oddball composition that struggled early?
I think the fact that Curse was coming out of the series that they had with Dig helped them out a lot. I mean, you saw that they implemented the strategy that Dig did, where they did the level 2 push, and they just pretty much copied it, and so did Cloud9. So that helped them out a lot. I think Cloud9 might be warmed up now, though, so it's going to be a lot crazier of a game.
Yeah, I think actually Curse's best strategy was the Lulu Mundo, and they lost with it. So either they try it again, probably lose again because Cloud9 is going to be more warmed up, or they try something entirely different that maybe catches Cloud9 by surprise. But Cloud9 is not typically the team that successfully gets caught off guard. They're very good at running their stuff.
Yeah, and I think you heard Charlie saying in the interview as well that they're not sure what Curse are going to play, not sure what oddball picks, so they're going to focus on their own game, focus on their own compositions. We're a couple minutes away from going to an ad break, so I want to talk about Game 2 in more depth. Coming out of the gate, Ryze and Jax were banned away by Cloud9. They are now on the red side. Is there even room for discussion that Jax is going to make it through? Maybe it's the first blue side Jax ban that we've seen all weekend.
I don't see Jax coming out. No. It's just losing to a Jax is one of the most brutal losses, just because it's like, well, who are we going to send up there to deal with that guy? He's kind of strong, and he just took her in him. All right, we lose.
Yeah, not after what Quas did with it yesterday, and not after how much Cloud9 respects the Jax pick. They can deal with pretty much anything else, but they're not going to want to deal with the Jax.
So very quickly, predictions. Is Cloud9 going to pick up the second game, or are we going to a decider?
Yeah, I think Cloud9 is most likely coming out 2-0. They're strong momentum. They were the favorites coming in. Game 1 was the chance for, I think, Curse to pick up a surprise win, and that's gone.
Yep, I'd like to give it to Curse, but I'm sorry, it's Cloud9.
Well, there we go. We've heard the analysts talking about it. We do have to go to a very quick ad break. When we come back, we'll see if Cloud9 can lock out their spot in the finals when they battle it out with Curse in Game 2. The North American LCS will return faster than a flash cooldown.
But gets the ulti and Cocoon coming across. There comes I Will Dominate, hits 3. A big burst comes through, does not quite catch Boy though. Elimination healing himself. Boy, he will almost drop. He does 1 for 0, but Cloud9 start to melt. 2 for 1 so far. Actually, Cloud9 still staying ahead. Cop puts the damage on. He finds High. Quas balls down. Sneaky forced to run. He does stay alive. Elimination and Meteos find the cleanup, actually. Cloud9 crushing the battle.
Welcome back to the North American LCS and our second game between Team Curse and Cloud9. Cloud9 are now just one Nexus away from advancing to the finals. I love the fact that the crowd counts in every game. It's very exciting. I want to talk about a few players quickly before we throw it over to the caster desk. Starting with my fun stat of the weekend, 8-0 Lucian with 1 ban, yet to be defeated. Sneaky went 1-0-15. The ultimate support carry, if you want to put it that way. What's your take on Sneaky and how he's performing and the fact that he had, 92% kill participation?
Yeah, I think it's just his consistency, once again, and Lucian is a champion that allows him to do whatever he wants. Sneaky, as far as AD carry players, is actually the one with, I'd say, the least personality out of the other AD carries because he can literally play any style. And Lucian fits that because he's the utility AD carry. Well, not a utility AD carry, but an AD carry that can do anything.
Yeah, it's nice. Especially you can compare his performances last split to this split.
Yeah.
Gone to a lot more damage dealers and really showing he can carry.
Lucian does nothing but damage.
Exactly.
Isn't it funny how he's trying to shake off the whole, oh, I'm the support AD carry of the team's like, wait, I got 15 assists.
1-0-15. What are you going to do?
I did it again.
Now, the actual support, Elimination, with his fancy notebook, played the Morgana, 0-2-15, also a very good performance. You can't deny the fact that Elimination always delivers. May not be the flashiest of players, but he's always there when Cloud9 needs it.
Yeah, he's a pretty consistent player, and he does some pretty crazy stuff sometimes, too. He's, I'd say, one of the more unpredictable supports, and he's really good about flanking and engaging. I'd say that's what Elimination showcases the best.
And I'm particularly sad he shaved that beard off. It was glorious at
It was
the IM
crazy.
World Championships. Let's turn our attention to Curse. A little bit of a different story. They lost with a team composition that they've been running all weekend. Going back to the drawing board, talking about the strategy, talking about picks and bans, what do you do if you're in Curse's shoes now? There's nothing left to lose.
To be honest, I mean, Curse is known for playing some kind of off-the-wall team comps. I mean, boy, he plays everything. So I want to see him play their craziest team comp. Just be like, all right, what are you going to do about this? So,
honestly, I'm normally the one to say they should throw caution in the wind and do whatever they want because maybe it'll catch Cloud9 off guard. But they were really close to beating Cloud9 last game. If they did the same thing again, they actually have a decent chance of coming out with the win, especially since they're on the blue side this time. They might even get a little bit more power into their picking phase. But it would be pretty cool if they played something like Swain.
What about Voyboy? I mean, Voyboy's Lulu was okay. That game was a little out of position. Maybe some positional errors, individual mistakes in that regard, especially in that very deciding team fight. Does he stick with the Lulu? Does he go to, we've seen Yasuo yesterday. That was a situational thing, of course. It was to counter, but he's got a lot of champions in his pool.
I mean, I think Lulu, he's a really strong Lulu, and he just had one positional mistake in a team fight, and yeah, they lost Baron, they lost a major team fight over it, and just because their team comp's not equipped to deal with the loss like that, it just looked terrific. But, I mean, I don't know. Like, Boy has a really deep champion pool, and I want to see him showcase what he can do.
We'll have to see if Cloud9 decide to ban that away or not. And, of course, both of you feeling Cloud9 are going to win that.
Yep, still picking Cloud9.
Yeah. Well, guys, we do have to jump into Game 2, so let's send it back over to Kobe and Freak for all the action.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. What's up, guys? We are back. Champ Select about to be getting underway, man. So, Game 2, Cloud9. Took their time at the beginning of it, waited around. Curse had a couple of good moves. They took dragons. That all went well. C9 time and again, they win team fights. That's what they're so good at.
Yeah, with their pick comp.
Yeah, true. They let themselves get engaged on. LeBlanc's in the middle of a team fight, and Hai's like, that's fine, I'll kill 2 people before I go down. Sneaky positioned well throughout the battles every single time, right? 1-0-15, okay, he wasn't getting killing blows, but never went down, despite there's a Leon on the team, there's a Mundo flanking you, kited back well. I like Elimination Morgana. Everyone there had a really good game.
Yeah, and like Jet said, they could have easily won that game too. I mean,
sure.
Mundo teleport as your initiate didn't work out for them. He teleported in so they knew exactly where it would be. Easy to land the skill shots on him, and the ulti being popped so early meant it wasn't full effectiveness. They could easily run the same thing. Now, I want to say, for Cloud9, last time in Pick's ban phase, they banned out Jax on the blue side. So they said, oh, Chris plays all these crazy things, we can't predict what they're going to do. But they obviously predicted the Mundo pick from Quas because Quas really loves that champion, and with heal, they really banked on him going Mundo, and they counterpicked it early with going Trundle. So they really played Curse right into their hands. Blue side banning Jax, pretty obvious looking back at it. The first time seeing it, maybe not so much, but man, they really had the superior plan coming into Pick's ban last game. We'll see if they can do it in game 2.
Well, a couple of new plans here. Curse adding Morgana to their ban lineup. They dropped the Soraka ban because they didn't need to. They have the chance to first pick. Cloud9 actually, Thresh and Leona now removed from Bunny and Fufu, but also they're the ones now banning Soraka away. So Jax is back open, and they've kind of removed no other picks. So
yeah,
Curse have a lot of room to work with. The top lane, the mid lane.
Big targets on Bunny Fufu right now. We said, was it like so many games in a row on Leona because Thresh is banned. Now they're forcing him to go to number 3. Pull out the last stops here for
maybe
Bunny
number
Fufu.
4 if Morgana was number 3.
Maybe number 5 if Soraka was number 4.
Oh my gosh. What if Lulu's number 6 and Voyboy wants it?
Oh my
number
God.
7. Annie.
7 is a lucky number though, Freak.
That's true. It's going to be a good chance then. Curse going to go for the number 180 carry. It's going to be Lucian picked up. Cop wanting that one right away. So both these teams actually first picking the guy. Care a lot about getting the champion in their pools. Of course, now, you know, Jax versus Mundo, is that going to be the pickups here?
Yeah.
Hover over. It's going to be locked in, so Karma comes through, so does Jax for Cloud9.
Interesting. What will they do to deal with Mundo this time around? Because they're probably expecting it once again here. Locking in Karma, we know that it could easily be a mid laner as well, as Bjergsen so rightly proved in the last series.
I like how in the regular season, no teams got pentakills, and then in both post seasons, both EU and NA, we get pentakills. I like that. It's like now that it's really on the line, okay, I guess I'll kill all 5 people now.
And Bjergsen actually had to work for his.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just...
So did Genja.
It was... well, yeah. I don't like 80 carries, so I'm like, oh, 80 carries, they just auto-attack at the back and they happen to get last hits.
Okay, I'm sorry you guys get solo XP and actually get to be over-leveled on people.
All right, so they are going to go with the Lulu. And it will probably be Voyboy Lulu. So they are going to go back with the same strategy here. Mundo Lulu once again into the Jax and Karma this time around.
Okay, so Curse looking at a very similar team composition to themselves. I really think Morgana pulled so much weight for Cloud9 last game. With that being removed, C9 needs a new backup plan then when they get jumped on by the TP Mundo. Those fights likely would have worked.
Well,
they could maybe opt into the same matchups though.
Yeah, if it is Karma, the speed boost is... It's not really the same type of answer. It's the more turn your tail and run type of answer, not really the engage that Morgana brings.
It's not stun their team for 2 seconds.
But really, Cloud9's comp this time around is shaping up to be that split push, and they're like, oh yeah, we have Jax for split pushing and our Karma to speed boost the 4-man squad that is without Jax, so we can at least run away until he either teleports in or he gains some advantage on a different lane.
Yeah, so they've added a fair bit of wave clear, one of the best wave clear junglers in the common pool here. Elise comes through with Spiderlings, Graves also for sneaky. On top of that, Karma, whether it's mid or support, we still don't quite know yet. Figure Lulu's already grabbed, so maybe more wave clear comes in, maybe it's overkill. We'll see what High gets with his last pick. Curse have to make sure they dedicate this Lulu to mid or support with this one.
I like Meteos going back to this Elise. So good against Mundo, and everybody really enjoying his build. Definitely innovating and taking the changes in stride. Still standing by his favorite champion. This time around, though, they're the ones with the Graves.
Yeah.
So they have the higher wave clear in the burst. I guess Lucian's got just as good wave clear. It's not higher. Never mind.
Yeah, it's good overall, but Curse actually switching it around. It is going to be support Lulu because Yasuo gets grabbed in here for Voyboy, and once again, I Will Dominate does play Xin Zhao, so interesting.
So they can get knockups with either Lulu ulti or Xin Zhao displacement. But Voyboy, if you do it on the Xin Zhao displacement, then you have to do it very quickly. And you usually only get one person then. So it's not the same type of combo that something like a Wukong would bring to that.
Yeah, if you get it perfect, like we did see one 5-man Xin
You do
Zhao
it super quick.
Yeah, where they're still in the area that they'll all get grabbed. It'll stop from going outwards, so have them like all in a little ball. You can like Lulu them afterwards. Just saying, theoretically possible.
Yeah. If they're very quick, they can pull that one off.
If they're crazy.
However, Cloud9 are a team that I always point out. They're really good at team fighting against AoE teams because they spread out so effectively. They kite so effectively, and then they're able to turn the switch where they focus down whichever target is out of position. So they kite you for just long enough, then when they have the positioning, they can easily turn it around, and their focus fire is amazing.
Yeah, they are absolutely. So Cloud9 do lock in. A couple of the same picks for this one. The comps are all together. C9 gonna have to worry about some AoE, worry about a little bit of the engage, but they've got a split push Jax. And by the way, Jax, to my knowledge, crushes Yasuo 1v1 as well, so it's gotta be Quas who holds up to that champion.
And Curse are not gonna be looking to play the spread out game. They don't want to get picked off. They don't want to get split pushed on. They want that team fight. They're going hard engage into the LeBlanc Elise combo here. They're going to try and catch them and make Cloud9 pay for going with this split push Jax.
Well, we'll see if Curse can make it happen. Guys, as the champions are locked in and loading, now's the time to send us your predictions on who is going to win this game.
Right, so just tweet your vote at LOL Esports and use the hashtag CRSWin or C9Win. And then periodically, we will be checking to see where the votes stand.
Yeah, my guess it's going to start out with the Cloud9 lead, but I mean, Curse did hold the first 20 minutes in a good spot in this first game. I want to see if they can do that again, get themselves in a better spot, pull us to a game 3. We'll see what happens. Loading up into the game, Cloud9 one win away from facing TSM in the finals tomorrow. And that's what their sights are.
All right, well, I'm also going to be looking at the teleports too. Because some people have been teleporting to dying turrets. Once you make that mistake, though, you never make that mistake again.
Never?
Well, you never want to make that mistake.
You try
again.
not to.
I guess you try not to make it in the first place, too, freak.
Just saying. I feel like you've been playing the game for this long. You've done that once before.
Well, how about I put it this way? Don't make that mistake.
Got it.
Don't
Kobe?
teleport to a dying turret.
Lesson learned, good
Especially
sir.
if your inhibitor relies on it.
Yes. Here we go, guys. Curse are in the game. Looking to come back for game 2 and game 3 to win this series. Right now, it looks like a defensive posture on both sides. High and Lemonation going to make their way down there.
I really am curious how Bunny Fufu will perform on this Lulu. As we said, there were target bans at him, so many support bans. And he has gone with the Lulu pick that's generally given over to Voyboy. As you said, if Voyboy, wanted to take that Lulu, he would have had to gone to number 6 or something in his priority line of supports. However, it's fine in the 2-versus-1 swaps because they could both start with the Spell Thieves and they both get that extra damage. They both get that guaranteed gold income. This time lining up, though, is the old-style lineup here, the line of scrimmage. So it looks like if they don't do a late invade, then it will be normal lanes here. However, a lot of people, wait until the last second to put the late in there, late invade.
We'll see. It wouldn't be late invade unless it was farther on down. Void, we're going to still stay in the mid lane. High going to do the same. Looks like the line of scrimmage is going to get broken, and we're now into the match.
All right, so probably the swap here from Cloud9. Invade blue, swatch their AD and support up to top. Probably we'll see the first 5 minutes play out very similar to the last game. The only thing here is that Quas has actually been cut off from the way that these early games normally play out. He's now on the wrong side.
Land some harass on Sneaky. He's going to throw some cleavers in. Media's not the happiest man about that. Going to share XP with balls, though. Curse actually a bit slower on their rotation around, but Bunny Fufu is helping out with Dominate.
Yeah, let's see if this actually costs Curse, because they are going to be slower in the swap. However, they're trying to take down the weaker turret. Mundo will not be able to get an early level 2 to join them. Looks like he is going to try and help out with the red buff, though. So that's a large chunk of experience. Meanwhile, Cloud9 go with the early. 1 buff into 2 camps, so everybody's level 2. Perfect timing there. They rush down that early turret. And we'll see if Curse can actually catch up.
I'm going to go on the second wave. Quas still level 1 with this one. He's very low on health. I will dominate already level 2. Quas going to join up with the roster. So C9 going to get a very early push lead. And I do want to see, we've seen a couple of games actually in the playoffs go 2-1 on turrets or 3-2 on turrets. Curse has fallen victim to that before.
It could very well be the case. Elise is amazing at shoving turrets, going into spider form with her spiderlings as well as her attack speed buff. Xin Sao is very strong as well, but again, they are delayed almost a full turret here. Actually, a full turret.
Yep. They're down a full turret, 3 minutes 15 in, and Curse are just starting now bottom tier 1 turret. They waited an extra wave, basically. The Cloud9 already on their way down. The cannon wave right now with them.
Let's look at the mid lane, though. Voyboy was able to get a lead and then shove. He backed pretty early, and now he's making his way to try and stop at the inhibitor turret while the rest of the team continues. This is something we haven't really seen before. A little adaptation, actually sending mid laner to try and hold the inhibitor turret and keeping the push going. This might be what Curse need to catch back up from a full turret deficit.
Or it could be a fatal flaw. If Voyboy gets caught there, Balls is level 2. If he has Leap Strike stun, nope, they're going to back off. They completely give the room to Voy.
Let's see how much work they can get done mid, though, since they did have to use their mid laner. And High actually doesn't hard shove it.
Balls actually TPs to this turret right here, and he's going to hold up some of the XP. This turret still up to 1/3 HP. Cloud9 do hold the turret lead anyway.
So, Quas being stuck on the wrong side of the map for the opening level 1, really hurting Curse. Down 1 global objective. See if that actually translates into any teamfight power, because unless you go back and buy, it means nothing. And even if you do go back and buy this early in the game, it's rarely a full item of combat effectiveness, so it should not hurt Curse too badly for the next couple minutes, but we'll see how they can play this out.
There's actually one thing that struck me as interesting, actually. I remember during the post-game interviews with Dominate, he was talking about how when they were fighting Dignitas did this 2-man, take the buff, take 2 camps, shove the second wave, level 1, and that Curse was like, okay, yeah, well, we can mirror that and hold up. Now, the question to me is, if the optimal play to that strategy is to just do the same strategy, that's just the optimal strategy. And Curse went back to doing their 2-camp, really slow push, and once again, got down a turret there. It's really weird they didn't just take that in this game as well.
So there is that random factor where you are never 100% sure what to expect.
Sure.
Because there's no vision. Quas stayed over by the blue buff, and him being on the wrong side did cost them those few seconds. So kind of give and take there. It's very hard because there's no trinket wards being able to put down. You have no vision. That's why a lot of these teams are just going with the safest possible starting strategy.
Yeah.
Wow, look at this circle, though. Not only is Voyboy fighting Balls, but he's got Dominate coming in.
All right, here we go. Going to be the stun used from Balls. Flashes the wall. Dominate going to flash to chase this one. Will have the knockup. Voyboy gets his own, and there we go. First blood comes through for Curse. Meteos, the flash chains from High. The silence on the Quas. He does not have any summoners available. Ignite comes through, and the counter kill for Cloud9. But Curse now go for Dragon.
Talking about mirroring strategies, both teams go for the gank onto the solo laner, and both teams are successful in their gank. After the gank, both teams try and convert into the objective that is closest to them. Dragon will be traded. Oh, actually, it's a Dragon and a defense of a top turret, so they don't trade the global objective. They actually just get to defend and take that huge wave that was up top.
Wow,
interesting.
So very. Cloud9 actually, though, they are the team in the lead, of course, because despite that Dragon, they're up a tier 2 turret, so it's a small 200 gold lead for these guys. Quas actually had just used his teleport, and it basically did nothing for him there, so not the ideal situation for that poor Mundo top lane. Let's see what else happens to him, though. Meteo's looking for a bit of a flank around the map. He knows general timers of buffs. Ward comes down. No sweepers are actually almost up for C9. They can sweep away the ward in just a second. That covers his golem.
Trying to steal away the blue and pressure mid at the same time so they don't get collapsed on, but they've only got a few seconds here. Curse are trying to get into position to defend it, and Quas actually takes a bunch of damage.
That is
trying to do just that.
What he wanted. 1 hit to go. The shield comes in. Meteos repels, comes back down. Exhaust comes in. The save from Bunny Fufu, and the kill goes over.
Heal baits, exhaust baits, very frustrating, but oh so commonplace. And you have to be careful about overextending like that. Meteos goes too deep, trying to get that classic blue buff steal that has been Cloud9's go-to strategy. They wanted the repeat take, but 5 men to 4 inside Curse territory, unsuccessful, and they weren't able to get anything out of it. Not only did they not steal blue buff, but the wave from Balls was actually just a slow push and not shoving it into the turret. So Voyboy will be able to clean that up as well.
Wow, so Curse really doing a great job this early game. Tied in gold, up in kills. And the early buys are coming through. Looks like more gold will come their way. As you talk about, Voyboy will be able to hold that lane. Elimination, Bunny Fufu just trading blows back and forth. Frostfang's giving him some extra gold. They're kind of like helping each other out. It's like, hey, you know, we get no gold normally in supports. Can we just trade some attacks real quick? And then Elimination doesn't share. He just hits them for free.
He gets his money off of the AD, though. Bunny Fufu's got his hands in Sneaky's pockets.
Yeah, Sneaky felt bad for his teammate and was like, don't worry, I got you, Bunny.
Plus, Bunny's got that blue buff that they were able to defend.
True.
Let's see, there's a big wave up top that's pushing for Curse, but they are making no move to do anything with it. And again, a solo laner soaking up that farm is exactly what Cloud9 want. They're funneling as much as they can onto Jax. Jax moves from down bottom giant wave to up top giant wave. They want to try and focus as much money into him as they possibly can. It also forces Quas to overextend, and he's now a summoner-less Mundo. Going with the teleport and heal, he does not have any sort of escape summoner. Heal's gonna come up pretty quickly though, and because he is so vulnerable, that's why they're having Dominate actually back up his push into the turret. They want to get that push all the way to the turret so it doesn't freeze, and Dominate comes up just to assist him with that.
Yeah, so we're gonna see Quas make his way back around the map though. Very vigorous champion, 3 ruby crystals.
Whoa, look at this deep invade.
Yeah,
Cloud9 actually catch Curse going for that red counter.
Quasta with the region gonna put the hurt down on elimination. Voyboy still chasing down as well. C9 pushed fully out of their jungle, and Curse make the move. The smite comes through. That is a red buff taken. I will dominate with Wriggles. Starting out pretty well in this game.
Red buff taken for a Jax free farm and a LeBlanc free farm. So Jax got a large wave up top, and Hai has been able to shove down bottom. So he's going to be at the turret, and that means there will be no pressure on this mid turret, especially since this time around, as we said, Cloud9 have the Graves, great wave clear.
And it's a teleport required to be used by Quasca to get himself there. That just came up from cold. I know it's Voyboy trying to defend this one, but Ball's showing up actually. The knockup comes through under the turret. The damage, the ignite, it's gonna be enough. That makes it happen there. Cloud9 making the full rotation. So I got the colors wrong. C9 just got there, and Curse wasn't even able to respond properly.
So remember, I kept saying, watch out for what each team does with these giant waves that they can build up in the side lanes. Curse were not able to do anything. Well, actually, Curse were able to get the red buff out of theirs.
Yeah.
Cloud9, they get the kill and the turret out of their giant wave. So better play there from Cloud9. They get more out of that giant wave. But they also had to use the teleport to make it happen. Ball's actually teleporting under the enemy turret, so it will be a long cooldown.
Well, now the mid lane under a bit of siege as well. Quas teleport is back up just now. His summoner heal as well. If he wants to show up, he can. But Cloud9 don't want to keep pressing this one. They do got a 5-minute window of teleport disadvantage.
We have so many shots of solo laners cleaning up giant minion waves. Yasuo is pretty fun to watch, though, at least.
Yeah,
He's more active with his wave clear.
It requires the most effort of all of them. High hit 4 buttons.
It's also important to note that, you know, we always talk about Jax. Oh yeah, he needs to get up to his items, or he's got to get that blade and the Trinity Force.
Yeah.
Same thing with Yasuo. He has to get a Shiv and an Infinity Edge. That's a huge power spike for him. Now that he just got Infinity Edge after that last wave clear, he's got so much more power. Or excuse me, the Shiv. He doesn't have the Infinity Edge.
Nah, that'd be ridiculously early.
It would.
12-minute IE Shiv, dude. If I could get that every game, I would lose so many less games.
If I could start out with one, that would be great.
But I just have 70
I feel like I'd win
bars.
a lot of games that way.
If I were broken and overpowered.
All right, next dragon fight though. Let's see how it stacks up this time, because once again, Curse, they've got the team fight team here. It's gonna be all about the poke from Cloud9, and they're actually happy to shoot skill shots into this dragon pit area. Let's see if Curse can actually get that AoE knockup.
Down to 1/4 high, getting big damage, gets exhausted though. The engage comes in. Wow, the flash from Elimination keeps himself alive, and the counter kill comes in. Balls finds one. Voyboy's gonna have to run towards the backline. Quas is bloodthirsty, lands the cleaver, but he gets killed back. Double kill here for Balls on Jax.
Team Curse were not able to get the combo they want. As I said, Cloud9 are so good about spreading out against AoE teams, and they cut off Bunny Fufu completely, so they don't get the Lulu ultimate to get an AoE knockup. He has to use it on himself. high right here. There it is. The burst onto Bunny, completely silenced. He's out of this match. They also get the exhaust out of him. Dominate, there it is. He uses the knock aside from his ultimate to actually trigger Void Boy's ulti, but they don't get the combo onto Lemon. They don't kill him until it's Quas sacrificing his life for one. So that's their main solo tank in exchange for the support of Cloud9.
So now Cloud9 up 2 turrets. They're up this dragon. They have about 3,000 gold overall, I gotta say. Cloud9, once again, a team fight happened, and it went C9's way. That is just the standard story for this team there. I Will Dominate doing his best to keep scaling up. Second time on Xin Zhao, same build once again. Very Magic Pen focused, or sorry, Magic Resist focused with the Hex Drinker. But on the other side, Meteos changing his build up again. He's going Glacial Shroud against a very AD heavy team.
Yeah, changing his build due to the resistance type that is favorable. He does not need that Magic Resist aura this time around, Freak, as you said.
I don't know, Bunny Fufu.
A lot of
menacing.
A lot of attack damage. So he's still going cooldown reduction route though. It is, to be fair, very similar idea behind the build, just changing which resistance type.
Yeah.
And it will be just as effective.
Yeah, High is also going for an arm guard. You're seeing this kind of pan out among everybody. Anything for Lemonation, he didn't buy a Sight Stone yet. He rushed Mikhail's Crucible to add some more healing, to add the CC reduction to a teammate, which means that they're all buying their wards manually. On top of the fact they've already got 2 sweepers, so there's less. All the wards cost gold right now for C9.
Yeah, early Mikhail's is always a great buy against teamfight teams that are looking for those combos. It's definitely highly prized against things like Leona, but this team as well. He's definitely relying on that heal. Did he have it in that last team fight? Is that what kept him alive?
It's on cooldown. He must have used it.
Yeah. That could have been the difference then. That was Lemon actually surviving and Quas getting the last cleaver, costing him his life as well.
Yeah, made him trade 1 for 1, so.
3 health crystals this time.
Yeah.
Does he always start with 3 or is it usually 2?
It's normally 2, but I think he just had 400 gold the time he went back to base before. He'll eventually use it, just might take some time. Maybe the push forward. Looks like mid lane turret is going to be pretty well defended by Curse right here. The game right now is about rotations because with Dragon off the table, it's either you make the move in and you sneak in for a buff steal, or you get to your opponent's turret before they realize you're there.
The thing is, this is pretty much the same story as last game. It's just happening earlier. Last time, Curse actually won the first fight around Dragon, and Cloud9 were in a bit of a hole. But this time, they actually won the first fight.
Oh, there's the engaged Lemonation, gonna get knocked into the air. The Mikhail's not doing too much to him. Down he goes. Cop finds the kill. I Will Dominate, gets a shield, but the answer back from Sneaky. Collateral damage. The stun going to land the Bunny Fufu. Another kill picked up. Balls finds his 3rd of the game.
Curse going a little deep for that kill mid, even though Lemon did not have his flash this time around. Mikhail's lives long enough to get into turret range, and Sneaky capitalizes. Now he's got double buff. Very, very happy AD carry.
And that's a very happy Graves. He's going to be 1-0-2 though. Unfortunately, still more assists than kills. But let's check out that replay.
Yeah, a little bit too deep here. It was mostly Dominate's damage. Cop is able to get the culling onto him. But Mikhail's, again, it gets him long enough life. That Mikhail's cost 2 tower hits onto Xin Zhao. And it was the main reason that Sneaky was able to finish it. Everyone else was coming in anyway, so they would probably be able to collapse on him.
I think Dominate actually overstayed. After the knockup, I think he should have anticipated the damage a bit better. I feel like, because Cop's the one who got the killing blow, he did the damage in the end of that one.
He
So.
really, really wanted that kill.
And that's kind of the Curse motto. They really do go hard. It's Curse or die. They kind of play that way every game.
Sometimes it's Curse and die.
That's true. Well, unfortunately, that's happened 6 times this game. How much do you think they curse when they die?
Ooh, we got another sneaky lemon rotation here. I like the ward coverage from Cloud9, backing up the split push Jax. We said how strong this is. He's got his blade now. He wants to always be split pushing.
He's level 11 versus Quas's 9.
Yeah, he's got a pretty healthy lead here, and his teleport is available, so he can be anywhere that he wants to be on the map. Only things that can stop him from teleporting are Void Boy if he gets his charges up really early, or Bunny Fufu being close. Maybe Dominate would sacrifice his life.
Yeah, I wonder. It's going to be difficult. There's no real mage here to break through all the things that Jax normally does in a fight. We'll have to see what Curse does in response. Meteos gets a shield, puts a ward down for it. Cloud9, though, they're getting the ward coverage over the bottom side jungle. That could set up either the siege or the rotation around bottom and mid, maybe just the red buff.
Double buff Sneaky can very well hold this mid, and look at the ward coverage. Anytime you see a Cloud9 game get to this point, it's very, very likely that they will close it out soon. Wards on both sides of the jungle. They get to make whatever moves they want. They have that sort of map hack. They can make every decision correctly because they can see every single move that Curse are trying to make.
Right now, the bottom turret, Curse forced wide around on the rotation. High goes in for a bit of pain, gets a silence out of the void, but actually Meteos is going for the dive here, but Curse is there to make the rotation. High pops Zonia's. Can he get away? Looks like yes, Elimination forced to flash away. Cop on the chase. High over the wall, keeps him safe. Culling will not quite get it, but Elimination goes down. The engage still coming through. Sneaky, he's gonna have to dash over the wall, flash for that one. Voidboy gets the knockout. He finds him. Double kill, 3 overall for Curse.
Cloud9 just purely overextend right there. They go for a tower dive with 4 people. High has no backup. He was actually able to escape over the wall with the distortion, but the rest of the team paid for it. Huge win for Curse. They're right back on the track now. Get the dragon on top of those kills. So High, he tries to go for this dive on Voidboy, but the rest of Curse come right around the corner immediately. Dominate, trying to get the knock aside over there, and they completely catch out the rest of Cloud9. Purely an overextension by Cloud9. Cop actually goes for culling here, yeah, and he's just barely behind. 1 step behind High. But the rest of the team is able to clean this up, and this is a nice shot from Voidboy.
He wards to spot him.
Immediately warding. Sneaky's trying to juke back and forth, but he's slowed by the red buff, so his juke means nothing. He can't get he can't walk as far as the width of the knockup from Voidboy, so there's nowhere for him to go.
So very, very well played. Voidboy 3-1-3 this game. Didn't have the best Yasuo performance yesterday, but today he's playing absolutely great. I gotta say, Curse, even if they do lose this game, are playing some great League of Legends today. They can go into that 3rd place match with their head held high, but even still, they can of course win this one, and that's the goal right here. You see Cop gonna wave clear for now, Curse. Gonna do everything they can to get this one in, bring it to game 3. They're up a kill, down 2 turrets. They've not had really any siege success in a while.
Yeah, I mean, they want to split push, and they want to pick people off. They don't want a tower dive, with LeBlanc leading the charge. Let's see, they can hold on to their own blue buff. I'm really excited to see what Balls will do, because my goodness, that is a Fed Jax, and every time we've seen a Fed Jax, they've been a problem for their other team.
Yeah. Well, in the post game of their win against Dignitas, Dominant did say, yeah, we know how to play around Jax. It wasn't that big of a deal for us. We'll see if this is the case here. Curse did beat Diggs Jax in game 3, so they've done it before.
High with a first item, Zanya's as well.
Yeah.
So next time he goes with an extremely dangerous deep maneuver, he will be able to have some other options available to him. If he gets enough cooldown reduction with that blue buff and then maybe buying a blue elixir, you can have multiple escapes. The mind games that you get to play with LeBlanc when you have a Zanya's are pretty fun to watch. We'll see how well he can use his double distorts. Distortations?
Distortions?
Distortions. I wanted to make it too fancy.
Distortations. He has a PhD in distortations.
There we go.
That's how you graduate LeBlanc school.
Oh God, Balls has the Trinity Force plus Blade combo now.
There we
and
go.
They're just going to group with him. They want to use that power right now. All right. For Curse's sake, though, they've got a good wave up top. Quas is shoving that into the top turret. They want to buy him as much time as possible. It's going to be very hard for them to buy that time, though. This turret will obviously go down. The question is, how quickly can Cloud9 force something at an inhibitor turret?
Well, there's no wards for Quas to flank from right now.
He doesn't want to flank. Curse actually don't want
they don't want like
that
the
fight right
anyway.
now. They're kind of hoping for another dive from Cloud9, and they would much rather just gain the easy gold from that top turret. They don't want to force a fight. They'd much rather gain gold from their great positioning here with Mundo, and it looks like they're doing that. He should be able to get a turret.
Okay, so Cloud9 do get a tier 2 turret for a tier 1. That is still a small lead for C9, but it's just 3,000 gold right here. Cop gonna wave clear mid. just buying time, waiting it out. Voyboy in a battle with Balls, but significantly losing that battle. Balls takes him out easily 1v1, but now gonna jump up by Dominate. Actually,
number 2.
Not gonna get chased. Mid lane tier 2 turret goes down.
All right, so Cloud9 now have a pretty easy route on both of these turrets. Jack's still strong enough after taking down Voyboy to again pressure bottom, but the death timers are very, very low. Only 23 minutes into the game here. Voyboy will come back up quickly, and Balls is extending.
Uh-oh, this might be too much for him. He's gonna go down, shut down Gold.
500.
Goes to I Will Dominate. He does have Pharaoh Flare. Knockup stops the distortion from High. Has to go around it. Getting chased down now. Quas trying, putting the slows in distortion used. Summoner heal popped as well. I Will Dominate in the big knockup. Quite not gonna land. The big hits around. Elimination falls. Now Sneaky is exhausted. Also has nowhere to go. Curse find another 3 kills. And Baron's on the map.
Yeah, Baron is on the map, but they also have a good wave up top. They can easily go for this Baron. The only thing you have to worry about is a steal from Meteos. Meteos is the one member of Cloud9 at full health, and he does have the ability to steal Baron. Elise still very strong with her execute. Even though the damage was taken down a little bit, it's a very real possibility, although dangerous.
Now, how reminiscent is this series? Actually, hold on. Balls around the side.
Oh, God, this could be a massacre.
2 versus 5. Baron very low on health. Balls getting ready to go for this one. The smite might come down in time for Dominate. He's going to pick it up, and here comes the fight. Balls. He's trying to run away now. Voyboy, 1 Q from the knockup. Not going to chase.
Bunny Fufu polymorphs Meteos. There's no threat of the steal. Great job by Team Curse securing the Baron there.
That was awesome. Yeah, even though you can smite through polymorph, you can't flash or repel.
Yeah, there's no way for him to get in range.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of the zoning there. Bunny pulling his weight, even being forced onto Lulu.
Great stuff in this one. Now, how similar is this series to CLG versus TSM? CLG won game 1, pretty straightforward. Game 2, come back from TSM, right? And kind of control it out there. Is this the road for Curse right here?
They're making a great comeback. I mean, first it was a dive from Cloud9, and they punished High for it. Very good punish from Curse. They followed up very quickly. And then it was Balls overextending just a split second, and a great move from Dominate to go down there and kill him. Once they take Jax off the field, it was a great job for them to snowball that into a Baron pickup. But still, they're fighting a fed Jax. Just because you killed him, you didn't take away any of his power. You don't lose gold for dying in League of Legends.
You lose time, and time equals money. We've learned this. So indirectly, you lose gold. Ha!
True.
I don't even know why I went for that.
Be able to get his ulti off on someone. However, he's primed for the next rotation of High's spells. If he gets another burst combo off, that will be a dead support.
Here comes the culling, here comes the push in. Meteos takes some damage there with the cleavers as well. Here comes the burst again. Voyboy, the ulti comes in time. He lives through the ignite. And now the engage comes through. This is not necessarily great. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade so far. Mid laner for top laner. Curse on the disengage. Slow comes in. High comes back, finds a second. Curse now on the retreat. Quas about to get locked up. High will survive another one for Cloud9. Curse are routed.
High, the Predator on the outside, gets a huge burst onto Bunny, then waits his time in the shadows. Strikes again, gets another huge burst onto Voyboy. He's just destroying Curse from the back there. They had no protection on their rear. It was all High attacking them from behind, cutting off their squishy champions. And then the rest of Cloud9 are able to suck in Curse's front line. Great job by Cloud9 actually destroying Curse from the backside. So this is actually the second job from High. First burst was on Bunny. Bunny, by the way, good ulti to save Voyboy. That would have been a dead Yasuo. And he then goes right back in because Dominate calls for the engage at the turret. And even though they do get down the Jax, they're at the turret, they're taking turret hits. I don't know if the communication was there for Curse. Were they calling out, hey, High is killing us in the back lines here. Dominate's going full steam ahead. Seems like a little bit of a disconnect between the front and the back of the Curse squad.
And Balls lived long enough to make a lot of these kills happen. Curse lost so much health from the dive onto that top lane that even though he started out with double offensive items, Ruin King Trinity Force, he was durable enough to make it work. High starting to be even more annoying. Zhonya's Void Staff the build for himself, so no CDR in his items, but enough damage and durability to get the job done, obviously. 2-0-4 on him. Sneaky 1, 2, and 5. The assist AD carry. He can't shake the moniker.
Yeah, and speaking of cooldown reduction, I mean, Meteos this time around going full tank build. After the Frozen Heart that we talked about with the Glacial Shroud early, he's going pure armor stacking with the health. Not really worried about that slow burn from Mundo.
Yeah.
Or supporting Lulu.
I do really like the choice of Frozen Heart, though. There's 3 attack speed champions on Curse. Dominate, Void, Cop, all of them scale very much on attack speed.
Also, even though Void Boy does get the armor penetration after the ulti, the attack speed aura affects everybody whether attacking him or not. So that plus Randuin's is going to be very strong. And I like how Balls is also building into his Randuin's. The itemization here is definitely clear for Cloud9 this time around. Anytime you focus a lot of your damage of your team comp one way, the end game gets kind of hard. But then it's balanced out by penetration items.
We'll see when the Last Whispers come through. The core build done for Voidboy now. The Eye Edge did come in. Last Whisper done for Cop as well, but he's pretty much on par with the enemy tank line. So we'll see just how much of an impact Cop can have this game. Void killing the minions very successfully, dashing while doing so.
All right, so we got a minute on Dragon and a minute on Baron. Not much ward coverage for either team by either of those objectives. High trying to take advantage of that lack of vision. Attacking from the Fog of War once again, however unsuccessful. Cloud9 have been unsuccessful with their split pushing attempts, by the way.
Yeah, true. Also like CLG versus TSM. Balls and Quas gonna face off 2-level leads still. Balls completely held that sort of advantage here. Normally with Balls, he plays, he does split push some, but he teleports in all the time. But he's normally like this lane bully player, right? Picks Renekton whenever available. But now he's playing a late game scaler and crushing it.
Yeah, what the plan is for him, he just wants to stay around bottom long enough for Baron to come back up. Then, as long as he can get threat on the bottom side, then he can force Curse to actually make the decision. And Cloud9 will try and outplay Curse, forcing them to make the decision between going to Baron or dealing with the bottom lane, Giant Wave, and split pushing Jax. First, they're going to take Dragon off the map. Since they're spawning at the same time, I like this move. They get the extra global gold. Make sure that if they mess this split push up in the future, then Curse won't have as much to claim on the map, even if they do win the team fight. So they're reducing their risk right here, taking Dragon off, and then they'll probably go for the split push, but that would backfire if Curse actually make the first move. They're trying to get the vision on Baron, and it's going to be Cloud9 with a couple more. Well, I guess they're just going to set up the same plan anyway. Jax will split push spot, and they'll try and clear out that vision. They've got a lot of work ahead of them, though.
They do.
There's a lot of vision here.
They have 2 pink wards to kill and a plethora of green wards. Uh-oh, Dominate gonna get silenced, rooted up, does not have much to do. Burst comes through from High, gets locked up a little bit, but goes back to the distortion. It's gonna be okay. Ball's now level 18, maxed out in the bottom lane, 3 levels above Quas. Gigantic threat, big spike for this Jax. He's gonna keep going up, of course. Sweeper starting to be used. Cloud9 gonna find 3 of these wards.
Both of those solos down bottom, by the way, have their teleports ready. Balls can interrupt Quas, but Quas cannot interrupt Balls. Because they both have teleports, they're actually just making the call to force Baron. No vision for Curse. It's so dangerous for them to face check at any point. They've got to be wary.
That ward didn't hit the brush. Didn't matter too much, though. Cloud9 on a bit of a flank. Actually, here comes the engage. The teleport comes in. That's going to force C9 back. Balls goes the long way around, gets jumped on for it. This could be the battle that Cloud9 wants. Maybe it's the one that Curse wants. The knockback from Dominate. Balls still taking damage. Wind wall comes through. C9 jumps back over to keep themselves safe. Dominate staying in the mix. The disengage. The damage comes through from Yasuo. Balls. The second dodge comes through, but that's a kill for Cop. The battle's still going on. Quas in the front lines. 1-for-1 Sneaky will go down. Meteor's running around, but more kills come through. Quas just melting everybody. Lemonation also maybe will go down to Dominate. Meteors will trade back, though. 2 versus 2 left on the map.
3 down for each team. That was a really well-played fight by Curse. They did not take the Cloud9 bait, even after failing the ward into the bush. They just try and shove up mid instead. And they force the speed buff out of Cloud9, used it as an engage, and they had minions in the middle here for Mundo to teleport on. So this is perfect for them. once again, they've got this ridiculously buff tank. Now watch Balls. Everything from Curse is focused onto Balls. Meteos, by the way, missed his cocoon in the top right there on Bunny Fufu. So everything's burned on Balls. They use exhaust, they use summer spells, they use everything that they possibly can to get him down low. Meanwhile, Quas is at full this whole time. There's nothing they can do to dent him even. And Bunny was able to live long enough. He gets another great ult. Dominate chases Lemonation up to the top and able to finish him. Wow, Meteos actually goes deep and takes down Lulu. Let's look at this one. Another missed cocoon. That's 2 missed cocoons for Meteos during that fight.
Very well played overall there. So, gotta say, Curse keep themselves as close as they can to this one, but they are down about 6,000 gold. The team is regrouped to the mid lane that was high, holds the top lane. Tier 2 turret is down, but the inhibitor might just be the call. Voyboy, ooh, the cocoon just saves that one. There's the wind wall. His knockup's there, doesn't go for it.
They got his shield down, but man, Balls has to teleport in very quickly. There they go, and
TP comes in, Quas in the front lines dominate, big knockback comes through, and they find the kill onto Kopko. This could be the fight. Balls in the back line, finding everybody. 3 kills for C9, make that 4. It's only Quas alive versus 5 in Cloud9. Take down everybody, a quadra kill for Balls.
Yeah, this time they did not have an exhaust for that super fed Jax, and Balls coming in a little bit later, doesn't matter. He's able to teleport right in and clean up. That should be Cloud9 getting at least an inhibitor.
And 25 seconds, it might even be the game if they can take it out for long enough. We'll just have to see for this one. Yeah, you're right, it's probably just the inhib, but see where it goes. Baron also on the map. They chose not to go for that just yet. Inhib is going down. They're lurking forward.
Oh, this is dangerous. If they do get stopped here, then it would be a retaliation Baron. But they're going so quickly.
They might get it in time. Inhib number 2, turret number 2 going down onto the Nexus. Cloud9 gonna take it 2-0 into the finals.
Great call right there to end the game.
Yep.
That was pretty close. They had maybe another 5 seconds though.
The minion wave was coming in still. They knew it was going to be there. They get backdoor the inhib and ride the minions in for the Nexus. Cloud9, a close series. This game, 14 to 18 in kills. Curse definitely made him work for it. But Cloud9, they were the favorites coming in. The number 1 seed. Another 2 wins in a row. They haven't lost the game in a couple of months now.
They are definitely a strong team, and their greatest strength is their ability to adapt to the new changes in the game. It seems like as soon as the patch comes out, even sometimes before the patch comes out, they're already practicing these strategies that will work with the new changes. And a lot of that has to do with their love of solo queue. I feel like they try out so many things in solo queue, and they're not afraid to take things from people that they see have success in the solo queue.
Yeah, I was actually watching Sneaky stream solo queue last night. The guy's still playing games. He's like in the playoffs. He's like, still getting the YOLO queue in. Gotta make sure I know what's up, keep the mechanics going. Both games, Meteos running on Elise. Only player in NA to play that champion so far in the playoffs. Pharaoh Flare twice for the Xin Zhao of I Will Dominate. Didn't care about it. Still going for the Spirit of the Ancient Golems. I love the build conversions though. Aegis Rush in game 1, Frozen Heart Rush in game 2. That's the old Meteos style.
Yeah, and this time around, he didn't end up going with any spell penetration. He didn't go with a late Void Staff. He was full tank this time around because that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, I just love the fact that they had those adaptations. There's so many ways to react to your opponent in League of Legends. Some of it's, prepare the strategy. Some of it's ban out their favorite champion. Some of it's, pick the counter picks and whatnot. Some of it's runes and masteries. This game, a lot of that was the item builds coming through, saying, look, we're going to rush these. These are the items we're going for. We're going to get maybe the armor stack or the magic pen or the slowing, the CDR, whatever it takes. The mid-game adaptations, even on the same champions, that's a mark of some great players.
Yeah, and we also saw Curse coming out with some strong moves. The Mundo was successful, the heal teleport Mundo. The exhausts that they brought were enough to take out Jax in a couple team fights, but they were too quickly returning to team fights, and they didn't have those spells ready to shut down a super fed split pushing Jax. In the end, that's what cost them the win.
Yeah, you even saw Balls get a solo kill down there in the bottom lane to set a lot of things up. Like that's the kind of things that happen. So with Cloud9 taking that win, they're going to move on to the grand finals tomorrow against Team Solomon, I should say. They're Cloud9. Of course, that means that Team Curse moves down to the 3rd place match against Counter Logic Gaming. That will also be played tomorrow, but keep in mind, There's still a match to be played today. Up next is Dignitas versus Coast. That's a BO3. That means a whole heck of a lot. The winner stays in the LCS. The loser fights for their spot. Very, very big deal for those two
Job
teams.
security, a little bit earlier vacation. They won't have to play in the relegation tournament.
Yeah.
They're fighting for vacation days here.
I mean, it is a stressful job. I gotta be fair. Pro gaming is difficult work. These guys put in long hours. They put in blood, sweat, and tears. You saw with Curse's win yesterday what it meant to Void specifically, but the rest of that team just felt that weight lift where they were okay. And yeah, they're coming in saying they've got to put on their very best performance every single game.
All right. Yeah, well, it was a good performance from both teams this time around. Both had high points. Both had low points.
Yeah.
Exciting 2-0.
Yeah, well done, Cloud9. So let's send it over to Jat for more on Cloud9's Day on the Rift.
Thank you very much, Freak. And I want to welcome Hai and Meteos from Cloud9 to the desk. You guys had a slow start coming into the playoffs because you had the bye week, and that first game did look a little bit shaky. What were your thoughts coming into this series?
Well, obviously, Curse is a strong opponent. Both games are kind of interesting just because I called for a few team fights that we misplayed, and we just didn't want to fight at that time. So the first game, it was the second Dragon fight, I believe, where I called balls to teleport in. So we didn't get necessarily a great teleport off, and we played that fight terribly. And we just kind of got out-team fought in a couple of team fights, and that just made the game sloppier for us.
Meteos, how do you feel about the series as a whole?
I thought the series was pretty good. We had slow starts in all of our games, but we were able to bring it back pretty well.
Yeah, and specifically in this game, too, you guys definitely had I mean, you got the Jacks. I think that was one of the key things for you guys coming into this one because you put so much farm into balls. But other than that, what was your kind of overall take on how to take down Curse? Because you let them get the Mundo Lulu 2 games in a row.
Well, as far as pick and ban phase go, I don't want to go too far into it, but you just have to make trades for champions. Whatever champion trades you're fine for, you do. So in that game, they had like Mundo Lulu. We're fine trading Mundo Lulu for another champion. Now, if we had the option to pick it, we could have done that too, but we weren't given the option. So you always have to trade champions. That's just what happened.
And obviously with you guys having yesterday off, it has been a thing in the past for you guys where you come in, play a best of 3 that's important, and then, like at Worlds last year, you go out 2-1 to Fnatic. Was there any worry that that was going to happen this time, playing against Curse, having yesterday off?
Well, there's always worry that if you haven't played for a while, you're going to play badly, and there was no LCS last week. We didn't get to play yesterday, so we've been out of the competitive, I guess, like setting for a decent amount of time. So I think that played a part in our like shaky starts to the games, but at least we're warmed up now, so for the finals tomorrow, it should be a really good game.
Yeah, I actually want to get into a clip from the most recent game where you guys did go a little bit too far. It was about 18 minutes into the game, if we can get that up on the screen, where you guys may have overcommitted for something. Just talk to me about why this happened in this match.
All right, so I believe Balls was 1v1ing Yasuo, killed him, then started fighting Quas. So I was like, hey, can we come down and save Balls? But now here, we overcommitted. My team's running back, but I go in. So I made a mistake, and they're trying to save me right now. I was trying to save Balls, but that put me in a compromising position, and that baited the rest of my team into dying. I don't remember who all died, but we basically have to run away. Sneaky dies, I believe Lemon dies, and it's just very poor misjudgment by me, and I killed my teammates here. So that's like 99% my fault.
Yeah, and after this, they were able to kind of clean you guys up, take out the Baron as well, and it was then almost a tricky situation for you guys, a little bit of a close game. Meteos, what was your communication like after this happened within the team?
Well, after this happened, Jax was spawning soon, and he told us that he had TP up, so I was thinking, okay, they're kind of low. We might be able to get in there and stop the Baron. So Balls TP's in, but then Mundo TP'd in too, so it was a 2v5, and there was really no way we're going to win a 2v5. So I sort of walked up thinking about going for Baron steal, but I got Lulu Sheep, which kind of like encouraged me to do the right thing and not go in and kill myself. So I didn't really have the option to try to steal. So we just gave it up. We wasted our TP for it and some of our time, which was just a bad call on our part. But yeah, that's basically what it was. We tried to go for the 2v4, but then Mundo ported it in, so it was 2v5, and we just said, all right, we can't do that anymore.
Not necessarily the cleanest game, but you guys did still have the strategy coming in at the end. We have a second clip actually right near the end of the game when you guys did find the fight in front of your base. If we can pull this one up, Balls ended up getting a quadra kill. Talk to me about the setup for this one. Hi.
So I just bought my death cap out for pushing top, and I told my team we have to fight now. So we're all here. Jax just ported in. I initiated the fight a little bit, but this is where they dive. Dominate's by himself right now, so I'm calling to kill him. Balls is killing Cop and basically 1v3ing at the moment, and the rest of them are 2v4. So the fact that Balls is so big and just 1v3ing their team makes the rest of the team have to 2v4 us, and we basically clean up. No one's like hurting him, and we just kind of clean up and kill him because they can't do anything to them. They don't have exhaust, and they just died.
And Medios, was there a particular reason that it took this long in order to find that fight? Because Balls was extremely fed for a large portion of this game.
He was really fed, but we wanted to keep Jax splitting, I guess, because no one could really fight against them. I think our biggest mistake was we kept trying to force things with the 4 of us who weren't Jax. And when all of your kills are on one person he wants to split, you kind of have to play around that. We should have just, like got wards up around him, protected him. But we kept trying to go for things with just 4 of us, and it wasn't really working out for us. We picked some bad fights without Jax, and that gave him a lot of momentum, I guess, and it just made the game really hard. But like I said, Jax was super fed, and when we did get that fight with all of us, it went pretty well.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you guys did get the 2-0 victory. So looking forward a little bit, you guys were around to watch the TSM versus CLG best of 3 today. What were your thoughts just on that series as a whole, actually?
Well, I enjoyed the series. I thought it was very fun. I actually thought CLG was going to 2-0 them. At the moment the second game happened, it was going really bad for TSM. They were down like 6,000 gold, and they would get outscaled. But I think CLG threw super hard, and they lost all their momentum and went on tilt after that game. I wasn't actually sure if Nien was on tilt, but it looked like he was kind of frustrated from game 2. And when you let your emotions cloud your judgment and your play, it just becomes bad. So the fact that CLG lost the second game, I kind of felt that TSM was going to win the third game. But I enjoyed the series. I thought CLG played really well, and so did TSM.
And there's been a lot of questions about TSM, whether or not they've been able to adapt to the 4.4 changes, the 4.5 changes. But they adapted mid-series. Mitos, what are your thoughts on the way they adapted to the game and the series?
I actually missed game 1 because we were in the shuttle coming over to the studio. But in game 2, it looked like they were getting really behind, but then they just sort of decided they have to go for some plays. And so they did that. Like, especially got a really nice flash hook onto Link. And so I think they sort of got their confidence back from that point. And I think they did have a little bit of trouble adapting to 4.4, but sort of when everyone keeps telling you that you have a problem, like everyone's saying TSM can't adapt, it gets in their heads a little bit. So I think their confidence was shaken going into the series, but as soon as they were able to get a clutch play like that and just get their confidence back, I think they looked really strong.
Yeah, and actually, final question for you guys. As we move towards the finals, obviously the winner's going to go to the All-Stars in Paris. Just the overall strength of North America in these playoffs, where do you think it's at right now when compared to last season?
Well, we're obviously stronger than we were last season. Last season, it was just basically us. We were standing at the top by far. This season, we have CLG, TSM standing near us, and Chris and Dignitas even looked great. The other teams, I'm not quite sure, but they're still strong. But the fact that every team is just so much better than last split, hopefully that's enough for us to put us onto the international stage. But at the very least, I think we'll have a better showing this year around.
All right, well, thank you very much, Hai and Medios. Best of luck to you in the finals tomorrow, but we've got to take a quick break. We've still got more spring playoff action coming up. When we return, we've got a best-of-3 battle for 5th place between Dignitas and Coast. Don't go anywhere.
There they go, and then TV comes in, Quas the front lines dominate, big knockback comes through, and they find the kill onto Koplo. This could be the fight. Balls in the back line, finding everybody. 3 kills for C9, make that 4. It's only Quas alive versus 5 in Cloud9. Take down everybody. Welcome back to the American LCS playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. We want those great responses. If you want to join the discussion, there we go. Send us your thoughts to @LOLesports and use the hashtag LCS. Now, with the threat of relegation looming, Dignitas say they'll have to watch out for Coast's mid laner and his team-sized backpack.
Against Coast, the primary objective for most teams is just to take out Shifter. Like, Shifter will put the team on his back if you give him like an inch.
We definitely have to watch out for their jungler Crumbs. He's a really good player. He's really aggressive. A lot of times he sets the pace of the game.
Going into it, we feel pretty confident with what we have planned, but Coast is a team that has the ability to take games off everyone, so counting them out is not something we're willing to do.
Basically, relegation is on the line today. I just think we have to collect ourselves and not get too tilted over our loss and really just give it our last effort.
The goal is always to win, and this time winning means avoiding relegations.
Yeah, it is all on the line for these guys. Both these teams coming back from losses yesterday. We'll see if they can get themselves together for the win. We're going to send it over to Quickshot and Jat at the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. It is time for our next best-of-3 matchup between Dignitas and Team Coast, and there's a lot riding on this game when you consider the team that falls short here will go to the Summer Promotion Tournament and fight to hold their spot in the North American LCS. And both of these teams have struggled with inconsistency this year.
Yeah, for Coast, they haven't been able to adapt to the changing game, first and foremost. You can look at Nintendo Dex in the jungle, where he's always catching up. For example, in their quarterfinal matchup against CLG, it took Nintendo Dex over 31 minutes to get his Feral Flare, and the game was over 2 minutes later. But really, the biggest concern in Coast, it's that they don't seem to know how to actually win games. They get an early lead, but as soon as they move into the mid game, they aren't able to build on that advantage or really translate it into wins.
We'll see if they've figured it out from yesterday, because they are facing Dignitas, who had their best games against Coast. They've gone 3-1 on the year.
Yeah, Dignitas is still adjusting to Scar's return after he spent 2 weeks as the team coach and kind of around league. And so far, he's only shown us Nidalee in the mid lane with kind of even type results, sometimes being a bit of a non-factor, but not really screwing up either. He didn't feed, but he wasn't a carry. Plus, there's the danger that he could be easily banned out. Gragas is not available. Nidalee is all he's played. What does he really have left in the tank?
Well, we're about to find out. Let's take a look at those starting lineups. Over on the blue side, it is, of course, Team Dignitas with Cruiser in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Skara back in that mid lane, Cutie Pie on AD carry, and Kiwi Kid playing the support role.
And on the red side, it is Coast. Silent Spartan in the top lane, Nintendo X in the jungle, Shifter in mid, AD carry is Wish Fusion, and support is, of course, Daydreaming.
Well, that does take us to our featured matchup. It is the showdown of the supports, Kiwi Kid versus Daydreaming.
And Quickshot, this is going to be a very important matchup for Coast. In their 0-2 loss in the quarterfinal yesterday, CLG was able to completely shut down Coast bot lane. Just to illustrate, in their 2 games, WizFusion was down an average of 20 CS at the 10-minute mark. Daydreaming really needs to step up and help WizFusion get off to a strong start.
Yeah, it's especially important against a support like Kiwi Kid, who's proven himself to be a playmaker for his team in very critical moments.
And Kiwi Kid had some huge plays already this week. He saved Skara. He made great team fight initiations throughout the series. And if he continues to make this sort of impact in this best-of-3 series, it would end up with Dignitas taking 5th place.
We actually seen yesterday Annie bans being targeted towards Kiwi Kid. He's played it 15 or 16 times in the spring split. It is most played champion by a massive margin. When you talk about Dignitas, you know, we could make predictions like maybe Lulu will be picked or banned, as Kiwi might want to say. But other primary champions, the Soraka, of course. Do Coast want to ban Nidalee, take it away from Skara, or do they want to consider picking it for themselves? I mean, Shifter's played it a whole bunch himself.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that Shifter would pick it if it was left available for him. But Skara, I don't know if it's really worth a first pick for Dignitas based on his impact in the games yesterday. And mainly Dignitas' willingness to build around Skara. I specifically look at the 3rd game that they played against Curse, where they had Skara on Nidalee, then they had their bottom lane playing Graves Annie. It's almost anti-synergy because Graves Annie want to pile in, whereas Nidalee wants to throw spears and kite back, and every time they'd go to kite back, they didn't have the tools for the team to actually do so, and they would get ran down by a Mundo. If they first pick a Nidalee, they need to be willing to build their team around it, not just have it there.
Well, we'll have to see what they decide. We'll be getting to picks and bans in a moment or two. There's a whole lot on the line for these teams. Yesterday, we've seen slow starts from both teams. Remember, the loser of this series does go to that promotion tournament. So we are into picks and bans. It's Dignitas on the blue side. Let's see what they opt to remove from the table. Instantly taking that LeBlanc away. Shifter, he had some good roams yesterday against CLG in Game 2, but it was far from being game-changing.
Yeah, Nidalee's actually a ban on Dignitas' side, so they were not willing to first pick it for Skara, and they definitely don't want it in the hands of Shifter.
So we do see one last ban remaining over on the side of Team Coast. LeBlanc, Rise, Nidalee removed, as well as Soraka and Karzik. So that's at least one of the junglers taken off the table. Crumbs still has the possibility to fall back to his Evelynn. Nocturne is still available as well, and of course the Xin Zhao, who's really been the sort of the top tier junglers for this weekend's playoffs.
And even as far back as last season, Crumbs has been spectacular on Xin Zhao. I would not be surprised if he did go back to that pick. It was actually taken away mostly by I Will Dominate in their series yesterday, and it's his kind of champion.
Well, the question is now, what is the priority for Team Dignitas? Thresh is up, Annie is up, Nocturne is up.
A lot of talking going on.
There's so many champions available. It's one of those things, well, do you want to play it safe? Do you just want to lock something in that can't be counterpicked? I mean, a lot of talking from everybody across the table.
I really wonder what the chain of command is like within the Dignitas team at the moment. Because everyone likes Scar as a coach, and they like Crumbs as a shot caller. But how many shots is Scar trying to call within the game right now as opposed to outside? They go with the safe first pick and just end up going with Lucian.
Okay, so first and foremost, Curse let me down, and they broke Lucian's undefeated streak. But this is the third game in a row. Third game in a row. That's a Lucian first pick on blue side. Completely taking it off the table, denying that to WizFusion, and Cutie Pie are going to be pretty comfortable on that pick.
Just the safety pick at the moment. And I wonder if Coast is going to go with something strange. They do go with more standard things. Nintendo X being able to take the Elise is standard fare. The Thresh is also a hook support for Daydream, and something he shied away from a little bit, but it's really where he draws most of his strength from.
So 9 times playing Thresh during the regular season for Daydreaming. This is 5 games on Elise in the regular season. Both of these teams not having the highest number of wins to back up their stats. I mean, Cutie Pie's Lucian, this is the 11th time we're seeing it in recent times, and he's only racked up 3 victories.
No, he has not had a good time on Lucian.
When you're sitting low down the table, of course, those win-losses are skewed.
And the strangest thing about Lucian is I don't necessarily feel like he has a huge sway in games. He's just a safe pick. He's a safe 80 carry, and teams like having him there. The big decider in this, really, I think, is Crumbs' Lee Sin. It actually gets banned away from him frequently, and it could also not even go for him. It could be a top laner for Cruiser. Dignitas, one of the few teams that can use that as a flex pick, since that's really what Cruiser entered competitive League of Legends with.
Well, we'll see how the rest of the pick ban phase plays out. Yesterday, Team Coast did run that Irelia in the top lane, along with a LeBlanc in the mid lane. With LeBlanc being banned out, Shifter's going to need to find something else to pull out of his kit. But knowing that both of the supports of Leona and Thresh are locked in, I think Kiwi Kid had some good Leona initiations, Daydreaming had some good Thresh initiations. Jat, you talked about this yesterday. Skara is locking in the Karthus. We are seeing it on him.
It's exactly what you would expect from Scar when Nidalee isn't off the board. It's really his bread and butter as far as champions are concerned. There was Gragas, but before there was Gragas for Skara, there was Karthus. And he gets to go back to him right now. I like the Nocturne in the jungle, means they get to do Lee Sin in the top lane. It is an aggressive, high damage team composition, a lot of front-loaded damage on their team, which should be able to let Scar clean up with the Requiems. All things considered, a very strong team comp for Team Dignitas.
Over on the side of Team Coast, Ari was the last lock-in to complement that mid lane. So Shifter's going back to his carry style of champions. Hey, he's picked up some solo Nexus kills in this champion, why not?
Shifter's going to keep playing Ari when they give it to him. He is an assassin player, and Ari has been one of the assassins he has the most success on. The fear with him playing Ari is Ari's damage comes out a little bit slower than some of the other assassins that instantly kill someone, and Skara, with that exhaust now that has 50% damage reduction, it might be a little bit too tough for him to actually take him down once he goes in, but I've seen Shifter do more crazy things.
For anybody that watched the Alliance versus Fnatic in the EU playoffs will know that how powerful that exhaust is against an assassin. Pekka was on Zed. Again, something we've mentioned. We'll need to see how that works out. As the teams are loading on the Rift, let's crunch the numbers, as we've been doing all day, over at lolesports.com. 74% of the vote, I think, are predicting Dignitas will come out on top. And be sure to head over to Twitter, send us your votes through the series, and we'll be checking out who you think is victorious.
Tweet us at LOLesports and use the hashtag DIGWin or CSTWin. And we'll be checking on the vote throughout the games.
Made a big swing in TSM versus CLG.
I was going all back and forth.
Yeah, swinging
Starts
back
with
and
TSM,
forth. Of course.
Swung all the way to CLG. And then the one game, false hope, back to TSM.
It's exactly how the series played out as well. So we are into the deciding game for the final spot in the summer split of the North American LCS. The winner secures their job for a few more months. Loser is going to put it on the line. Dignitas versus Coast, best of 3. Let's see how this game plays out.
Yeah, both of these teams have spent some time in a promotion tournament in the past. Happened with Dignitas way back in the 2013 spring split. And Coast most recently, they had to re-qualify for this split, actually, taking out the Walking Zed in a really entertaining best of 5. And looking to avoid such a fate again. Of course, this doesn't mean they're out of the LCS, it just means they have to re-qualify. It's very important for these guys to win this game so they can start thinking about next split.
Yeah, make sure you don't put yourself in that position. Don't run the risk of being knocked out of the summer promotion tournament next weekend. Opening minutes, both teams sitting on the tri-bushes. Nothing really happening. We may be seeing Coast going for a blue invade. Dignitas most likely going to pull the same sort of shenanigans. Another slow start. We'll have to see how the cookie crumbles in terms of the 2v1s and tower pushing, because Coast and Dig, not the greatest yesterday.
No, neither of them really had spectacular early plays. Dignitas usually came out ahead on Curse in the 2v1 swaps, so I would say they're very comfortable with this type of gameplay. Seeing as they're the ones on the bottom and Coast is the ones on top, it looks like we're going to see that 2-turret trade. The question only remains is it going to be executed immediately by Coast? And are they going to lose out on a turret? Because that happened to him yesterday.
Well, that question will be answered within the next 2 to 3 minutes, chat. And the invades are on. So Dignitas moving into the blue buff. Coast moving into Dignitas's blue. We see that Scar was the first one to lane in the middle. We'll see whether or not that early CS, early experience maybe will help him out. But for the time being, no, not really, because not much was missed by Shifter.
Yeah, the solo 1v1, not too much happens early on. Scar is just going to want to farm, and I wonder which teams are going to be adopting the buddy system. The buddy system is, of course, when the jungler and the top laner share all of the experience for all the buffs, then they hit level 2 together and go to push that lane as a unit. Notice how Crumbs and Cruiser are employing the buddy system right now. They hit level 2 exactly, and they will be pushing faster.
Over on the other side, Zion Spartan level 1 to the level 2 of Nintendo X. They're going to be pushing this minion wave onto the tower shortly. He got a minion though,
so he'll get that. But look at how much farther behind this minion wave is than the one on the bottom, because now not only is Coast fighting against the turrets, having damage reduction in the top lane versus not having damage reduction in the bottom lane, they also started slower. So Dignitas might end up pulling off another 2 turret for 1 trade unless Coast miraculously kills turrets faster, which I don't see happening.
Well, it doesn't seem to be the case. Dignitas already within touching distance of Coast's inner turret. Dig only just securing that top outer turret. Cannon minion sitting along with the rest of Dignitas' team, so 4 members got themselves on there. The bonus attack damage from Duskbringer going to be helping Crumbs out to get this tower down.
Yep.
But to be fair, nobody started recalling it, and Coast are on that inner turret.
Yeah, it should still be a 2-for-2 trade. Dignitas probably could have actually sent 1 person back early, maybe even 2, and helped stop this push from happening. But as it is now, they might get a little bit of damage on their next turret, but it's probably going to be this 2-for-2 trade.
Well, Dignitas.
Very close. It's on a razor's edge of actually being a bad trade for Coast. They just get by, though.
Yeah, Dignitas really pushed that inhibitor turret. Forced Coast to recall a little bit early on, but even starts for both teams. Yeah. Dignitas have got the numbers advantage to go for incredibly early dragon.
Yeah, they like doing early dragons. I think they'll be able to get this one, too, because they rotated so much faster. And I'm a little bit disappointed in the Coast team right now, because it's not a surprise that teams are doing these lane swaps on you. They should have their plan together when they go into this, so they don't come out of the early game lane swaps down 800 gold. They should know how to trade it evenly, because you can absolutely do it. Even so, Dragon down, they try to make something happen mid because they're already behind and playing catch-up again, something they don't want to do.
Oh, so to see how they make up that gold difference. Now that the lanes are going to slowly start resetting, Zion Spartan has had some additional time in the lane ahead of Cruiser, so he's got himself 15-odd CS. Cruiser does have a minion wave in that top to play with, although it does look like it's pushing towards Coast's top tower, so we'll see how it works out. It's actually I'mACutiePie that is the first member of the team that is going to that side lane. Something that I think Kobe was talking about earlier today or yesterday. The interesting decisions of how teams send the respective champions to the lane to grab that farm.
Yeah, one really fascinating thing about League of Legends, back in Season 3, the previous time we saw a lot of prevalent early game lane swapping, is you get these situations where there are empty lanes of farm. You don't need to be a good player, you don't need to be a good champion to get that farm. It's basically free. But what the team does get to decide is who they trust with that farm. And that really defines the playstyle of a lot of teams. For Dignitas right now, they're giving it to CutiePie. CLG likes to give it to Doublelift often in the past.
Very smart play by Kiwi Kid. Burns Shifter's Flash, so
yeah,
playing
roaming
catch-up.
Support. He loves roaming on support.
Managed to make it work. Slow and patient. Skara didn't really make any sort of moves to go for a kill in that situation. Taking a quick look down the summoner spells. Double heals on 80 carries and supports.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of healing going on in this team fights. Just one Ignite in the game. It's on Coast's Shifter. But speaking of the empty lane farm, Coast gives it to Zion Spartan. He got a lot of empty lane farm in their game against, or in their playoff games prior, and he was not really able to make a huge advantage of it. They just forgot or didn't know how to win the games. But once again, he gets a lot of it. He's at 36 to Cruiser's 15. Can he make it count?
Well, Cruiser did have a very large number of minions to grab themselves. Daydreaming, look for the hook. Can he land it? That's the question. And no, he can't, because that's a flash. Zion Spartan comes in for the stun. That's a taunt onto Kiwi Kid. He's held in place by the charm. Zion goes under the tower. Kiwi Kid's still alive. Ignite is burning. I think he survived that one. A lot blown in that engage, and Coast do not get the kill.
The double heal. One to get rid of the Ignite debuff, and the other one to heal for the full amount. Barely keeps Kiwi Kid alive. A level 3 takes so much damage. Keeps this game 0-0, but Coast tries to push on mid.
Oh, that spell shield from Crumbs. Almost. Meant he was going to get caught out. Cocoon connects. Coast get a couple of hits onto that mid turret, but not enough to put any sort of threat onto Dignitas's line. At the end of the day, Coast forced to recuperate. You know, another aggressive play, the roaming, but this time from Coast. This time it was Coast that had a whole bunch of members in that middle lane.
Still kind of feel like they were trying to play catch up. The only reason that became bad for Dignitas is because Zion Spartan followed Kiwi Kid through the roam and was on his tail, so he had to make a bit of a quick retreat. Still overall a pretty good move from Coast, but they're not necessarily taking their own initiative. There's still a lot of farm coming down from Scar. He's going with that big mana build, looking for the late game on Karthus.
So far, slower start, and something that we tend to see once those towers go down. Not always going to be a whole bunch of towers following immediately after. Just taking a look at this bottom lane now. Zion Spartan's got some support from WizFusion and Daydreaming, but it looks like Dig has read the situation well, and this is going to be a 4-on-4 defense with only Cutie Pie being on the other side of the map.
Scar actually came down because he was expecting a dive and maybe to add some supplemental wave clear, but I'm very surprised by that. I feel like Scar should stay in the mid lane and just keep farming up a storm. Just play like he used to. Get in his comfort zone. You know, try and break his CS marks of 300 CS at 25 minutes. Not quite going to happen in this game.
From that right
There's
now.
no way it's going to happen in this game, but I think that's the mindset he should actually be in right now.
Well, we'll see if Coast can make something happen. They pushed the wave all the way to the bottom tower, decide they didn't quite like the scenery, went on a romantic walk through the river, checked out the mid lane tower, and decided that it wasn't the restaurant for them. They're going to find another place for their dinner date. Coast really, they're moving a lot for no real gains.
And I think we're going to end up seeing a fair amount of that play from this game from Coast and Dignitas. We can't kid ourselves. These guys are struggling LCS teams. It is the 5th place versus 6th place matchup. They both lost their playoff series yesterday. These teams are not at the absolute top of their game. They're playing to see who is better than one another. There's still a lot of holes within these teams for Coast. They don't necessarily know where they're going a lot of the time. They don't have an overarching strategy in the game. They have very good individual skills. Shifter's amazing. Zion can do great things in 1v1s. Even WizFusion, if he gets unlocked and has confidence in himself, he had a 15-kill game earlier in the split, where that's more than anyone has gotten in a single game in this split. And those are the weaknesses that they have to overcome in this game. It doesn't mean the game's going to be fast, though. The game's going to be very slow.
Well, we'll need to keep our eyes on who can take advantage of their opponents' mistakes or weaknesses in their game more efficiently. I do want to touch on the fact that Nintendo picked up Elise. The 2 games that we've seen yesterday, he went for those feral flare junglers of Xin followed by Nocturne, and we were left wanting, I think is the most polite way to say it.
Farm that thing up.
And he's defaulted, gone back to a champion. That's a bit more comfort for Nintendo.
Yeah, and we saw some success from Meteos' Elise. He obviously takes a lot more farm than Nintendo. They're trying the old pink brush and award trick, hoping to get Dignitas check it.
Oh, that was very, very close. Skara just stepped back for a moment, manages to get away from the death sentence. Dragon has respawned. First one was picked up by Dignitas at 4 minutes. It's going to be slightly more valuable now, though.
Well, Crumbs has a Nocturne ult up. They have good ward coverage of the area, and they have teleport on Lee Sin. They're going to see how much Coast wants to commit to this Dragon, and then I think they're going to go in for a fight, unless Coast peels off. They're just biding their time here.
Well, there's the paranoia. In comes Crumbs. They've turned attention over to Daydreamer. He's going to be the first victim of the fight. Coast were peeling away and basically gave that one up. Now Dignitas onto the Dragon. 4 members of Coast still sitting around on the sidelines. Remember, Requiem is available. Kiwi Kid has been zoned out. Scar is going to be the first target. Dragon secured by Dignitas while that's going on. Now comes the Requiem. Can it do enough to get kills? It gets 1 onto Nintendo. The rest of Dignitas chasing down Zion Spartan. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but Dragon to dig.
Yeah, all told, that's actually pretty good for Dignitas. They even killed Daydreamin before the fight happened, and the death time was fast enough. It ends up being a 2-for-1. Big gold advantage, and just smarter overall play by Dignitas. A good call to go in when Crumbs did. The teleport came, it caught Daydreamin out of position, and gives them an edge.
So now Coast, 3 members in this mid lane. There's not a lot of safe wave clear on the side of Dignitas, so they're sitting way back. Coast looking to grab themselves a 3rd tower of the game. Nobody really from Dig able to defend that one. Coast balance out that global gold of the Dragon with at least securing the tower in the mid lane.
Yeah, and let's take another look at this one. Daydreamin was just completely out of sorts in this one. He didn't have his box up, he did have his flash, but it wasn't necessarily worth it because he was so dead to rights, and the rest of the Coast team wasn't ready to get caught in Scar. They did not want to pile on fight at the Dragon Pit. So it was actually kind of nice that Shifter did take down Scar on the side. The exhaust delayed it and made it so both solo laners had to kill Scar, which meant the rest of the Coast team was trapped with 4 Dignitas people. That's why the Dragon went to Dig, and that's why Dig ended up winning the fight 2-1.
So Dignitas holding the kill lead, holding the gold lead. They have lost 3 of their own towers, though. So we're going to see if they can even up that tower score. Dig seem to be fairly content to just continue farming. They haven't really made any sort of concerted effort at pushing towers down. They got champions that do well the later the game goes.
The mid lane turret being down is actually going to be pretty bad for Dig because it makes it harder for Scar to control his mid lane. You can already see Coast trying to make some invades for this blue buff and deny Scar some of his farm.
So Daydreaming's got those boots of mobility. Gonna be motoring in, looking to set something up. There are multiple members of Dignitas nearby. This could be a 5-on-4. Crumbs forced to smite that one away. It means it's not in Scar's hands. So small win for Coast.
Yep. Not the end of the world for Scar, though. He does have a tier and a Rod of Ages, so he should be able to keep his farm up by just max range clearing with his Q, little Karthus Skittles. And Crumbs will continue to power farm. He's at 20 stacks on his Wriggles Lantern, so he's definitely going to have a faster transform than Nintendo X did yesterday on that item. But
Significantly
nothing insanely fast.
Well, we'll see how quickly that will come into play. Something that we've seen from TSN, no, CLG actually, was the attempted two-man Baron. And with that Lee Sin, maybe Karthus in there, there's a lot of damage that can come out. I mean, Karthus with those Skittles doing double damage when something's alone. Maybe with the Feral Flare, they could sneak that away from Coast. Coast need to make sure they get their warding up in about 5 or 10 minutes time when that becomes a realistic possibility.
More turrets about to be traded right here. There's Dignitas pushing the top lane pretty heavily while Coast is bottom. I wonder how far they're going to go, because this could easily become a 2-turret trade. That's why Zion teleports back immediately. It's actually a pretty smart play by Coast here.
So Coast are going to at least grab themselves that bottom turret. They continue to push down the lane. Paranoia is available for Crumbs. He's stuck in that mid lane for now. 4 members of Dig up top, 3 down from the bottom.
And there is no teleport on the Dignitas team if they want to defend this turret. Coast can keep pushing as long as they want, as long as they can hold their turrets on the other side.
Yeah, we'll see how well they do at defending top. It looks like Crumbs has pushed the minion wave in the mid lane up to the tower, and Dig seem to be rotating towards that. There's a first recall now from Cruiser. Dignitas feeling that their inhibitor turrets may be under pressure. Karthus, Skara rather, is going back as well.
So Coast winning the turret game ever so slightly, but not farming too well. Crumbs stops to clear out a ward instead of trying to chase down more on a Coast, and Coast gets out of it scot-free.
Threat, of course, of Crumbs coming in from potentially behind makes Coast back away. So Dignitas just continue growing this lead ever so slightly. Something that we actually haven't seen much of Cutie Pie. He's been off of that side lane for most of this game. Got himself a good 20 CS advantage over WizFusion. We are, 5 minutes later than we were talking in the pregame, but WizFusion maybe not as far behind as he was yesterday, but by no means keeping up with Cutie Pie in terms of net gold right now.
Yeah, and we didn't necessarily have a laning phase like they did in the CLG game, so it wasn't completely on him. And we know Coast as a team, as far as free lane farm goes, always gives it to Zion and Shifter.
Talking about CS, Nintendo has 37 minions.
Yes.
The reason I highlight that, in contrast to Crumbs, who is on 90, Nintendo has had a very tough weekend. Struggled yesterday.
It's had a tough couple months.
Touche. Yeah. I was trying to be polite, yeah. But Nintendo really not sitting pretty. Close to a large amount of gold down behind Crumbs.
Yeah,
I was going to do math
at the moment.
It's actually
it's 1,600 gold just from the jungle right now, and it's not like his lanes have gained substantial advantages off of that. He's going to need to be able to make some plays with his cocoon at some point within this game. Otherwise, that pick's going to end up going to waste. He's doing the cooldown boots. Meteos did that in their game just previous to this against Curse, but he was able to get his items much faster than Nintendo is currently. 2
full levels down on Crumbs. Crumbs making his way to level 11, halfway there. Nintendo just sitting at level 8. And again, Coast continue with these map rotations. They've been very mobile in and around the map, and it is hurting them. If you look at the CS numbers, they are a big amount behind. 30 in the top lane, 50 in the jungle, 40 now on your AD carry. Just as I talked about WizFusion not being too far behind, the gap extends.
They're still playing catch-up, so to speak. 17 minutes into the game. Very reactive to what Dignitas has done. Dragon is live once again. Scar would love to hit level 11 before this one. There's some actually pretty huge level disparities in this one. Kiwi Kid level 6. He often falls very far behind in experience, but he's still willing to go in for big initiations.
There's 2 levels between your top laners. Cruiser level 11 to a level 9 Zion Spartan. Zion's going to be a little bit careful because that's a Ravenous Hydra. Red buff secured.
Nice grab.
Good stun, actually. Locks him in place, and Dragon's been pulled.
Both teleports are up. last time this situation occurred, Coast aggroed onto the Dragon and then was initiated on later about Dignitas. If they opt into the same situation once again, Dignitas is going to do the same thing again.
Solar Flare is available. There's the paranoia. You see Crumbs throwing himself into Daydreaming. Solar Flare locks down 2 members of Coast. Nintendo is on full retreat. Summon a heal from WizFusion, keeps him alive for a few seconds longer. In the background, Skara does get soloed 1v1 there by Shifter. It's a 1-for-2 trade. Requiem comes down. That's going to be a whole bunch of damage. And Dignitas going to get the Dragon.
2 kills for Dignitas and the Dragon. Once again, if they just continue to do this, it's going to become an insurmountable lead for these guys. They are executing how they need to in order to take down this Team Coast.
5,000 gold advantage for Dignitas. We see the Archangels has been completed. Rod of Ages has been silently stacking away over the last few minutes, and Skara is just continuing to grow in power. Doesn't have level 11 yet, but his items are more than making up for his position. Shifter did get a good kill though. I mean, yeah, he bursted him down from the sidelines.
I mean, if we take another look at this fight, it's kind of as expected. Coast gets hard initiated on. Cruiser has a really nice kick in the back of the fight to get Fusion out of it immediately. But then there's going to be an assassin in the back for him. But there's another fight coming up. Dignitas might have gone a bit greedy.
Yeah, Cutie forced to bail out. Kiwi Kid is going to pull the attention of Coast. It takes a little while longer to go down. Doesn't look like a chase is over yet. That's a flash from Zion Spot and doesn't get in range for the dash. And Daydreaming was looking for a hook. So sticking around and maybe
they got the blue. They were going in for the blue steal. Cutie runs out of that one. Still has it. Not worth the death on the Kiwi Kid, nonetheless. Zion going to try and split push down this lane and get more of his free lane farm.
Thanks to the kills, Zion is now actually closer in level to Cruiser. Actually even on level. All right, take a closer look at it. Nintendo still playing catch-up, still 2 levels down. Dignitas really responding well to the movements that Coast have been pushing on them. Tower is now getting sieged down. 50% of his HP is missing. The rest of Dignitas get themselves in range. Cruiser with that Ravenous, not necessarily a tanky front line, but definitely going to have the power to execute WizFusion if he can get onto him.
Yeah, they have more of a heavy dive damaging top lane or something like that with Nocturne and Lee Sin flying in. It's not your typical, you know, Mundo Shyvana that would dive in really early on in the 2014 season. These guys fly in and try and kill you right away. Blade of the Rune King being completed is absolutely critical. He's actually got 10 Feral Flare stacks already, so he's going to continue to power up with that item. Cruiser, of course, onto some defensive itemization after finishing the Ravenous Hydra. But with all the front-loaded damage from Lee Sin and Nocturne, and the finishing damage from Scar's Requiem as he continues to farm up and build these items, you're going to be hard-pressed to stay alive as WizFusion.
Oh, Nintendo is in so much trouble, does grab the lantern, gets out. Thanks to Daydreaming keeping him alive, though.
That burned a lot of ultimates. If Coast wants to try and re-engage, now might actually be the time. Yeah, there's no Solar Flare, no Nocturne ult to close.
Nor a Requiem for Skara.
Yeah.
Just play it safe, though. Maybe realizing just how far they are behind. And Nintendo in particular has actually got less gold than Kiwi Kid as a support right now.
Wow.
50 CS sitting on their sides, 4,680 to 4,680, and that's not a position you want to be in, especially on a champion that needs to be in the front lines for Coast, needs to be running amok for Dignitas, and he's just not powerful enough.
I was actually having a discussion with Saint on the analyst desk earlier about power spikes in League of Legends and how the good teams really understand when they can take edges, both in items, champion level, experience level. Some of the pros over in the Korean game build all their runes and masteries around reaching these very specific points in game where they will be at their absolute strongest point, and then being able to execute on those things. I think one of the big things for Coast here is they don't necessarily have that larger understanding of the overall game, so they don't know when they have a power spike. For instance, when the enemy team has a Requiem that's down because Karthus had just used it at level 10, it's on an incredibly long cooldown, Nocturne ults you, Leona ults you, and all it costs you is a Lantern, plus you've just finished Trinity Force and have a Deathfire on your Ahri, that's your power spike if you're Coast. And they needed to force something immediately, but they just went back to farming.
Yeah, window of opportunity was open. Nobody attempted to go through. Nobody attempted to make use of it. So Coast now find themselves in a position where Solar Flare is up, Requiem is up, Paranoia is getting closer and closer to being available for Crumbs. I think it'll be up by time Dragon is available, and generally that's been the deciding factor. 2 Dragons gone the way of Dignitas as far as fights were concerned. They grabbed the first one, uncontested, and you have to feel that's going to be the next objective for these teams to battle over, and probably for Dignitas to win.
There's an outside chance that one of these teams could throw a curveball, because it ends up happening in these somewhat formulaic games where you do dragon fight to dragon fight to dragon fight, because everyone gets the timers, everyone's warding around the dragon pit, and they oftentimes forget about the bigger one, and Baron goes and gets taken. These teams are most likely not falling for it this time, though, because we actually see substantially more wards in the Baron area than the Dragon area. No sneaking happening this time.
Blade of the Ruin King, Feral Flare, and about 100 million stacks on that Feral for Crumbs, plus Karthus. I think there's
16.
There's a big threat. 16 stacks at 23 minutes. Yesterday, Nintendo hadn't even upgraded it. Feral Flare. Taking a quick look
It's
at
been a farm-heavy enough game that he's been able to do that. It's so beneficial for Dignitas to have Skara farming in the mid lane. It's not a gargantuan CS number, but he hasn't fallen behind Shifter in CS, and it's mainly just enabled Crumbs to clear up and down his jungle.
Taking a look at some of the rest of the items. WizFusion falling somewhat behind. Cutie Pie's got that Sheen sitting on a Sorcerer's Shoes.
Yeah.
Cutie Pie fully completed Trinity Force and Bloodthirster. Oh, Daydream is in trouble. That's a flash for a flash. 2 flashes, actually. No, it was a dash.
Ooh, they lost vision. You could tell Crumbs was ready to go right in on that. But speaking of power spikes, right now is one of those for Dignitas with all those items completed and the Trinity Force. So they want to force around the Baron, knowing Cruiser's teleport is up, because they are stronger right now.
Cruiser is going to be pushing this bottom lane. Doesn't have any minions to work with. This gets closer to the inhibitor turret. The rest of Dignitas decide to back away from the Baron pit. Dragon has respawned, and it looks like Dig are making their way down towards that objective. Coast can arrive just a tiny bit late. Blue buff is up, and Cruiser should get this one by time Zion gets in. Decides to back away, actually.
Yeah, Zion's pretty good at securing these things. He got another one. He's still the blue buff now. Cruiser's in trouble.
Oh, that was close. The charm not connecting. Even though the cocoon does land, it's onto Kiwi Kid. Not the most ideal of targets. Solar Flare is not available for a fight in this pit, and it looks like Coast have got better positioning.
We have seen this twice already, but there's no Nocturnal at this time to initiate the fight. The initiation will not be as clean for Dignitas, but they have an even bigger lead. Here comes.
We'll have to see how it works. They've hooked on Kiwi Kid. That's great. Now the Dragon was secured by Nintendo in the background as Cutie Pie is throwing the culling down. He grabs the first kill of the fight. It's actually onto Zion Spartan, secured there by Crumbs. Now Karthus has been dropped. Skara begins to channel the Requiem. That is a massive chunk of damage. That's a flash forward from Cutie Pie. He gets the double shot after the Light Slinger, and that is a kill onto WizFusion. That's a stun onto Nintendo and an instant cocoon. Good reaction times.
Didn't let Kiwi Kid get the stun on his auto attack afterwards, but that's still the story of this game. We could just make a montage of Coast doing Dragon and losing team fights to Dignitas, because it is happening over and over again, even without ultimates this time. Now, Dignitas turns for Baron. Nintendo is up though, and he's good at stealing.
Dragon goes the way of Coast. Dignitas want the Baron. There's no flash for Nintendo, so we're looking for the repel into the smite. Baron is getting lower and lower.
It's too dangerous. They have to get out of here.
Oh, Zion Spartan gets one. The recall does manage to get off, though, as he turns his attention over to Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie is dead, and all of a sudden, Coast set their sights on Baron.
Oh, no. What a disaster waiting to happen here for Dignitas. Now, Crumbs is alive, Scar is running, and they can teleport in. I wonder if they fight. They have Nocturnal.
Oh, Cruiser's in a little bit of trouble. He does get taunted. The charm lands. The hook lands. That's a dead Cruiser. He's going to get bruised. Does take them on a little bit of a hike, though. And Coast still have not secured Baron. So yes, Cruiser died, but he's prevented the objective from being secured.
Chaos has ensued in this game. Crumbs telling Cruiser that he's on his own, and then ends up getting jumped on by Zion. He has to burn his flash as well.
Somewhat out of position there, and Dignitas have really embraced Skara being back in the squad, and they've gone back to their old style of Barons. Let's force it and put ourselves in a worse position.
That was not a good call there by Dignitas overall. Let's take another look at this force. Zion teleported into the brush, and he still had his flash, so he was able to finish Kiwi Kid.
Oh.
Another half second, he gets the double kill.
That would have been so close.
Even so, the rest of the team chained on. Great chain CC, powering up Zion Spartan now, ended him up at 4-1. And, you know, Coast has made some big mistakes at Dragon this game. Dignitas was capitalizing on that again and again, and honestly, throughout the latter part of the season, Dignitas did get really good at taking Barons that they could take. They became much better at calculating those things, but old habits die hard sometimes, and that was a really bad Baron call.
While that post-Baron fight went on, Zion Spartan picked up a bonus 500 gold from Cutie Pie. Got that killing spree bonus into his back pocket, got himself a Giant Spell picked up, as well as that Spectre's Cowl, which he shifted, now has He's on his Hourglass to complement his Deathfire Grasp. So he can now run in, survive all that longer, maybe even dodge a Requiem or two if he times it well enough. And WizFusion's still working towards his Trinity Force. So Dignitas, somewhat split across the map. Cutie Pie's pushing that side lane. He's grown that CS lead to around 70 CS right now. Coast, they set their sights on what I believe is Baron.
They're feeling really strong right now because they were able to catch a few stragglers of Dignitas, but let's not forget that Dignitas is a vastly superior teamfight team.
Oof, that, wow! Like threading a needle.
Yeah,
Death Sentence
barely
had
missed.
3 targets and didn't catch anybody.
And there was no Lucian in that team fight, so that may have been one that Coast could have found, but because that opportunity's been missed, they have to fall back immediately. And Dignitas needs to spend some time getting vision control back at Baron. They almost lost that one because they lost vision.
Coast playing that one maybe a little safe. They were looking for the pick. Didn't really make any major moves towards the Baron. Cutie Pie's rejoined his team. No summoner heal though. Keep your eyes on that for either himself or Kiwi Kid. A whole bunch of flashes. Burn. Solar Flare. Oh yeah, that's a doozy. Just lighting the path, putting the Eagle on the floor and showing Coast, you know what? We could have hit you. We could have gone in.
Careful now.
Not this time.
Watch where you step. But now with the Leona ultimate down, it means Coast gets a little bit more freedom. This game is all about vision around the Baron area now, because if Shifter can catch someone with the charm, he can end somebody before a fight begins. That's exactly what Coast would need to come back in this one. The fights in the open, where Dignitas has vision of Coast, like if they were to go to do Dragon again, mean Dignitas has the edge. That's why vision is important at Baron.
Oh, don't get ahead of yourself now, Jet. Still a minute and a half for Dragon. I feel unless somebody gets caught out of position, that's going to be the next engage. 6,500 gold in the lead. Death Sentence goes out. Barely scratches the dress of Skara. Doesn't manage to hook onto Karthus, and the rest of Coast still really just... I think they're just trying to find a... Trying those Hail Mary long-range skill shots, and nothing's connecting yet. Dignitas, they're set up in the bush. This could be bad.
Daydreamin' is a nice shot most of the time with his thresh hooks. He got known playing Blitzcrank right there.
Oh, he got it.
Sign actually steals. That's the third buff he's stolen this game.
Very sneaky, and that was with his ulti as well, so...
But now he's no ulti for a fight.
Oh!
He gets initiated on!
He does get stunned in place. All of a sudden, Cruiser's on the front line. That's a Lantern. It's going to keep Zion alive for a few seconds before a pinpoint Solar Flare locks down Daydreaming. 2 quick kills for Dignitas, and the rest of Coast are in full retreat. Dignitas now think, do we want Baron? We'll see what they decide to do.
Right now, Dignitas was just gift-wrapped his Zion Spartan kill because he dashed right into a fight without having his ultimate up, and he had a blue buff he could donate to the killer, but they're not making the Baron mistake again because there is still a very capable assassin on the other side.
Yeah, Crumbs gets caught by the Cocoon. It doesn't really amount to much, though, and Dignitas back away. Not over yet for Coast. They're playing very confident, knowing that 2 of the members are down. Scar's clearing out the wards. A decent wall of pain.
Scar attacks way too slow. Can't kill 2 of them.
So Paranoia is not available for this next team fight. We see Culling and Solar Flare were both used. That time around, they actually found their targets, something that hasn't really been happening for the last 10 minutes.
This is a desperation call right now. Dignitas doesn't have vision, so if they don't check, Coast could get it, but they just checked.
We'll have to see how Dignitas handle this one. All 5 members of Coast have peeled away. Haven't suffered too much as far as the HP bars are concerned. Culling goes down, Daydream is being shredded. Nintendo took a ton of damage from that Bloodthirster and Lost Whisper, and now Coast on the retreat.
And now the call for Dignitas is not to do Baron, because there are still 5 people alive on Coast, but they got them low. So the call is to push mid and try and get another big objective.
Good Wall of Pain's going to zone out multiple members of Coast. Kiwi Kid doing even more work at that, forcing Coast to take the long way around. 50% of the tower has been shredded with that single wave. Crumbs is soloing the Dragon.
He says, screw this, I'm going to do the Dragon. He doesn't care about the mid lane turret right now. He is content just farming up because he is confident his team has a late game. And why wouldn't he be? Look at I'm a Cutie Pie's farm. Almost 100 higher than WizFusion. Skara is Karthus. He's farming up. He's got 28 stacks on top of his Pharaoh Flare, meaning he's killed 53 large monsters this game. And he's just piling up the defensive stats now. He's going to become a very strong Nocturne.
I would argue he is a very strong Nocturne. We'll need to see how Dignitas make it count, though, because that's the key. This has been a very, very passive phase. No real towers, big objectives outside of those dragons have fallen in a prolonged period of time. And Zion, yeah, he's stolen buffs. That was great, but then he just put himself too far forward. Got hooked, got caught by Kiwi Kid. Kiwi Kid now setting up towards Baron. See, Fusion is back off in the top lane. He's now 90 CS down. And if you just look at those farm numbers, it's just such a phenomenal lead for Dignitas.
It's got to be 12 minutes ago that I'mACutiePie finished his Trinity Force, and Fusion just completed it now. I'mACutiePie has a full damage item and some defensive capabilities on top of it. Already with Lucian.
Have to see how Coast really plan on bringing this one back. They haven't been anywhere near control. Nintendo gets caught by the solo play. In comes Crumbs. Dustbringer does land. Look for the fear proc. That's a sidestep from Crumbs. Very, very smart.
Going off.
That was a decent enough repel from Nintendo to try get over to the Wraith camp. But again, a lot of ultimates thrown at Coast, but nothing really coming from it.
Coast is doing a pretty good job of disengaging. It's the way they've played all year when they've been successful. They're able to disengage the enemy fights and wait for their split pushers to get strong. But their split pushers aren't getting strong this game. They're doing one half of their strategy. But Dignitas is on Baron. Nintendo did go back to base. This has got to be the fight.
And 5 versus 4. They've managed to catch on to Daydreamer. He is just deleted under the damage of Dignitas. Now remember, that's bought a little bit of time for Nintendo.
Watch Shifter in this fight. Who can he kill? He is full health. Zhonya's DFG, everything.
Oh, man, doesn't manage to land the Orbit Deception on the way forward. On the way back, it does. With Fusion's got 1. Shifter manages a kill onto Skara. Here comes the Requiem. That's a Zhonya's Hourglass going to prevent the damage, but with Fusion's off on the side. Now, the next victim is most likely going to be Zion Spot, and they're trying to run him down.
PewDiePie.
PewDiePie's got 1. PewDiePie's lifesteal is immense. Nintendo needs to repel. That's a Kali. He gets it onto Shifter. Dashes backwards. That's a triple. PewDiePie goes huge for Dignitas.
Big
4 for 2.
Saw PewDiePie's face and the Baron quick shot. They destroyed Coast. That was an example of them actually using Baron as their ally. It was a risky one, but there was no steal threat, and they knew how much stronger they were in the team fights. They're pushing on strong now after PewDiePie cleaned up.
I did not expect that fight to turn out the way that it did, but PewDiePie delivers. 300 CS on that Lucian. All those items we touched on. They get the top inner turret, the mid inner turret, and Crumbs takes 30% of the HP off the inhibitor turret as well. It's now with 13,000 gold lead. And that window of opportunity, let's say it's closed. Coast really need to find something magical to balance this game back out.
I mean, look at Scar's items now. He's huge, but this fight is what's most important. It was kind of split because Dignitas did actually want to go back and finish the Baron after this kill onto Daydreamin'. And it was all about waiting for Coast to come in. They knew there were only 3 real threats here. But Crumbs knows the Baron is very important because he trusts his team to be strong enough in this fight. Shifter does get a good initiation, but just the Requiem alone and that Defile takes them low enough that Dignitas can clean up. And this is where it really gets interesting. I want to focus on, actually, I'mACutiePie over here as he takes down everyone. He dodges the Shifter stuff, and then because Nintendo is so weak, he can't do enough damage to I'mACutiePie to cut through. And then it was really heady play by PewDiePie to realize he could actually cull right afterwards, cancels it, and then kills it.
And dodges the cocoon with that relentless pursuit as well. I mean, it doesn't get better than that. That was just phenomenal mechanical display from PewDiePie, and a definite LCS big play contender. Those Super Banshees Veils right now on 3 members of Dignitas as they siege up onto Inhibitor turret, and Coast going to be very hard pressed to defend this.
Yeah, you can say that again. I wonder if Dignitas is going to try an extremely hard dive or if they're just going to do a roundabout way. They have some really big side waves. Because they've been taking this one slow throughout, they should actually go to that bottom lane, clear out the wave, make sure all 3 waves are pushing at once. Just depends how patient they are. Quick shot.
36 minutes in, I think both these teams are feeling pretty patient.
Yep.
And we'll just need to see how Dignitas manages.
There's the ultimate.
Flare goes down. Paranoia has been channeled. Who is the target? It looks like it will be Nintendo. Nintendo manages to back away as Zion Spartan's on the front line. PewDiePie made no real attempt of going for champions. He appeared to be focusing down that turret. And again, Dignitas throw it all but the kitchen sink.
Yeah, turret's only got 300 health though. It regens a small amount of health each wave. They can still return and finish that one off later, but because they are down, Nocturne and Leona ultimate, as we've seen many times this game, they are going to clear the minion waves.
We'll see how PewDiePie can continue to grow that CS lead. It is well over 100 at this point. Gold up to 14,000. And Dignitas haven't had the best of team fights. Let's be honest. They've created a lot of opportunities, but not closed. Coast sneaker tower underneath Dignitas' nose while they were pushing those side lanes.
All of Dignitas' successful team fights have focused around objectives that are mutually needed for both teams. And Coast is kind of opting into these fights. Any fight that Coast hasn't opted into, Dignitas hasn't been able to find. So the defining moment for this game for Dignitas, since they have accumulated about a 14,000 gold lead, tons of levels, barons, stronger late game team comp, everything, is to win their first fight on their terms and their terms alone. As soon as they do that, I think they win the game because that will most likely be at an hit.
So Dragon has respawned once more. Crumbs is just healing so much.
34 Pharaoh Flare stacks. It's actually very important that he smites this one down, or at least make sure he gets the last hit for the large monster kill credit. Stack up 35. It means, not even counting the lifesteal he's getting from his Blade of the Ruin King, he is gaining 45 life on hit from that Pharaoh Flare.
That is an incredible number, and he's just going to be able to sustain through any of that damage Kirst is putting out. Unless Shifter really tries to focus him, I feel he's going to do it. But again, you've got the makings of that Randian's Omen. Banshee's Veil is a lot of resistances, a pretty good chunk of hit points. I mean, that's just shy of 3,000 on Crumbs.
Yeah.
And
he's gotten the tanky items.
It's a difficult situation to be in. Now let's see, will the Solar Flare land? Half and half. Shifter takes a ride on the Dark Passage and Dig grab themselves a turret. They've set their sights onto the inhibitor now. Coast spamming away with their long-range abilities, but there's only so much time before Dig actually get onto the inhibitor.
Yeah, and they have the split-pushing Crumbs, who can still ult into a teamfight if Kiwi Kid finds it.
Landed everything they needed to onto Kiwi Kid. Crumbs looking for vision. Where is he going to go?
False alarm.
Where is he going to go? Just to deny vision. Do you see the talisman?
Last-ditch effort by Coast, maybe. No, the Nocturne ult is down, but if they go too far, they're going to die.
Yeah, Banshee's Veil, they saving Cruiser. Didn't get caught out by that stun of Irelia. Inhibitor secured. Somewhat anticlimactic as far as the fight was concerned, but props to Crumbs. Denied the vision from Coast.
It was going to be a really cool camera move because they locked onto Crumbs as he was going to fly in. We're going to see this awesome Nocturne fly across. Then he decided not to fight it because Dignitas got the inhibitor anyway.
Crumbs full on trolling the spectators. Trolling us as well, to be fair. We were hoping for the fight.
He's powerful. He's got the same CS as his top laner. He is a monster on Nocturne right now. In fact, there's only one person on Coast that has more CS than Crumbs, which is absurdity.
Well, Crumbs definitely
the farm across the board is just disproportionate.
Yeah, Crumbs put on his carry pants today, really showing up, and consider how poorly Nintendo has shown up in this first game of the series. Now, Irelia, played by Zion, was up in the top lane. They've got onto the turret now, Dignitas. Cocoon catches out Kiwi Kid. This is a Requiem being channeled as well. That is a massive amount of damage onto Coast. Zion goes in, but that's way too deep. Cruiser grabs himself a kill onto Daydreaming, dashes away with the safeguard. Dignitas get themselves their 8th tower of the game, turn their attention to the inhibitor. Nintendo just managed to get away. Zion re-engages. He does manage to get a kill with the help of Wisfusion. That's actually 2 kills now for Coast. You see Carthus grabs himself one. Solar Flare in the background. That one connects. Kiwi Kid grabs himself a kill, and Nintendo is doing the best he can to hold off members of Dignitas, but another inhibitor falls.
Just slow and steady winning the race for Dignitas. They don't need to close this one out extremely quickly. 41 minutes in, they get their 2nd inhibitor and just show how much stronger they are than their opposition right there. Crumbs picks up a little bit more from his stacks. They're going to go back to base because Baron is up.
Well, Dignitas should have a fairly good time, fairly safe time of grabbing themselves as well.
The Requiem at the start of this, dumped on Coast at the start right there, so they could not fight after this one. Cruiser could go in for a finishing execute, and then it was just Dignitas's need to finish the turret that stopped them from cleaning this fight completely. Coast was not interested at all in defending that. They did try to re-engage once they could get a catch on to Cutie Pie, and they blew him up pretty well. Finally, Solar Flare finds Drew. Right.
So after seeing the Karma and Lulu mids, maybe Leona, AP Leona mid could be the next big thing. Kiwi Kid's onto something. Sniping people off with that Solar Flare.
Seems to be using it for fun in a lot of these fights. He's throwing it off very early. The team isn't necessarily following up extremely well for it, but it's because Coast does have pretty good disengage, and because Dignitas is just so far ahead, they don't need to take big risks.
Close to a 20,000 gold lead. Dignitas on the cusp of being 1 game away from securing their spot in the summer split. The weight of performances yesterday and the weight of the pressure of being in the summer split is there.
Take a look at that. Scar has 828 ability power right now, sitting on a blue elixir and all those items. He's got some pretty heavy rune itemization to reach that number.
It's Requiem's only hitting for 1,060 damage.
Yeah, and look, there's no magic resist on a Shifter, so he has to use his Zombies on that Requiem if he doesn't want to get taken in half. Maybe a steal attempt, though.
We'll see if they can land it. Nintendude goes in, doesn't manage to grab it. That means Nintendude's dead. Baron's been secure for Dignitas. Requiem starts being channel. Shifter is forced to use the Hourglass. That is a dead Wisp Fusion. Zion Spartan gets run down. Shifter takes a shot from Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie with the double kill. 4 members of Coast are down, and Dig can clean the base.
Quick shot, I think that's going to be it. 20 kills to 11. Dignitas is going to move ahead 1-0 in this game. It's just a matter of pushing down the mid lane, getting those minions down, and finishing off the Nexus turrets. Daydreaming cannot stop this.
There is nothing that Daydreaming can do right now. Dignitas, 80,000 gold as they start hammering on the Nexus turrets. They secure their first game in the series. Drawn out, but you have to admit, pretty convincing on the side of Dignitas. They were really in control from the get-go and never really pushed it.
So a solid start to the day for these guys. After being dropped into this 5th place match, one more win, and they guarantee their spot in the summer split for 2014. One thing I liked about Dignitas' strategy in this game is how they just farmed. They didn't press themselves to make any decisions because they are against a team that doesn't know how to close games or lead on advantages. So if Dignitas just picks a better scaling team composition, focuses on farming, they're going to be all right, and they were.
Crumbs farmed up a storm that game, playing Nocturne, got himself to 286 CS. The only member of Coast who was ahead was Shifter. The only member that got ahead of it.
I'm going to go out on a limb, because we've had some pretty long games, and this could be wrong, but I got to say that's the most CS we've had by a jungler this season in the LCS.
I would go as far as to argue maybe even EU LCS.
Yeah.
I can't recall a game where I've looked at 280 CS and gone,
on the jungler.
Wow, on the jungler,
Yeah,
on the jungler.
There's been some 600 CS games. You broke the record in one of those European games.
It is also the, I don't want to say the Feral Flare meta, because that's not fair, but it is the patch of Feral Flare, where it is the new hotness.
It's greatly encouraged. He had 45 Feral Flare stacks by the end of that game, healing for 52 life on hit every time he would go in.
So difficult to see how Coast were going to bounce back. Now, Coast, they made some plays early on. They did rotate around the map. They tried to make things happen, but they just couldn't really stick to Dignitas. They couldn't get the towers they wanted. They couldn't find the kills they wanted. And every dragon fight for the first 3 just cost them.
Yeah, it was 3 times in a row that they would go to the dragon. The last time there was no Nocturne ultimate, there was no Leona ultimate to close in on them, but they were still down a tremendous amount of gold right there. Coast needs to completely bounce back. They are just on a downward trend right now, and they're very close to getting sent to that promotion tournament.
There is no room for error for Coast. We're going to send it over to the guys at the analyst desk for an in-depth look at Dignitas' win.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. What's up, guys? We're back here. So, important first win here for Dignitas. They came off a depressing loss to Curse, but they're up 1-0 in this series. They've got to be feeling better about this match now.
Yeah, after that game, it was a really slow game, though. And you could tell that they're scared to make any mistakes, especially around Baron. They're like, all right, nice, we got all these kills, and let's not throw at Baron again.
Yeah, they never let Baron really get low until they're like, okay, we're sure we'll kill everyone if they go for it. You saw that last sort of Nintendo attempted steal. Just turning into more kills for Dignitas.
Yeah, they had one dangerous fight around it where they gave away a couple kills, but it wasn't disastrous. I think Crumbs especially has to be feeling pretty good about that game. He got to go Feral Flare. He got to farm hard. He got ahead of Nintendude very quickly. And when you get ahead of somebody and you're Feral Flare and they're not a Feral Flare, it's only going to get worse from there. We were talking about it was like maybe a 30 CS discrepancy pretty early on in the game. It ballooned ridiculously. And the other thing I have to say is that Nintendude, before this match, he tweeted out, during the Cloud9 one that, Meteos build on Elise is a beautiful thing, how it came together in the end. This leads me to believe that Nintendo had not tried this build out before, and he was going for it the first time, using Elise with this new build in their playoffs, their game that's going to determine if they go to relegation or not.
Yeah, so Nintendo, unfortunately, not getting much farm. I also got informed the record not broken. This season, Meteos hit 300 CS on jungle. So
didn't break his own record.
Crumbs gets second place. Record. He did out CS his top laner for most of that game. So, all right, so a big farm difference in the jungle. I think that paid a lot of dividends there at one point. He had like a 6,000 gold lead And this was when the team was up 16K, so like most of that was right there. So let's talk about the other performing members. Shifter still held up, right? He had a pretty good performance for himself. The rest of the team, unfortunately, not playing around him all that well. And it seemed like Coast had some bad fights. We actually have a replay of the first Dragon attempt here by Coast. That goes pretty sour, actually. Dignitas picks up some kills off it and gets a lot of control if we can get that replay up. It's pretty good for Dig.
Yeah, so let's roll this through. This is why I always caution teams to go for the early dragons. This, level 5, level 6 around here, you take a lot of damage from it, and they're not actually even tanking it with the spiderlings. So the damage was going on to Zion, who's more of an assassin than a tank. And Dignitas do an amazing job of collapsing onto them. They zone them out, great culling there, and the damage that they took from Dragon was too much. After they get a kill, then Dig are able to get not only the objective, but they're still able to answer, even though Scar goes down. So that's really the beginning of the game. This is where they get their first sort of global gold lead, and that's where Crumbs is like, all right, I'm ahead of Nintendo now, and I'm going to power farm this jungle, because my laners are also doing strong, and there's no looking back.
Yeah, after that Dragon fight, it's just, there's the momentum thing. All they had to do, and they had it in the back of their minds, like, we already have the lead. We don't have to really push anything. Let's just see how many CS I can get. How many Feral Player stacks he had? Like 40 or something?
45. 45 was the number. It's like 30-ish at least. Like he had a lot, to be fair. I don't remember the exact number.
Yeah, they killed Baron in like 3 seconds. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I mean, you got max item champions in general, but sure. So let's actually move forward and talk about some of the champion selections then, because it was actually Dignitas that banned Nidalee as their third ban. We saw Skara playing Karthus now. He's only been tested on 2 champions so far. I don't know, you also mentioned that there was no Ziggs seen here, and you're kind of surprised by that.
Yeah, I saw the Karthus, and everybody knows Shifter has a pretty nasty Ziggs. He had that one game where he was just taking everybody on by himself, and Ziggs is actually a really good pick into Karthus because Karthus wants to get into your team and hit you with the defile damage. And but if you have Ziggs, you can't do that. So he's just going to keep poking you every time you try to come in, and I think he's a really good counter pick, and they just didn't go for it. So I was kind of weird about that.
Yeah, and honestly, like with the Ahri as well, like being the playmaker, it seemed like Coast were looking for a whole bunch of team fights as opposed to actually trying to get some picks. We have another replay, actually. It's a big climactic Baron fight. It's one that actually Dignitas tries to set up there if we can get the replay up, and it's going to be Dignitas getting another gigantic lead, picking up some kills.
Yeah, so you know how Dig is around Baron. They're a little scared, and this is right after they had that original team fight. So they are just going to turn off Baron. They don't want to risk finishing it because they're a little scared of Baron. They're just going to pick off Daydreaming and just turn right back onto Baron. And I think, yeah, Shifter ends up missing his Q on this, so he doesn't manage to pick off Skara instantly, which is pretty big, I think, because Skara is able to get, I think, 1 more Q off and get the ultimate damage, which Shifter does a really great job of hourglassing. But you can see Shifter's too scared to go back on Cutie Pie. So you got Wiz Fujin and Nintendo Dex trying to kill Cutie Pie right here, and they just can't bring him down. And I like this move by Cutie Pie where he does the culling here and just snipes him out at max range.
Yeah, so Shifter right there, he wanted to go in, but he was so scared, you could see. He didn't get close enough to land the charm. He half-heartedly went in. He was like, yeah, I want to help you, Nintendo. Not getting that close. And it was just close enough to get himself killed.
I think even if he did go in, though, Cutie Pie knew, and he knew he had the culling up still,
That's
so
why I didn't want to
he
go
probably
in.
would have just instantly popped them. But it's a pretty nice play by Cutie Pie.
Yes, we did a really good job. Pretty much all of Dignitas seemed to step up pretty well. Cruiser got to play his top lane Lee Sin. I think that was a fun thing. He gets to bring it out in the postseason there. So Dignitas, right, feeling a lot better. Skara back in the mold. It seems that they're still playing super passive. Like with this win, you think Dignitas are going to start exerting their presence a bit more? You think if they get ahead, they'll close it out faster?
I don't think they need to. I mean, this is a really high-pressure match, and there's a lot on the line. If you're playing against Coast, they have a really hard time just doing anything in the game. So just drag out the game, play those heavy farm junglers like Nocturne that scale really well in the late game. They play Karthus. Karthus is insane late game.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to the next game just with that same mindset. Just slowly whittle them down and just out-farm them.
So Dignitas going to play for the late game then?
Yeah, it's easy to see where Dignitas' head is at with the champions that they're using for Skara. I mean, as you said, he hasn't been tested on other champions. It's the long-range, CS-heavy champions that he was always known for. Nidalee and now Karthus, maybe they target ban Skara now.
Yeah, actually, it's a question I want to talk then about is so, yeah, one target banning Scar. I think that could be interesting to see what else is in the pool. The other one is I want to press on this slightly on the idea of like pushing for late game. Because if Coast is, their big strength is actually getting ahead early. Do you actually feed into that by picking late game scalers, allowing those plays to be made? Like, can Dignitas get too far behind, or can they just rely on making comebacks?
I mean, you saw Coast was moving around the map a lot. They were looking to get picks. Elise was moving around the map the whole time, and they were going around with Ari, and they just couldn't convert any of the kills. So I think the picks aren't really what matter on that. They had a really nice pick cop on that, and they just can't convert anything. So if I were them, I would... You know that Scar is probably going to pick Karthus if you ban Italy. So you can pigeonhole them into a team comp and play around that. And I think they should look to do that.
Okay. Yeah, even when Coast are able to get control of the game early, they always have a problem finishing the game. So I think what they need to do is reverse engineer some strategy that will work for them. You start with, okay, how can we kill the Nexus? If we have the 5 champions that we would most like, what was the easiest way for us to end out a game? Mm-hmm. And they work backwards from there, and they say, we're going to use this set because we know if we do get our lead, then we'll be able to end out with these champions.
All right, well, we'll see if Coast has that puzzle together. We'll see if they can solve it, because we've got to take a broadcaster cooldown. But when we come back, we'll see if Dignitas can lock up 5th place in our second game against Team Coast. The North American Spring Playoffs return in 3.5 minutes.
PewDiePie's got one. PewDiePie's lifesteal is immense. Nintendo needs to repel. That's a Culling. He gets it onto Shifter. Dashes backwards. That's a triple. PewDiePie goes huge for Dignitas.
Welcome back to the North American LCS and our second game between Team Coast and Team Dignitas. Now, Team Coast, they've got to make this back. They've got to win the next 2 in a row if they want to secure their spot in the summer split. And, you know, I feel like they have to go back to what they were doing before, the dedicated split pushing, the solo lanes carry. And the big one there, I think, is Zion Spartan to step up a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you bring up that they need to go back to what they were doing before with the dedicated split pushing, but he got Aurelia, which is one of his comfort champs. And I think Aurelia is pretty strong on this patch. He had a pretty good game. He stole blue buff. He got a couple good kills, a couple good picks. But that couldn't win them the game. I don't think the split push is enough to win them the game anymore. They need to do some other stuff.
All right, well, we'll see what else Coast has. Let's actually talk about Dignitas, though, a little bit, because they've got 2 players who showed up pretty well, one of which, I think I'm a Cutie Pie, 10-2-10 that game. Had a really good performance on Lucian.
Yeah, keeping that Lucian win rate alive there. Cutie Pie doing his duty. And, man, he had some just good individual plays during that last game. So definitely have confidence in the bottom lane. I think Dig are pretty happy, as you can see. They're very happy with how the first game went. Even though it took a long time and there were mistakes made,
sure,
they feel pretty confident.
Yeah, as Saint said, they bring it to the late game, and they're going to have a good time against Coast, who seem to have a struggle in that part of the game. So get a Fed 80 carry, no big deal. And speaking of Fed people late game, Karthus, Skara, right, brings the champion back there. He's all playing long range stuff, and he's late game insurance for the team.
Yeah, Skara always on the Karthus. I'd never seen him play it recently, but I messaged him yesterday. I was like, if we ban Italy, you're going to play Skara. Like, I mean, you're going to play Karthus. I'm already calling Karthus
right?
Skara. Yeah. They're like the same champions. I think Gragas and Karthus. And, of course, Gragas is not really a played champion right now, so what else is he going to play? It's going to be Karthus. I think they need to either ban that or to pick something that counter to it, and that's really your only option here. I don't think that Skara is going to have a deep champion pool.
I definitely would echo those thoughts. I'm excited to see what else he would play.
Sure.
I mean, he's a fan of Yasuo, but that's really not what Dig would like to play. I mean, they're going back to these long-range, safe farming champions, going to the late game.
Yeah.
If you take away the Karthus, if you take away the Nidalee, then what do you have, Freak?
We'll see what it ends up being if Coast even wants to ban those things out, right? You've got a couple of days to play with the team. With you joining the roster, we'll see what else they can get in the mix. But we're going to get ourselves to the game. Let's throw it over to Quickshot and Jat for the call.
Thank you very much, Freak, and thank you very much, Sultry Kobe.
Yeah.
If you ban Nidalee and Karthus, what is left?
You can't take the Karthus out of you can't take the Karthus out of Scar, but you can't take the Scar out of Karthus.
We'll have to see if it gets banned away. This time around, Coast are on blue side.
Really though, what's he gonna do?
I really am not sure. Previous game, Coast banned out Soraka as the mid lane ban.
Go back to Katarina.
Dignitas took out Nidalee, Ryze, and LeBlanc. It was Dignitas that removed Nidalee in the previous game. They were on blue side. You pointed out.
Diana? He could play Diana, maybe.
It would be good to be played. I'd have to brush myself up on the spell names though. Throw me for a loop. But yeah, we're about to get into picks and bans. This is game 2. Do or die time for Coast. If they drop this game, they go to the summer promotion tournament next week, where they will at least have first choice of which North American Challenge team they'd like to play.
Choosing between Complexity Black, Cloud9 Tempest, and LMQ. Tough set of choices. Someone's got to do it.
Bans and picks blue side. This is going much quicker. Karthus has been taken away, along with the Kha'Zix and the Soraka Jax. Taken away by Team Dignitas, along with LeBlanc and Nidalee. 4 games for 4. Lucian first picked.
What is happening?
They love their Lucian. They love their Lucian.
What is going on right now? Thresh is still up on the board, even though Daydreamin did not have an inspiring performance on him. Don't know if they'll need that very early. I'm basically just enthralled now to see what Scar picks next.
Lulu? I mean, Lulu's still up and available.
Yeah, you can totally do that.
We'll have to see somewhat poetic if it is locked in for Dignitas. But there is still time, and in contrast to game 1, those bans came very quick fire. It was quite clear what both of these teams feel coming into game 2.
Yeah, they get the Lee Sin because, yes, that worked for them last game, and it also denies it from Zion Spartan, who has had some very good top lane Lee Sin games. Dignitas looking to emulate the last game as much as possible with those first 2 picks.
We'll see if Coast wants to play that Irelia once more. Zion has been trending towards it with LeBlanc off the table. I mean, Shifter has to decide what he also wants to play. Played Uri in the previous game, did find some picks, but they were far from being game-changing because Coast was so far behind from so early on.
Yeah, Coast is Gonna want to be able to pick something that has early game presence from their jungle. Shinzao, as I should say, would be a good pick for Nintendo, but he goes to the Elise once again. Very similar team comps on both sides so far.
Yeah, sitting with the same champions previously, obviously just swapping out those AD carries, but Nintendo again, making sure he's actually avoiding that Feral Flare. I'm going to go as far as to say, going back to a comfort older style jungler.
It's not his style of an item either. I do like the Draven from Cutie though. He is undefeated on it this split. Very aggressive Draven player, and it will work great with their dive-heavy style. Everyone goes in, you can throw those whirling axes right down the middle.
We'll have to see how well they can make it work in their favor. So, Draven locked in. The interesting question for me is what did Dignitas put in that mid lane? Lulu still not secured, may be locked in now for Coast, but if that is taken off the table, that is another high priority mid lane that is going to be taken off the table. I'm not believing that with all of the dive mobility and Dignitas, that giant eyeball is going to be looked over in favor of something else.
They're trying to see into the future here and know what to pick. Scar could also pick that. Maybe they're just going through Scar's potential picks. His Veigar is something he did play in the LCS and played a lot of solo queue with.
It wasn't particularly inspiring though.
It does heavily depend on what Coast decides to go with, and the Ziggs is somewhat assassinatable.
So this is the first time we are seeing that Ziggs this weekend, but we have seen a whole bunch of Ziggs over in Europe.
Shifter Ziggs is fantastic. It's a ban in some regions. And the Orianna.
So, dare say it, a safe, old school standard pick. Orianna tends to be the mid lane champion that mid laners fall back to when either everything else is banned or they don't know what to play.
Yeah, it's the original Lulu in the mid lane, if that makes sense, where it's the supportive mid laner who can kind of do a little bit of everything. But especially with the dive composition that Dignitas is building towards, it's a bit more support for that dive. Or protection for Cutie. Do it all.
Super strong ball delivery systems on the side of Team Dignitas. They're Lee, Nocturne, or Leona over on the side of Team Coast. They've also got fairly strong diving champions with that Irelia and Elise and Thresh. But you do feel like that it's going to be more dependent on Shifter landing his poke before they commit to any sort of all-in engages.
Yeah, the nice thing about this composition, at least for Coast, the biggest change is the Ziggs instead of the Assassin Ahri. And I think that works a lot better. The Exhaust, even though he could still kill Skara, he was just killing Skara. And at least with Ziggs, he can kill a lot more.
So it'll also give Coast the chance to drag the game out. If they do fall behind, they can siege and defend sieges much more effectively. And as those champions are striding onto the Rift, remember to keep sending us your vote for who you think will take the win. Tweet us at LOL Esports and use that hashtag CSTWin or DIGWin. Don't remember if we saw an update on the vote in the previous game.
Well, Dignitas had a pretty strong vote going into the series. I'd imagine, especially after that controlling, devastating Game 1 victory they handed to Coast, it's going to be pretty high.
I think so too. We will need to keep our eyes on that once we do get into this game. Coast have no wiggle room. They have no room for error. If they are playing from behind from early on, at least Ziggs will help that cause, I believe. But they can't afford to go down. They can't afford to run the risk of losing their positions in the LCS in that summer promotion tournament.
Interestingly enough, Dignitas was in a very similar position yesterday, being up 1-0 in a best-of-3. They then lost 2 games in a row against Curse and got placed into this game against Coast.
Last game, both teams sat in their respective tri-bushes, got some s'mores out, built a tent, started a little campfire.
Started pushing.
And then started trading towers. Coast came out, let's be fair, they came out even, albeit somewhat slower.
And then they lost the
2 for 2 and lost the Dragon, unfortunately. We'll need to see if Coast now on the blue side can either replicate that success and get themselves a small lead, which is what Dig did very well previously.
It's interesting that Coast just went with the triple heal this time. Dignitas went with similar summoners. Scar going Exhaust. Try and save himself a little bit while the bottom lane is still going with the double heal. A couple clutch saves that happened last time from Dig. They're going to be playing into these long team fights with the Orianna shield, of course, triple heal or double heal going in with it.
Unless somebody gets deleted by a Lee Sin Nocturne Leona combo.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll have to see if Kiwi Kid can land some of those abilities onto the back line of Coast. But slow starts. Skara deciding to chill in the mid lane. It's like, screw you guys, I don't want to be in that top lane. Don't want to be invading. And wow, that
will
is
win.
Pretty convincing.
Dignitas, 84%. Their fans think that they're going to win as well, supporting them in this vote. They want to see Dignitas guaranteeing their spot in the 2014 summer split. So, will we see the buddy system? Watch Cruiser and Crumbs. So watch Zion on the other side. Definitely buddy system from Dignitas on the other side. They are doing the same this time. It's about time.
We need to keep our eyes on how efficiently these two... It looks like Zion wanted to go for the white. So, buddy system, yes, but Coast still not on the same page. They're reading from different playbooks.
A little bit right there. This will be very, very even turret pushes this time.
So Coast a little behind still. Dignitas are onto very white, I believe is what Freak was calling it a little while ago. Both whites going to be taken out. If one's Barry, is the other Larry?
I don't agree with that naming convention at all.
It has been a long day.
To make that
I think I'm spending too much time with Freak, that's where my mind goes to. So, Coast and Dignitas onto the first towers in their lane. They're going to be starting this one out evenly. But remember, the damage reduction on this top lane should mean Coast have a small advantage in the bottom.
Yeah, going to be a slightly faster push, but this is both teams, I'd say, doing it properly. They're getting to the bottom lane as quickly as they can. Everyone level 2, so they have all their abilities, and they're pushing down these turrets as quickly as possible. Dig takes it down 1 or 2 seconds slower. Not that big a deal.
Much of a muchness. They are on par with one another. Dig and Coast continue that 4-man lane push in the top and bottom lanes respectively. The question is, who calls chicken first? Who begins those recalls to defend their inhibitor turrets? This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, I think the question will really become, who gets the empty lane after this is all said and done? Is it going to be I'm a Cutie Pie or Wiz Fusion? Or is it going to be Zion, Spartan, and Cruiser? Are they going to give the farm to top laners or the AD carries?
Kind of has to be Cutie Pie. Get those adorations.
Especially after the game he had last game. And the way Cruiser was able to still get a substantial amount of farm and have impact on Lee Sin despite not getting that empty lane farm.
So Cutie Pie does get that tower hit. Little bit of CS behind that of Wiz Fusion. Shifter takes the satchel charge away, and Kiwi Kid. Similar attempt, no flash this time round. This is a mirror image of that previous round.
Yeah, exactly.
But Shifter was forced to blow his summoner spell because Kiwi Kid actually fired and landed a skill shot.
Here's the really critical thing about what just happened, though, compared to Game 1. In Game 1, even though they traded 2 turrets for 2, because Dignitas pushed so much faster, they had time to take the Dragon afterwards. This time, because Coast and Dignitas pushed at exactly the same pace, Coast could not rotate for the Dragon afterwards, and Dignitas comes out of it still with a very small lead, but that's mainly just because minions are pushed on one side.
Oh, catches the Zenith Blade onto Shifter. It's me getting a bit more excited than maybe I should have, but at the end of the day, Dig pulling off that 2v2, or the 4v1 rather, lane swap, and as you've highlighted, coming out a little better. So it's Cruiser that's actually getting the side lane farm. I had thought it was going to be Cutie Pie. He is currently playing the role of a jungler, I believe. Moving around, we'll see if he's actually picking up those camps. And we'll be meeting Wiz Fusion, a Daydreaming. Wiz Fusion in the top lane, rather. Wiz Fusion's got the support of Zion, so that's an interesting duo pairing, not one we see very often.
Giant stack of minions, which is why it's very good that Crumbs is giving support to this lane. This was actually a nice move by Coast sending 4 up here, but it's immediately matched by 3 on Dignitas, which will prevent this dive and allow them to get experience. If they didn't send all 3 up here, they'd be getting dove right now.
That was so close. Crumbs manages to just sidestep the cocoon and actually spell shields that death sentence. So teleport used by Coast, and Zion Spartan's in the bottom.
The more Coast continues to force lane swaps and keep Crumbs in lanes, the better it is for them. Something important to note about Feral Flare is it actually starts stacking up even though you don't see the indicator at the time you build Hunter's Machete. So from the very start of the game, Crumbs is trying to get those large camps dead. As long as he has to keep coming and supporting those lanes, that stacks up much more slowly.
On the condition, Coast don't lose CS.
True.
Now the previous game, Coast, for the first 15 or 20 minutes, I felt they were rotating, trying to push towers or trying to push objectives at the expense of Nintendo farming, and to a degree, Zion Spartan as well. I mean, it really did put them behind in terms of gold. This time around, numbers are a whole lot closer.
Yep.
Still a 10 disparity between Nintendo and Crumbs, but it is far too early to truly read too much into that.
And we've actually broken into standard lanes for the most part, with fairly even farm on both sides. So we may actually get to see Cruiser and Zion Spartan go at it head-to-head, Or Cutie and Kiwi Kid try and dominate a little bit 2v2. Zion Spartan, though, level 6 before Cruiser, trying to pressure.
Yeah, Crystal Ball of Jats working perfectly head-to-head, and Zion decides to back away. Doesn't go all in for the kill, but he's forced Cruiser away. Gonna at least keep him on the back foot, make him second guess any future engages. They manage to land the Zenith onto WizFusion. Stand aside, does not interrupt the Lantern.
There's an outside chance if, as soon as he clicks the Lantern, if he connects with that stand aside, because the stand aside would actually cancel the Lantern move. That's what he was going for there, but it just requires perfect timing, and it's fairly luck-based, honestly.
Well, good attempt at the very least.
Worth a try.
Find a little bit of CS behind. It's one of those things that Dravens really want to get those adoration stacks up. Oh, there we go. Good interruption on the play. Kiwi Kid playing very aggressively. He's really looking for opportunities right now. I think it's 11 stacks of adoration on the side of Cutie Pie, working his way up, trying to get as much bonus gold for that first kill. We do see Dignitas moving towards the top lane.
One of the big reasons they were playing so aggressive is they'd seen Nintendo X and wards down in the Dragonside River. Now they might actually be considering a little bit of a dive. There's two teams trying to collapse on each other right now, actually. It's just a matter of who gets caught first.
Oh, Cocoon connects onto Crumbs. Bouncing Bomb comes out. Shifter's going to carry on chasing. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. That's a flash from Crumbs. So advantage Coast finding the right target. All of a sudden, Kiwi Kid held in place. He gets played backwards. That's a good flash over the wall. We're going to keep following Crumbs as Crumbs on the Dustbringer gets taken out by the Translucent Blades. Zion Spartan now wants to dash onto Scara. First blood secured. Couple assists on the side of Coast, and they've set their sights on the mid turret.
Yeah, the faster collapse there by Coast. They catch Dignitas in their own rotation, and now they're the ones grouping up as 5. They're keeping Crumbs down in this game thus far. He is a level 4 Nocturne with no flash at 8.5 minutes.
To see how Coast continue to grow this lead. Coast have so often pulled ahead in the laning phase, only to throw it away in the mid game.
Yeah.
To make poor decisions when pushing the map and give up objectives. They can't afford those same mistakes here in this very high-pressure game.
The thing this time, though, is at least with Ziggs, they have so much innate team fight control already that split push isn't a necessity for them this time. As Kobe and Saint were saying, they need something other than split push. Shifter's Ziggs may be just that. It's straight push or middle push. No, not splitting. All-together push.
Siege, maybe?
Yeah.
Could that be the word?
We actually have words for it. I was just trying to be creative.
Good attempt. My bad. I should have backship on that one. So WizFusion is down in this bottom lane. Cruiser not going to find Zion Spartan to play with. WizFusion farming up under the tower, doing a pretty good job at landing those last hits. Cruiser's actually got himself a small CS lead, thanks to those shenanigans in the river and mid lane by Coast. But of course, with Zion getting first blood, he's going to be sitting pretty happy. And Cruiser seems to be going towards that Ravenous Hydra build once more. Got a pickaxe already.
Yeah, really got to wonder how Cutie Pie's dealing with those adoration stacks. He's going to want to detonate those pretty quickly. He's sitting on a whole bunch of them. I think he'd be getting, what is it, 300 gold or 160 gold? The tooltip rolls over after he maxes it up, so.
A whole lot. Now, Dignitas onto the Dragon. Coast sitting around the sideline. Nintendo, is he feeling confident for the steal? Not even an attempt. And Nintendo's confidence must be somewhat shot after these last few games. Dig sneak the first Dragon again. 2 games in a row. They've got the first Dragon on the map, but it was a little bit later this game, so worth somewhat more.
Evening out the gold despite getting caught in that one rotation. Those hooks have been wide left, wide right, all over for Daydreaming. He just needs to find his rhythm again.
He needs to reconfigure his sights, I feel.
Yeah.
Adjust his mouse DPI.
X-Special had some great hooks in that game too against CLG. I mean, speaking of Threshes trying to come in and turn a series around, that was one.
In comparison, I mean, yesterday Daydreaming had some very good hooks. You know, he was on point, but maybe today just not really working out. It's not the end of the world because Coast are still in the lead. They've got a kill to the name. They've got an extra tower to the name. Gold is even, of course, thanks to that Dragon playing out in Dignitas' favor. And we see the wriggles completed by Crumbs. He's now extending that CS advantage. Nintendo still trailing in terms of lost hits. So we need to keep our eyes on that as Coast look to grab themselves their 4th tower of the game uncontested.
It is the nature of the matchup that he's going to be trailing, but what he's accomplished this game that he did not in the first one is he's helping his team take these objectives. He's sitting in the lanes and helping them push. He's being a persistent threat, and most importantly, he's keeping Crumbs out of the jungle for the most part. He's only 14 down, and that's worth the 2 turrets that Coast has acquired.
Gonna try to turn it into 3. Whirling Death comes across just to clear out the minion wave, so Cutie Pie helping out from way downtown at least slows down Coast's initial big push. Looks like the Mega Inferno Bomb from Shifter actually clearing out the bottom wave. So both teams using their global abilities to control the wave. We did see the Zenith Blade connecting. The Lantern pulls him out. That's a Paranoia. In the background, an instant flash from Zion Spartan gets locked up by the Solar Flare. But thanks to Aurelia's passive, she's out of that one very quickly. Shockwave pulls both members of Coast backwards, and Skara actually saving his teammate's life with a great ultimate.
A bit of a strange initiation right there because they have a Draven all the way at the bottom lane. Shifter tried to support a little bit with that ultimate, and they're still getting turret pressured across the map. Despite blowing all their ultimates, they lose another.
So trading towers, but it's an inner tower lost for Dignitas to an outer turret lost for Coast. Coast now 5 towers to 3. And like you talked about, the straight pushing composition of Coast working out in their favor. They've grouped up as 5, and they're going to get another one if Dignitas don't respond quickly enough.
Cutie Pie so much time on the side. Cruiser gets hooked a little bit, but finally Dignitas is able to push them back with a bit of extra wave clear. They are taking an onslaught of wave pressure here from Coast in game 2.
This is much better decision-making from Coast.
Yep.
They've set their sights on a target, and very importantly, they've secured it. Multiple towers now in a row. Coast have positioned, they have executed, and they've secured. The only thing is, they are still only 700 gold ahead. Yep. It is still very close as far as gold is concerned.
So once again, Dignitas is giving I'm a Cutie Pie the empty wave farm, and that's one of the reasons they lost that last turret, is because he was bottom the whole time they were trying to defend without him. And it is allowing him to pull a bit ahead of WizFusion. You know, he's stacking up his adoration. As long as he doesn't die, he's going to cash in a huge amount of gold when he does get one of those kills, and it would propel Dignitas back in the lead. They're just putting a lot of faith in him to perform.
Basing that opinion off the previous game, I think that's pretty well-placed pretty well-placed faith. Cutie Pie level 8 now. As we've touched on, I believe that's 280 stacks, I believe it is, because it drops the third digit. So that's going to be a whole whack of gold. Dignitas just biding their time. I think, you know, both of these teams are going to scale quite effectively, but they'll do different things as this game progresses. And Coast, I guess as long as they're in or around towers, Dignitas going to be relying on that wave clear from Skara's Orianna to keep their towers safe and sound.
It was actually really interesting in the first game how it seemed very slow-paced, but by the end of it, there were a ton of kills. Because the team fights that these guys had are actually very explosive. And when they're meeting around objectives, they're just killing a lot of each other. It's not one of those games where you get one kill and everyone disengages. These are really brawly teams, especially from Dignitas' side.
So Daydreaming does manage to get these. They get Paranoia now from Crumbs onto WizFusion. Shockwave has already been flashed away. The fear holds WizFusion in place, and the Whirling Death does not secure the last hit. Kiwi Kid eats yet another death sentence. Skara in the background takes a Duskbringer to the face. They trade 1 for 1. It's Cutie Pie that gets the kill onto Daydreaming. We'll have to double check the gold. It's not over yet. That's a kickback onto Zion Spartan from the Dragon's Rage. He's trying to find somebody to catch.
A 1 for 1, as long as Zion doesn't catch someone, is a big, good trade for Dig because they could cash in the adoration, but he's a little bit faster than Cutie Pie.
So Cutie Pie manages to get stunned up. He moves slightly out of range. Nintendo, let's go back in for one last bite of Kiwi Kid. And Kiwi gets away. So as you've highlighted, 1 for 1. We didn't quite see how much gold that adoration stack costs.
But what we do see is that the gold in the game is now close to even. So this fight was just so close to Dignitas catching opportunities. The Whirling Death would have finished WizFusion if he didn't flash away. But Dignitas continues the chase, which actually exposed Skara in the back, which was a bit of a mistake. But we're going to focus on this here to see the gold value. He gets plus 660 from that with all his adoration stacks. That's 3 kills in 1 for I'm a Cutie Pie.
Combine that with the kill credit, 1,000 gold swing allows him to pick up that pickaxe as well as a longsword, and just goes back to stacking up that adoration. Continues to grow the CS lead. We touched on how Dignitas are going to be banking on a Cutie Pie's bank, and it worked.
And this is the story of Game 1, personified in Game 2. This time, though, Kiwi Kid gets caught.
Kiwi Kid loves those death sentences. I think that's 4 in a row now over the last 2 minutes. It cost him his life this time round. And now Dignitas in a 4v5 if they want to contest, and they don't.
Couple of things. With the Ziggs, they're stronger in team fights, so therefore Coast is more confident. But instead of just starting the Dragon and waiting for Dignitas to come in on them, they attacked first. They initiated on Kiwi Kid. They tried to peel instead of making it up to a steal, and they get the kill, plus some more pushing pressure.
Well, we'll see if another death sentence can land. Daydreaming looking, is he going to wind up? That's the question. No flash from PewDiePie. An adrenaline rush allowing him to get the movement speed he needs to move out of range. And Daydreaming landing a few very good death sentence over these last few fights. It's allowed Coast to extend that goal.
Finding his rhythm.
Yeah, finally getting it secured. Trinity Force has been completed by Zion Spartan, so he's had a nice power spike. You see Athene's and Holy Grail as well as those Sork shoes on Shifter, so he's going to start building up that ability power, looking to burst people down, and very importantly, Nintendo still holding on to that 10 CS deficit. He is somewhat behind, but so much more impressive this game than the previous game. Actually feels like he's going to have a presence.
Absolutely. The one interesting thing about this, though, is Coast did just hit a pretty big power spike. You know, with the Trinity Force, the big items coming out for Shifter, but they've taken everything they can at this juncture in the game. They've killed 6 turrets. Dignitas is just sitting in empty lanes, waiting to get picked off by Coast, but it's just a matter of Coast finding the right pickoffs. The Dragon is dead, it's too early for Baron, and they're not going to be killing an inhibitor turret unless they kill a bunch of Dignitas. It's actually hard for them to find the fights they really need to. And if they don't do that, Dignitas would probably come back in this game a little bit.
So we're going to say something that's maybe a little obscure, but sure. When you look at other teams, other games that have got every single tower down up until the inhibitor turret, have a kill advantage, have a gold advantage,
yeah,
you generally get the vibe, wow, they're in control of that game. I don't have that same feeling from Coast. Even though they have been dictating the pace to Dignitas, it is a very small 1,000 gold difference. Dignitas haven't really attempted to stop them yet.
And they haven't stopped Dignitas from farming while they're taking these turrets. It's not like they're starving them out of the turrets or their own jungle. The counter jungling hasn't necessarily happened. And Dignitas has let some of these turrets fall because they're having I'm a Cutie Pie farm. 151. That farm is, comparative to the rest of the game, very high.
A large amount ahead of WizFusion unattended. He's got to be super careful. He's got the backup of Shifter. He doesn't realize how many members of Dignitas were nearby. Kiwi Kid actually decides to hold on to all of his abilities and doesn't attempt to lock him down. So Coast, once again, move away. WizFusion, 97 CS. Does have a whole bunch of global gold from those towers. Yeah. Don't forget about that. But he is so far behind the CS game. 1,400 gold separates WizFusion and Cutie Pie. And his team's setting a little bit more focus towards the Baron.
They're going to have to break through another barrier, though, if they want to really get this game into their hands. And that's either Zion Spartan stopping I'm a Cutie Pie from farming, or getting absolute vision control over the Baron area and taking a Baron. Because they have so much space in this Dignitas jungle. They should be aiming to take control of the Dig jungle and continue to starve them out and farm that way. Until they do that, though, Dig's going to keep hanging around.
Well, vision from Coast does seem actually pretty good towards this top half of the map. There's a lot of Dignitas towards the bottom.
Dangerous.
Zion Spartan has caught out Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie goes all the way back to pick up that spinning X. Now teleport from Cruiser. Is it going to be enough to help out? That's Daydreaming. He's once again caught Kiwi Kid. Kiwi Kid with a solar flare. Gonna get away from that one, but Kiwi Kid caught out. Daydreaming really has Kiwi Kid's number.
Dig really out of sorts. They're trying to match the Aurelia split push with a Draven, which at this point in the game doesn't work. Zion Spartan has too much damage with that Trinity Force. Then during a rotation, they catch someone, and they catch Cruiser.
Another great hook. That's a 3-man shockwave from Scara, though. That could dictate the tempo of the fight. Paranoia has thrown down from Krabs. He decides not to pull the trigger and jump in, though, denying the vision. And thanks to that shockwave, can Dignitas hold this inhibitor turret? Oh, so close to connecting. Daydreaming doing work with Thresh in Game 2 of the series.
Yeah, and also another thing to point out, Crumbs' Nocturne. Still no Pharaoh Flare. Ooh, close miss there. He's been getting slowed down by Nintendo X right now and is still not transforming that item.
If memory serves, by this point in the last game, he had 6 stacks on his Feral Flare already.
At least.
So significantly slower in game 2. Now you're starting to feel Coast are making the plays to get them where they want to. They just unfortunately ate that giant shockwave on the steps of the bottom lane inhibitor tower.
They were extremely close to breaking through the inhibitor wall barrier right there. If that shockwave wasn't so crisped by Skara, they would have taken inhibitor and had control of the game, because that would have actually been the best inhibitor for them to have down.
Cruiser really doesn't want that fight. Instant Dragon's Rage. The moment Zion landed in his face, that was an instant ulti kick away. He's scared of that, but I mean, the makings of Aranduans, probably. Chain Vest will become that Warden's Bale in the not too distant future. A 3-0 Zion Spartan. He's now deciding he wants to have a part in carrying this game.
So they're doing the split push thing again. How long are they going to do this until they see rewards is the biggest question. If it stays at 2,000 gold edge forever, it's not going to be good, but he needs to be able to close kills on a Cruiser.
Well, Cruiser's going to continue chasing. The dashes comes out. Translucent Blades were used. That was close. I mean, that's super one-sided. Cruiser didn't stop to put any sort of attacks down himself, but you really feel Zion has just got complete authority of any lane that he is in. Coast start off the Dragon. Dignitas not really in range. Welling Death, not going to work this time.
Full Dragon control for Coast. They're extending their lead, playing a very controlled style. It's almost as if they were a different team right now, I think we'd be saying they're full control, but we're just so used to seeing Coast lose these types of leads again and again. Nocturne ult mid lane.
Well, we'll see, can they catch out Daydreaming? He's been locked in place, does finally go down. Shockwave holds down Nintendo in place, so they've traded 1-for-1. Jungler for support, and that was good damage from Shifter to secure him. Now Cruiser has dashed back in. Look for Nintendo to land. Does manage to move forward. That's an aggressive move by Kiwi Kid. He's flashed forward. Nintendo sidesteps the Sonic Wave as Shifter manages to flash himself aside. Scar is going down. Zion Spartan is untouched. And uses that ultimate. There's a few more kills on the side of Coast. They've got a very small window where Skara is down and Coast are going for the inhibitor turrets.
Teleport came down in the backside of that team fight, and Zion Spartan joined the fray at just the right moment. This is a nearly indefensible turret by Dignitas. They're trying to heal up. Oh no, Zion found Cruiser.
Oh, Cruiser's in trouble. Does kick Zion over the line. Line of trees, kicks him into the forest, and that means that they prevent at least one death, but the interruption has slowed down Cruiser from getting to the turret. Crumbs gets in range, turret goes down, Coast have an exposed inhibitor.
Big turret kill. They're now up 7 turrets to 3. This is a complete role reversal of what Coast was happening against Dignitas last game. They let Dignitas farm last game without putting out the adequate pressure, and that is just not the story this time. They regrouped between games 1 and 2 and really put an emphasis on killing turrets. The Ziggs has been demolishing waves, helping them keep the pressure up, and the rest of the team has just been mopping up the turrets.
Yeah, for the first time all weekend, I feel like Coast is making the right plays. Paranoia is not available for Crumbs if he wants to go in, and Kiwi Kid manages to avoid at least one death sentence from Daydreaming. Minion Wave is wiped out thanks to Shifter's death cap on Ziggs. Dignitas's feeble attempt at pushing that mid tower is instantly thwarted.
Yeah, this is... Got to take another look at this fight in the mid lane, actually. It was amazing how much damage went down onto Crumbs because he looked pretty clean in there, but just got the middle of a Ziggs bomb, and then Cutie Pie could... Did he stand aside? He did stop the teleport. I didn't even realize. And he just ran in and killed Skara, even though I'm a Cutie Pie burned his flash. Oh no, so Dignitas, an absolute miscommunication. One flash in while the other's flashing out, and it means Skara dies.
Zion Spartan didn't even need that teleport. Walked his way over.
Yep.
Gotta give props to Cutie Pie, I guess. He interrupted it, but it didn't exactly affect the outcome of the fight.
Yes and no. I mean, he's not in team fights. Draven has to be in team fights. Big initiation.
Oh, Nintendo's been caught out. Whirling Death flies across. That is a lot of damage from Dignitas. In the background, Kiwi Kid is trying to get away. Doesn't manage to make it, though. Skara eats a full culling. Manages to get a 3-man shockwave, but it is too little. It is too late. There is no death cap on Skara. Wizard Hat hasn't got the damage. That's a very aggressive move from Zion Spartan, trying to find Cutie Pie. But Cutie Pie is going to at least make it out, and Coast grab themselves an inhibitor.
Just another fight coming in for Coast's favor. That one wasn't even that close. They tried to close in on a Shifter, but they were just out of sorts. Cutie Pie wasn't in auto attack range at the start of that fight. He just threw in his Whirling Death. And if you're going to put all your free lane farm onto your AD carry, you have to fight with him.
Cutie Pie is going to be with his team. Here's the replay.
Yeah, at this point, it was a decent initiation. They got a lot of damage on the stretch, but look at the mini-map. Orianna and Draven, way out of place. They went early because they saw Aurelia was out of place, but their own team was out of place.
Well, Dignitas are out of place right now, 2v1, and they still can't control Zion Spot. Randian's only completed with that Trinity Force. Kiwi Kids hanging out around the Baron pit. Baron has been secured, uncontested. Dignitas didn't get an invite. They arrived late to the party anyway. Coast, now you feel, are in complete control. With Baron, with super minions, with a 7,000 gold lead, surely it's just a matter of time before they get onto the next inhibitor turrets.
This honestly feels like a completely different Coast team from games 1 and 2.
As it has happened all split long.
It has happened. They've been pretty inconsistent. They've been on some pretty big win streaks. Then they go on giant loss streaks. They managed to beat TSM in a game. They took Cloud9 really close in a lot of these games. And this is one of their bigger leads. You've seen them squander some moderate leads in the past, but with Baron buff up 6,000, and most importantly, up 4 turrets and an inhibitor with a Death Cap, Void Staff, Athene's, Ziggs on your best player, they're sitting pretty.
There's just a few advantages there.
Yeah, just a couple.
Just a few. One thing I do want to highlight, just because we're keeping tabs of it, Krubs has been farming up a Storm, up to 150 CS on that Nocturne.
But so many more of his farming minions this game were from lanes instead of from the jungle, so his Feral Flare is not nearly as potent as it was in the past.
It doesn't have anywhere near the tanky stats that you'd be wanting on Nocturne either.
Life on hit.
Nintendo, on the other side, has got that Randian's Omen, so let's see what sort of impact he will have. Sign Spot 4-0-0 up in the top lane. Solar Flare hits the ground. No one nearby. Another gutter ball. As Kiwi Kid unfortunately doesn't connect with Coach.
Kiwi Kid played spectacularly yesterday. His Solar Flares, even in the game they won, were not very impressive.
Kiwi Kid has a thing for those death sentences. He's eaten so many. Paranoia from Crumbs. This feels like a last-ditch fight as Crumbs is being burst down from Wisp Fusion. Mega Inferno Bomb comes down. That is a dead Crumbs. 2 kills for Coast. Look at the backline. Here comes Zion Spot, and he's got 1. He's dashed onto Cutie Pie. He's sticking to him like glue. The Randians comes out. Now Scar is the target. Bouncing bombs being thrown out, and Shifter doesn't get any more kills. That's it.
We're only 29 minutes in, but there's the Super Minions. There's only 2 people on Dignitas. This series is going all the way.
Scar gets melted on the steps of the fountain, and Coast show up. Coast decide to stop playing when their LCS lives are on the line, even up the series 1-1.
What a strange series we have had thus far, because game 1 was all about Dignitas farming and Coast's inability to do anything, and then a 29-minute, 12-2, 9-turret siege stomping by Coast of Dignitas just happens in between games. The adjustment is immaculate right there. Nintendo X shut down Crumbs' farming on Nocturne and had a great game on Elise.
I want to take us all the way back to the featured matchup. We talked about Daydreaming, we talked about Kiwi Kid, and we contrasted the performances yesterday. Game 1, it was all about Kiwi Kid. Game 2, to a lesser degree, but still on the same level of epicness, Daydreaming landed a lot of hooks.
He did.
He caught Kiwi Kid out so many times that allowed Coast to maintain some control.
Yeah. When they needed to find catches, they were generally able to. And this time, Zion Spartan split pushing, he never died. He never gave that gold back. He never let his advantage fall short. And I do really think a lot of that was just about Coast kind of not going all in on their strategies, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because instead of just having a split pusher and a bunch of assassins, we need to find picks, otherwise nothing will happen. They had a pretty good team fight team as well. So they had a split pushing team, but then if you engaged on the Ziggs, they would lose.
And they exercised caution in their map rotations as well. Made sure they got the objectives when they needed to early on. So we're going to have a more critical look at the game by Freak, Kobe, and Sam Vicious. Talk us through how Coast managed that one.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. We are here to talk through how Coast managed that one. First one off the bat, I think you guys talked about it. The Ziggs coming through was very big. Jat talked about it as a team fight comp. I think it was the fact that they could hold on and just wait for Zion to show up and carry fights.
Yeah, exactly. I think Ziggs is a really good champion for Coast just because it has amazing wave clear, has really long range follow-up, and it also has a good, I don't want to say disengage, but counter-engage when that Nocturne goes in. So just having those tools allows Coast to use Zion to just bully anybody in the map and do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, Ziggs is an all-around strong champion just because the amount of raw damage that he can put out. Damage to minions, towers, champions, whatever you need. He puts out a lot of numbers. And Shifter can do that from the mid lane. You saw him wave clear down bottom, using the ulti. He was even pushing by himself, taking down turrets. It's an all-around good pickup for them.
Yeah, and Zion's partner twice in a row now on Aurelia. The Jax being banned away, not allowed to play that, but finding another hyper-mobile, get to the back line, high-damage frontliner, like, as long as there's a champion there for Zion, it feels like he has that impact for his team.
Yeah, I mean, I think Aurelia serves almost the same purpose as Jax does. She might not scale as well in the late game, but I think her early game spikes much harder when she hits that Triforce. She's almost like an assassin how he played her. He'd find a target, Q into them, and just pick them off with a stun, and then just go to the other side of the map.
Yeah, so is that something? Go ahead.
The other thing I want to tack on to, I finished with Zion here, because I'm going into Nintendo.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to do one more Zion point then. So is that a champ that you can shut down? I mean, Aurelia has no innate escapes. She has tenacity, but like Jax can jump to a ward and peace out. Like, I feel like if you actually put some pressure on Aurelia, you can remove half of Coast, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you have to put pressure on her with the jungle, and with the way that Crumbs is playing, where he's going that really farm heavy, and he's not even investing his ultimates into shutting down Zion, so he basically gets to do whatever he wants to do. And that game was a lot different with how Nintendo and Coast played, because they moved around as a team, and they took a lot of turrets, and they looked a lot more organized with that. So I think ganking Zion's not going to work.
Yes, that's a perfect transition. Now I can make my Nintendo point.
There we go.
I think Nintendo played with Zion very well because he knows that he's got a strong top laner. And as a jungler, you always want to gravitate towards the side of the map where your laners can support you best. He was able to get a blue buff steal because Zion was so strong and Zion had chased off Cruiser. That blue buff seal actually caused Crumbs to try and go answer it, and that's where they got a pretty big lead. They were able to cut off Crumbs, and they actually took him down for first blood, enabling them to get a good lead in the game.
Yeah, so actually that lead snowballed farther and farther throughout the game. It seemed like Coast was always in control. We actually have a replay of a 25-minute mid lane fight where Dignitas just kind of initiate in, seemingly out of nowhere, if we can get that replay up on your screen. And you pointed out that it was a dive onto an Elise, which was actually kind of a mistake.
Yeah, it's really weird using your engage to go on Elise, who can repel, and she's also building, of course, a little bit tankier with the Ancient Golem. I thought he was going to go in on Shifter when I saw him going in, but instead, like, even Shifter looks confused. He's like, oh, all right, I guess I'll just drop my Mega Inferno Bomb on you and then just hit you with all of our counter engage and just melt you. And they just cleaned it up from there. Like, Wisp Fusion's just chasing everybody down. Lucian's amazing for chasing. You have the culling and you have your dash. And Scar does hit a good ultimate here, but it's a little bit just too late.
Yeah, the team wasn't even actually all the way there. I never even saw PewDiePie get into the fight. His ulti went down, but he didn't get to do much else. And that was a Draven who cashed in a 660 gold passive stack and ended the game 1-0-0.
Yeah, it just looked like really preemptive engages. They were just getting happy on the trigger finger. So I think they just need to relax a little bit and pick better fights.
Yeah, that's why you see a lot of the teams who decide to funnel their money into AD carry instead of a solo laner end up having a really tough time towards that mid game. The teams that are funneling all that solo farm into solo laners, like Aurelia or something like that, usually have a lot stronger mid game fights.
Okay, so then another player we talked about was Skara. We asked what was his champion pool after Nidalee, after Karthus. He went for Orianna, and it seemed like it was a pretty low impact champion for him.
You could say that.
You were talking about
you're holding something back.
You were talking about your experience on him with All Stars or something.
No, not really like an All Stars experience or anything like that. It's Skara's tried to play Orianna multiple times in the past, and it pretty much looks like what you guys just saw every single time. So I don't think you're gonna see that one making a return. Karthus and Nidalee banned out. I'm actually really curious what he'll play. Maybe he'll default to Zed. But of course, Crumbs would have to play like an AP jungle, and they'd have to shift around their lanes a little bit. So, don't know.
All right, so play
Veigar?
Yeah.
Dude, Veigar would be fun to watch. I mean, you get the chance to one-shot like an Ahri or something.
Yeah, wasn't Scar going off about Veigar like halfway through the split?
Yeah.
I want to see it. Where's the box at?
We saw him once or twice, and it disappeared, and I just want to see him hop back in there.
Never to be seen again.
Hey, man, we're going to see him again. I promise you. At some point, we're going to see Veigar again in competitive.
I hope so.
I think it's like a guarantee.
I think he's not a bad champion. I think in the hands of like if I had to play against the box in a competitive match, I would ban Veigar every time. He's pretty scary on that champion.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, so then Dignitas, they've got to maybe find some champions to work for them. Maybe funnel farm onto a solo laner instead of onto QDPie so that person can make some more plays. What about Coast? Is it just play more the same? Get a group of 4 that works well, have Zion go off?
Well, it looked like they had a purpose with how they played that game. They grouped really early and started taking turrets, and they kind of cut into Crumbs' farming time. He wasn't able to get up the 45 Feral Flare stacks this game, and on top of that, Elise was just like right behind Zion Spartan the entire game. They're just moving around as a unit. So instead of just falling behind in farm and not doing anything, he was actually being proactive on the map and I guess forcing Dignitas' hand, which kind of made them do those really bad engages.
Yep. Kobe, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, Dig need to do something about the solo lanes, either the Ziggs or targeting Zion Spartan. But they can't have both of those guys doing well because that's when Coast come out with the victories.
All right, well, guys, thank you for your time. We're going to go back and go AFK for 3.5 minutes, but when we come back, it's going to be the decisive Game 3 between Dignitas and Coast in the battle for 5th place. Stay tuned. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're kicking off with our final game of the day, Dignitas versus Team Coast. Both these teams are now 1 game away from securing their spot in the North American LCS Summer Split. We're going to talk about the people that are going to make this happen. So Team Coast, firing back in game 2. The big leader there had to be top laner Zion Spartan.
Yeah, look. Oh, wait, Kobe, you can actually handle that. I want you to talk about him.
Oh, yeah? I think he did pretty well there, Saint. What you think? Yeah, 5-0 on Aurelia. I think it's really up to Dig to do something about Zion. Zion just needs to keep on performing as he has been. He's creating pressure for his team. He's one of the lanes that is winning. And when he comes into the team fights, he's getting kills easily. Like we saw him come in and cut off Scar in the back line, even after his teleport was interrupted. Still able to make plays.
Yeah, and the next guy on Coast to talk about is Shifter, who actually, ironically enough, you talk about making plays. Game 1, Ari wasn't translated into success, even though he made plays. He runs Ziggs, just sat in the back line, right? 1-0-10, just putting in the damage, letting his team kind of pick up the rest of the slack. Worked really well for him.
Yeah, I gotta say, Shifter hasn't really had a bad game this weekend, but it looked like Ziggs was more of what his team needed from him. So I would like to see him on Ziggs again.
Yeah, we'll see if he picks that one up. Now let's talk about Dignitas, though, a little bit. I know, Kobe, you talked about shutting down Zion Spartan a little bit. And one of the guys we're going to talk about, though, who got actually shut down a little bit this game was Skara.
Yeah, Skara. So we talked about the champion pool. I think that still is the story for him as far as the mid lane is concerned. 1-for-1 on Orianna, not that great. A couple shockwaves were hitting a couple people, but he definitely didn't look as comfortable as he was on those champions where he can just sit back and farm for a long time. Orianna is a champion that he can do that on, but he doesn't seem comfortable on her. As Saint said, he has had a hard time picking her up pretty much throughout his career.
So then speaking of other guys who were a little bit uncomfortable maybe on their champions, Kiwi Kid going for Leona the second time now, right? We talk about him being a great Annie. He had a great couple of Thresh games as well, but this Leona performance was not great.
Yeah, when I think Kiwi Kid, I always think really great Thresh player, an amazing Annie player. He's definitely one of the best Annie players in the LCS. But I never really see him play Leona that much. It doesn't look like a champion that is his go-to. So maybe they could target ban him or just try to pick around it. I'm not sure what he picked. Maybe a Karma? Didn't he play Karma a lot in the split?
He's been a good Karma. It's actually interesting because Kiwi Kid used to be a top laner for Dignitas and had he was the record setter for most deaths in a split at that point, right? He had most deaths as a melee, primarily top laner guy. Plays Leona, melee, frontline sort of dude, not having the best kind of performance, but when he's playing these squishier backline people like Annie and Karma, it's actually working for him. Like that kind of style of champion seems to be better fitting for that player.
So no melee for Kiwi Kid. Okay. Yeah.
Maybe that's the key. We're going to see. But we're going to send it over to Quickshot and Jap for the play-by-play of our final game.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm interested to see how this next pick and ban phase plays out. Yeah. My eyes are going to be on Cutie Pie, though. The Draven pick could have worked.
Yeah, he was getting pretty farmed.
But imagine had that champion been a Sivir.
First pick Lucian.
How different could those team fights have gone?
True.
You know? So I don't know. I think when so much is on the line, to pull a Draven out, it can work. Please don't get me wrong, but it is a high risk, high reward kind of pick.
Yeah, he was getting a little bit rewarded, but they just didn't have the closing power in a lot of those team fights. Yeah, especially since so much of his farm was uncontested. Draven's a really strong champion in lane, and he didn't necessarily need laning power in there. I don't think that was necessarily the story. Those guys touched on it actually fairly well. Shifter's wave clear, of course. Kiwi Kid with a bit of an underperformance, and Scar's Orianna were the main stories of that last game. Look for Scar to move away to a different champion.
And let's see if that Lucian is first picked again. It would potentially be the 5th game in a row. Now, we did see a Lucian ban. Last time, Lucian was super impactful. Once again, quick fire bans. Team Dignitas, LeBlanc, Nidalee, as well as Ziggs off the table. Team Coast have taken away Soraka and Karthus. Jax is still available.
5 mid lane bans, quick shot.
And first pick Kha'Zix, maybe? Coast have banned Kha'Zix in both of their previous games. This is going to be breaking the norm as far as the Kha'Zix is concerned. 5 for 5.
Apparently the name of the game is Lucian in North America. It's been day 2 of the North American LCS playoffs. Today is his day. He is getting first pick so much.
Today, it was his day yesterday. I mean, we've just seen so much Lucian, which is expected, of course, but first picking it, you know, it's one of those things, I guess. First picking a support is safe as well. You don't reveal your hand. You don't give anything away. You don't give anything away by locking Lucian in. And they're giving it to Cutie Pie, who won with Lucian in game 1 of this very series.
Yeah, but Kiwi Kid's a great Thresh, and Daydreamin' is a great Thresh as well, so they are just putting more preference on Lucian. It's a surprising move because that's just not the way it has been for the majority of the split, especially with all the talk on this 4.5 patch about how there's so many must bans and so many super high priority picks, and then a safe 80 carry becomes the first pick priority for the league is just obscure to me.
Well, let's see how this pick and ban phase plays out. Team Coast, the makings of the same composition that we've seen from them in games 1 and 2. Thresh and Elise locked in. It was the same picks and bans from game 1, and it was the second round of picks from game 2. Let's see where Dignitas goes with theirs.
Kha'Zix comes in big for Crumbs. That is him escaping the bans, and Crumbs is very, very happy about that. I actually expect to see a lot more of the same from the rest of the lineup. We're probably going to see Lee Sin versus Aurelia again in the top lane since Jax is gone.
Do you lock Ziggs in now if you're on Team Coast side?
I would love
Band away. Correct.
I would love to lock in.
Well spotted.
Shifter might have to go with something a little bit different, and that's gonna be very telling for what Scar ends up going for. Lulu was kind of a hover last game. It might be what Scar ends up going back to, or maybe they think he's a little bit too nerfed. I really don't know what Scar has left in the tank.
Whether or not Kiwi Kid wants to pull out the Leona again. He has played so much Annie, known for his Annie play. Most likely going to go for another aggressive support. Over on Team Coast side, Caitlyn locked in for Wiz Fusion. First time we're seeing it this series. And of course, Shifter has got that Lulu for the mid lane.
And the Lulu mid lane there from Shifter, I think blocks even more of Scar's picks. He is in a really dangerous spot here. He might just have to go Orianna again because that's all he has left.
Whenever we see those Orianna picks, you know, they can be game-changing. They can be. Shockwaves can win you games. But more often than not, they're just meh waves, and they're shockingly average at best.
Coast really backed Dignitas into a corner here, as far as their mid lane picks go, with all those bans, especially Dignitas fearing Shifter's champion pool so much that they had to throw 3 bans at him. And it's amazing because they were fine playing Nidalee yesterday. Very surprised that they played the pick and ban phase this way.
Well, we'll see how it affects their actual in-game. We are seeing Crumbs on Kha'Zix for the first time this series. Has been banned out in both games 1 and 2. And Crumbs, he did a fantastic job in game 1. He really did a lot to get Dignitas into a powerful position and into the lead. And we'll need to see if he can interrupt Coast with a very disruptive jungler.
Yeah, I really wonder about the Zion Spartan pick too. The Nasus hover, or the Nasus hover, really got me intrigued because that would be very similar to the Lulu Mundo that Curse was running, but Aurelia is what has got them to the game 3. Of course, a little bit more support this time for him.
Yeah, not a massive change, I feel, in style from Team Coast composition. They've got very similar types of champions. You've still got great wave clear from that Lulu. So Aurelia was locked in for the 3rd time. Zion Spartan hoping to replicate his very strong performance in the previous game. And Dig with another somewhat wombo combo comp.
And a couple of things that we know. Zion Spartan has gotten going in both of these games. When he's been up against Cruiser's Lee Sin, I think that can absolutely happen again. Shifter has had the absolute upper hand on Scar, and Scar had a poor game on Orianna. Then the other thing is Crumbs has been dying to play Kha'Zix, but this time if he goes in for resets, there will be Lulu shields to try and stop this, and the overall rotations were in the favor of Coast last game with very similar compositions. When I consider all these things, I actually feel like Coast has a really big edge in this one.
Well, we'll need to see how that early game plays out because Coast slowly in game 1, they fell behind. Game 2 evened it out and actually grabbed themselves a lead. Once again, as the teams are loading into this game, head over to Twitter and keep locking in your best guess, or educated guess, I suppose, about who will be heading to the locker room with the win.
Yes, tweet us at LOL Esports, use the hashtag DIGWin or CSTWin, because that's Dig and Coast.
Well spotted.
But we only got 3 letters.
Day.
We got 3 letters.
It has been a long day.
Watching the whole time, you might just be hashtag CoastWin. You spell it with the actual spelling. You use vowels. It's not how we play here.
See, this is why you're sitting in the analyst seat, breaking down the crucial information. What was the vote? Was it 83% in favor of Dig last time we checked?
Yep, it was in the 80s the last time we checked before last game. But after this neutralizing game 2, I imagine it's going to be swinging a little bit back in the other direction.
We'll have to see about that. Yeah. We'll have to see how the public opinion goes. We are loading onto the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, for the final game of the day. It is Dignitas taking on Coast in the decider of the 5th and final place in the North American Summer Split for the LCS. The loser will be taking part in the Summer Promotion Tournament next week. There is a lot on the line, and we're going to see both of these teams chilling in the tri-bush, as we have seen 2 games in a row.
Yeah, really. One win here saves them so much trouble down the road. It means they can start thinking and preparing for the summer split. If they lose, it means they have to then start preparing for a challenger team, which are wild cards, a bunch of young up-and-coming players with a lot of talent, and they'd be going into that on a huge downward swing of emotions. It is not something any team wants to deal with.
One of the things that stands out for me from the last promotion tournament was when Ninjas in Pajamas had been knocked out by KMT, a team now known as Roccat. Miffy came out after the matches and said he has never felt the pressure more than in game 2 of that series, where you said, my job is on the line. My future, my career is no longer entirely in my hands. And Miffy got into his own head.
And a small part of that pressure is put onto this game in particular, because it wouldn't end their LCS summer split, but it would mean there's a chance that it is over. And both these teams having promotion tournament experience, they know all about that.
Yep, is the case. So we are back into the game, and that is a significant swing back.
40.
I did not anticipate that powerful of a swing. 60-40 in favor of Coast this time around.
The Twitter hashtaggers are wise beyond their years.
Right, they are, and I undervalued their wisdom. So 5 members of Coast moving towards this top half of the map. We see Shifter has once again returned to lane. Shifter v Skara, while the rest of the team goes for those invades. And buddy system being employed, I'm going to assume. Let's see if Zion Spartan follows Nintendo more effectively this time.
Speaking of the promotion tournament, it was actually Complexity Black, a challenger team, that was the first team I saw doing this system, where they share all 3 camps on one side of the jungle and then go to lane with experience. So I give credit to them for that strategy.
And I will follow your lead and say, well played, fellows. Right now, Dignitas moving towards Larry White, as we coined him in the previous game. Barry White being taken down by Coast over in Dignitas's side of the map. And we'll see if Dignitas can get to the Dragon. I think that's going to be the key. We talked about this previously, how Dignitas got that advantage early on in game 1. Can they do it again now in game 3?
Yeah. Looks like Coast has adapted to this. They're very easily opting into kind of exactly the same strategy we've seen in games 1 and 2. The blue side has changed here, and the questions will remain somewhat similar. How does Cutie Pie do with the empty lane farm?
It's very interesting.
Where do they find team fights?
It's very interesting to think about how both of these teams have opted into the more passive, let's do the predictable style.
True.
As opposed to either team trying to set up and gank or defend their blue buff, or trying to win the game.
You're right.
At that point, so it's quite an interesting psychological discussion.
I think that's where fear comes into play a little bit, and not wanting to lose instead of wanting to win. What this does set up, though, is a 1v1 in the mid lane. Shifter is so strong in 1v1s, especially Lulu early on into the game. When you're doing these 4-man pushes, it is a complete skill matchup in that mid lane. Shifter comes out on top, backing Scar into a corner and champion select, and then crushing him in game.
Scar got owned. Straight up 1v1. I did not anticipate that level of burst. I personally have not been particularly blown away by 4.5 Lulus in the laning phase, but Scar just got bullied out, and Shifter, with a very early advantage, got himself that Chalice of Harmony already, and he's really going to make Scar's life difficult in these next few minutes.
Scar got hit by far too many Glitter Lances early on in the lane, and the auto attack trading was just too much from Shifter. That puts smiles and confidence in everyone on Coast. They have so much faith and confidence in Shifter that when he gets going, the whole team plays better.
Shifter, please, is the call from Coast, and he delivers in game 3. So Team Coast now resetting themselves across the lane. It's once again Zion Spartan getting that bomb. Scar has been ganked. Flay pulls him backwards. Cocoon lands. That is one dead mid laner. Final hit goes to a spitling of Nintendo.
They were trying to give it to Shifter, actually. They were that secure with their kill. Scar still doesn't burn exhaust because he was dead at that time. There were 3 people on him. This time the roam kill goes to Daydreamer as well. Sneaky little gank out of the Fog of War there from Nintendo with the repel from the brush.
If there was ever a time to try and put a player on tilt, it would be now. Scar is 0-2-0. Still sort of even in CS, but that surely will not be the case for much longer. Dignitas clear out a pink ward, and Nintendo grabbing his red buff.
Ooh, they're trying a little bit of an evade, trying to roam around more so than previously. They get warded over the wall, and they might try a fast 4-man push on the top lane, but they're warded out very well here.
Well, let's see if Kiwi Kid can find a Zenith Blade. There are 2 members of Coast underneath this tower, and Dignitas have begun sieging. They've got quite a bit of damage to play with, but not enough minions, I feel.
Yep.
Daydreaming and Wiz Fusion actually defend. Kiwi Kid eats another death sentence. It is the game of the day so far, as far as Kiwi Kid is concerned, but doesn't equate to anything.
And let's actually get back to Skara and whether or not he may be on tilt in this game, because Shifter is doing a very good job against him. But just consider the situation that Dignitas has put Skara into. You go back to week 10 of the LCS. They tell him out of the blue that he's benched. He rejiggers himself, goes into a coaching role. He does a great job. The team all talks well. They go 3-3 over the past 2 weeks with Golden Glue. Even though Golden Glue isn't necessarily performing, Skara is relieved. He has decreased pressure from not playing, even though he wants to continue playing, but his coaching job is good because he's not spending as much time playing League of Legends and practicing his mechanics. Yet then, guess what, Skara? You're playing again. How was all that relaxation for you? Maybe he's stronger tactically, but mechanically, nobody can expect him to be on Shifter's level because he was coaching for a couple weeks and let his mechanics drop.
That has resulted in him giving up that 1v1 first blood kill. Shifter not farming quite as effectively, considering Skara has been killed twice. But it is super early on, and those death timers are very short. And Zion Spartan now roaming to this mid lane. Coast have painted a massive bullseye on Skara's back. And that's the third, I'm not even going to call it an attempt, but that is the third sort of signal that Coast are trying to get into Skara's face.
Everyone's trying their hand at him. Next time we're going to see Wiz Fusion come mid lane for a gank because everybody else has tried to help him. And this game has actually calmed down into a bit of a laning phase right now. Let's see if Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid can make anything happen in this lane.
Well, Kiwi Kid, with a very half-hearted attempt at putting some damage down to Wiz Fusion, does land the Zenith Blade, but Cutie Pie was nowhere near applying any sort of poke there. So, Kiwi Kid landing the Zenith, not really garnering any sort of advantage. Skara gets level 6 with that blue buff, will be returning to lane a full level behind Shifter on Lulu. Both players with the respective Ancient Golem buffs, and Skara's been running scared. Every time we see him, he's sitting way far back in that lane.
Yeah, Lulu's turning into that lane bully. Just wait for the Athenes. Although you can't do the help picks double glitter lance trick anymore, he can still land his glitter lances. So he's a very good mid laner. Crumbs really needs to hit level 6 so he can start getting some ganks off. But the lane pushes have put him behind. He actually has not done very well in these games where he's had to help out on the early buddy system turret pushing if he can't just get back to farming his jungle full stop.
This actually takes us back to a discussion that you had yesterday, talking about Crumbs being in a difficult position because his solo laners are oftentimes behind, and Crumbs has to carry more than just his weight in the game. We'll see if his chilling in this top lane bush is going to work out in his favor. The wave is pushing towards Dignitas' tower, but Wiz Fusion and Daydreaming don't really look to be in risk of being jumped on just yet.
Yeah. You can tell how cautious these teams are being in the third game just because of what's on the line and because both games have kind of gotten out of hand for each team. So they're really afraid of making that one mistake that'll snowball them behind.
You've got to give props to Wiz Fusion and Daydreaming there. They didn't push past the mid part of the lane at all. And if, by some spider sense, the moment they do, Crumbs is nowhere to be seen. He backed off a few seconds prior, and just a really good read of the situation.
Yeah, because right now Zion's actually freezing a lane, which means Cruiser is free to roam and try and make plays, which is why the rest of Coast actually has to play very conservatively right now. We're actually going to have a 5-man roam up top lane from Dignitas any moment.
Well, this is going to be difficult. Let's see. That's a minion that catches the Sonic Wave. Cruiser not going to be able to do anything about that. 5 members of Dignitas in that top lane. Teleport is available for Zion Spartan. Pretty good poke onto Cruiser. There's been support now. Nintendude is here along with Shifter. This is a 5-on-4 until the teleport comes up. That's a shockwave. Catches Nintendude and Daydreaming. The solar flare was impeccable from Kiwi Kid. The easy kill secured for Dignitas. Teleport blown by Zion Spartan, but the re-engage is a real possibility. Distance from Skara to get away. They get a kill, but that was a lot blown for just the kill.
And it was really nice because Skara led with the shockwave that went into the solar flare, so they relied on Skara to make the initiation. Zion, though, trying to power through.
That's a good kickback from Cruiser. Saves Cutie Pie's life. Flash burned by Zion, throwing out those transcendent blades, not translucent. It has been a long day.
Zion Spartan really trying to become involved in team fights with that one. I think it would have been just as well served for him not to teleport in because the kill had already happened and he wasn't able to turn one around anyway. But all said, because it was a very bold dive by Dignitas and an extended chase afterwards. Dig is too low, and Coast ends up getting the dragon.
That's right. Global objective secured in favor of Coast. This is the first time they've secured the first dragon of the game. In Game 1, Dig snuck it super early at 4 minutes. Game 2, Dig grabbed it at 10 minutes in a much more coordinated fashion. And if we go back to yesterday's series, Dignitas started really strong against Curse. They picked up a strong early dragon fight, a good advantage, but from there on out, Curse just grabbed the reins and never let Dignitas back in.
It's like they're preparing very well for Game 1, but then don't know how to adapt mid-series.
Well, Crumbs got caught out. That's just melted. Everything landed. The cocoon into the ace in the hole. Now Kiwi Kid is in trouble. Can Daydreaming land any more CC? And a bit unfortunate for Crumbs. He was just stun locked there.
Yeah, and now a push down bottom where Coast can start getting turret control. Something I have to point out about Crumbs is the teleport comes in to actually save the turret. Flash ult though, oh boy.
Solar Flare catches Nintendo, not the greatest. Now the Zenith Blade lands onto Daydreaming. There's no culling available as the exhaust is going to slow Cutie Pie in his tracks. A wild growth onto Daydreaming, and that's the turn. Kiwi Kid gives up the 4th kill of the game. Skara has joined the party, but this is a 3v4 in the best case scenario, and Dig can't really stick to Coast. Another kill in favor of Coast, and it was Dig that started that.
The roam by Shifter came in at just the right moment because it seemed like Coast was kind of dead to rights, which is why Dignitas was so freely going in, not necessarily landing clean spells, but Crumbs is back, level 6, trying to make something happen.
Let's see if he can. Lands on WizFusion's head. That's a flash forward. There's no tower to fall back to. Look at the stealth. Now WizFusion's the first victim. Daydreaming is taking everyone on Dig for a walk. The culling plus the tower. This is going to be a dead Chain Warden. Cutie Pie grabs the 3rd kill of the game. Now Cruiser's actually trading with Zion's spot, and there's no mana on Zion. And Cruiser peels off, decides the minion wave is slightly more confirmed.
That could be a very critical play there by Coast bottom lane, overstaying and, in my opinion, letting Crumbs back in the game. I've watched a lot of Dignitas games, and I've never seen Crumbs as far behind as he was a couple minutes ago. He was level 5, 10.5 minutes into the game. He usually gets level 6 around 7 minutes because he's a very good farming jungler, and he always gets his XP. It was not the case this time, but since he was behind in XP, when he got those kills onto WizFusion, it means he gained a little bit of bonus experience to help him catch up, and he might be kind of back in the game now on Kha'Zix.
Well, the next few ganks are definitely going to tell the story of Crumbs' ability to impact this 3rd and deciding game in the series. Kiwi Kid is level 6 at the moment, helping out Skara in this mid lane. Kiwi Kid's roamed a large amount this series, but it's something you've talked about he does very often anyway.
Yeah.
Daydreaming has somewhat had his number.
It's his absolute favorite.
That was great. 2 wards from the single sweeping lens. A little unfortunate for Daydreaming, not really maybe looking at the animations on his screen too well.
Gotta be watching out for those sweepers. Leona with the quick little auto attack reset to get the extra ward kills in.
I also want to touch on the fact that WizFusion has a CS lead over Cutie Pie for the first time this series, and maybe even for the first time against any opponent all weekend long. WizFusion has been down in CS at the 10 to 15 minute marks, and even with the death to his name, has been CSing fairly well. So Coast, hold on to this very small lead, grouping towards this bottom half of the map, and maybe going to push for another tower.
Zion trying to clear this way because he knows a dive's coming.
Well, Solar Flare is up. It does connect. Zion spot and gets caught by the Zenith Blade. Crumbs was tanking the tower for just a little bit. That was a Dragon's Rage kick, and Dignitas should get the kill. A leap forward from Crumbs. One last hit should do it. Doesn't get the skill shot. It's not over. Coast managed to secure a tower. Zion sidesteps a Sonic Wave. One more missile, and that was close. Wild Growth was so close. Shockwave onto Shifter. Now he's in trouble. Exhaust is out. Skara uses the Summoner spell. Wild Growth throws him up. Too little, too late. Double kill. You called it. Crumbs is back.
Absolutely back, but the rest of Coast is pushing the bottom lane as well. This has just turned into a very back and forth game because they overcommitted. Well, not overcommitted, because they're pushing bottom. And Dignitas cleaned up the Coast solo laners. They're getting a turret back out of this one.
Dignitas are back in this game. They grabbed 2 more kills onto Crumbs' Kha'Zix, a player who arguably is a large determining factor in Dignitas' wins. Here's a replay.
Yeah, this was a little bit crazy as far as Dignitas goes. It was a smart dive, and they actually went before the minions had even aggroed the turret. And then Zion, it's crazy how this worked out. Because the dive wasn't clean, and because Dignitas missed these skill shots, they actually get more out of it. Since Shifter comes all this way, uses all of his spells just to get in range, and then Scar was waiting for him on the way back, and then Dignitas can clean up. They burn everything. They get both solo laners dead on Coast, which is of utmost importance, and a turret afterwards. Huge momentum swing there for Dignitas. Gold, dead even, double buffs on Crumbs with the Dragon on its way.
And we'll see what Crumbs can do with those buffs as Dignitas now moving towards the Dragon Pit. I think vision control is in favor of Coast. They've got a few more wards in and around this area of the map. Daydreaming's in a little bit of trouble. Takes some poke from Dignitas, but has the support of the rest of his team. And wisely, Dignitas don't overcommit. Now, Cruiser has a level advantage and an item advantage over Zion Spartan. This is a big, big advantage for Cruiser, considering how poorly the matchup went in Game 2.
Yeah, this game is close, unlike Games 1 and 2. Another pressure top by Crumbs, but he doesn't have the third amigo in this one. He's got to get back down bottom.
Well, Dragon has going to spawn in 10 seconds time. We did see Nintendo, he was moving his way top, decided to back away the moment there was no actual dive coming in. Both teleports available for Cruiser and Zion.
All right, Game 1 was decided because Dignitas won all the Dragon fights the Coast forced. Game 2 swung a little bit when Daydreaming got a thresh hook while Dignitas was trying to contest. What will happen in Game 3 because Coast is around the Dragon, taking a fair bit of poke.
Well, we will find out shortly. Daydreaming below half hit points. Coast appear to be on the retreat. Look for the Solar Flare. Kiwi Kid locked in place. Kiwi Kid eats another death sentence. Solar Flare comes down, slows down Shifter, not the greatest. Nintendo forced to repel up in the air. The Shockwave pulls members of Coast together. First kill is onto Daydreaming, and now Dignitas chasing them down. Shifter gets away thanks to the movement speed increase, and a 90 caliber net over the wall puts Wizfusion alive for a few seconds before a quick roundhouse to the head takes him out. Nintendo and Zion Spartan get away with their lives 2 for 0, and most likely the Dragon.
This is now a big lead for Dignitas after that fight. It was rather clean, actually, even though the ultimate from Leona wasn't. The rest of the fight went very well. Let's take another look at this one. Coast puts a lot of damage on a Kiwi Kid, but doesn't kill him, which lets the reinitiation happen for Dig. And then Scar lands a pretty good shockwave that is followed up on by I'm a Cutie Pie. Most importantly, then everything else from Dignitas can pile on. Lee Sin was free to dive without taking damage since he's got a very squishy build, and it meant to win for Dignitas in that fight.
Oh, Cutie Pie just able to dash away, had enough mana for that ability to remove the slow. And as you've highlighted, Dignitas now in control after that very good team fight. We'll see if they can execute it again. Coast were in full retreat mode. Dignitas didn't really hesitate to initiate. Teleport in the backline once again. Cruiser, can he find somebody? That means he lands right on top of Nintendo. And they just squash the spider under their boots, as you expect.
A rampage for Crumbs. After that horrendous start, has got to feel really good for Dignitas. He has all the momentum behind him now. That Coast bottom lane overstaying has had some dire circumstances or consequences for the rest of this game. Now they're pushing on a mid-tier middle turret.
There's nobody from Coast here that even wants this fight. We do see Daydreaming sticking a little bit forward. He's going to be careful not to get caught by any of the crowd control. Zion Spartan was waiting in the wings, and truthfully, he didn't really make any attempt to defend the tower. So Dignitas take the tower lead. The first time in the game, steal away a blue buff on their way out. And slowly crawling ahead in terms of objectives and gold.
I'd say they're quickly crawling ahead, I guess. Running ahead, that's a nice try. It wasn't. That was
he was pretty quick.
That's a bad try. He didn't even burn a flash.
Boots of mobility. So I'm starting to think Kiwi Kid is a little bit of a vandal because he's spray painting those Phoenix insignias all over Summoner's Rift. He's just showing us how good he is at drawing them.
Wouldn't it be great to have a Solar Flare right now against Coast, and they can actually push this mid lane with impunity because they know the Solar Flare is down?
No way. Kiwi Kid just wants to eat a Death Sentence. Let's see if it connects. That's a great shockwave. Nintendo and Shifter pulled back into place. The Death Sentence comes down, but nobody from Dig is pushing into it. The Death Sentence does connect. It's onto Skara. Zion dives in. That's 2 kills for Coast. Wild Growth keeps Zion alive as now Crumbs is somewhat overextended. Kiwi Kid still looking for something. Gets slowed by the Glitzerlance. Cutie Pie pokes down the damage, but at the end of the day, Coast execute that well.
2-4-0. No finishers on that fight for Dignitas. Crumbs got locked up as soon as he went in. Now the push goes. I wonder how far they're going to continue this one because Dig is still low and Coast is still pushing.
Ace in the hole goes out. Kiwi Kid mitigates some of the damage thanks to that Eclipse. Cutie Pie's low on mana, needs to be very careful about his positioning. Lance hits hard and Coast. They get 1 and damage on the inner turret. This game is far from being controlled by either team right now.
Yeah, we got ourselves a good old-fashioned showdown for Game 3 between Coast and Dignitas to see who remains in the LCS and who has to re-qualify in the promotion tournament.
I think more importantly as well, in this game, at 20 minutes, both teams are more even.
Yeah.
In both of the previous games, you felt Dig was somewhat in control game 1, you felt Coast was somewhat in control game 2, and here's that mid lane fight.
Yeah, and this kind of shows you how even the teams actually are. It's mainly just because the Solar Flare wasn't up for Dignitas that they ended up losing this one, and because some clutch skill shots were landed. If there's a Solar Flare on Kiwi Kid, and if Daydreamin' doesn't land that hook on Ascara, it's not a 2 for 0. That could actually be a 1 fight for Dig.
So, touche, well played by Coast. We do see over the last few minutes, Zion Spartan has completed that Trinity Force, but he's dealing with Cruiser, who has the Ravenous Hydra and the Giant's Belt completed. I'm looking forward to seeing that 1v1, because previously Cruiser, he just had to book it. Every time Zion looked him in the eyes, he's like, nope, don't want this, peace out, and he moved his way down the line. So we'll see how this duel turns out in a few moments.
And yes, the teams are fairly close, but the individuals aren't too disparaging in farm either. That's one of the more interesting things about this. It's not like there's an overpowering AD carry on one side and overpowering top laner on the other. Cruiser, though, has an overwhelming amount of people coming down at him.
Can he survive long enough for the support? Kiwi Kid's coming in from the river. Solar Flare lands onto Zion Spartan. Crumbs jumps into the team. Zion is going to dash back to the minions. He's pulling the team away from him. Sonic Wave connects. Cruiser lands the skill shot, and now the rest of Coast are scrambling to defend this top tower.
How many fights have we seen up in this top lane? More than I'm used to seeing in these matches, and the main damage threat is down for Coast. It makes this push a little bit less dangerous for Dig, but that Lulu wave clear is a little bit much.
Yeah, great wave clear from Shifter. He holds onto the tower. Dignitas don't even get near for a single auto attack. PewDiePie continues to push up this mid lane. He's got a CS advantage. Dignitas now roaming as this mobile hit squad, as it were. And Dig, you know, every time Coast does something well, Dignitas find a way to regain control of the game. It's still a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Dignitas.
They've accumulated a few more advantages since that 2-0 fight they lost in the mid lane. They've kind of regained control. A lot of that just has to do with Crumbs. Look at this, who will win. Dignitas crawling back. I feel like if we're taking this live, it's going to be going a little bit farther up towards Dignitas as this game moves on, because they are coming together. Crumbs is stronger. A little bit crawling up there.
A few more minutes. We'll need to check back in on this one, because you are correct. Dignitas with a great play. What I love about that top lane tower they just picked up, they made an attempt. Coast defended. Coast peeled away to go elsewhere on the map. And Dig are just like, oh, hang on a minute, we can grab that one uncontested. And they did. So conscientious play from Dignitas. It also helps they've got, you know, 13 wards on the map. The whole top half is littered. Regardless, Dragon has respawned. Coast have positioning right now. And Dig, they're looking to contest as they have been doing all series.
Lulu is quite strong in these team fights if you can get off multiple glitter lances at the right time. However, the Kha'Zix, Lee Sin, Orianna has been just exquisite. And honestly, I'm a PewDiePie's Lucian is ripping these fights apart with his culling and then followed up with just nice dashes coming in. Dignitas is absolutely right to start this Dragon, but Kiwi Kid's got to be careful.
Oh, Kiwi Kid's in so much trouble. Solar Flare is up. Can he connect? That's the question. Daydreaming and Zion Spartan this time. Pulled into the shockwave. Crumbs is looking to clean up. That's one. Cruiser gets the kill credit. Dignitas continue through the chase, but their HP bars are very, very low. Cruiser gives up the ghost. He's the first victim of Dignitas to fall. Ace in the hole comes out. PewDiePie survives it.
Great fight there by Dignitas. Yes, there was someone getting caught out of position, but he still landed a great shockwave after that one, and they get the Dragon plus an even trade. If they can make it back before more turrets fall, it would be a little bit more even. But even so, I think that turret was going to be dying soon anyway. The Dragon is a nice take by Dig.
And they still hold on to that gold lead. Zion Spartan is getting more terrifying, but he is behind in items. A chain vest next to a completed Randian's Omen.
Yeah,
Cruiser
just the gold on those guys. It's actually 1,200 ahead for Cruiser and 2,200 ahead for Crumbs over Nintendo. That kind of happened for Crumbs in Game 1. Nintendo shut him down in Game 2, but despite shutting him down early in Game 3, Crumbs has found his way back. That's sneaky Kha'Zix.
Goes all the way back to Wiz Fusion and Daydreaming getting caught out. All the way back to those 2 kills 13, 14 minutes ago, however long it was. It gave
It's hard to keep a bug down.
It is. It gave him the kills that he needed to. So, no one's got the raid bug spray on them just yet. Kha'Zix 4-1-5, got a 30 CS lead over Nintendo, a 2-level lead over Nintendo. And I really hate to bash on the guy, but he hasn't had a particularly strong impact in the smaller skirmishes. The team fights have been pretty good. His cocoons have been good. Give a guy credit. But unfortunately in the 2v2s and 3v3s, he hasn't really found the picks.
Yeah, and at this point, it's about if Coast gets caught in a rotation through the jungle. Nice scout there, throwing the Spiderling forward, but they still need to make their way to defend this turret.
So Cutie Pie's got a few auto attacks down. Their sentence onto the minion there from Daydreaming. Couldn't find
what
a
he was
target.
planning with that one.
Yeah, I'm not
was
quite
right
sure.
from the whole time.
Maybe he
Oh,
thought
dear.
the tower was going to take it out a tad quicker than it did. Nevertheless, tower defense successful. Coast hold on to their top inner turret for now.
Yep. 4,500 gold now for Dignitas. If the game goes longer and longer, though, without extending that lead, the percentage gold differential will decrease greatly. I wonder what Daydreaming's trying to do. He's trying to start trouble. I don't know if they want to start trouble right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of members together here.
There he goes.
He's decided to go in. He dashes right back out. That was pretty good poke. Nintendo once again gets locked up. Kiwi Kid's solar flares have been somewhat questionable. Some great, some average.
There has been such a small amount of follow by the rest of Dignitas when Kiwi Kid throws out the solar flares. He's throwing the max range. Sometimes he can't even follow his own up. The Zenith Blades have been nice, though.
And Kiwi Kid eats another death sentence. Now Zion Spartan is the target. Wild Growth is up. He decides to re-engage. That is a great shockwave. Everyone from Coast gets pulled together. Nintendo, the only one that escapes. It won't last long. Zenith Blade a tiny bit early. Nintendo is going to move away. Gets the shield from Lulu. 2 quick kills. And Dignitas are on the inhibitor turret.
2-4-0 and a great shockwave by Scar, who started the game getting first blood in the mid lane. He's came back strong. 9 assists from the 12 kills. Dignitas gets an inhibitor.
They manage to grab absolute control in the game. Even though Daydreaming landed that hook, it was not a hook that he wanted.
And just watch this. It was almost like Coast was baited because Kiwi Kid's solar flare was down. Everyone groups up in this corridor, and Scar sees the shockwave, hits 4. Everyone but Nintendo Dex. And then Cutie Pie hits him through with that Q of Lucian and just destroys everyone a little bit more.
AoE from Dignitas doing work against the Coast composition. 7,000 gold in the lead. Dignitas now have such a stranglehold in that spot, on that 5th place position, and a guaranteed role in the summer split. We'll see if they can close it out. This is arguably the hardest part of League of Legends, but they've definitely got all the tools they need to ensure it happens.
Yeah. Slowly getting more and more gold.
Oh,
Coast is going to want to get a catch. Got a pretty long jump range on that guy, and he's got his Randwoods as well, plus a pretty tanky build. It's tough to catch him. Fusion, however,
that solar flare,
a pixel away from death.
Would have been so incredibly close. And that's one of those times again, Kiwi Kid's solar flares.
Definitely not
that
good.
He's firing these solar flares more than I think anybody else I've ever seen.
You miss every solar flare you don't cast.
Well, you miss. Kiwi Kid misses a lot that he does cast as well.
Yes.
So we'll have to see if he can close this one out. To be fair, they're 12-7 up, and I am being a bit overly harsh.
It's strange, though, because Kiwi Kid had such a great performance yesterday. He's picking it up on Leona. He's definitely understanding the tankiness of it, and a lot of these fights, he's honestly soaking up a lot of damage, which is benefiting him.
That was close.
In one way or the other.
That was so incredibly close. Scar just gets out of the cocoon stun to flash away from the death sentence. Ace in the hole. Oh, misstep. Hey, curve the bullet. I mean, West Future just curves the bullet. Been watching a bit of Angelina Jolie. So now Coast, this also feels a bit desperate. Look, they've kept the super minions in control in this mid lane. They've been trying to force something on Dig, and they've caught Crumbs.
They know they have someone low. They chain the stuns onto the stealth target, and they just keep messing them up.
That is a great solar flare. Crumbs manages to jump away. Kiwi Kid, I'm sorry for calling you out because you just saved Crumbs' life. Locks up members of Coast, and Crumbs gets out.
They get another one on the Scar? Really?
Scara is gone.
How many hooks is Daydreaming going to land to try and bring Coast back to life here? They have Scarlet down, Crumbs was back to base, and Cruiser would have to TP in. They may just get this Baron, but there's going to be a lot of damage coming down from I'm a Cutie Pie, potentially.
This is going to be so difficult for Dignitas.
How fast can they do this, Baron?
This is a teleport from Cruiser. Baron still alive in the background, 2,500 hit points. Zion Spartan gets the wild growth. Kid is in the middle of the entire team. He's zoning 4. Crumbs looking for an execute. That's a flash away from Kid. Not the greatest of Randuin's omens is Dignitas. They've interrupted the Baron, number 1. Number 2, they haven't given up any more kills.
And something that is becoming more and more apparent is it's just difficult for Coast to do damage. Crumbs jumps on Zion.
Oh, Nintendo lands the cocoon. Here comes Cruiser. Cruiser looking for the Sonic Wave. That one went wide. Now Nintendo in a little bit of trouble. Dragon's Rage is available here for Cruiser. Let's see if he can get the Sonic Wave. He connects. That's going to be a dead spider. Just a matter of time. Cruiser will finish it out. Gets cocoon down now. Sonic Wave. That closes it. No assist for anyone else. And Dignitas now have some time. Super Minions almost taking that turret down.
Coast actually had a good peel and a very good opportunity to fight Dignitas there, but it became readily apparent as Dignitas takes this Baron uncontested that Coast just can't kill Dignitas. You consider that Lulu is low damage to begin with. Then their other main damage dealer, Zion Spartan, who they're trying to protect, is incredibly attack speed reliant. Yet there's double Randuins on Dignitas, and Lee Sin's attack speed slow from his E that is eating up Zion Spartan. He is not able to stick and deal damage to anyone. Take a look at this fight and really just see how little damage Dignitas takes. Zion Spartan jumps directly on top of them and gets Lulu out, but then Cruiser slows his attack speed and Zion Spartan can't help but run away. He used an E on Kiwi Kid. That was his contribution to that fight as a Trinity Force Aurelia. That's why they couldn't kill Dignitas and eventually got pushed out of this one as Crumbs is able to re-engage.
So Dignitas going to be very happy. They secure the Baron for themselves after Crumbs and Skara looked to give up uncontested kills. Crumbs got out with his life thanks to a good save by Kiwi Kid, and once again, Crumbs sends his sights on the strike. It's very clear Crumbs likes dragons. He's done a lot of solo dragons this series. Nocturne in game 1, I think he got 3 of them by himself. This is just going to add another dragon to the tally of Dignitas, and they've had great Drake control over all 3 games.
It's part of his need to do it all himself. He's like, guys, I'll take the dragon. You go over there. I can do it myself.
Just don't get hooked. Don't let Daydreaming land one. Daydreaming 057.
Scar, please stay away from the Thresh. That's all Crumbs is telling him right now.
Scar and Kiwi, I think.
Kiwi's all right. He's tanky enough he can take it, I feel like.
Super beefy. Got that Aegis of the Legion, had the face of the mountain for a while. Hasn't upgraded his Sightstone yet, but hasn't needed to. And has been sitting on that Chain Vest for an extended period of time. Dignitas up to 10,000 gold in the lead. They're going to grab their 7th tower of the game. No one from Coast is even nearby, and I don't think they could contest. That is a Baroned up Dignitas team. They don't want no piece of that.
Yeah, the hooks aren't doing much here because Coast just does not have very much damage potential team-wide. The inhibitor's up. Dignitas is going to go in and try and siege this one down. They're actually doing it without the minions.
Well, they've got a lot of power to play with. Coast, how do they defend? Do they defend?
They don't. They do not have the damage or the ability to initiate.
Well, here goes my answer. Inhibitor secured. Coast unable to fight that one. Looking to wait out and survive the Baron buff, I feel.
Yeah, as much as they could punish Scar at the start of the game, he's still hit his items. Death Cap, Athene's Unholy Grail, the Shockwave will be a huge threat. And how would Coast engage if Dignitas dives onto this turret? They're trying to clear the wave. Kiwi Kid just goes!
He manages to catch Zion Spartan. Let's look for the Solar Flare. That is a great Solar Flare! Coast locked up under the tower. Tower secured now as Cutie Pie manages to melt that one. Kiwi Kid has lost his life. The Nintendo and Zion hanging out on the sidelines. They have been hurt. Inhibitor is slowly being poked down. There's still a lot of HP on the side of Dignitas. Zion Spartan jumps in. His attack has been slowed. He is just deleted. Cruiser gets a kill. Now Nintendo forced to run away. Crumbs jumps in there. Doesn't manage to get the kill. Unfortunately, Nintendo repels in the air. Scar is in trouble. Glitzerlance takes him out. But the inhibitor went down. Ace in the hole comes out. 2 inhibitors. They lost a bunch of members. Yes. I think Dignitas will still be happy.
I think they're going to say worth on that one because I'm a Cutie Pie spent a lot of time deliberately focusing down the inhibitors in those engagements. Coast very slowly was able to kill Dignitas, but that's absolutely fine for them. With 2 inhibitors clear, they're going to have super minions. Let's watch this again to see exactly how it happened. That's a full health turret. And Kiwi Kid going in. Watch out for Cutie Pie. He's in the turret. He's not helping out in the slightest. The shockwave lands, it takes them low. Then they get to stick around a little bit, and Coast is toying with the idea of disengaging, but they realize they can't just give up these inhibitors, and Dignitas is actually pretty low. It is a 5v4, and Crumbs is popping us off, but then after Cutie Pie puts out that bad culling, it means Zion can absolutely go. They all in, they see how much they can get. WizFusion does his best to do damage. He does kill Kha'Zix midair, but they can't save the inhibitor, and they're now down even more.
Have to give kudos to Cutie Pie. He made all of his focus was on the objectives. And thanks to the control, Dignitas now in control of the vote. Once again, 55% of you have been tweeting at us at DIG win and at CST win. So thanks for taking part in that one, guys. And Cutie Pie, again, I also just want to compare his mechanical ability. While all that nonsense was going on, he managed to use his E to dodge a cocoon from Nintendo. While all of that's happening, it blows my mind that he's got the presence of mind to see that happening and avoid getting locked in place. Super Minions done 2 lanes, Dig on the top lane.
This is just a matter of time. Well,
there you go, Solar
that was
Flare.
out of sync.
And no one follows. Another
once
time.
again.
I wonder if there's not a shot calling discrepancy in the team.
Something is going on with Dignitas, but if they win this one, they have a while to figure it out before the summer split, because a win would guarantee them their spot right there. Taking down Coast 2-1. Kiwi Kid gets hooked, but he's got a lot of tankiness.
He totally wanted that. Nintendo just gets melted by that attack and dissonance from Skara. Skara looking to set himself up with a shockwave. Daydreaming, lands a hook onto Kiwi Kid. Kiwi Kid gives up his life. The turret hasn't been touched, but there are super minions filtering to the Nexus turrets. It's only a matter of time or Dig get on the tower.
As long as Dignitas keeps their presence here, Coast won't be able to defend it forever. The next minion wave is coming up. Those super minions are pounding down. It's tough for Shifter to kill these. When the super minions are next to each other, everything is buffed up extremely far.
3 members of Coast are defending their turrets. Nintendo's been left to solo hold on to those objectives. Dignitas continue the siege. 4 members in this top lane, and those command attacks and dissonances from Skara really are hurting. They melted Nintendo, and they just hit WizFusion.
With the Void Staff completed, it's still a threatening Orianna, despite how much he may have been shut down in the laning phase. Pretty good clear, though, by Coast. I'm surprised they're able to hold off these double super minion waves. It's because it was a 5v4. With Kiwi Kid going down, the inhibitors will be respawning soon. Maybe Coast actually holds out.
Smart wave clear from Coast in that top lane. I mean, it kept Dignitas off the tower for a prolonged period of time, and that means that Coast, they live to fight another day. Middle inhibitor has respawned. Bottom inhibitor won't be much longer before that's up. But I feel Crumbs will have his eyes set on the next dragon, and maybe even the next Baron as well.
Yeah, the objective rounds are up again right now. But if the inhibitors do fully respawn, it actually means they're contestable objectives for Coast. If WizFusion could get to his Infinity Edge, I think as a team, they could rely on themselves to do a little bit more damage. They see Cutie Tom, they try and get a fight.
Now that's a flash away from Skara. Zion Spartan looks onto Kiwi Kid. Solar Flare was not used. Flash for flash at the end of the day. Attempt by Coast doesn't net any gains.
Well, Baron up, Dragon up in a few. They're trying to get the ward control right now. Dignitas just started up. Nintendo is pretty good at stealing these objectives, but expected Dignitas peel.
And WizFusion is nowhere near. Dignitas have decided to back away. Baron is actually still going down. Coast now have all 5 members with him. Kiwi Kid is the one tanking up the Baron. Death Sentence doesn't connect. Solar Flare comes down and peels, forces Coast to split. Zion Spartan's on the front line. Randy
It's a pretty good start for Coast.
Down. We'll see, look for the wild growth. That's a good wild growth. I believe that was onto Zion Spartan. He's both out of the fight. The shockwave just destroys Coast's HP bars. Nobody dies until that very moment. Nintendo is the only victim of the fight as Ace in the Hole goes up. Wow! Skara just gets obliterated by the damage. 1 for 0, Baron still up.
As big as this advantage is for Dignitas, they are playing not as a team. They are individually doing their own thing. There's a shockwave that's not followed up by solar flares. Kiwi Kid is seemingly just throwing them out. I'm a Cutie Pie is doing his best to try and carry this team. It's just not really together. That was actually a good initiation by Coast. Just watch this fight. Kiwi Kid's just on the Baron. There's no way he's going to follow that up. He actually stepped on a trap while still in the Baron pit. He's not really a part of this fight. Then you see Coast. they do pop a decent randoms. And remember, they're down 10,000 gold without a great team fighting team. We don't have time to watch this again because Dignitas is forcing once again.
Well, let's see what Kiwi Kid can do with his solar flare. Baron is up. There's not enough members of Coast nearby. Nintendo is miles away, and Coast caught napping with their pants around their ankles. Daydreaming does throw down the flare. It's not going to be enough. The rest of Dignitas are on him. That was a good wild growth that at least delayed the kill, but the resets right here. Crumbs jumps in, gets caught by a cocoon. 5 members of Dignitas running down 4 members of Coast. Inhibitors have to be the target.
2 exposed inhibitors, and they could do that because of the 1 kill they picked off at the end of that last fight, so they could just force the Baron very quickly. Now they can just force these 2 inhibitors very quickly, as Coast is dying for resources.
There are minions pushing through this middle lane. Let's see what Dignitas decide to do. The cocoon catches out onto Scara. There's no wild growth available. Kiwi Kid slows Nintendo. We've got a fight on 2 fronts as Zion is going toe-to-toe with Crumbs. Decide to back away. Second inhibitor secured. Shockwave catches Nintendo. Nintendo is gone.
There's only 1 inhibitor turret and 3 people on Coast right now between Dignitas and the summer split of the LCS.
It looks like they're going to do it. We do see WizFusion doing the best he can. Shifter is onto Cutie Pie. Cutie Pie forced away. That's a flash from Shifter. He is still alive. He's running low on mana. Cruiser is fighting in the background on the Nexus turret. WizFusion may be able to get him down. They've traded 1 for 1. Dignitas still have a numbers advantage. But they may have to play this one a little bit safer.
Wow. So with the Baron buff and 2 inhibitors down once again, they
haven't
pull
stopped.
slightly back. They don't go all the way back. They're going to try and get this one. They do have Shifter down. There's just Fusion and Zion. He's pretty strong.
Oh, Zion's looking for a target. Can he get Cutie Pie? That's the question. Zion's locked up. Zion's stunned. Zion's exhausted, and Zion is dead. Now we look over to WizFusion. He gets cold. That is another kill for Cutie Pie. 6-0-7. Ladies and gentlemen, Dignitas have done it. 2-1. They secure 5th place, and more importantly, a spot in the summer split of the North American LCS.
It wasn't easy for them. You can tell Scara did not have a good time in that game, but the relief was palpable on the face of Crumbs and devastation on the face of Nintendo.
Coast will be taking part in next week's summer promotion tournament, placing 6th in the spring split of the LCS. They will get the choice of teams. They will get first draft on who their opponents will be, but another time in the promotion tournament for the team Coast.
2 splits in a row, unfortunately for them. Not the LCS storybook they would have want written for them. Summer split of 2013, they actually finished 7th. So they didn't even have a chance to participate in the playoffs. This time they did take it down to the wire, but they fall once again into that promotion tournament.
Difficult position to be in. And, you know, there were moments of life. It's something that every time you watch a Coast team play, it's like, wow, that was a great play. That was a great moment. But they just can't string multiple moments together.
Yeah, and you can see Scar there, still not super happy with his performance. I mean, dying so early on, 1v1 in lane, is not what he wants to do in the LCS mid lane. But at the same time, his shockwaves and team fights, as far as the best team fighter for Dignitas in that game, it was Scara. He did perform in the team fights, but you could tell that just stressed everybody on Dignitas out. Relief across the board.
Every shockwave in that final game felt positive and impactful, and they got better. The first 2 or 3 hit 2 members of Coast. Then they hit 4 members of Coast back-to-back in team fights.
Yeah, great team fight performance by Scara, and a tough set of wins that Dignitas had to grind out there.
Well, at least they guaranteed a spot in that summer split. And for you guys at home, remember to head over to lolesports.com and secure your spot in our audience for the North American Summer Promotion Tournament, which gets underway Saturday, April 26th.
There you can cheer on XGG, Evil Geniuses, and Team Coast as they compete against the best from the Challenger Series in a battle to return to the North American LCS.
Yeah, click on the tickets link for all of the details and start working on a sign for your favorite team or player. But now, let's send it down to the analyst desk where Kobe will be talking to the victorious Dignitas in what I feel will be an emotional discussion.
All right, thank you, Trevor. I am here with Scara after their victory. Congratulations, Scara. Now, first I got to ask you, coming back to the team, you guys had an emotional ride here. There's still some things you want to improve on for next split. What are the objectives moving forward?
Honestly, I feel like our rotational game improved a lot. In the first 10 minutes of the game, it's just, again, our mid-game rotations are really lacking. And right now in patch 4.5, you really need to have a good mid-game to be able to win the game. And we currently do not have that.
So after the first game that you guys won, then you went into game 2 and you had a hard loss. How do you regroup after a loss, looking at one more game separating you guys from the relegation tournament? What pulled you guys through?
Honestly, it's just you try to just forget about the game. Like, it sucked. We lost in game 2 because we weren't able to start fights. And that's entirely just like, it's not something you study. You're just like, okay, next game, initiate better. And then that's it.
And for you personally, you came in, you came back, you saved your team from relegation. Is it time to put up the mission accomplished banner for Scar for this trip?
Well, I really wish I had more than 3 days of practice on this patch, but I'm not happy where we ended, but I'm happy that we're not in relegations.
All right.
I'm very relieved right now.
Well, congratulations one more time, Scar. I'll let you go. We are going to send it back up to the guys at the desk now.
Thank you very much, and congratulations once again to Scar and the rest of Dignitas. And with another day of league action consigned to the record books, let's take a look at the North American bracket. Team Solomid pulled out a 2-1 win against the 3rd-seeded CLG and have advanced to the finals.
They'll face the #1 seed Cloud9, who defeated Curse in a 2-0 sweep. That means CLG will face off in a best-of-3 against Curse to see who can take 3rd.
Yeah, and taking 5th place is Dignitas after a 2-1 win over Coast. So that means Coast takes 6th and will play in the Summer Promotion Tournament next week. There, they will fight a team from the Challenger Series to hold their spot in the North American LCS. But of course, on Sunday, we'll be bringing you another full day of matches, starting with CLG versus Team Curse in a best-of-3 battle for 3rd place and bragging rights.
Then Cloud9 will face off against Team Solomid in a best-of-5 series for the title of North American Spring Split Champions and a spot at All-Stars in Paris.
Going to be incredibly exciting to watch, and the action gets underway Sunday at noon Pacific Daylight Time, which is 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. So for myself, Jack, Kobe, Freak, St. Vicious, and the entire live broadcasting crew, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. That's the culling being used. Destiny comes in. Here comes Dexter. That's a knocker from Afromoon. First kill secured in the fight. Now Expression is going to get dropped. That's a double kill for Dexter. Bjergsen's got a double kill. Link forced away. That's a triple kill for Bjergsen. That's a quadra kill for Bjergsen. He's looking for the penta. Can he get it? That's the question. Bjergsen leaves one more hit. That's a penta kill!
It's going to be 3 kills. It's got to be 4 kills. Cloud9 crushed the fight. So this could be the fight. Balls in the back line, finding everybody. 3 kills for C9. Make that 4. It's only Quas alive versus 5 in Cloud9. Take down everybody.
Zion Spartan is the target. Wild Growth is up. He decides to re-engage. That is a great shockwave. Everyone from Coast gets pulled together. Nintendo, the only one that escapes.